Chapter 16 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah by Richard Francis Burton. The Prophet's Tomb, Part 2. It is popularly asserted that in the Hujra there is now spare place for only a single grave reserved for Isa bin Maryam after his second coming. The historians of Al-Islam are full of tales proving that, though many of their earlier saints, such as Uthman the Caliph and Hassan the Imam, were desirous of being buried there, and although Aisha, to whom the room belonged, willingly acceded to their wishes, Son of Man has yet been unable to occupy it. After the Fatiha pronounced at Umar's tomb and a short inspection of the Hujra, Shaykh Hamid led me round the southeast corner of the Baldaquin. Footnote: some Muslims end their ziyarat at the Apostle's tomb. Others, instead of advancing as I did, return to the Apostle's window, pray and beg pardon for their parents and themselves, and ask all they desire, concluding with prayers to the Almighty. Thence they repair to the Rawdah or the garden, and standing at the column called after Abu Lubaba, pray a two-bow prayer there, concluding with a dua or benediction upon the Apostle, and there repeat these words: O Allah, Thou hast said, and Thy word is true. Say, O Lord, pardon and show mercy, for Thou art the best of the merciful. Chapter 23. O God, verily we have heard Thy word, and we come for intercession to Thy Apostle from our own sins, repenting our errors and confessing our shortcomings and transgressions. O Allah, pity us, and by the dignity of Thy Apostle raise our place in the heavenly kingdom. O Allah, pardon our brothers who have preceded us in faith. And then the Zair prays for himself and his parents and for those he loves. He should repeat, Allah have mercy upon thee, O Apostle of Allah, 70 times, when an angel will reply, Allah bless thee, O thou blesser. Then he should sit before the pulpit and mentally conceive in it the Apostle surrounded by the fugitives and the auxiliaries. Some place the right hand upon the pulpit, even as Muhammad used to do. The Zair then returns to the column of Abu Lubaba and repents his sins there. Secondly, he stands in prayer at Ali's pillar in front of the form. And lastly, he repairs to the Ustuwanatul Ashab, or the Companions' column, the fourth distant from the pulpit to the right, and the third from the Hujra on the left. Here he prays and meditates and blesses Allah and the Apostle, after which he proceeds to visit the rest of the holy places. End of footnote. Turning towards the north, we stopped at what is commonly called the Mahbat Jibril, or the place of the Archangel Gabriel's descent with the heavenly revelations, or simply the Malaika, or the angels. It is a small window in the eastern wall of the mosque. We turned our backs upon it, and fronting the Hujra, recited the following prayer: Peace be upon you, O angels of Allah, the Muqarrabin, or the cherubs, and the Musharrafin, or the seraphs, the pure, the holy, honored by the dwellers in heaven, and by those who abide upon the earth. O beneficent Lord, O long-suffering, O Almighty, O Pitier, or Thou Compassionate One, perfect our light, and pardon our sins, and accept penitence for all our offences, and cause us to die among the holy. Peace be upon ye, angels of the merciful One and all, and the mercy of God and His blessings be upon you. After which I was shown the spot in the Hujra where Sayyidina Isa shall be buried by Muhammad's side. Footnote: it is almost unnecessary to inform the reader that all Muslims deny the personal suffering of Christ, cleaving to the heresy of the Christian Docetes. Certain beasts in the shape of men, as they are called in the epistles of Ignatius to the Smyrnians, who believe that a phantom was crucified in our Saviour's place. They also hold to the second coming of the Lord in the flesh, as a forerunner to Muhammad, who shall reappear shortly before the day of judgment. Bartema, in Appendix 2, relates a story concerning the Saviour's future tomb. End of footnote. Then, turning towards the west, at a point where there is a break in the symmetry of the Hujrah, we arrived at the sixth station, the sepulchre or the cenotaph of the Lady Fatima. Her grave is outside the enceinte, and the curtain which surrounds her father's remains. So strict is Moslem decorum, and so exalted its opinion of the Virgin's delicacy. This epithet will be explained below. The reader must bear in mind that this part of the Haram was formerly the house of Ali and Fatima. It was separated from the Hujrah, or the abode of Muhammad and Aisha, only by a narrow brick wall, with a window in it which was never shut. Umar bin Abdul Aziz enclosed it in the mosque by order of Al-Walid in AH 90. The eastern side of the Hujrah, here turning a little westward, interrupts the shape of the square in order to give this spot the appearance of disconnection with the rest of the building. The tomb, seen through a square aperture like those above described, is a long catafalque covered with a black pall. Though there is great doubt whether the lady be not buried with her son Hassan in the Baqi' cemetery, this place is always visited by the pious Muslim. The following is the prayer opposite the grave of the amiable Fatima. Peace be upon thee, daughter of the Apostle of Allah. Peace be upon thee, daughter of the Prophet of Allah. Peace be upon thee, thou daughter of Mustafa. Peace be upon thee, thou mother of the Shurafa, seed of Muhammad. Shurafa is plural of Sharif, or descendant of Muhammad. Peace be upon thee, O lady amongst women. Peace be upon thee, O fifth of Ahl al-Kisa. Ahl al-Kisa, or the people of the garment, so called because on one occasion the Apostle wrapped his cloak around himself, his daughter, his son-in-law, and his two grandsons, thereby separating them in dignity from other Muslims. Peace be upon thee, O Zahra and Batul, or pure and virgin. Burckhardt translates Zahra as bright blooming Fatima. This I believe to be the literal meaning of the epithet. When thus applied, however, it denotes virginem nescientem, in which state of purity the daughter of the Apostle is supposed to have lived. For the same reason she is called Al-Batul, or the Virgin, a title given by the Eastern Christians to the mother of our Lord. In perpetual virginity of Fatima, even after the motherhood, is a point of orthodoxy in Al-Islam. Peace be upon thee, O daughter of the Apostle. Peace be upon thee, O spouse of our Lord Ali al-Murtada. Peace be upon thee, O mother of Al-Hasan and Al-Husayn, the two moons, the two lights, and the two pearls, the two princes of the youth of heaven, and coolness of the eyes, i.e. joy and gladness of true believers. Meaning joy and gladness in the sight of true believers. Peace be upon thee and upon thy sire Al-Mustafa, and thy husband, our Lord Ali. Allah honour his face and thy father's face in paradise, and thy two sons the Hassanain, and the mercy of Allah and his blessings. We then broke away as best we could from the crowd of female askers, who have established their lairs and penates under the shadow of the lady's wing, and advancing a few paces, we fronted to the north, and recited a prayer in honour of Hamza, and of the martyrs who lie buried at the foot of Mount Uhud. The prayer is now omitted in order to avoid the repetition of it when describing a visit to Mount Uhud. We then turned to the right, and fronting the easterly wall, prayed for the souls of the blessed whose mortal spirits repose within Al-Baqi's hallowed circuit. The prayers usually recited here are especially in honour of Abbas, Hassan, Ali, called Zain al-Abidin, Uthman, the Lady Halima, the martyrs, and the mothers of the Muslims, i.e. the Apostles' wives, buried in the holy cemetery. When describing a visit to Al-Baqi', they will be translated at full length. After this we returned to the southern wall of the mosque, and facing towards Meccah, we recited the following supplication: O Allah, O Allah, O Allah, O compassionate, O beneficent, O requiter of good and evil, O Prince, O Ruler, O ancient of benefits, O omniscient, O thou who givest when asked, and who aidest when aid is required, accept this our visitation, and preserve us from dangers, and make easy our affairs, and broaden our breasts, gladden our hearts, and receive our prostration, and requite us according to our good deeds, and turn not against us our evil deeds, and place not over us one who feareth not thee, and one who pitieth not us, and write safely and health upon us and upon thy slaves, the Hujjaj and pilgrims, and the Ghuzats, or the fighters of the faith, and the Zuwar, or the visitors of the tomb. The Hujjaj is the plural of Haji, or pilgrim. Ghuzat or Ghazi is crusader, and Zawar or Zair is the visitors of Muhammad's tomb. End of footnote. And the home dwellers and the wayfarers of the Muslims, by land and by sea, and pardon those of the faith of our Lord Muhammad, one and all. From the southern wall we returned to the Apostles' window, where we recited the following tetrastich and prayer. O Mustafa, verily I stand at thy door, a man weak and fearful by reason of my sins. If thou aid me not, O Apostle of Allah, I die, for in the world there is none generous as thou art. Of a truth, Allah and His angels bless the Apostle. O ye who believe, bless him and salute him with salutation. Taslim is to say salam to a person. End of footnote. O Allah, verily I implore thy pardon and supplicate thine aid in this world as in the next. O Allah, abandon us not in this holy place to the consequences of our sins without pardoning them, or to our griefs without consoling them, or to our fears, O Allah, without removing them. And blessings and salutations to thee, O Prince of Apostles, commissioned to preach the word, and laud be to Allah, the Lord of the three worlds. We turned away from the Hujrah, and after gratifying a meek-looking but exceedingly importunate Hindi beggar who insisted on stunning me with chapters Yasin, the Yasin, or YS, is the 36th chapter of the Quran, frequently recited by those whose profession it is to say such masses for the benefit of the living as well as for the dead sinners. Most educated Muslims commit it to memory. End of footnote. We fronted southwards, and taking care that our backs should not be in a line with the Apostle face, stood opposite the niche called Mihrab Uthman. There Hamid proceeded with another supplication. O Allah, O Allah, O Allah, O safeguard of the fearful, and defender of those who trust in Thee, and pitier of the weak, the poor, and the destitute, accept us, O beneficent, and pardon us, O merciful, and receive our penitence, O compassionate, and have mercy upon us, O forgiver. For verily none but Thou canst remit sin. Of a truth Thou alone knowest the hidden and the vilest man's transgression. Veil then our offences, and pardon our sins, and broaden our breasts, and cause our last words at the supreme hour of life to be the words, There is no God but Allah, and our Lord Muhammad is the Apostle of Allah. Or more correctly, there is no Ilah but Allah, that is, there is no God but God. End of footnote. O Allah, cause us to live according to this saying, O Thou giver of life, and make us to die in this faith, O Thou ruler of death, and the best of blessings and the completest of salutations upon the sole Lord of intercession, our Lord Muhammad, and his family and his companions, one and all. Lastly, we returned to the garden. Some Zairs, after praying at the Caliph Umar's niche, leave the mosque, especially when the Jama'at, or the public worship, is not being performed in the Rawdah. Others, as we did, pray alone in the garden, and many authors prefer this conclusion to visitation for the reason above given. End of footnote. And prayed to bow prayer, ending as we began, with the worship of the Creator. Unfortunately for me, the boy Muhammad had donned that grand embroidered coat. At the end of the ceremony, the Aghas, or the eunuchs of the mosque, a race of men considered respectable by their office, and prone to make themselves respected by the freest administration of club law, assembled in a Rawdah to offer me the congratulation, Ziyaratak Mubarak, or Blessed be thy visitation, and to demand fees. Then came the Saqqa, or the water carrier of the mosque, well, Zemzem, offering a tin saucer filled from the holy source. Footnote: Zemzem has become a generic name for a well situated within the walls of the mosque. End of footnote. And lastly, I was beset by beggars. Some were mild beggars and picturesque, who sat upon the ground immersed in the contemplation of their napkins; others angry beggars, who cursed if they were not gratified; and others noisy and petulant beggars, especially the feminine party near the lady's tomb, who captured me by the skirt of my garment, compelling me to ransom myself. There were, beside pretty beggars, boys who held out the right hand on the score of good looks; ugly beggars, emaciated rascals whose long hair, dirt, and leanness entitled them to charity; and lastly, the blind, the halt, and the diseased, who, as sons of the holy city, demanded from the faithful that support with which they could not provide themselves. Having been compelled by my companions, highly against my inclination, to become a man of rank, I was obliged to pay in proportion, and my almoner, in my handsome coat, as usual, took a kind of pride in being profuse. This first visit cost me double what I had intended, $4, nearly £1 sterling, and never afterwards could I pay less than half that sum. Footnote: As might be expected, the more a man pays, the higher he estimates his own dignity. Some Indians have spent as much as $500 during a first visit; others have made maulids, i.e. feasted all the poor connected with the temple with rice, meat, etc., whilst others brought rare and expensive presents for the officials. Such generosity, however, is becoming rare in these unworthy days. End of footnote. Having now performed all the duties of a good Zair, I was permitted by Shaykh Hamid to wander about and see the sights. We began our circumambulation at the Bab al Salam, or the Gate of Salvation, the southwestern entrance pierced in the long wall of the mosque. Footnote: This gate was anciently called Bab al-Ataqah, or of Deliverance. End of footnote. Handsomely encrusted with marble and glazed tiles, the many gilt inscriptions on its sides give it, especially at night time, an appearance of considerable splendour. The portcullis-like doors are of wood, strengthened with brass plates and nails of the same metal. Outside this gate is a little Sabil, or public fountain, where those who will not pay for the water, kept ready in large earthen jars by the Saqqa of the mosque, perform their ablutions gratis. Here all the mendicants congregate in force, sitting on the outer steps and at the entrance of the mosque, up and through which the visitors must pass. About the centre of the western wall is the Bab al-Rahmah, or the Gate of Pity, which admits the dead bodies of the faithful when carried to be prayed over in the mosque. There is nothing remarkable in its appearance. In common with the other gates, it has huge folding doors, iron bound, an external flight of steps, and a few modern inscriptions. The Bab Majidi, or the Gate of the Sultan Abd al-Majid, stands in the centre of the northern wall. Like its portico, it is unfinished, but its present appearance promises that it will eclipse all except the Bab al Salam. The Bab al-Nisa, or the Gate of the Women, is in the eastern wall, opposite to the Bab al-Rahmah, with which it is connected by the Farsh al-Hajar, a broad band of stone, 2 or 3 steps below the level of the portico, and slightly raised above the Sahn, or the hypaethral portion of the mosque. And lastly, in the southern portion of the same eastern wall is the Bab Jibril, the Gate of the Archangel Gabriel. Footnote: Most of these entrances have been named and renamed. The Bab Jibril, for instance, which derives its present appellation from the general belief that the Archangel once passed through it, is generally called in the books Bab al-Jabr, or the Gate of Repairing of the broken fortunes of a friend or follower. It must not be confounded with the Mahbat Jibrail, or the window near the eastern wall, where the Archangel usually descended from heaven with a Wahy, or inspiration. End of footnote. All these entrances are arrived at by short external flights of steps, leading from the streets, as the base of the temple, unlike that of Meccah, is a little higher than the foundation of the buildings around it. The doors are closed by the attendant eunuchs immediately after the night prayers, except during the blessed month of Ramadan, and in the pilgrimage season, when pious visitors pay considerable fees there to pass the night in meditation and prayer. The minarets are 5 in number, but one. The Shikayliyah at the northwest angle of the building has been levelled and is still in process of being rebuilt. The Manar Bab al-Salam stands by the gate of that name. It is a tall, handsome tower surmounted by a large ball or cone of brass gilt or burnished. Footnote: by some wonderful process, the printer's devil converted in the first edition this ball or cone into bull or cow. End of footnote. The Manar Bab al-Rahmah, about the center of the western wall, is of more simple form than the others. It has 2 galleries, with the superior portion circular, and surmounted by a conical extinguisher, roof so common in Turkey and Egypt. On the northeast angle of the mosque stands the Sulaymaniya Manar, so named after its founder, Sultan Sulayman the Magnificent. It is a well-built and substantial stone tower, divided into 3 stages. The 2 lower portions are polygonal, the upper cylindrical, and each terminates in a platform with a railed gallery carried all round for the protection of those who ascend. And lastly, from the southeast angle of the mosque, supposed to be upon the spot where Bilal, the Apostle's loud-lunged crier, called the first Moslems to prayer, springs the Manar al-Raisiyah, so called because of its appropriated to the Ru'asa, or the chiefs of the Muezzins. Footnote: Bilal, the loud-lunged crier, stood, as we are informed by Muslim historians, upon a part of the roof on one of the walls of the mosque. The minaret, as the next chapter will show, was the invention of a more tasteful age. End of footnote. Like the Sulaymaniya, it consists of 3 parts. The first and the second stages are polygonal, and the third, a cylinder, is furnished like the lower 2 with a railed gallery. Both the latter minarets end in solid ovals of masonry, from which project a number of wooden triangles. To these, and to the galleries on all festive occasions, such as the arrival of the Damascus caravan, are hung oil lamps, a poor attempt at illumination, which may rationally explain the origin of the Madinite superstition concerning the column of light which crowns the Prophet's tomb. There is no uniformity in the shape or the size of these 4 minarets, and at first sight, despite their beauty and grandeur, they appear somewhat bizarre and misplaced. But after a few days I found that my eyes grew accustomed to them, and I had no difficulty in appreciating their massive proportions and lofty forms, equally irregular as the riwaqs, or the porches surrounding the hypaethral court. Along the northern wall there will be, when finished, a fine colonnade of granite, paved with marble. The eastern riwaq has 3 rows of pillars. The western 4, and the southern, under which stands the tomb, of course has its columns ranged deeper than all the others. These supports of the building are of different material, some of fine marble, others of rough stone, plastered over and painted with the most vulgar of arabesques, vermilion and black in irregular patches and broad streaks, like the stage face of a London clown. Footnote: this abomination may be seen in Egypt on many of the tombs, those outside the Bal al-Nasr at Cairo, for instance. And a footnote. Their size, moreover, is different, the southern colonnade being composed of pillars palpably larger than those in the other parts of the mosque. Scarcely any 2 shafts own similar capitals, may have no pedestal, and some of them are cut with painful ignorance of art. I cannot extend my admiration of the minarets to the columns. In their architectural lawlessness there is not a redeeming point. Of these unpraisable pillars, 3 are celebrated in the annals of Al-Islam, for which reasons their names are painted upon them, and 5 others enjoy the honour of distinctive appellations. The first is called Al-Mukhallaq, because on some occasion of impurity it was anointed with a perfume called Khaluq. It is near the Mihrab al-Nabawi, on the right of the place where the Imam prays, and it notes the spot where, before the invention of the pulpit, the Apostle, leaning upon the Ustuwanat al-Hannana, the weeping pillar, used to recite the Khutbah, or Friday sermon. Footnote: the tale of this weeping pillar is well known. Some suppose it to have been buried beneath the pulpit; others, they are few in number, declare that it was inserted in the body of the pulpit. Footnote: the second stands third from the pulpit, and third from the Hujrah. It is called the Pillar of Aisha, also the Ustuwanat al-Qur'a, or the Column of Lots, because the Apostle, according to the testimony of his favourite wife, declared that if men knew the value of the place, they would cast lots to pray there. In some books it is known the Pillar of the Muhajirin, or the fugitives, and others mention it as the Mukhallaq, the perfumed. 20 cubits distant from Aisha's pillar, and the second from the Hujrah, and the fourth from the pulpit, is the Pillar of Repentance, or of Abu Lubaba. It derives its name from the following circumstance. Abu Lubaba was a native of Al-Madinah, one of the auxiliaries and a companion of Muhammad. Originally, it is said, a Jew, according to others, of the Bani Amr bin Auf of the Aus tribe. Being sent by his kinsmen, or his allies, the Banu Qurayza, at that time capitulating to Muhammad, he was consulted by the distracted men, women, and children, who threw themselves at his feet and begged of him to intercede for them with the offended Apostle. Abu Lubaba swore he would do so. At the same time he drew his hand across his throat, as much to say, defend yourselves to the last, for if you yield, such is your doom. Afterwards, repenting, he bound himself with a huge chain to the date tree in whose place the column now stands, vowing to continue there until Allah and the Apostle accepted his penitence, a circumstance which did not take place until the 10th day, when his hearing was gone, and he had almost lost his sight. The less celebrated pillars are the Ustuwanat al-Sarir, or the Column of the Cot, where the Apostle was wont to sit meditating on his humble couch, frame of date sticks. The Ustuwanat Ali notes the spot where the fourth Caliph used to pray and watch near his father-in-law at night. The Ustuwanat al-Wufud, as its name denotes, the Apostle received envoys, couriers, and emissaries from foreign places. The Ustuwanat al-Tahajjud now stands where Muhammad, sitting upon his mat, passed the night in prayer. And lastly is the Maqam Jibra'il, or Gabriel's place, for whose other name, Mirbat al-Ba'ir, or the pole of the beast of burden, I have been unable to find an explanation. The four riwaqs, or porches of the Madinah Mosque, open upon a hypaethral court of parallelogramic shape. The only remarkable object in it is a square of wooden railing, enclosing a place full of well-watered earth, called the Garden of Our Lady Fatima. Footnote: the little domed building which figures in the native sketches and in all our prints of Al-Madinah Mosque was taken down 3 or 4 years ago. It occupied part of the centre of the square, and was called the Qubbat al-Zayt, Dome of the Oil, or Qubbat al-Shama, Dome of the Candles, from its use as a store room for lamps and wax candles. Footnote: this its name among the illiterate, who firmly believe the palms to be descendants of trees planted there by the hands of the Prophet's daughter. As far as I could discover, the tradition has no foundation, and in old times there were no garden in the hypaethral court. The vulgar are in the habit of eating a certain kind of date, or the sayhani, in the mosque, and throwing the stones about. This practice is violently denounced by the ulama. It now contains a dozen date trees. In Ibn Jubayr's time there were 15. Their fruit is sent by the eunuchs as presents to the Sultan and the great men of Al-Islam. It is highly valued by the vulgar, but the ulama do not think much of its claims to importance. Among the palms are the venerable remains of Sidr, or the lote tree, whose produce is sold for inordinate sums. Rhamnus nabeca forsk. The fruit, called nabak, is eaten, and the leaves are used for the purpose of washing dead bodies. The visitor is not forbidden to take fruit or water as presents from Al-Madinah, but it is unlawful for him to carry away earth, or stones, or cakes of dust, made for sale to the ignorant. The enclosure is entered by a dwarf gate in the southeastern portion of the railing, near the well, and one of the eunuchs is generally to be seen in it. It is under the charge of the Mudir, or the chief treasurer. These gardens are not uncommon in mosques, as the traveler who passes through Cairo can convince himself. They form a pretty and an appropriate feature in a building erected for the worship of Him who spread the earth with carpets of flowers and drew shady trees from the dead ground. A tradition of the Apostle who declares that acceptable is devotion in the garden and in the orchard. At the southeast angle of this enclosure, under a wooden roof supported by pillars of the same material, stands the Zamzam, generally called Bir al-Nabi, or the Apostle's well. My predecessor declares that the brackishness of its produce has stood in the way of its reputation for holiness, yet a well-educated man told me that it was light or wholesome water as any in Al-Madinah. Footnote: the Arabs, who, like all Orientals, are exceedingly curious about water, take the trouble to weigh the produce of their wells. The lighter the water, the more digestible and wholesome it is considered. End of footnote. A fact which he accounted for by supposing its subterraneous passage, which connects it with the great Zamzam at Meccah. Footnote: the common phenomenon of rivers flowing underground in Arabia has, doubtless, suggested to the people of these subterraneous passages, with which they connect the most distant places. At Al-Madinah, amongst other tales of shortcuts known only to certain Bedouin families, a man told me of a shaft leading from his native city to Hadramaut. According to him, it existed in the times of the Prophet, and it was a journey of only 3 days. End of footnote. Others, again, believe that it is filled by a vein of water springing directly from the Apostle's grave. Generally, however, among the learned, it is not more revered than Our Lady's garden, nor is it ranked in the books among the holy wells of Al-Madinah. Between this Zamzam well and the eastern Ruwaq is the Stoa, or the Academia of the Prophet's city. In the cool mornings and evenings the ground is strewed with professors who teach the young idea, as an eminent orientalist hath it, to shout rather than to shoot. Footnote: the mosque library is kept in large chests near the Bab al-Salam. The only MS of any value here is a Quran written in the Thulthi hand. It is nearly 4 feet long, bound in wooden cover, and padlocked, so as to require from the curious a silver key. End of footnote. A few feet to the south of the palm garden is a movable wooden planking, painted green, and about 3 feet high. It serves to separate the congregation from the Imam when he prays here, and at the northeastern angle of the enclosure is the Shajar Qanadil, a large brass chandelier, which completes the furniture of the court. After this inspection, the shadows of evening began to gather around us. We left the mosque reverently, taking care to issue forth with the left foot, and not to back out of it, as is the Sunnah or practice derived from the Apostle when taking leave of the Meccan temple. To conclude this long chapter, although every Muslim, learned and simple, firmly believes that Muhammad's remains are interred in the Hujra at Al-Madinah, I cannot help suspecting that the place is doubtful as that of the Holy Sepulchre at Jerusalem. It must be remembered that a tumult followed the announcement of the Apostle's death, when the people, as often happens, believing him to be immortal, refused to credit the report, and even Umar threatened destruction to any one that asserted it. Footnote: so the peasants in Brittany believe that Napoleon I is not yet dead. The Prussians expect Frederick II, the Swiss William Tell, the older English King Arthur, and certain modern fanatics look forward to the appearance of Joanna Southcote. Why multiply instances in so well known a branch of the history of popular superstition? End of footnote. Moreover, the body was scarcely cold when the contest about the succession arose between the fugitives of Meccah and the auxiliaries of Al-Madinah, in the ardour of which, according to the Shias, the house of Ali and Fatima, within few feet of the spot where the tomb of the Apostle is now placed, was threatened with fire, and Abu Bakr was elected Caliph that same evening. If anyone find cause to wonder that the last resting place of the personage so important was not fixed for ever, he may find many a parallel case in Al-Madinah. to quote no other, three several localities claim the honor of containing the Lady Fatima's mortal spoils, although one might suppose that the daughter of the Apostle and the mother of the Imams would not be laid in an unknown grave. My reasons for incredulity are the following. From the earliest days, the shape of the Apostle's tomb has never been generally known in Al-Islam. For this reason it is that graves are made convex in some countries and flat in others. Had there been a Sunnah, such would not have been the case. Footnote: the Sunnah is a custom or practice of the Apostle, rigidly conformed to by every good and orthodox Muslim. End of footnote. The accounts of the learned are discrepant. As-Samanhudi, perhaps the highest authority, contradicts himself. In one place he describes the coffin, in another he expressly declares that he entered the Hujrah when it was being repaired by Qaid Bey, and saw the inside three deep graves, but no traces of tombs. Footnote: the reader will bear in mind that I am quoting from Burckhardt. When in Al-Hijaz and at Cairo, I vainly endeavoured to buy a copy of As-Samanhudi. One was shown to me at Al-Madinah. Unhappily, it bore the word Waqf, or bequeathed, and belonged to the mosque. I was scarcely allowed time to read it. End of footnote. Either, then, the mortal remains of the Apostle had, despite Muslim superstition, footnote, had, despite Muslim superstition, mingled with dust, a probable circumstance after nearly 900 years interment. Footnote: in Muslim law, prophets, martyrs, and saints are not supposed to be dead. Their property, therefore, remains their own. The ulama have confounded themselves in the consideration of the prophetic state after death. Many declare that prophets live and pray for 40 days in the tomb, at expiration of which time they are taken to the presence of their Maker, where they remain till the blast of Israfil's trumpet. The common belief, however, leaves the bodies in the graves, but no one would dare to assert that the holy ones are suffered to undergo corruption. On the contrary, their faces are blooming, their eyes bright, and blood would issue from their bodies if wounded. Al-Islam, as will afterwards appear, abounds in traditions of the ancient tombs of saints and martyrs, when accidentally opened, exposing to view corpses apparently freshly buried. And it has come to pass that this fact, the result of sanctity, has now become an unerring indication of it. A remarkable case in this point was the late Sharif Ghalib, the father of the present Prince of Meccah. In his lifetime he was reviled as a wicked tyrant, but some years after his death his body was found undecomposed. He then became a saint, and men now pray at his tomb. Perhaps his tyranny was no drawback to his holy reputation. La Brinvilliers was declared after execution by her confessor and people generally a saint, simply, I presume, because of the enormity of her crimes. End of footnote. Or that, what is more likely, they had been removed by the Shia schismatics, who for centuries had charge of the sepulchre. Footnote. Note to the third edition. I have lately been assured by Muhammad al-Halabi, Shaykh al-Ulama of Damascus, that he was permitted by the Aghawat to pass through the gold-plated door leading into the Hujrah, and that he saw no trace of sepulchre. End of footnote. And lastly, I cannot but look upon the tale of the blinding light which surrounds the Apostle's tomb, current for ages past, and still universally believed upon the authority of the attendant eunuchs, who must know its falsehood, as a priestly gloss intended to conceal a defect. I here conclude the subject, committing it to some future and more favoured investigator. In offering the above remarks, I am far from wishing to throw a doubt upon an established point of history, but where suspicion of fable arises from popular facts, a knowledge of man and of his manners teaches us to regard it with favouring eye. Footnote. I was careful to make a ground plan of the Prophet's Mosque, as Burckhardt was prevented by severe illness from doing. It will give the reader a fair idea of the main point, though in certain minor details it is not to be trusted. Some of my papers and sketches, which by precaution I had placed among my medicines, after cutting them into squares, numbering them, and rolling them carefully up, were damaged by the breaking of a bottle. The plan of Al-Madinah is slightly altered from Burckhardt's. Nothing can be more ludicrous than the views of the Holy City as printed in our popular books. They are of the style bird's eye, and present a curious perspective. They despise distance like the Chinese, pictorially audacious. The Hara, or the ridge in the foreground, appears to be 200 yards instead of 3 or 4 miles distant from the town. They strip the place of its suburb Al-madinah in order to show the enceinte, omit the fort and the gardens north and south of the city, enlarge the mosque 20-fold for dignity, and make it occupy the whole center of the city instead of a small corner in the southeast quarter. They place for symmetry towers only at the angles of the walls, instead of along the curtain, and gather up and press into the same field all the venerable and interesting features of the country, those behind the artist's back and at his sides, as well as what appears in front. Such are the Turkish lithographs. At Mecca some Indians support themselves by depicting the holy shrines. Their works are truly oriental mixture of ground plan and elevation, drawn with pen and ink, and brightened with the most vivid colours. Grotesque enough, but less unintelligible than the more ambitious imitations of European art. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17, Part 1 of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17, Part 1 of Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca by Richard Francis Burton. An Essay towards the History of the Prophet's Mosque. Ibn Abbas has informed the world that when the 80 individuals composing Noah's family issued from the ark, they settled at a place distant 10 marches and 12 parasangs. Footnote 1. In Oriental geography, the parasang still, as in the days of Pliny, greatly varies, from 1500 to 6000 yards. Captain Franklin, whose opinion is generally taken, makes it, in his tour to Persia, a measure of about 4 miles. Preface to Ibn Hawkal by Sir Gore Ouseley. End of footnote. 36 to 48 miles, from Babel or Babylon. There they increased and multiplied and spread into a mighty empire. At length, under the rule of Nimrod, son of Canaan, son of Ham, they lapsed from the worship of the true God. A miracle dispersed them into distant parts of the earth, and they were further broken up by the one primeval language being divided into 72 dialects. A tribe called Aulad Sam bin Nu, the children of Shem, or Amaleka and Amalek, footnote 2. Monsieur C. de Perceval, Essai sur l'histoire des Arabes avant l'islamisme, makes Amlak son of Lud, son of Shem, or according to the others, son of Ham. That learned writer identifies the Amalek with the Phoenicians, the Amalekites, the Canaanites, and the Hyksos. He alludes also to an ancient tradition which makes them to have colonized Barbary in Africa. End of footnote. From their ancestor Amlak bin Akfakshad bin Sam bin Nu, was inspired with a knowledge of the Arabic tongue. Footnote 3. The Dabistan al-Mazahib relates a tradition that the Almighty, when addressing the angels in command, uses the Arabic tongue, but when speaking in mercy or beneficence, the Deri dialect of Persian. End of footnote. It settled at Al-Madinah and was the first to cultivate the ground and to plant palm trees. In course of time these people extended over the whole tract between the seas of Al-Hijaz, the Red Sea, and Al-Oman, northwestern part of the Indian Ocean, and they became the progenitors of the Jabbabira. Footnote 4. These were the giants who fought against Israel in Palestine. End of footnote. Tyrants or giants of Syria, as well as the pharaohs of Egypt. Footnote 5. In this wild tradition we find a confirmation of the sound geographical opinion which makes Arabia une des pépinières du genre humain, Monsieur Jomard. It must be remembered that the theatre of all earliest civilization has been a fertile valley with a navigable stream like Sind, Egypt, and Mesopotamia. The existence of such a spot in Arabia would have altered every page of her history. She would then have become a centre, not a source, of civilization. Strabo's Molothus River in Al-Yaman is therefore a myth. As it is, the immense population of the peninsula, still thick even in the deserts, has from the earliest ages been impelled by drought, famine, or desire of conquest to emigrate into happier regions. All history mentions 2 main streams which took their rise in the wilds. The first set to the northeast through Persia, Mekran, Baluchistan, Sind, and the Afghan mountains, as far as Samarkand, Bokhara, and Tibet. The other, flowing towards the northwest, passed through Egypt and Barbary into Etruria, Spain, the Isles of the Mediterranean, and southern France. There are two minor emigrations chronicled in history and written in the indelible characters of physiognomy and philology. One of these set in an exiguous but perennial stream towards India, especially Malabar, where, mixing with the people of the country, the Arab merchants became the progenitors of the Moplar race. The other was a partial emigration, also for commercial purposes, to the coast of Berbera in eastern Africa, where, mixing with the Galla tribes, the people of Hazramaut became the sires of the extensive Somali and Swahili nations. Thus we have from Arabia 4 different lines of emigration, tending northeast and southeast, northwest and southwest. At some future time I hope to develop this curious but somewhat obscure portion of Arabian history. It bears upon a most interesting subject, and serves to explain, by the consanguinity of races, the marvellous celerity with which the faith of Al-Islam spread from the Pillars of Hercules to the confines of China, embracing part of southern Europe, the whole of northern and a portion of central Africa, and at least 3/4 of the continent of Asia. End of footnote. Under these Amaleks such was the age of man that during the space of 400 years a bear would not be seen, nor keening be heard in their cities. The last king of the Amalek, Arkham bin al-Arkham, footnote 6. Of this name Monsieur de Perceval remarks, Le mot Arkham était une désignation commune à tous ces rois. He identifies it with Rechem, Numbers 31:8, one of the kings of the Midianites, and recognizes in the preservation of the royal youth the history of Agag and Samuel. End of footnote. Was, according to most authors, slain by an army of the children of Israel sent by Moses after the Exodus, footnote 7. And some most ignorantly add, after the entrance of Moses into the promised land. End of footnote. With orders thoroughly to purge Mecca and Al-Madinah of the infidel inhabitants. All the tribe was destroyed, with the exception of the women, the children, and a youth of the royal family, whose extraordinary beauty persuaded the invaders to spare him pending a reference to the Prophet. When the army returned, they found that Moses had died during the expedition, and they were received with reproaches by the people for having violated his express command. The soldiers, unwilling to live with their own nation under this reproach, returned to Al-Hijaz and settled there. Muslim authors are agreed that after the Amalek the Benu Israel ruled in the Holy Land of Arabia, but the learned in history are not agreed upon the cause of their emigration. According to some, when Moses was returning from a pilgrimage to Mecca, a multitude of his followers, seeing in Al-Madinah the signs of the city which, according to the Taurat, or Pentateuch, should hear the preaching of the last prophet, settled there, and were joined by many Badawin of the neighbourhood who conformed to the law of Moses. Ibn Shaybah also informs us that when Moses and Aaron were wending northwards from Mecca, they, being in fear of certain Jews settled at Al-Madinah, did not enter the city. Footnote 8. In those days, we are told, the Jews, abandoning their original settlement in Al-Gaba, or the lowlands to the north of the town, emigrated to the highest portions of the Medina plain on the south and east, in the lands of the neighbourhood of the Quba Mosque. End of footnote. But pitched their tents on Mount Ohod. Aaron being about to die, Moses dug his tomb and said, Brother, thine hour is come, turn thy face to the next world. Aaron entered the grave, lay at full length, and immediately expired, upon which the Jewish lawgiver covered him with earth and went his way towards the promised land. Footnote 9. When describing Ohod, I shall have occasion to allude to Aaron's dome, which occupies the highest part. Few authorities, however, believe that Aaron was buried there. His grave, under a small stone cupola, is shown over the summit of Mount Hor in the Sinaitic Peninsula, and is much visited by devotees. End of footnote. Abu Huraira asserted that the Benu Israel, after long searching, settled in Al-Madinah because, when driven from Palestine by the invasion of Bukht al-Nasr, Nebuchadnezzar, they found in their books that the last prophet would manifest himself in a town of the towns of Arabia. Footnote 10. It must be remembered that many of the Muslim geographers derive the word Arabia from a tract of land in the neighbourhood of Al-Madinah. End of footnote. Called Zat Nakhl, or the place of palm trees. Some of the sons of Aaron occupied the city. Other tribes settled at Khaybar. Footnote 11. Khaybar in Israel is supposed to signify a castle. Terbelow makes it to mean a pact or association of the Jews against the Muslims. This fort appears to be one of the latest as well as the earliest of the Hebrew settlements in Al-Hijaz. Benjamin of Tudela asserts that there were 50,000 Jews resident at their old colony. Barthema in AD 1703 found remnants of the people there, but his account of them is disfigured by fable. In Neba's time, the Beni Khaybar had independent sheikhs and were divided into 3 tribes, viz. the Benu Masad, the Benu Shahan, and the Benu Anisa. This latter, however, is a Muslim name, who were isolated and hated by the other Jews, and therefore the traveller supposes them to have been Karaites. In Burckhardt's day the race seems to have been entirely rooted out. I made many inquiries, and all assured me that there is not a single Jewish family now in Khaybar. It is indeed the popular boast in Al-Hijaz that, with the exception of Jeddah, and perhaps Yambu, where the Prophet never set his foot, there is not a town in the country harbouring an infidel. This has now become a point of fanatic honour, but if history may be trusted, it has become so only lately. End of footnote. And in the neighbourhood, building utum, or square, flat-roofed stone castles for habitation and defence. They left an order to their descendants that Muhammad should be favourably received, but Allah hardened their hearts unto their own destruction. Like asses, they turned their backs upon Allah's mercy. Footnote 12. When the Arabs see the ass turn tail to the wind and rain, they exclaim, Lo, he turneth his back upon the mercy of Allah. End of footnote. And the consequence is that they have been rooted out of the land. The Tariq Tabari declares that when Bucht al-Nazar, footnote 13, Monsieur C. de Perceval quotes Judith 2:13-26 and Jeremiah 49:28 to prove that Holofernes, the general of Nebuchadnezzar I, laid waste the land of Midian and other parts of northern Arabia. End of footnote. After destroying Jerusalem, attacked and slew the king of Egypt, who had given an asylum to a remnant of the house of Israel, the persecuted fugitives made their way to Al-Hijaz, settled near Yasrib, Al-Madinah, where they founded several towns, Khaybar, Fadak, Wadi al-Subu, Wadi al-Qura, Qurayza, and many others. It appears, then, by the concurrence of historians, that the Jews at an early time either colonized or supplanted the Amalek at Al-Madinah. At length the Israelites fell away from the worship of the one God, who raised up against them the Arab tribes of Aus and Khazraj, the progenitors of modern Ansar. Both these tribes claimed a kindred origin, and Al-Yaman as the land of their nativity. The circumstances of their emigration are thus described. The descendants of Yarab bin Katan bin Shalak bin Akfarkshad bin Sam bin Nu, kinsmen to the Amalek, inhabited in prosperity the land of Saba. Footnote 14. Saba in southern Arabia. End of footnote. Their sway extended 2 months' journey from the dike of Marib. Footnote 15. The erection of this dike is variously attributed to Luqman the elder, of the tribe of Ad, and to Saba bin Yashjab. It burst, according to some, beneath the weight of a flood; according to others, it was miraculously undermined by rats. A learned Indian sheikh has mistaken the Arabic word jurad, a large kind of mouse or rat, for jarad, a locust, and he makes the wall to have sunk under a bari malak, or weight of locusts. No event is more celebrated in the history of pagan Arabia than this, or more trustworthy, despite the exaggeration of the details. The dike is said to have been 4 miles long by 4 broad, and the fantastic marvels which are said to have accompanied its bursting. The ruins have lately been visited by Monsieur Arnaud, a French traveller who communicated his discovery to the French Asiatic Society in 1845. End of footnote. Near the modern capital of Al-Yaman, as far as Syria, and incredible tales are told of their hospitality and of the fertility of their land. As usual, their hearts were perverted by prosperity. They begged Allah to relieve them from the troubles of extended empire and the duties of hospitality by diminishing their possessions. The consequence of their impious supplications was the well-known flood of Iram. The chief of the descendants of Katan bin Saba, one of the ruling families in Al-Yaman, was one Amr bin Amin Ma al-Sama. Footnote 16. Ma al-Sama, the water, or the splendour of heaven, is, generally speaking, a feminine name among the pagan Arabs. Possibly it is here intended as a matronymic. End of footnote. Called al-Muzakaya, from his rending in pieces every garment once worn, his wife Tarika Himyariah, being skilled in divination, foresaw the fatal event, and warned her husband, who, unwilling to break from his tribe without an excuse, contrived the following stratagem. He privily ordered his adopted son, an orphan, to dispute with him, and to strike him in the face at a feast composed of the principal persons in the kingdom. The disgrace of such a scene afforded him a pretext for selling off his property, and, followed by his 13 sons, all born to him by his wife Tarika, and others of the tribe, Amru emigrated northwards. The little party, thus preserved from the Yemenian deluge, was destined by Allah to become the forefathers of the auxiliaries of his chosen apostle. All the children of Amru thus dispersed into different parts of Arabia. His eldest son, Salaba bin Amru, chose Al-Hijaz, settled at Al-Madinah, then in the hands of the impious Benu Israel, and became the father of the Aus and Khazraj. In course of time, the newcomers were made by Allah an instrument of vengeance against the disobedient Jews. Of the latter people, the 2 tribes Qurayza and Nazir claimed certain feudal rights, well known to Europe, upon all occasions of Arab marriages. The Aus and the Khazraj, after enduring this indignity for a time, at length had recourse to one of their kinsmen who, when the family dispersed, had settled in Syria. Abu Jubaylah, thus summoned, marched an army to Al-Madinah, avenged the honour of his blood, and destroyed the power of the Jews, who from that moment became Mawali, or clients to the Arabs. For a time the tribes of Aus and Khazraj, freed from the common enemy, lived in peace and harmony. At last they fell into feuds and fought with fratricidal strife until the coming of the Prophet effected a reconciliation between them. This did not take place, however, before the Khazraj received, at the Battle of Buas, about AD 615, a decided defeat from the Aus. It is also related, to prove how Al-Madinah was predestined to a high fate, that nearly 3 centuries before the siege of the town by Abu Jubaylah, the Toba al-Askar, footnote 17. This expedition to Al-Madinah is mentioned by all the pre-Islamitic historians, but persons and dates are involved in the greatest confusion. Some authors mention centuries before the siege of the town by Abu Jubaylah, the Toba al-Askar, footnote 17. This expedition to Al-Madinah is mentioned by all the pre-Islamitic historians, but persons and dates are involved in the greatest confusion. Some authors mention 2 different expeditions by different Tobas, others only one, attributing it differently, however, to 2 Tobas, Abu Kab in the 3rd century of the Christian era, and Tabu al-Askar, the last of that dynasty, who reigned, according to some, in AD 300, according to others in AD 448. Monsieur C. de Perceval places the event about AD 206, and asserts that the Aus and the Khazraj did not emigrate to Al-Madinah before AD 300. The word Toba or Taba, I have been informed by some of the modern Arabs, is still used in the Himyaritic dialect of Arab to signify the great or the chief. End of footnote. Marched northward at the requisition of the Aus and Khazraj tribes in order to punish the Jews, or, according to others, at the request of the Jews to revenge them upon the Aus and Khazraj. After capturing the town, he left one of his sons to govern it, and marched onwards to conquer Syria and Al-Iraq. Suddenly informed that the people of Al-Madinah had treacherously murdered their new prince, the exasperated Toba returned and attacked the place, and, when his horse was killed under him, he swore that he would never decamp before razing it to the ground, whereupon 2 Jewish priests, Kab and Asaid, went over to him and informed him that it was not in the power of man to destroy the town, it being preserved by Allah, as their books proved, for the refuge of his prophet, the descendant of Ishmael. Footnote 18. Nothing is more remarkable in the annals of the Arabs than their efforts to prove the Ishmaelitic descent of Muhammad. At the same time, no historic question is more open to doubt. End of footnote. The Toba Judaized. Taking 400 of the priests with him, he departed from Al-Madinah, performed pilgrimage to the Kaaba of Mecca, which he invested with a splendid covering. Footnote 19. If this be true, it proves that the Jews of Al-Hijaz had in those days superstitious reverence for the Kaaba, otherwise the Toba, after conforming to the law of Moses, would not have shown it this mark of respect. Moreover, there is a legend that the same rabbis dissuaded the Toba from plundering the sacred place when he was treacherously advised so to do by the Benu Hudal Arabs. I have lately perused The Worship of Baalim in Israel, based upon the work of Dr. R. Dozy, The Israelites in Mecca by Dr. H. Oort, translated from the Dutch and enlarged with notes and appendices by the Right Reverend John William Colenso, Doctor of Divinity, Longmans. I see no reason why Mecca or Becca should be made to mean a slaughter, why the Kaaba should be founded by the Simeonites, why the Hajj should be the Feast of Trumpets, and other assertions in which everything seems to be taken for granted except etymology, which is tortured into confession. If Mecca had been founded by the Simeonites, why did the Persians and the Hindus respect it? End of footnote. And, after erecting a house for the expected prophet, he returned to his capital in Al-Yaman, where he abolished idolatry by the ordeal of fire. He treated his priestly guests with particular attention, and on his deathbed he wrote the following tetrastich: I testify of Ahmad that he of a truth is a prophet from Allah, the maker of souls. Be my age extended into his age, I would be to him a wazir and a cousin. Then, sealing the paper, he committed it to the charge of the high priest, with a solemn injunction to deliver the letter, should an opportunity offer, into the hands of the great prophet, and that, if the day be distant, the missive should be handed down from generation to generation till it reached the person to whom it was addressed. The house founded by him at Al-Madinah was committed to a priest of whose descendants was Abu Ayyub the Ansari, the first person over whose threshold the apostle passed when he ended the flight. Abu Ayyub also had charge of the Tawbah's letter, so that after 3 or 4 centuries it arrived at its destination. Al-Madinah was ever well inclined to Muhammad. Footnote 20. It is curious that Abdullah, Muhammad's father, died and was buried at Al-Madinah, and that his mother Amina's tomb is at Abwa on the Medina road. Here, too, his great-grandfather Hashim married Salma al-Matadaliya, before whom espoused to Ahayha of the Aus tribe. Shayba, generally called Abd al-Muttalib, the Prophet's grandfather, was the son of Salma and was bred at Al-Madinah. End of footnote. The early part of his career, the emissaries of a tribe called the Benu Abd al-Ashal came from that town to Mecca in order to make a treaty with the Quraysh, and the apostle seized the opportunity of preaching al-Islam to them. His words were seconded by Ayas bin Maz, a youth of the tribe, and opposed by the chiefs of the embassy, who, however, returned home without pledging themselves to either party. Footnote 21. Ayas bin Maz died, it is said, a Muslim. End of footnote. Shortly afterwards, a body of the Aus and the Khazraj came to the pilgrimage of Mecca. When Muhammad began preaching to them, they recognized the person so long expected by the Jews, and swore to him an oath which is called in Muslim history the first fealty of the steep. Footnote 22. Bayat al-Aqabat al-Ula. It is so called because this oath was sworn at a place called Al-Aqaba, the mountain road, near Muna. A mosque was afterwards built there to commemorate the event. End of footnote. After the 6 individuals who had thus pledged themselves returned to their native city, the event being duly bruited about caused such an effect that, when the next pilgrimage season came, 12, or according to others 40 persons, led by Asad bin Zurara, accompanied the original converts, and in the same place swore the second fealty of the steep. The Prophet dismissed them in company with one Musab bin Umayr, a Meccan, charged to teach them the Quran and their religious duties, which in those times consisted only of prayer and the profession of unity. They arrived at Al-Madinah on a Friday, and this was the first day on which the city witnessed the public devotions of the Moslems. After some persecutions, Musab had the fortune to convert a cousin of Asad bin Zurara, a chief of the Aus, Sa'd bin Maz, whose opposition had been of the fiercest. He persuaded his tribe, the Benu Abd al-Ashal, to break their idols and to openly profess al-Islam. The next season, Musab, having made many converts, some say 70, others 300, marched from Al-Madinah to Mecca for their pilgrimage, and there induced his followers to meet the Prophet at midnight upon the steep near Muna. Muhammad preached to them their duties towards Allah and himself, especially insisting upon the necessity of warring down infidelity. They pleaded ancient treaties with the Jews of Al-Madinah, and showed apprehension lest the apostle, after bringing them into disgrace with their fellows, should desert them and return to the faith of his kinsmen, the Quraysh. Muhammad, smiling, comforted them with the assurance that he was with them, body and soul, forever. Upon this they asked him what would be the reward if slain. He replied, "Gardens neath which the streams flow," that is to say, paradise. Then, in spite of the advice of Al-Abbas, Muhammad's uncle, who was loud in his denunciations, they bade the preacher stretch out his hand, and upon it swore the oath known as the Great Fealty of the Steep. After comforting them with an ayat, or Quranic verse, which promised heaven, the apostle divided his followers into 12 bodies, and placing a chief at the head of each. Footnote 23. Some Muslim writers suppose that Muhammad singled out 12 men as apostles and called them Nakil, in imitation of the example of our Saviour. Other Muslims ignore both the fact and the intention. Monsieur C. de Perceval gives the names of these Nakils in Volume 3, page 8. End of footnote. Dismissed them to their homes. He rejected the offer made by one of the party, namely, to slay all the idolaters present at the pilgrimage, saying that Allah had favoured him with no such order. For the same reason he refused their invitation to visit Al-Madinah, which was the principal object of their mission, and he then took an affectionate leave of them. 2 months and a half after the events above detailed, Muhammad received the inspired tidings that Al-Madinah of the Hijaz was his predestined asylum. In anticipation of the order, for as yet the time had not been revealed, he sent forward his friends, among whom were Omar, Talha, and Hamza, retaining with him Abu Bakr. Footnote 24. Orthodox Muslims do not fail to quote this circumstance in honour of the first Caliph, upon whom moreover they bestow the title of Friend of the Cave. The Shi'as, on the other hand, hating Abu Bakr, see in it a symptom of treachery, and declare that the Prophet feared to let the old hyena, as they opprobriously term the venerable successor, out of his sight for fear lest he should act as spy to the Quraysh. The voice of history and of common sense is against the Shi'as. Monsieur C. de Perceval justly remarks that Abu Bakr and Omar were men truly worthy of their great predecessor. End of footnote. And Ali. The particulars of the flight, that eventful accident to Al-Islam, are too well known to require mention here, besides which they belong rather to the category of general than of Madinite history. Muhammad was escorted into Al-Madinah by one Buraydat al-Aslami, and 80 men of the same tribe, who had been offered by the Quraysh 100 camels for the capture of the fugitives. But Buraydat, after listening to their terms, accidentally entered into conversation with Muhammad, and no sooner did he hear the name of his interlocutor than he professed the faith of Al-Islam. He then prepared for the apostle a standard by attaching his turban to a spear, and anxiously inquired what house was to be honoured by the presence of Allah's chosen servant. Whichever, replied Muhammad, this she-camel. Footnote 25. This animal's name, according to some, was Al-Kaswa, the tips of whose ears are cropped; according to others, Al-Jada, one mutilated in the ear, hand, nose, or lip. The Prophet bought her for 800 dirhams on the day before his flight from Abu Bakr, who had fattened 2 fine animals of his own breeding. The camel was offered as a gift, but Muhammad insisted on paying its price, because, say the Moslem casuists, he being engaged in the work of God would receive no aid from man. According to Monsieur C. de Perceval, the Prophet preached from the back of Al-Kaswa the celebrated pilgrimage sermon at Arafat on the 8th March, AD 632. End of footnote. Is ordered to show me. At the last halting place he accidentally met some of his disciples returning from a trading voyage to Syria. They dressed him and his companion Abu Bakr in white clothing, which, it is said, caused the people of Cuba to pay a mistaken reverence to the latter. The Muslims of Al-Madinah were in the habit of repairing every morning to the heights near the city, looking out for the apostle, and, when the sun waxed hot, they returned home. One day, about noon, a Jew, who discovered their retinue from afar, suddenly warned the nearest party of Ansar, or auxiliaries of Al-Madinah, that the fugitive was come. They snatched up their arms and hurried from their houses to meet him. Muhammad's she-camel advanced to the centre of the then flourishing town of Cuba. There she suddenly knelt upon a place which is now consecrated ground. At that time it was an open space, belonging, they say, to Abu Ayyub the Ansari, who had a house there near the abodes of the Benu Amir bin Auf. This event happened on the first day of the week, the 12th of the month Rabi' al-Awwal. Footnote 26. The Prophet is generally supposed to have started from Mecca on the 1st of the same month, on a Friday or a Monday. Footnote 26. The Prophet is generally supposed to have started from Mecca on the 1st of the same month, on a Friday or a Monday. This discrepancy is supposed to arise from the fact that Muhammad fled his house in Mecca on a Friday, passed 3 days in the cave on Jabal Sawr, and finally left it for Al-Madinah on Monday, which therefore, according to Muslim divines, was the first day of the Hijrah. But the era now commences on the 1st of the previous Muharram, an arrangement made 17 years after the date of the flight by Omar the Caliph, with the concurrence of Ali. End of footnote. June 28, AD 622, in the first year of the flight, for which reason Monday, which also witnessed the birth, the mission, and the death of the Prophet, is an auspicious day to Al-Islam. After halting 2 days in the house of Kulsum bin Hadma at Cuba, and there laying the foundation of the first mosque upon the lines where his she-camel trod, the Apostle was joined by Ali, who had remained at Mecca, for the purpose of returning certain trusts and deposits committed to Muhammad's charge. He waited 3 days longer. On Friday morning, the 16th Rabi' al-Awwal, AH 1 equals 2nd July, AD 622, about sunrise he mounted Al-Kaswa, and, accompanied by a throng of armed Ansar on foot and on horseback, he took the way to the city. At the hour of public prayer, footnote 27, the distance from Kuba to Al-Madinah is little more than 3 miles, for which 6 hours, Friday prayers being about noon, may be considered an inordinately long time. But our author might urge as a reason that the multitude of people upon a narrow road rendered the Prophet's advance a slow one, and some historians relate that he spent several hours in conversation with the Benu Salim. End of footnote. He halted in the wadi or valley near Kuba, upon the spot where the Masjid al-Juma now stands, performed his devotions, and preached an eloquent sermon. He then remounted. Numbers pressed forward to offer him hospitality. He blessed them, and bade them stand out of the way, declaring that Al-Kaswa would halt of her own accord at the predestined spot. He then advanced to where the Apostles' pulpit now stands. There the she-camel knelt, and the rider exclaimed, as one inspired, "This is our place, if Almighty Allah please." Descending from Al-Kaswa, he recited, "O Lord, cause me to alight a good alighting, and thou art the best of those who cause to alight." Presently the camel rose unaided, advanced a few steps, and then, according to some, returning, sat down upon her former seat. According to others, she knelt at the door of Abu Ayyub al-Ansari, whose abode in those days was the nearest to the halting place. The descendant of the Jewish high priest in the time of the Tobbers, with the Apostles' permission, took the baggage off the camel and carried it into his house. Then ensued great rejoicings. The Abyssinians came and played with their spears. The maidens of the Benu Najjar tribes sang and beat their kettle drums. And all the wives of the Ansar celebrated with shrill cries of joy the auspicious event, whilst the males, young and old, freemen and slaves, shouted with effusion, "Allah's messenger is come! Allah's messenger is here!" Muhammad caused Abu Ayyub and his wife to remove into the upper story, contenting himself with the humbler lower rooms. This was done for the greater convenience of receiving visitors without troubling the family, but the master of the house was thereby rendered uncomfortable in mind. His various remarks about the Apostles' diet and domestic habits, especially his avoiding leeks, onions, and garlic. Footnote 28. Muhammad would never eat these strong-smelling vegetables on account of his converse with the angels, even as modern spiritualists refuse to smoke tobacco. At the same time he allowed his followers to do so, except when appearing in his presence, entering a mosque, or joining in public prayers. The pious Moslem still eats his onions with these limitations. Some sects, however, as the Wahhabis, considering them abominable, avoid them on all occasions. End of footnote. Are gravely chronicled by Muslim authors. After spending 7 months, more or less, at the house of Abu Ayyub, Muhammad, now surrounded by his wives and family, built, close to the mosque, huts for their reception. The ground was sold to him by Sahal and Suhail, 2 orphans of the Benu Najjar. Footnote 29. The name of the tribe literally means sons of a carpenter, hence the error of the learned and violent Humphrey Prideaux, corrected by Sal. End of footnote. A noble family of the Khazraj. Some time afterwards one Harisat bin al-Numan presented to the Prophet all his houses in the vicinity of the temple. In those days the habitations of the Arabs were made of a framework of jarid or palm sticks, covered over with a cloth of camel's hair, a curtain of similar stuff forming the door. The more splendid had walls of unbaked brick, and roofs of palm fronds plastered over with mud or clay. Of this description were the abodes of Muhammad's family. Most of them were built on the north and east of the mosque, which had open ground on the western side, and the doors looked towards the place of prayer. In course of time, all, except Abu Bakr, footnote 30, some say that Abu Bakr had no abode near the mosque, but it is generally agreed upon that he had many houses, one in Al-Bakr, another in the higher parts of Al-Madinah, and among them a hut on the spot between the present gates called Salam and Rama. End of footnote. And Ali were ordered to close their doors, and even Omar was refused the favour of having a window opening into the temple. Presently the Jews of Al-Madinah, offended by the conduct of Abdullah bin Salam, their most learned priest and a descendant from the patriarch Joseph, who had become a convert to the Muslim dispensation, began to plot against Muhammad. Footnote 31. It is clear from the fact above stated that in those days the Jews of Arabia were in a state of excitement, hourly expecting the advent of their Messiah, and that Muhammad believed himself to be the person appointed to complete the law of Moses. End of footnote. They were headed by Hajj bin Akhtar and his brother Yasir bin Akhtar, and were joined by many of the Aus and the Khazraj. The events that followed this combination of the Munafiqun, or hypocrites, under their chief Abdullah, belong to the domain of Arabian history. Footnote 32. In many minor details, the above differs from the received accounts of pre-Islamic and early Mohammedan history. Let the blame be borne by the learned Sheikh Abd al-Haq al-Muhaddis of Delhi in his compilation, the Jazab al-Qulub ila Diya al-Mahab, the drawing of hearts towards the holy parts. From the multitude of versions at last comes correctness. End of footnote. Muhammad spent the last 10 years of his life at Al-Madinah. He died on Monday, some say at 9 a.m., others at noon, others a little after, on the 12th of Rabi'a al-Awwal in the 11th year of the Hijrah. When his family and companions debated where he should be buried, Ali advised Al-Madinah and Abu Bakr, Aisha's chamber, quoting a saying of the deceased that prophets and martyrs are always interred where they happen to die. The apostle was placed, it is said, under the bed where he had given up the ghost, by Ali and the 2 sons of Abbas, who dug the grave. With the life of Muhammad, the interest of Al-Madinah ceases, or rather is concentrated in the history of its temple. Since then, the city has passed through the hands of the caliphs, the sharifs of Mecca, the sultans of Constantinople, the Wahhabis, and the Egyptians. It has now reverted to the Sultan, whose government is beginning to believe that in these days when religious prestige is of little value, the great Khan's title, servant of the holy shrines, is purchased at too high a price. As has before been observed, the Turks now struggle for existence in Al-Hijaz, with a soldier ever in arrears and officers unequal to the task of managing an unruly people. The pensions are but partly paid. Footnote 33. A firman from the Porte, dated 13th February 1841, provides for the paying of these pensions regularly. It being customary to send every year from Egypt provisions in kind to the 2 holy cities, the provisions and other articles, whatever they may be, which have up to this time been sent to this place, shall continue to be sent thither. Formerly the Holy Land had immense property in Egypt, and indeed in all parts of Al-Islam. About 30 years ago, Muhammad Ali Pasha brought up all the Waqf, church property, agreeing to pay for its produce, which he rated at 5 piastres the adib, when it was worth 3 times as much. Even that was not regularly paid. The Sultan has taken advantage of the present crisis to put down Waqf in Turkey. The Holy Land, therefore, will gradually lose all its land and house property, and will soon be compelled to depend entirely upon the presence of the pilgrims, and the sadaqah, or alms, which are sent to it by the pious Muslims of distant regions. As might be supposed, both the Meccans and the Madani loudly bewail their hard fates, and by no means approve of the Ikram, the modern succedaneum for an extensive and regularly paid revenue. At a future time I shall recur to this subject. End of footnote. And they are not likely to increase with years. It is probably a mere consideration of interest that prevents the people rising en masse and reasserting the liberties of their country. And I have heard from authentic sources that the Wahhabis look forward to the day when a fresh crusade will enable them to purge the land of its abominations in the shape of silver and gold. The Masjid al-Nab, or Prophet's Mosque, is the second in Al-Islam in point of seniority, and the second, or, according to others, the first in dignity, ranking with the Kaaba itself. It is erected around the spot where the she-camel Al-Kaswa knelt down by the order of heaven. At that time the land was a palm grove and a mirbad, or place where dates are dried. Muhammad, ordered to erect a place of worship there, sent for the youths to whom it belonged, and certain Ansar or auxiliaries, their guardians. The ground was offered to him in free gift, but he insisted upon purchasing it, paying more than its value. Having caused the soil to be levelled and the trees to be felled, he laid the foundation of the first mosque. In those times of primitive simplicity, its walls were made of rough stone and unbaked bricks. Trunks of date trees supported a palm stick roof, concerning which the Archangel Gabriel delivered an order that it should not be higher than 7 cubits, the elevation of Moses' temple. All ornament was strictly forbidden. The Ansar, or men of Al-Madinah, and the Muhajirin, or fugitives from Mecca, carried the building materials in their arms from the cemetery Al-Baqiyah, near the well of Ayub, north of the spot where Ibrahim's mosque now stands, and the apostle was to be seen aiding them in their labours and reciting for their encouragement, "O Allah, there is no good but the good of futurity, then have mercy upon my Ansar and Muhajirin." The length of this mosque was 54 cubits from north to south, and 63 in breadth, and it was hemmed in by houses on all sides save the western. Till the 17th month of the new era, the congregation faced towards the northern wall. After that time, a fresh revelation turned them in the direction of Mecca, southwards, on which occasion the Archangel Gabriel descended and miraculously opened through the hills in Wales a view of the Kaaba, that there might be no difficulty in ascertaining its true position. After the capture of Kaaba in AH 7, the Prophet and his first three successors restored the mosque, but Muslim historians do not consider this a second foundation. Muhammad laid the first brick, and Abu Huraira declares that he saw him carry heaps of building materials piled up to his breast. The caliphs, each in the turn of his succession, placed a brick close to that laid by the Prophet, and aided him in raising the walls. Al-Tabrani relates that one of the Ansar had a house adjacent which Muhammad wished to make part of the place of prayer. The proprietor was promised in exchange for it a home in paradise, which he gently rejected, pleading poverty. His excuse was admitted, and Osman, after purchasing the place for 10,000 dirhams, gave it to the Apostle on the long credit originally offered. This mosque was a square of 100 cubits. Like the former building, it had 3 doors, one on the south side, where the Mirab al-Nabawi, or Prophet's Niche, now is, another in the place of the present Bab al-Rahma, and the third at the Bab Osman, now called the Gate of Gabriel. Instead of a Mirab or prayer niche, footnote 34, the prayer niche and the minaret both date their existence from the days of Al-Walid, the builder of the third mosque. At this age of their empire, the Muslims had travelled far and had seen art in various lands. It is therefore not without a shadow of reason that the Hindus charged them with having borrowed their 2 favourite symbols and transformed them into an arch and a tower. End of footnote. A large block of stone directed the congregation. At first it was placed against the northern wall of the mosque, and it was removed to the southern when Mecca became the Qibla. In the beginning the Prophet, while preaching the khutbah or Friday sermon, leaned when fatigued against a post. Footnote 35. The Ustwanat al-Hanana, or weeping post. End of footnote. The Mamba. Footnote 36. As usual, there are doubts about the invention of this article. It was covered with cloth by the Caliph Osman, or, as others say, by Al-Muawiyah, who, deterred by a solar eclipse from carrying out his project of removing it to Damascus, placed it upon a new framework, elevated 6 steps above the ground. Al-Mahdi wished to raise the Mamba 6 steps higher, but was forbidden so to do by the Imam Malik. The Abbasides changed the pulpit and converted the Prophet's original seat into combs, which were preserved as relics. Some historians declare that the original Mamba was burnt with the mosque in AH 654. In Ibn Jubayr's time, AH 580, it was customary for visitors to place their right hands upon a bit of old wood inserted into one of the pillars of the pulpit. This was supposed to be a remnant of the weeping post. Every sultan added some ornament to the Mamba, and at one time it was made of white marble, covered over with a dome of the 8 metals. It is now a handsome structure, apparently of wood, painted and gilt of the usual elegant form, which has been compared by some travellers with the suggester of Roman Catholic churches. I have been explicit about this pulpit, hoping that next time the knotty question of apostolic seats comes upon the tapis, our popular authors will not confound a curule chair with a Muslim Mamba. Of the latter article, Lane, Modern Egyptians, Chapter 3, gave a sketch in the Interior of a Mosque. End of footnote. Or pulpit was the invention of a Medina man of the Benu Najjar. It was a wooden frame, 2 cubits long by 1 broad, with 3 steps, each 1 span high. On the topmost of these the Prophet sat when he required rest. The pulpit assumed its present form about AH 90, during the artistic reign of Al-Walid. In this mosque Muhammad spent the greater part of the day. Footnote 37. The Prophet is said to have had a dwelling house in the Ambaria, or western quarter of the Manaka suburb, and here, according to some, he lodged Maria, the Coptic girl. As pilgrims do not usually visit the place, and nothing of the original building can be now remaining, I did not trouble myself about it. End of footnote. With his companions, conversing, instructing, and comforting the poor. Hard by were the abodes of his wives, his family, and his principal friends. Here he prayed at the call of the azan, or devotion cry, from the roof. Here he received worldly envoys and embassies, and the heavenly messages conveyed by the Archangel Gabriel, and within a few yards of the hallowed spot he died, and found a grave. The theatre of events so important to Al-Islam could not be allowed, especially as no divine decree forbade the change, to remain in its pristine lowliness. The first Caliph contented himself with merely restoring some of the palm pillars which had fallen to the ground. Omar, the second successor, surrounded the Hujra, or Aisha's chamber, in which the Prophet was buried, with a mud wall, and in A.H. 17 he enlarged the mosque to 140 cubits by 120, taking in ground on all sides except the eastern, where stood the abodes of the mothers of the Muslims. Footnote 38, meaning the Prophet's 15 to 25 wives. Their number is not settled. He left 9 wives and 2 concubines. It was this title after the Quranic order, chapter 33, verse 53, which rendered their widowhood eternal. No Arab would willingly marry a woman whom he has called mother or sister. End of footnote. Outside the northern wall he erected a sufia called Al-Batha, a raised bench of wood, earth, or stone, upon which the people might recreate themselves with conversation and quoting poetry, for the mosque was now becoming a place of peculiar reverence to men. Footnote 39. Authors mention a place outside the northern wall called Al-Sufa, which was assigned by Muhammad as a habitation to houseless believers, from which circumstance these paupers derived the title of Ashab al-Sufa, companions of the sofa. End of footnote. End of chapter 17, part 1.
Chapter 17, Part 2 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah by Richard Francis Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17, Part 2 of Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah by Richard Francis Burton. An essay towards the history of the Prophet's Mosque. The second masjid was erected A.H. 29 by the third Caliph Uthman, who, regardless of the clamours of the people, overthrew the old walls and extended the building greatly towards the north and a little towards the west. But he did not remove the eastern limit on account of the private houses. He made the roof of Indian teak. Footnote. So I translate the Arabicized word saj. End of footnote. And the walls of hewn and carved stone. These innovations caused some excitement, which he allied by quoting a tradition of the Prophet, with one of which he appears perpetually to have been prepared. The saying in question was, according to some, "Were this my mosque extended to Safa, a hill in Mecca, it verily would still be my mosque." According to others, "Were the Prophet's mosque extended to Dhul Halifa, it would still be his." Footnote. Dhul Halifa is a place about 5 miles from Al-Madinah, on the Meccan way. See chapter 14. End of footnote. But Uthman's skill in the quotation of tradition did not prevent the new building being in part a cause of his death. It was finished on the 1st of Muharram, A.H. 30. At length, grown splendid and powerful, Al-Islam determined to surpass other nations in the magnificence of its public buildings. Footnote. And curious to say, Al-Islam still has the largest cathedral in the world, St. Sophia's at Constantinople. Next to this ranks St. Peter's at Rome. Thirdly, I believe, the Jum'ah Masjid, or Cathedral of the old Muslim city in Bijapur in India. The fourth is St. Paul's, London. End of footnote. In A.H. 88, Al-Walid I, 12th Caliph of the Banu Umayyah race, after building or rather restoring the noble Jami' al-Umawi, Cathedral of the Umayyads at Damascus, determined to display his liberality at Al-Madinah. Footnote. It is to this monarch that the Saracenic mosque architecture mainly owes its present form. As will be seen, he had every advantage of borrowing from Christian, Persian, and even Indian art. From the first he took the dome, from the second the cloister. It might have been naturalized in Arabia before his time, and possibly from the third, the minaret and the prayer niche. The latter appears to be a peculiarly Hindu feature in sacred buildings, intended to contain the idol and to support the lamps, flowers, and other offerings placed before it. End of footnote. The governor of the place, Umar bin Abdul Aziz, was directed to buy for 7,000 dinars, or ducats, all the hovels of raw brick that hedged in the eastern side of the old mosque. They were inhabited by descendants of the Prophet and of the early Caliphs, and in more than one case the ejection of the holy tenantry was effected with considerable difficulty. Some of the women, ever the most obstinate on such occasions, refused to take money, and Umar was forced to the objectionable measure of turning them out of doors with exposed faces in full day. Footnote: the reader will remember that in the 6th year of the Al-Hijrah, after Muhammad's marriage with Zaynab, his wives were secluded behind the hijab, parda, or curtain. A verse of the Quran directed the Muslims to converse with them behind this veil. Hence the general practice of Al-Islam. Now it is considered highly disgraceful in any Muslim to make a Muslimah expose her face, and she will frequently found a threat upon the prejudice. A battle has been prevented by this means, and occasionally an insurrection has been caused by it. End of footnote. The Greek emperor, applied to by the magnificent Caliph, sent immense presents, silver lamp chains, valuable curiosities. Footnote: amongst which some authors enumerate the goblet and the mirror of Kisra. End of footnote. 40 loads of small cut stones for Pietra Durra, and a sum of 80,000 dinars, or, as others say, 40,000 miskals of gold. He also dispatched 40 Coptic and 40 Greek artists to carve the marble pillars and the casings of the walls, and to superintend the gilding and the mosaic work. One of these Christians was beheaded for sculpturing a hog on the Qibla wall, and another, in an attempt to defile the roof, fell to the ground, and his brains were dashed out. The remainder Islamized, but this did not prevent the older Arabs murmuring that their mosque had been turned into a kanisa, a Christian idol house. The hujra, or chamber, where by Muhammad's permission Azrael, the angel of death, separated his soul from his body, whilst his head was lying on the lap of Aisha, his favourite wife, was now for the first time taken into the mosque. The raw brick enceinte which surrounded the 3 graves. Footnote: the outer wall, built by Al-Walid, remained until AH 550, when Jamal ad-Din of Isfahan, Wazir to Nur ad-Din, Shahid Mahmud bin Zengi, supplied its place by a grating of open sandal woodwork, or, as others say, of iron. About the same time, Sayyid Abul Hajjah sent from Egypt a sheet of white brocade, embroidered in red silk with the chapter Yasin, or YS, in order to cover the inner wall. This was mounted on the ascension of Al-Mustazi Billah, the Caliph, after which it became the custom for every Sultan to renew the offering. And in AH 688, Qalawna of Egypt built the outer network of brass as it is now, and surmounted it with a green dome. End of footnote. Was exchanged for one of carved stone, enclosed by an outer pressing to the narrow passage between. Footnote: the inner wall, erected by Al-Walid, seems to have resisted the fire which in AH 654 burnt the mosque to the ground. Also, in AH 886, when the building was consumed by lightning, the hujra was spared by the devouring element. End of footnote. These double walls were either without a door, or had only a small blocked-up wicket on the northern side, and from that day, AH 90, says As-Samun Hudi, no one has been able to approach the sepulchre. Footnote: after the Prophet's death and burial, Aisha continued to occupy the same room, without even a curtain between her and the tomb. At last, vexed by the crowds of visitors, she partitioned off the hallowed spot with a wall. She visited the grave unveiled as long as her father Abu Bakr was only placed behind the Prophet, but when Umar's corpse was added, she always covered her face. End of footnote. A minaret was erected at each corner of the mosque. Footnote: one of these, the minaret at the Bab al-Salam, was soon afterwards overthrown by Al-Walid's brother Sulayman, because it shaded the house of Marwan, where he lodged during his visits to Al-Madinah in the cold season. End of footnote. The building was enlarged to 200 cubits by 167, and was finished in AH 91. When Al-Walid the Caliph visited it in state, he inquired of his lieutenant why greater magnificence had not been displayed in the erection, upon which Umar the governor informed him to his astonishment that the walls alone had cost 45,000 ducats. Footnote: the dinar, or denarius, was a gold piece, a ducat, a sequin. End of footnote. The fourth mosque was erected in AH 191, by Al-Mahdi, third prince of the Banu Abbas or Baghdad caliphs, celebrated in history only for spending enormous sums upon a pilgrimage. He enlarged the building by adding 10 handsome pillars of carved marble with gilt capitals on the northern side. In AH 202, Al-Ma'mun made further additions to this mosque. It was from Al-Mahdi's masjid that Al-Hakim bi-Amrillah, the third Fatimid Caliph of Egypt and the deity of the Druze sect, determined to steal the bodies of the Prophet and his 2 companions. About AH 412, he sent emissaries to Al-Madinah. The attempt, however, failed, and the would-be violators of the tomb lost their lives. It is generally supposed that Al-Hakim's object was to transfer the visitations to his own capital, but in one so manifestly insane it is difficult to discover the spring of action. 2 Christians, habited like Maghrabi pilgrims in AH 550, dug a mine from a neighboring house into the temple. They were discovered, beheaded, and burned to ashes. In relating these events, the Muslim historians mix up many foolish preternaturalisms with credible matter. At last, to prevent the recurrence of such sacrilegious attempts, Al-Malik al-Adi Nur al-Din of the Bahrayt Mamluk Sultans, or, according to others, Sultan Nur al-Din Shahid Mahmud bin Zangi, who, warned by a vision of the Apostle, had started for Al-Madinah only in time to discover the 2 Christians, surrounded the holy place with a deep trench filled with molten lead. By this means, Abu Bakr and Umar, who had run considerable risks of their own, have ever since been enabled to occupy their last homes undisturbed. In AH 654, the 5th mosque was erected in consequence of a fire, which some authors attribute to a volcano that broke out close to the town in terrible eruption. Footnote: I purpose to touch upon this event in a future chapter when describing my route from Al-Madinah to Meccah. End of footnote. Others, with more fanaticism and less probability, to the schismatic Banu Hussein, then the guardians of the tomb. On this occasion, the Hujra was saved, together with the old and venerable copies of the Quran there deposited, especially the Kufic MSS written by Uthman, the 3rd Caliph. The piety of 3 sovereigns, Al-Mu'tasim, last Caliph of Baghdad, Al-Muzaffar Shams al-Din Yusuf, chief of Al-Yaman, and Al-Zahir Baybars, Bahrayt Sultan of Egypt, completed the work in AH 688. This building was enlarged and beautified by the princes of Egypt, and lasted upwards of 200 years. The 6th mosque was built, almost as it now stands, by Qaid Bey, 19th Sultan of the Circassian Mamluk kings of Egypt, in AH 888. It is now therefore more than 4 centuries old. Al-Mu'tasim's mosque had been struck by lightning during a storm. 13 men were killed at prayers, and the destroying element spared nothing but the interior of the Hujra. Footnote: on this occasion, says As-Samanhudi, quoted by Burckhardt, the interior of the Hujra was cleared, and 3 deep graves were found in the inside, full of rubbish, but the author of this history, who himself entered it, saw no traces of tombs. Yet in another place, he, an eyewitness, had declared that the coffin containing the dust of Muhammad was cased with silver. I repeat these details. End of footnote. The railing and dome were restored, niches and a pulpit were sent from Cairo, and the gates and minarets were distributed as they are now. Not content with this, Qaid Bey established Waqf, bequests and pensions, and introduced order among the attendants on the tomb. In the 10th century, Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent paved with fine white marble the Rawda or garden, which Qaid Bey, not daring to alter, had left of earth, and erected the fine minaret that bears his name. During the dominion of the later Sultans and of Muhammad Ali, a few trifling presents of lamps, carpets, wax candles, and chandeliers, and a few immaterial alterations have been made. The present head of Al-Islam, as I have before said, is rebuilding one of the minarets and the northern colonnade of the temple. Such is the history of the mosque's prosperity. During the siege of Al-Madinah by the Wahhabis, footnote: Burckhardt has given a full account of this event in his History of the Wahhabis. End of footnote. The principal people seized and divided amongst themselves the treasures of the tomb, which must have been considerable. When the town surrendered, Saud, accompanied by his principal officers, entered the Hujrah, but, terrified by dreams, he did not penetrate behind the curtain or attempt to see the tomb. He plundered, however, the treasures in the passage, the Kawkab al-Durri, or pearl star. Footnote. See chapter 16, ante. End of footnote. And the ornaments sent as presents from every part of Al-Islam. Part of these he sold, it is said, for 150,000 reals, or dollars, to Ghalib Sharif of Meccah, and the rest he carried with him to Dar'iyah, his capital. Footnote. My predecessor estimates the whole treasury in those days to have been worth 300,000 reals, a small sum if you consider the length of time during which it was accumulating. The chiefs of the town appropriated 100 weight of golden vessels, worth at most $50,000, and as Saud sold part of the plunder to Ghalib for 100,000, I was told one third more, reserving for himself about the same amount of pearls and corals. Burckhardt supposes that the governors of Al-Madinah, who were often independent chiefs and sometimes guardians of the tombs, made occasional draughts upon the generosity of the faithful. End of footnote. An accident prevented any further desecration of the building. The greedy Wahhabis, allured by the appearance of the golden or gilt globes and crescents surmounting the green dome, attempted to throw down the latter. 2 of their number, it is said, were killed by falling from the slippery roof. Footnote. I inquired in vain about the substance that covered the dome. Some told me it was tin foil, others supposed it to be riveted with green tiles. End of footnote. And the rest, struck by superstitious fears, abandoned the work of destruction. They injured, however, the prosperity of the place by taxing the inhabitants, by interrupting the annual remittances, and by forbidding visitors to approach the tomb. They are spoken of with abhorrence by the people, who quoted a peculiarly bad trait in their characters, namely that, in return for any small religious assistance of prayer or recitation, they were in the habit of giving few grains of gunpowder, or something equally valuable, instead of stone dollars. Footnote. The Badawi calls a sound dollar kirsh hajar, or riyal hajar, a stone dollar. End of footnote. When Abdullah, son of Saud, had concluded in AD 1815 a treaty of peace with Tusun Pasha, the Egyptian general bought back from the townspeople for 10,000 reals all the golden vessels that had not been melted down, and restored the treasure to its original place. This I have heard denied. At the same time, it rests upon credible evidence. Amongst Orientals, the events of the last generations are, usually speaking, imperfectly remembered, and the ulama are well acquainted with the history of vicissitudes which took place 1200 years ago, when profoundly ignorant of what their grandfathers witnessed. Many incredible tales also are heard concerning the present wealth of the Al-Madinah mosque. This must be expected when the exaggeration is considered likely to confer honour upon the exaggerator. The establishment attached to the Al-Madinah mosque is greatly altered since Burckhardt's time. Footnote. At the same time, his account is still carefully copied by our popular and general authors, who, it is presumed, could easily become better informed. End of footnote. The result of the increasing influence of the Turkish half-breeds. It is still extensive, because in the first place the principle of divided labour is favoured throughout the East, and secondly, because the sons of the holy cities naturally desire to extract as much as they can from the sons of other cities with the least amount of work. The substance of the following account was given to me by Umar Effendi, and I compared it with the information of others upon whom I could rely. The principal of the mosque, or Shaykh al-Haram, is no longer a neuter. Footnote. The Persians in remote times, as we learn from Herodotus, lib. 6, were waited upon by eunuchs, and some attribute to them the invention. Ammianus Marcellinus, lib. 14, ascribes the origin to Semiramis. In Al-Islam, the employment of such persons about the mosque is a bid'ah, or custom unknown in the time of the Prophet. It is said to have arisen from the following three considerations: 1. These people are concentrated in their professions. 2. They must see and touch strange women at the shrines. And 3. The shrines are haram, or sacred, having aditya which are kept secret from the prying eyes of men, and therefore should be served by eunuchs. It is strange that the Roman Catholic Church as well as the Moslem Mosque should have admitted such an abomination. End of footnote. The present is a Turkish Pasha, Uthman, appointed from Constantinople with a salary of about 30,000 piastres a month. His Naib or deputy is a black eunuch, the chief of Aghawat, upon a pay of 5,000 piastres. Footnote. One of these gentry, if called Tawasi, his generic name, would certainly insult a stranger. The polite form of address to one of them is Agha, master, in the plural Aghawat. In partibus they exact the greatest respect from men, and the title of the eunuch of the tomb is worth a considerable sum to them. The eunuchs of Al-Madinah are more numerous and better paid than those of Meccah. They are generally slaves of rich men at Constantinople, and prefer this city on account of its climate. End of footnote. The present principal of this college is one Tayfur Agha, a slave of Asma Sultana, sister of the late Sultan Mahmud. The chief treasurer is called the Mudir al-Haram. He keeps an eye upon the Khazindar or treasurer, whose salary is 2,000 piastres. The Mustaslim is the chief of the Katibs, or writers who settle the accounts of the mosque. His pay is 1,500, and under him is a Naqib or assistant upon 1,000 piastres. There are 3 shaykhs of the eunuchs who receive from 700 to 1,000 piastres a month each. The eunuchs, about 120 in number, are divided into 3 orders. The Bawabin, or porters, open the doors of the mosque. The Khubziyya sweep the pure parts of the temple, and the lowest order, popularly called Battalin, clean away all impurities, beat those found sleeping, and act as beadles, a duty here which involves considerable use of the cane. These men receive as perquisites presents from each visitor when they offer him the usual congratulation, and for other small favours, such as permitting strangers to light the lamp or to sweep the floor. Footnote. The sons of the city, however, are always allowed to do such service gratis, if indeed they are not paid for it. End of footnote. Their pay varies from 250 to 500 piastres a month. They are looked upon as honourable men, and are, generally speaking, married, some of them indulging in 3 or 4 wives, which would have aroused juvenile's bile. The Agha's character is curious and exceptional as his outward conformation. Disconnected with humanity, he is cruel, fierce, brave, and capable of any villainy. His frame is unnaturally long and lean, especially the arms and legs, with high shoulders, protruding joints, and a face by contrast extraordinarily large. He is unusually expert in the use of weapons, and sitting well home, he rides to admiration, his hoarse thick voice investing him with all the circumstances of command. Besides the eunuchs, there are a number of free servants called Farrashin attached to the mosque. Almost all the middle and lower class of citizens belong to this order. They are divided into parties of 30 each, and are arranged every week, those on duty receiving a ghazi or 22 piastres for their services. Their business is to dust and to spread the carpets, to put oil and wicks into the lamps which the eunuchs let down from the ceiling, and, generally speaking, diligently to do nothing. Finally, the menial establishment of the mosque consists of a Shaykh al-Saqqa, chief of the water carriers, under whom are from 45 to 50 men who sprinkle the floors, water the garden, and for consideration supply a cupful of brackish liquid to visitors. The literary establishment is even more extensive than the executive and the menial. There is a Qadi or chief judge, sent every year from Constantinople. After 12 months at Al-Madinah, he passes on to Meccah, and returns home after a similar term of service in the second holy city. Under him are three muftis, of the Hanafi, the Shafi'i, and the Maliki schools. Footnote: others told me that there were only two muftis at Al-Madinah, namely those of the Hanafi and Shafi'i schools. If this is true, it proves the insignificance of the followers of Malik, which personage, like others, is less known in his own town than elsewhere. End of footnote. The fourth, or Hanbali, is not represented here or at Cairo. Footnote: the Hanbali school is nowhere common except in Najd, and the lands eastward as far as Al-Hassa. At present it labours under a sort of imputation, being supposed to have thrown out a bad offshoot, the Wahhabis. End of footnote. Each of these officers receives as pay about 250 piastres a month. The Ru'asa. Footnote: Ru'asa is the plural of Rais, a chief or president. It is the term generally applied in Arabia to the captain of a vessel, and in Al-Yaman it often means a barber, in virtue, I presume, of its root ras, the head. End of footnote. As the Mu'azzinins, or prayer callers here call themselves, are extensively represented. There are 48 to 49 of the lowest order, presided over by 6 kubar or masters, and these again are under the Shaykh al-Ru'asa, who alone has the privilege of calling to prayers from the Raisiyah minaret. The Shaykh receives 150 piastres, the chiefs about 100, and the common criers 60. There are 45 khatibs, who preach and pray before the congregation on Fridays for 120 piastres a month. They are under the Shaykh al-Khutaba. About the same sum is given to 75 Imams who recite the 5 ordinary prayers of every day in the mosque. The Shaykh al-A'imma is their superior. Footnote: some say that the Egyptian distinction between the Imam Khatib and the Imam Ratib does not obtain at Al-Madinah. End of footnote. Almost all the citizens of Al-Madinah who have not some official charge about the temple qualify themselves to act as Muzawwirs. They begin as boys to learn the formula of prayer and the conducting of visitors, and partly by begging, partly by boldness, they often pick up a tolerable livelihood at an early age. The Muzawwir will often receive strangers into his house, as was done to me, and direct their devotions during the whole time of their stay. For such service he requires a sum of money proportioned to his guest's circumstances, but this fee does not end the connection. If the Muzawwir visit the home of his Zair, he expects to be treated with the utmost hospitality, and to depart with a handsome present. A religious visitor will often transmit to his cicerone at Meccah and Al-Madinah yearly sums to purchase for himself a prayer at the Kaaba and the Prophet's tomb. The remittance is usually wrapped up in paper and placed in a sealed leathern bag, somewhat like a portfolio, upon which is worked the name of the person entitled to receive it. It is then given in charge either to a trustworthy pilgrim or to the public treasurer, who accompanies the principal caravans. I could procure no exact information about the amount of money forwarded every year from Constantinople and Cairo to Al-Madinah. The only point upon which men seemed to agree was that they were defrauded of half their dues. When the Sadaqah and Awqaf, or the alms and bequests, arrive at the town, they are committed by the Surrah, or financier of the caravan, to the Muftis, the chief of the Khatibs, and the Qadi's clerk. These officers form a committee, and after reckoning the total of the families entitled to pensions, divide the money amongst them, according to the number in each household, and the rank of the pensioners. They are divided into 5 orders: the Ulama, or learned, and the Mudarrisin, who profess, lecture, or teach adults in the Haram; the Imams and Khatibs; the descendants of the Prophet; the Fuqaha, poor divines, pedagogues, gerund grinders, who teach boys to read the Quran; the Awam, or nobile burghers of the holy city, including the Ahali, or burghers of the town, and the Mujawirin, or those settled in the place. Umar Effendi belonged to the second order, and he informed me that his share varied from 3 to 15 riyals per annum. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18 of Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah by Richard Francis Burton. Al-Madinah. It is equally difficult to define, politically and geographically, the limits of Al-Hijaz. While some authors, as Abul Fida, fix its northern frontier at Ayla or fort of Aqaba and the desert, making Al-Yaman its southern limit, others include in it only the tract of land lying between Mecca and Al-Madinah. Footnote: Abul Fida limits Al-Hijaz to the east by Al-Yamama, Najd and the Syrian desert, and to the west by the Red Sea. The Greeks, not without reason, include in it their Arabia Petrea. Nippur places the southern boundary at Ha'il, a little town south of Qunfuda. Captain Head makes the village Al Kasr, opposite the island of Qutambul, the limit of Al Hijaz to the south. End of footnote. The country has no natural boundaries, and its political limits change with every generation. Perhaps, therefore, the best distribution of its frontier would be that which includes all the property called the Holy Land, making Yambu' the northern and Jeddah the southern extremes, while a line drawn through Al-Madinah, Suwayraqiyya, and Jabal Qura, the mountain of Taif, might represent its eastern boundary. Thus Al-Hijaz would be an irregular parallelogram, about 250 miles in length, with a maximum breadth of 150 miles. Two meanings are assigned to the name of this venerated region. Most authorities make it mean the separator or the barrier between Najd and Tahama, or between Al-Yaman and Syria. Footnote: or, according to others, between Al-Yaman and Syria. End of footnote. According to others, it signifies the colligated, i.e., by the mountains. It is to be observed that the people of the country, especially the Badawin, distinguish the lowlands from the high region by different names. The former are called Tahamat al-Hijaz, the sea coast of Al-Hijaz, as we should say in India, below the Ghauts. The latter is known peculiarly as Al-Hijaz. Footnote: if you ask a Badawi near Mecca whence his fruit comes, he will reply Min al-Hijaz, from the Hijaz, meaning from the mountainous part of the country about Taif. This would be an argument in favour of those who make the word signify a place tied together by the mountains. It is notorious that the Badawin are the people who best preserve the use of old and disputed words, for which reason they were constantly referred to by the learned in the palmy days of Moslem philology. Al-Hijaz also in this signification well describes the country, a succession of ridges and mountain chains, whereas such name as the barrier would appear to be the work of some geographer in his study. Thus Najd was so called from its high and open lands, and briefly, in this part of the world, names are most frequently derived from physical and material peculiarity of soil or climate. End of footnote. Madinah an-Nabi, or the Prophet's city, or as it is usually called for brevity, Al-Madinah, or the city, is situated on the borders of Najd, upon a vast plateau of high land which forms central Arabia. Footnote: amongst a people who, like the Arabs or the Spaniards, hold a plurality of names to be a sign of dignity, so illustrious a spot as Al-Madinah could not fail to be rich in some nomenclature. A hadith declares to Al-Madinah belong 10 names. Books, however, enumerate nearly 100, of which a few will suffice as specimen. Taba, Tiba, Taiba, Tayyiba, Muttayyiba, from the root tib, or good, sweet, or lawful, allude to the physical excellencies of Al-Madinah as regard to the climate, the perfume of the Prophet's tomb, and of the red rose which was the thorn before it blossomed by the sweat of his brow, and to its being free from all moral impurity, such as the presence of infidels or worshippers of idols. Muhammad declares that he was ordered by God to change the name of the place to Taba from Yathrib or Asrib. The latter, according to some, was a proper name of the son of Noah. Others apply it originally to a place west of Mount Uhud, not to Al-Madinah itself. and quote the plural form of the word atharib, or spots abounding in palms and fountains, as proof that it does not belong exclusively to a person. However this may be, inauspicious signification of Yathrib, whose root is sarab, or destruction, and the notorious use of the name by the pagan Arabs, have combined to make it, like the other heathen designation, Al-Ghalaba, or the obsolete. And the pious Muslim who pronounces the word is careful to purify his mouth by repeating 10 times the name Al-Madinah, Al-Madinah, Al-Madinah. Bara and Barra allude to its obedience and purity, Hassuna to its beauty, Khaira and Khayyara to its goodness, Mahabba, Habiba and Mahbuba to the favour it found in the eyes of the Prophet, whilst Jabira, Jabbara and Jabara, from the root Jabr, joining or breaking, at once denote its good influence upon the fortunes of the faithful and its evil effects upon the infidel. Al-Iman, or the faith, is the name under which it is hinted at in the Quran. It is called Shafia, the healer, on account of the curative effects of earth found in its neighbourhood, Nasira, the saving, and Asima, the preserving, because Muhammad and his companions were secure from fury of their foes there. Faziha, the detector, from its exposing the infidel and the hypocrite. Muslima and Mu'mina, the faithful city. Mubaraka, the blessed. Mahbura, the happy. Mahtura, the gifted. Mahrusa, the guarded, and Mahfuza, the preserved, allude to the belief that an angel sits in each of its 10 main streets to watch over the town and to prevent Antichrist entering the reign. Ad-Dajjal, as this personage is called, will arise in the east, and will peregrinate the earth, but he will be unable to penetrate into Meccah, and on approaching Jabal Uhud in sight of Al-Madinah, he will turn off towards his death place, Ash-Sham, or Damascus. In the Tawrat, or the Pentateuch, the town is called Muqaddasa, the holy, or Marhuma, the pitied, an allusion to the mission of Muhammad. Marzuqa, the fed, is a favourable augury of plenty to it, and Miskina, the poor, hints that it is independent of treasure of gold or store of silver to keep up its dignity. Al-Maqarr means the residence or the place of quiet. Makina, the firmly fixed in the right faith. The Haram, the sacred or inviolable, and finally Al-Balad, the town, and Al-Madinah, the city by excellence. So an inhabitant calls himself Al-Madani, whilst the natives of other and less favoured Madinas affix Madini to their names. As titles are Ardullah, Allah's land; Ard al-Hijra, the land of exile; Akkalat al-Buldan, the eater of towns; Akkalat al-Qura, the eater of villages, on account of its superiority, even as Meccah is entitled as al-Qura, the mother of villages; Bayt Rasulullah, house of Allah's Prophet; Jazirat al-Arab, isle of the Arab; and Haram Rasulullah, the sanctuary of Allah's Prophet. In books and letters it has sometimes the title of Al-Madinah al-Musharrafa, the exalted, more often than that of Madinah al-Munawwara, the enlightened by the lamp of faith and the column of light supposed to be based upon the Prophet's tomb. The Moslems are not the only people who lay claim to Al-Madinah. According to some authors, and the legend is more credible than at first sight it would appear, the old Guebers had in Arabia and Persia 7 large fire temples, each dedicated to a planet. Al-Mahdina, as they pervert the word, was an image of the moon; therefore the place was originally called the religion of the moon. These Guebers, amongst other sacred spots, claim Meccah, where they say Saturn and the moon were conjointly venerated; Jerusalem, the tomb of Ali at Najaf, that of Al-Husayn at Karbala, and others. These pretensions, of course, the Moslems deny with insistence, which does not prevent certain symptoms of old and decayed faith peeping out in localities where their presence, if duly understood, would be considered an abomination. This curious fact is abundantly evident in Sind, and I have alluded to it in the history of Sind. The limits of this sanctuary, called Hudud al-Haram, as defined by the Apostle, may still serve to mark the city's plain. Northwards, at a distance of about 3 miles, is Jabal Uhud, or, according to others, Jabal Thawr, a hill somewhat beyond Uhud. These are the last ribs of the vast tertiary and primitive chain, which, extending from Taurus to near Aden, and from Aden again to Muscat, fringes of the Arabian trapezium. To the southwest the plain is bounded by ridges of scoriaceous basalt, and by a buttress of rock called Jabal Ayr, like Uhud, about 3 miles distant from the town. Westward, according to some authors, is the Mosque Dhul Halifa. On the east there are no natural boundaries, landmarks, nor even artificial, like the Alamain at Meccah. An imaginary line, therefore, is drawn, forming an irregular circle, of which the town is the centre, with a diameter from 10 to 12 miles. Such is the sanctuary. Footnote: within the sanctuary all muharramat or sins are forbidden, but the several schools advocate different degrees of strictness. The Imam Malik, for instance, allows no latrinae nearer to Al-Madinah than Jabal Ayr, a distance of about 3 miles. He also forbids slaying wild animals, but at the same time he specifies no punishment for the offence. Some do not allow the felling of trees, alleging that the Prophet enjoined their preservation as an ornament to the city and a pleasure to the visitors. Al-Khattabi, on the contrary, permits people to cut wood, and this is certainly the general practice. All authors strenuously forbid within the boundaries slaying man, except invaders, infidels, and the sacrilegious, drinking spirits, and leading an immoral life. As regards to the dignity of the sanctuary, there is but one opinion. A number of hadiths testify to its honour, praise its people, and threaten dreadful things to those who injure it or them. It is certain that on the last day the Prophet will intercede for and aid all those who die and are buried at Al-Madinah. Therefore the Imam Malik made but one pilgrimage to Meccah, fearing to leave his bones in any other cemetery but Al-Baqi'. There is, however, much debate concerning the comparative sanctity of Al-Madinah and Meccah. Some say Muhammad preferred the former, blessing it as Abraham did Meccah. Moreover, as tradition declares that every man's body is drawn from the dust of the ground in which he is buried, Al-Madinah, it is evident, had the honour of supplying materials for the Prophet's person. Others, like Umar, were uncertain in favour of which city to decide. Others openly assert the preeminence of Meccah. The general consensus of Al-Islam preferring Al-Madinah to Meccah, save only the Baytullah in the latter city. This last is a just milieu view, by no means in favour with the inhabitants of either place. In the meanwhile, the Meccans claim unlimited superiority over the Madani, and the Madani over the Meccans. Geographically considered, the plain is bounded on the east with a thin line of low, dark hills, traversed by the Darb al-Sharqi, or the eastern road, through An-Najd to Meccah. Southwards the plateau is open and almost perfectly level as far as the eye can see. Al-Madinah dates its origin doubtless from ancient times, and the cause of its prosperity is evident in the abundant supply of water, a necessity generally scarce in Arabia. The formation of the plateau is in some places salt sand, but usually a white chalk and a loamy clay, which, even by the roughest manipulation, makes tolerable bricks. Lime also abounds. The town is situated upon a gently shelving part of the plain, the lowest portion of which, to judge from the versant, is the southern base of Mount Uhud, hence called As-Safila, and the highest at the Awali, or the plains about Quba and the east. The southern and southern east walls of the suburb are sometimes carried away by violent sail, or torrents, which after rain sweep down from the western as well as from the eastern highlands. The water flow is towards Al-Ghabbah lowlands in the northern and western hills, a little beyond Mount Uhud. This basin receives the drainage of the mountains and the plain, according to some absorbing it, according to others collecting it, till of sufficient volume to flow off to the sea. Water, though abundant, is rarely of good quality. In the days of the Prophet, the Madani consumed the produce of wells, 7 of which are still celebrated by the people. Footnote: these 7 wells will be noticed in chapter 19. End of footnote. Historians relate that Umar, the second Caliph, provided the town with drinking water from the northern parts of the plains, by means of an aqueduct. The modern city is supplied by a source called Ain al-Zarqa, or Azure Spring, which arises, some say, at the foot of Mount Ayr, others, with great probability, in the date groves of Quba. Footnote: I translate al-Zarqa azure, although Sir G. Wilkinson remarks, apropos to the Bahr al-Azraq, generally translated by us the Blue Nile, that when the Arabs wish to say dark or jet black, they use the word Azraq. It is true that Azraq is often applied to indeterminate dark hues, but Aswad, not Azraq, is the opposite to Abyad, white. Moreover, al-Zarqa in the feminine is applied to women with light blue eyes. This would be no distinctive appellation if it signifies black eyes, the most universal colour. Zarqa al-Yamama is the name given of a celebrated heroine in Arab history, and the curious reader who wishes to see how much the West is indebted to the East, even for the materials of legend, will do well to peruse her short story in Major Price's essay, or M.C. de Perceval's essay, etc., Volume 1, page 101. Both these authors, however, assert that Zarqa's eyes, when cut out, were found to contain fibres blackened by the use of coal, and they attribute to her the invention of this pigment. I have often heard the legend from the Arabs, who declare that she painted her eyes with ismid, a yellow metal, of what kind I have never been able to determine, although its name is everywhere known. End of footnote. Its waters were first brought to Al-Madinah by Marwan, governor in Muawiyah's day. It now flows down a subterraneous canal about 30 feet below the surface. In places the water is exposed to the air. The steps lead to it for the convenience of the inhabitants. This was the work of Sultan Sulayman the Magnificent. After passing through the town, it turns to the northwest, its course being marked by a line of circular walls breast high, like the Karis of Afghanistan, placed at unequal distances, and resembling wells. It then loses itself in the Nakhil, or the palm groves. During my stay at Al-Madinah, I always drank this water, which appeared to me, as the citizen declared it, to be sweet and wholesome. Footnote: Burckhardt confounds the Ain al-Zarqa with the Bir al-Khatim, or the Quba well, of whose produce the surplus only mixes with it, and he complains loudly of the detestable water of Madinah. But he was ill at the time, otherwise he would not have condemned it so strongly after eulogizing the salt bitter produce of the Meccan Zamzam. End of footnote. There are many wells in the town, as water is found at about 20 feet below the surface of the soil. Few produce anything fit for drinking, some being salt and others bitter, as usual in the hilly countries of the East. The wide beds and fumaras, even in the dry season, will supply travellers for a day or two with an abundance of water, filtrated through, and in some cases flowing beneath the sand. The climate of the plain is celebrated for a long and, comparatively speaking, a rigorous winter. A popular saying records the opinion of the Apostle that he who patiently endures the cold of Al-Madinah and the heat of Meccah merits a reward in paradise. Ice is not seen in the town, but may frequently be met with, it is said, on Jabal Uhud. Fires are lighted in houses during winter, and palsies attack those who at this season imprudently bathe in unwarmed water. The fair complexion of the people prove that this account of the brumal rigours is not exaggerated. Chilly and violent winds from the eastern desert are much dreaded, and though Uhud screens the town on the north and the northeast, a gap in the mountains to the northwest fills the air at times with raw and comfortless blasts. The rain begins in October and lasts with considerable intervals through 6 months. The clouds gathered by the hilltops and the trees near the town discharge themselves with a violence, and about the equinoxes thunderstorms are common. At such times, the Barr al-Manakha, or the open space between the town and the suburbs, is a sheet of water, and the land near the southern and the southeastern wall of the faubourg becomes a pool. Rain, however, is not considered unhealthy here, and the people, unlike the Meccans and the Cairns, expect it with pleasure because it improves their date trees and fruit plantations. [Footnote: The people of Najd, as Wallin informs us, believe that the more the palms are watered, the more syrup will the fruit produce. They therefore inundate the ground as often as possible. At Al Jawf, where the date is peculiarly good, the trees are watered regularly every third or fourth day. End of footnote. In winter it usually rains at night, in spring during the morning, and in summer about every evening. This is the case throughout the Hijaz, as explained by the poet Labid in these lines, which describe the desolate site of an old encampment. The place hath been fertilized by the first spring showers of the constellations, and hath been swept by the incessant torrents of the thunder clouds, falling in heavy and in gentle rains. From each night cloud and heavily dropping morning cloud, and the even cloud whose crashings are re-echoed from around, and the European reader will observe that the Arabs generally reckon 3 seasons, including our autumn, in their summer. The hot weather at Al-Madinah appeared to me as extreme as the hibernal cold is described to me, but the air was dry, and the open plain prevented the faint and stagnant sultriness which distinguishes Meccah. Moreover, though the afternoons were close, the nights and mornings were cool and dewy. At this season the citizens sleep on the housetops or on the ground outside their doors. Strangers must follow this example with considerable circumspection. The open air is safe in the desert, but in cities it causes violent catarrhs and febrile affections to the unaccustomed. I collect the following notes upon the disease and medical treatment of the northern Hijaz. Al-Madinah has been visited 4 times by the Rih al-Asfar, or the yellow wind, or the Asiatic cholera, which is said to have committed great ravages, sometimes carrying off whole households. [Footnote: Properly meaning the yellow wind or air. The antiquity of the word and its origin are still disputed. End of footnote. In the Rahmat al-Kabira, or the Great Mercy, as the worst attack is piously called, whenever a man vomited, he was abandoned to his fate. Before that he was treated with mint, lime juice, and copious draughts of coffee. It is still the boast of Al-Madinah that the Ta'un, or plague, has never passed her frontier. [Footnote: Burckhardt's Travels in Arabia, Volume 2, informs us that in A.D. 1815, when Meccah, Yambu' and Jeddah suffered severely from the plague, Al-Madinah and the open country between the two seaports escaped. End of footnote. The Judari, or the small pox, appears to be indigenous to the countries bordering upon the Red Sea. We read of it there in the earliest works of the Arabs, and even to the present time it sometimes sweeps through Arabia and the Somali country with desolating violence. [Footnote: Conjecture, however, goes a little too far when it discovers small pox in Tayr al-Ababil, the swallow birds, which, according to the Quran, destroyed the host of Abrahat al-Ashram. Major Price, in his essay, may be right in making Ababil the plural of Abillah, a vesicle. But it appears to me that the former is an Arabian and the latter is a Persian word, which have no connection whatsoever. M.C. Perceval, quoting the Sirat al-Rasul, which says that at the time of the small pox first appeared in Arabia, ascribes the destruction of the host of Al-Yaman to an epidemic and violent tempest. The strangest part of the story is that, although it occurred at Meccah about 2 months before Muhammad's birth, and therefore within the memory of many living at the time, the Prophet alludes to it in the Quran as a miracle. End of footnote. In the town of Al-Madinah it is fatal to children, many of whom, however, are in these days inoculated. [Footnote: In Al-Yaman, we are told by Nibher, a rude form of inoculation, the mother pricking the child's arm with a thorn, has been known from time immemorial. My Medina friend assured me that only during the last generation this practice has been introduced amongst the Badawin of Al-Hijaz. Amongst the Badawin, old men die of it, but adults are rarely victims, either in the city or in the desert. The nurse closes up the room whilst the sun is up, and carefully excludes the night air, believing that, as the disease is hot, a breath of wind will kill the patient. Orientals divide their diseases, as they do remedies and articles of diet, into cold, hot, and temperate. During the hours of darkness, a lighted candle or lamp is always placed by the side of the bed, or the sufferer would die of madness, brought on by evil spirits or fright. Sheep's wool is burnt in the sick room, as death would follow the inhaling of any perfume. The only remedy I have heard of is pounded kuhl, antimony drunk in water, and the same is drawn along the breadth of the eyelid, to prevent blindness. The diet is adas, or lentils, and a peculiar kind of date, called the tamr al-birni. Adas is a grain cheaper than rice on the banks of the Nile, a fact which enlightened England, now paying 100 times its value for Revelanta arabica, apparently ignores. On the 21st day the patient is washed with salt and tepid water. Ophthalmia is rare. Herodotus Euterpe has two allusions to eye disease, which seems to have afflicted the Egyptians from the most ancient times. Sesostris the Great died stone blind, his successor lost his sight for 10 years, and the Hermaic books had reason to devote a whole volume to ophthalmic disease. But in the old days of idolatry, the hygienic and prophylactic practices alluded to by Herodotus, the greater cleanliness of the people, and the attention paid to the canals and drainage, probably prevented this malarious disease becoming the scourge which it is now. The similarity of the soil and the climate of Egypt to those of Upper Sind, and the prevalence of the complaint in both countries, assist us in investigating the predisposing causes. These are the nitrous and pungent nature of the soil, what the old Greek calls acrid matter exuding from the earth, and the sudden transition from extreme dryness to excessive damp, checking the invisible perspiration of the circumorbital part, and flying to an organ which is already weakened by the fierce glare of the sun and the fine dust raised by the khamsin or the chaliho. Glare and dust alone seldom cause eye disease. Everyone knows that ophthalmia is unknown in the desert, and the people of Al-Hijaz, who live in an atmosphere of blaze and sand, seldom lose their sight. The Egyptian usually catches ophthalmia in his childhood. It begins with simple conjunctivitis, caused by constitutional predisposition, exposure, diet, and allowing the eye to be covered with swarms of flies. He neglects the early symptoms, and cares the less for being a Cyclops, as the infirmity will most probably exempt him from military service. Presently the sane organ becomes affected sympathetically. As before, simple disease of the conjunctiva passes into purulent ophthalmia. The man, after waiting a while, will go to the doctor and show a large cicatrix in each eye, the result of an ulcerated cornea. Physics can do nothing for him; he remains blind for life. He is now provided for, either by living with his friends, who seldom refuse him a loaf of bread, or, if industriously inclined, by begging, by acting Muezzin, or by engaging himself as Yamaniya, or chanter, at funerals. His children are thus predisposed to the paternal complaint, and gradually the race becomes tender-eyed. Most travellers have observed that imported African slaves seldom become blind, either in Egypt or in Sind. Few Englishmen settled in Egypt lose their sight, except for the medical men, who cannot afford time to nurse the early symptoms. The use of coffee and of water as beverage has much to do with this. In the days of hard drinking, our Egyptian army suffered severely, and the Austrian army in Tuscany showed how often blindness is caused by imported northern habits into southern countries. Many Europeans in Egypt wash their eyes with cold water, especially after walking, and some use once a day a mildly astringent or cooling wash, as Goulard's lotion, or vinegar and water. They avoid letting flies settle little upon their eyes, and are of opinion that the evening dews are prejudicial, and that sleeping with open windows lays the foundation of disease. Generally, when leaving a hot room, especially a Nile coke cabin, for the cold damp night air, the more prudent are careful to bathe and to wipe the eyes and forehead, as a preparation for change of atmosphere. During my short practice in Egypt, I found the greatest advantage from the employment of counter irritants. Blisters and pomade emetis applied to the temples and behind the ears. Native practitioners greatly err by confining their patients in the dark rooms, thereby injuring the general health and laying the foundation of chronic disease. They are ignorant that, unless the optic nerve be affected, the stimulus of light is beneficial to the eye, and people, by their dress, favour the effects of glare and dust. The Tarbush, no longer surrounded as of old by huge turbans, is the least efficient of protectors, and the comparative rarity of ophthalmic disease among the women who wear veils proves that the exposure is one of its coefficient causes. In the summer, quotidian and tertian fevers (humma thalith) are not uncommon, and if accompanied by emetism they are frequently fatal. The attack generally begins with an affaza, or cold fit, and is followed by al-humma, the hot stage. The principal remedies are cooling drinks, such as sikanjabin, oxymel, and syrups. After the fever, the face and body frequently swell, and indurate lumps appear on the legs and stomach. There are also low fevers, called simply humma. They are usually treated by burning charms in the patient's room. Jaundice and bilious complaints are common, and the former is popularly cured in a peculiar way. The sick man looks into a pot full of water, whilst the exorciser, reciting a certain spell, draws the heads of two needles from the patient's ears, along his eyes, down his face, lastly dipping them into water, which at once becomes yellow. Others have mirayat, or magic mirrors, on which the patient looks and loses the complaint. This invention dates from the ancient times, and both in the East and the West has been used by the weird brotherhood to produce the appearance of the absent and the dead, to discover treasure, to detect thieves, to cure disease, and to learn the secrets of unknown world. The Hindus called it Anjan, and formed it by applying lamp black, made of a certain root, and mixed with oil, to the palm of a footling child, male or female. The Greeks used oil poured into a boy's hand. Cornelius Agrippa had a crystal mirror, which material also served the Counts de Saint Germain and Cagliostro. Dr. Dee's showstone was a bit of a cannel coal. The modern Indians know the art by the name of Ganyo or Vignano. There, as in southern Persia, ink is rubbed upon the seer's thumbnail. The people of northern Africa are considered skillful in this science, and have a Maghrabi magic formula for inking the hand of a boy, a black slave girl, a virgin, or a pregnant woman, which differs materially from those generally known. The modern Egyptians call it Zarb al-Mandal, and there is scarcely a man in Cairo who does not know something about it. In selecting subjects to hold the ink, they observe the right hand, and reject all who have not what is called in palmistry the linea media naturalis, straight and deeply cut. Even the barbarous Finns look into a glass of brandy, and the natives of Australia gaze at a kind of shining stone. Lady Blessington's crystal ball is fresh in the memory of the present generation, and most men have heard of electrobiology and the Cairo magician. Upon this latter subject, a vexed one, I must venture a few remarks. In the first account of the magician by Mr. Lane, we have a fair and dispassionate recital of certain magical, mystical, or mesmeric phenomena, which excited considerable curiosity and interest throughout the civilized world. As usual in such matters, the civilized world was wholly ignorant of what was going on at home; otherwise in London, Paris, and New York they might have found dozens studying the science. But a few years before, Dr. Herklotz had described the same practice in India, filling 3 goodly pages. But he called his work Kanun al-Islam, and consequently, despite its excellencies, it fell stillborn from the press. Lady H. Stanhope frequently declared the spell by which the face of an absent person is thrown upon a mirror to be within the reach of the humblest and most contemptible of magicians. But the civilized world did not care to believe a prophetess. All, however, were aroused by Mr. Lane's discovery, and determined to decide the question by the ordeal of reason. Accordingly, in A.D. 1844, Mr. Lane, aided by Lord Nugent and others, discovered that a coarse and stupid fraud had been perpetrated upon him by Uthman Effendi, the Scotchman. In 1845, Sir G. Wilkinson remarked of this rationalism: "The explanation lately offered, that Uthman Effendi was in collusion with the magician, is neither fair on him nor satisfactory, as he was not present when those cases occurred which were made so much of in Europe." And he proposed leading questions and accidents as the word of the riddle. He then attributed the whole affair to shots, as schoolboys call them, and ranked success under the head of Paley's tentative miracles. A writer in the Quarterly explained them by suggesting the probability of diverse, impossible, optical combinations, and lest the part of belief should have been left unrepresented, Miss Martineau was enabled to see clear signs of mesmeric action, and by the decisive experiment of self discovered the magic to be an affair of mesmerism. Melancholy to relate, after all this philosophy, the herd of travellers at Cairo is still divided in opinion about the magician, some holding his performance to be all humbug, others darkly hinting that there may be something in it. Dysenteries frequently occurred in the fruit season, when the greedy Arabs devour all manner of unripe peaches, grapes, and pomegranates. The popular treatment is by the actual cautery; the scientific effect the use of drastic and astringent simples. The Bizr al-Qutn, cotton seed, toasted, pounded, and drunk in warm water. Almost every one here, as in Egypt, suffers more or less from hemorrhoids. They are treated by dietetics, eggs, and leeks, and by a variety of drugs, myrobalans, lisan al-hamal, arnoglossum, etc. But the patient looks with horror at the scissors and the knife, so that they seldom succeed in obtaining a radical cure. The Filaria medinensis, locally called farantit, is no longer common at the place which gave its European name. At Yambu', however, the people suffer much from the vena appearing in the legs. The complaint is treated here as in India and Abyssinia. When the tumour bursts and the worm shows, it is extracted by being gradually wound round a splinter of wood. Hydrophobia is rare, and the people have many superstitions about it. They suppose that a bit of meat falls from the sky, and that a dog eating it becomes mad. I was assured by respectable persons that when a man is bitten, they shut him up with food in a solitary chamber for 4 days, and that if at the end of the time he still howls like a dog, they expel the ghul, or the demon, from him by pouring over him boiling water mixed with ashes of a certain cure. I can easily believe. The only description of leprosy known in Al-Hijaz is that called Al-Baras. It appears in white patches on the skin, seldom attacks any but the poorer classes, and is considered incurable. Wounds are treated by marham or ointments, especially by the balisan or balm of Meccah. A cloth is tied around a limb and not removed till the wound heals, which amongst this people of simple life generally takes place by first intention. Ulcers are common in Al-Hijaz, as indeed all over Arabia. We read of them in ancient times. In A.D. 504, the poet and warrior Amr al-Qais died of this dreadful disease, and it is related that when Muhammad Abu Si Muhammad, in A.H. 132, conquered Al-Yaman with an army from Al-Hijaz, he found the people suffering from slowing and mortifying sores, so terrible to look upon that he ordered the sufferers to be burnt alive. Fortunately for the patients, the conqueror died suddenly before his inhuman mandate was executed. These sores here, as in Al-Yaman, are worst when upon the shin bones. They eat deep into the leg, and the patient dies of fever and gangrene. They distinguish, however, between the Hijaz Nasur and Jurh al-Yamani, or the Yemeni ulcer. They are treated on first appearance by the actual cautery, and when practicable by cutting off the joint. The drugs popularly applied are tutia, or tari, and verdigris. There is no cure but rest, a generous diet, and a change of air. By the above short account it will be seen that the Arabs are no longer the most skilful physicians in the world. They have, however, one great advantage in their practice, and they are sensible enough to make free use of it. As the children of almost all the respectable citizens are brought up in the desert, the camp becomes to them a native village. In cases of severe wounds or chronic diseases, the patient is ordered off to the black tents, where he lives as a Badawi, drinking camel's milk, a diet for the first 3 or 4 days highly cathartic, and doing nothing. This has been the practice from time immemorial in Arabia, whereas in Europe is only beginning to systematize the inhibition of air, exercise, and simple living. And even now we are obliged to veil it under the garb of charlatanry, to call a milk cure in Switzerland, a water cure in Silesia, a grape cure in France, and hunger cure in Germany, and other sensible names which act as dust in the public eyes. Al-Madinah consists of 3 parts: a town, a fort, and a suburb little smaller than the body of the place. The town itself is about 1/3 larger than Suez, or nearly half the size of Meccah. It is a walled enclosure forming an irregular oval with 4 gates. The Bab al-Shami, or the Syrian gate, in the northwest side of enceinte, leads towards Jabal Uhud, Hamza's burial place, and the mountains. In the eastern wall, Bab al-Jum'ah, or the Friday gate, opens upon Najd road and the cemetery Al-Baqi'. Between the Shami and the Jum'ah gates towards the north is the Bab al-Diyafa, or of hospitality, and the westward is the Bab al-Masri, or the Egyptian, opens upon the plain called Barr al-Manakha. The eastern and the Egyptian gates are fine massive buildings with double towers, close together, painted with broad bands of red, yellow, and other colours, not unlike that old entrance of the Cairo citadel, which opens upon the Ramliya plain. It may be compared with the gateway towers of the old Norman Castle Arc, for instance. In their shady and well-watered interiors, soldiers keep guard, camelmen dispute, and numerous idlers congregate to enjoy the luxuries of coolness and of companionship. Beyond this gate, in the street leading to the mosque, is the great bazaar. Outside it lie the Suq al-Khudariya, or greengrocers' market, and the Suq al-Habbaba, or the green bazaar, with a fair sprinkling of coffee houses. These markets are long masses of palm leaf huts, blackened in the sun and wind, of a mean and squalid appearance, detracting greatly from the appearance of the gates. Amongst them there is a little domed and whitewashed building, which I was told is a Sabil, or a public fountain. In the days of the Prophet the town was not walled, even in Al-Idrisi's time of the 12th century, and as late as Bartema, 18th century, the fortifications were mounds of earth made by order of Qasim ad-Dawlat al-Ghuri, who repopulated the town and provided for its inhabitants. Now the enceinte is in excellent condition. The walls are well built of granite and lava blocks in regular layers, cemented with lime. They are provided with mazghal, or mattress, long loopholes, and shararif, or trefoil shaped crenelles. In order to secure a flanking fire, semicircular towers, also loopholed and crenellated, are disposed in the curtain at short and irregular intervals. Inside, the streets are what they always should be in these torrid lands, deep, dark, and narrow, in few places paved a thing to be deprecated, and generally covered with black earth, well watered and trodden to hardness. The most considerable lines radiate towards the mosque. There are few public buildings. The principal wakalas are 4 in number. One is the Wakalat Bab al-Salam near the Haram, another is Wakalat Jabarti, and 2 are inside the Misri gate. They all belong to Arab citizens. These caravanserais are used principally as stores, rarely for dwelling places like those of Cairo. Travellers therefore must hire houses at a considerable expense, or pitch tents to the detriment of health and to their extreme discomfort. The other public buildings are a few mean coffee houses, and an excellent bath in Harat Zarawan, inside the town. Far superior to the unclean establishments of Cairo, it borrows something from the luxury of Stambul. The houses are, for the East, well built, flat roofed, and double storied. The materials generally used are basaltic scoria, burnt brick, and palm wood. The best enclosed spacious courtyards and small gardens with wells, where water basins and date trees gladden the owner's eyes. The latticed balconies, first seen by the overland European traveller at Malta, are here common, and the windows are mere apertures in the wall, garnished, as usual in Arab cities, with a shutter of planking. Al-Madinah fell rapidly under the Wahhabis, but after their retreat it soon rose again, and now it is probably as comfortable and flourishing as a little city as any to be found in the East. It contains between 50 and 60 streets, including the alleys and cul-de-sac. There is about the same number of harat or quarters, but I have nothing to relate of them save their names. Within the town, few houses are in dilapidated condition. The best authorities estimate the number of habitation at about 1500 within the enceinte, and those in the suburb at 1000. I consider both accounts exaggerated. The former might contain 800, and the Manakha perhaps 500. At the same time, I must confess not to have counted them, and Captain Sadlier, in AD 1819, declares that the Turks, who had just made a kind of census, reckoned 6000 houses and a population of 18,000 souls. Assuming the population to be 16,000, Burckhardt raises it as high as 20,000, of which 9,000 occupy the city and 7,000 the suburbs and the fort. This would give a little more than 12 inhabitants in each house, a fair estimate for an Arab town, where the abodes are large and slaves abound. I afterwards received the following information from Mr. Charles Cole, H.B.M. Vice Consul at Jeddah, a gentleman well acquainted with Western Arabia and have access to official information. The population of Al-Madinah is from 16,000 to 18,000, and the Nizam troops in garrison 400. Mecca contains about 45 inhabitants, Yambu' from 6,000 to 7,000, Jeddah about 2,500. This, I think, is too low, and Taif 8,000. Most of the troops are stationed at Mecca and at Jeddah. In Al-Hijaz there is a total force of 5 battalions, each of which contain 800 men. They amount to 3,000 with 500 artillery and 4,500 irregulars, though the muster rolls bear 6,000. The government pays in paper for all supplies, even for water for the troops, and the paper sells at a rate of 40 piastres per cent. The castle joins to the north-west angle of the city enceinte, and the wall of its eastern outwork is pierced of a communication through a court strewed with guns and warlike apparatus between the Manakha suburb and the Bab al-Shami, or the Syrian gate. Having been refused entrance from the fort, I can describe only its exterior. The outer wall resembles that of the city, only its owners are more solid, and the curtain appears better calculated for work. Inside, a donjon built upon a rock bears proudly enough the banner of the crescent and the star. Its whitewashed walls make it a conspicuous object. The guns pointed in all directions, especially upon the town, project from their embrasures. The castle is said to contain wells, bomb-proofs, provisions, and munitions of war. If so, it must be a kind of Gibraltar to the Bedouin and the Wahhabis. The garrison consisted of Nisf Urta, or half battalion, 400 men of Nizam infantry, commanded by a Pasha. His authority also extends to a Sanjak, or 500 Kurdish and Albanian bushbuzuks, whose duty it is to escort caravans, to convey treasures, and to be shot at in the passes. The Urta, or battalion, here varies from 800 to 1000 men. Of these, 4 form one alai or regiment, and 36 alai an Urdu or camp. This word Urdu is the origin of our word horde. The Madani, who, as usual with Orientals, take a personal pride in their castle, speak of it with much exaggeration. Commanded by a high line of rocks on the northwest, and built as it is in most places without moat, glacis, earthwork, or outworks, a few shells and a single battery of siege guns would soon render it untenable. In ancient times it has more than once been held by a party at feud with the town, for whose mimic battles the Barr al-Manakha was a fitting field. Northward from the fort, on the road to Uhud, but still within fire, is a long and many-windowed building, formerly Dawood Pasha's palace. In my time it had been bought by Abbas Pasha of Egypt. The suburbs lie to the south and west of the town. Southwards they are separated from the enceinte by a wide road, called Darb al Janaza, or the road of the biers, so called because the corpses of certain schismatics who may not pass through the city are carried this way to their own cemetery near Bab al Jum'ah, or the eastern gate. Westwards, between Al-Madinah and its faubourg, lies a plain of Al-Manakha, about 3/4 of a mile long by 300 yards broad. The straggling suburbs occupy more ground than the city. Fronting the enceinte they are without walls. Towards the west, where open country lies, they are enclosed by mud or raw brick ramparts, with little round towers, all falling to decay. A number of small gates lead from the suburb into the country. The only large one, a poor copy of Bab al Nasr at Cairo, is the Ambari, or the western entrance, through which we pass into Al-Madinah. The suburb contains no buildings of any consequence except the Kashkiya, or official residence of the Muhafiz, or the governor, a plain building near Barr al-Manakha, and the Khamsat Masajid, or the five mosques, which every Zair is expected to visit. They are the Prophet's Mosque in Al-Manakha, Abu Bakr's near the Ain al-Zarqa, Ali's Mosque in Zuqaq al-Tayyar of the Manakha. Some authors call this the Musalla al-Eid, because the Prophet here prayed the festival prayer. Umar's Mosque near the Bab Quba of the Manakha, and close to the little torrent called the Seh. Bilal's Mosque, celebrated in books. I did not see it, and some Madini assured me that it no longer exists. A description of these buildings will suffice, for they are all similar. Muhammad's Mosque in the Manakha stands upon a spot formerly occupied, some say, by the Jami' al-Ghamama. Others believe it to be founded upon the Musalla al-Nabi, a place where the Apostle recited the first festival prayers after his arrival at Al-Madinah, and used frequently to pray, and to address those of his followers who lived far from the Haram, or the sanctuary. One of the traditions between my house and my place of prayers is the garden of the gardens of Paradise has led divines to measure the distance. It is said to be 1,000 cubits from the Bab al-Salam of the Haram to this Musalla. It is a trim modern building of cut stone and lime in regular layers, of parallelogramic shape, surmounted by one large and four small cupolas. These are all whitewashed, and the principal is capped with a large crescent, or rather a trident, rising from a series of gilt globes. The other domes crown the several corners. The minaret is of the usual Turkish shape, with a conical roof and a single gallery for the Mueddin. An acacia tree or two on the eastern side, and behind it a wall-like line of mud houses finish the coupe d'oeil. The interior of this building is as simple as is the exterior, and here I remark that the Arabs have little idea of splendour, either in their public or in their private architecture. Whatever strikes the traveller's eye in Al-Hijaz is always either unimportant or the work of foreign artists. This arises from the simple tastes of the people, combined doubtless with their notable thriftiness. If strangers will build for them, they argue, why should they build for themselves? Moreover, they have a scant inducement to lavish money upon grand edifices. Whenever a disturbance takes place, domestic or from without, the principal buildings are to suffer, and the climate is inimical to their enduring. Both ground and air at Al-Madinah, as well as at Meccah, are damp and nitrous in winter, in summer dry and torrid. The lime is poor, palm timber soon decays, even foreign woodwork suffers, and a few years of neglect suffice to level the proudest pile with the dust. The suburbs of Al-Madinah are a collection of walled villages, with plantations and gardens between. They are laid out in the form called here, as in Egypt, hosh, or courtyards, with single-story tenements opening into them. These enclosures contain the cattle of the inhabitants. They have strong wooden doors, shut at night to prevent lifting, and they are capable of being stoutly defended. The inhabitants of the suburb are for the most part Badawi settlers, and a race of schismatics who will be noticed in another chapter. Beyond these suburbs, to the south as well as to the north and northeast, lie gardens and extensive plantations of palm trees. Chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 19 of Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca by Richard Francis Burton. A Ride to the Mosque of Quba. The principal places of pious visitation in the vicinity of Al-Madinah are the mosques of Quba, the cemetery Al-Baqiyah, and the Mat Hamshah tomb at the foot of Mount Uhud. This the Zaire is directed by all ulema to visit, and on the holy ground to pray Allah for a blessing upon himself and upon his brethren of the faith. Early one Sunday morning I started for Quba with a motley crowd of devotees. Sheikh Hamid, my Muzawir, was by my side, mounted upon an ass more miserable than I had yet seen. The boy Muhammad had procured for me a Meccan dromedary with splendid trappings, a saddle with burnished metal peaks before and behind, covered with a huge sheepskin dyed crimson, and girthed over fine saddlebags, whose enormous tassels hung almost to the ground. The youth himself, being too grand to ride a donkey, and unable to borrow a horse, preferred walking. He was proud as a peacock, being habited in a style somewhat resembling the plume of that gorgeous bird, in the coat of many colors, yellow, red, and golden flowers, apparently sewed on a field of bright green silk, which cost me so dear in the harem. He was armed, as indeed all of us were, in readiness for the Badawin, and he anxiously awaited opportunities of discharging his pistol. Our course lay from Sheikh Hamid's house in the Manakah, along and up the Fiumara, Al-Saih, and through Bab Quba, a little gate in the suburb wall, where, by the by, my mounted company was nearly trampled down by a rush of half-wild camels. Outside the town, in this direction, southward, is a plain of clay, mixed with chalk, and here and there with sand, whence protrude blocks and ridges of basalt. As far as Quba and the Hara rise to the west, the earth is sweet and makes excellent gaglets. Footnote. The baradiyah, or gaglets of Al-Madinah, are large and heavy, of a reddish-grey color, and celebrated for cooling water, a property not possessed by those of Meccan fabric. End footnote. Immediately outside the gate I saw a kiln, where they were burning tolerable bricks. Shortly after leaving the suburb, an Indian who joined our party upon the road pointed out on the left of the way what he declared was the place of the celebrated Khandak, or moat, the Torres Verdes of Arabian history. Footnote. I afterwards found reason to doubt this location. In Jubayyar, 12th century, places it an arrow shot from the westward wall of Al-Madinah, and seems to have seen it. M.C. de Perceval states, I know not upon whose authority, that it was dug to protect the northwest, the north, and the northeastern sides of the town. This is rendered highly improbable by the features of the ground. The learned are generally agreed that all traces of the moat had disappeared before our 15th century. End footnote. Presently the Nakhil, or palm plantations, began. Nothing lovelier to the eye, weary with hot red glare, than the rich green waving crops and the cool shade, the food of vision, as the Arabs call it, and pure water to the parched throat. For hours I could have sat and looked at it. The air was soft and balmy. A perfumed breeze, strange luxury in Al-Hijaz, wandered amongst the date fronds. There were fresh flowers and spring foliage. In fact, at midsummer every beautiful feature of spring. Nothing more delightful to the ear than the warbling of the small birds, that sweet familiar sound, the splashing of tiny cascades from the wells into the wooden troughs, and the musical song of the water wheels. Travellers, young travellers, in the East talk of the dismal grating, the mournful monotony, and the melancholy creaking of these dismal machines. To the veteran wanderer their sound is delightful from association, reminding him of fields and watercourses, and hospitable villages and plentiful crops. The expatriated Nubian, for instance, listens to the water wheel with as deep emotion as the Ranz de Vaches ever excited in the hearts of Switzer mercenary at Naples, or Lobacher no more among a regiment of Highlanders in the West Indies. The date trees of Al-Madinah merit their celebrity. The stately columnar stems here seem higher than in other lands, and their lower fronds are allowed to tremble in the breeze without mutilation. Footnote. In Egypt, the lower branches of the date are lopped off about Christmas time to increase the flavor of the fruit, and the people believe that without this taklim, as it's called, the tree would die. In Upper Egypt, however, as at Al-Madinah, the fronds are left untouched. End footnote. These enormous palms were loaded with ripening fruits, and the clusters, carefully tied up, must often have weighed upwards of 80 pounds. They hung down between the lower branches by a bright yellow stem, as thick as a man's ankle. Books enumerate 139 varieties of trees. Of these, between 60 and 70 are well known, and each is distinguished, as usual among Arabs, by its peculiar name. The best kind is el-shalebi. It is packed in skins, or in flat round boxes covered with paper, somewhat in the manner of French prunes, and sent as presents to the remotest parts of the Moslem world. Footnote. The visitor from Al-Madinah would be badly received by the women of his family if he did not present them on his return with a few boxes of dates, some strings of the same fruit, and skins full of henna powder. Even the ulema allow such articles to be carried away, although they strictly forbid keepsakes of earth or stone. End footnote. The fruit is about 2 inches long, with a small stone, and has a peculiar aromatic flavor and smell. It is seldom eaten by the citizens on account of the price, which varies from 2 to 10 piastres to the pound. The tree, moreover, is rare, and is said to be not so productive as the other species. The ajwa date. Footnote. This fruit must not be confounded with the enucleated conserve of dates, which, in Arabia as in Egypt, is known by the name of ajwa. The Arabs infinitely despise the stuff sold at Alexandria and Cairo, declaring that it is fit only for cows. The ajwa of oases, particularly of Siwa, is of excellent quality. End footnote. The ajwa date is eaten but not sold, because a tradition of the Prophet declares that whoso breaks his fast every day with 6 or 7 of these fruits need fear neither poison nor magic. The third kind, al-hilwa, is also a large date, derives a name from its exceeding sweetness. Of this poem the Muslims relate that the Prophet planted a stone which in a few minutes grew up and bore fruit. Next comes al-birni, of which was said, "It caused sickness to depart, and there is no sickness in it." The washi on one occasion bent its head and salaamed to Muhammad as he ate its fruit, for which reason even now its lofty tuft turns earthwards. The Sayhani, crier, is so called because when the founder of Al-Islam, holding Ali's hand, happened to pass beneath, it cried, "This is Muhammad, the Prince of Prophets, and this is Ali, the Prince of the Pious, and the progenitor of the Immaculate Imams." Footnote. So, in AD 1272, the crucifix spoke to St. Thomas Aquinas. Superstitions are of no age or country. End footnote. Of course, the descendants of so intelligent a vegetable hold high rank in the kingdom of poems, and the vulgar were in the habit of eating the sayhani and of throwing the stones about the harim. The kuseiria is thus named because it preserves its green color even when ripe. It is dried and preserved as a curiosity. The jabali is the common fruit. The poorest kinds are the laun and the hilaya, costing from 4 to 7 piastres per mud. Footnote. At Al-Madinah, 12 dirhams, drams, make 1 wakayah, ounce. 20 wakayah make 1 rattle, pound. 33 wakayah and 3 drams make 1 wakah, less than 2 pounds. 4 wakah make 1 mud. 24 mud make 1 ardeb. This rattle or pound is the larger one applied to particular articles of commerce, such as meat, vegetables, and clarified butter. Coffee, rice, soap, etc. are sold by the smaller rattle of Mecca, equal to 140 dirhams. In Egypt, the rattle is 144 dirhams, or 12 wakayah, about 1 pound 2 ounces and 8 pennyweight troy. End footnote. I cannot say that the dates of Al-Madinah are finer than those of Mecca, although it is highly heretical to hold such tenet. The produce of the former city was the favorite food of the Prophet, who invariably broke his fast with it, a circumstance which invests it with a certain degree of relic sanctity. The citizens delight in speaking of dates as an Irishman does of potatoes, with a manner of familiar fondness. They eat them for medicine as well as for food. Rutab, or wet dates, being held to be the most saving, as it is doubtless the most savory of remedies. The fruit is prepared in a great variety of ways. The favorite dish is a broil with clarified butter, extremely distasteful to the European palate. The date is also left upon the tree to dry, and then called bala. This is eaten at dessert as the nukhliya, the quatre mendicants of Persia. Amongst peculiar preparations must be mentioned the kulladat al-sham. Footnote. Necklace of Syria. I was told they derive this name from the place where they are made. Al-Safra, on the Mecca road, being also called Al-Tham, Damascus. End footnote. Kulladat al-Sham, necklace of Sham. The unripe fruit is dipped in boiling water to preserve its gamboge color, strung upon a thick thread and hung out in the air to dry. These strings are worn all over Al-Hijaz as necklaces by children, who seldom fail to munch the ornament when not in fear of slappings, and they are sent as presents to distant countries. January and February are the time for the masculation of the palm. Footnote. This masculation is a translation of the Arab word tazkir, which is certainly more appropriate than our caprification applied to dates. End footnote. The Nakhwali, as he is called, opens the female flower, and having inserted the inverted male blossom, binds them together. This operation is performed, as in Egypt, upon each cluster. Footnote. The male tree is known by its sterility. In some countries only the fecundating pollen is scattered over the female flower, and this doubtless must have been nature's method of impregnating the date. End footnote. The fruit is ripe about the middle of May, and the gathering of it forms the Arabs' vendemmia. The people make merry the more readily because their favorite diet is liable to a variety of accidents. Droughts injure the tree, locusts destroy the produce, and the date crop, like most productions which men are imprudent enough to adopt singly as the staff of life, is often subject to complete failure. One of the reasons for the excellence of Madinah dates is the quantity of water they obtain. Each garden or field has its well, and even in the hottest weather the Persian wheel floods the soil every third day. It has been observed that the date tree can live in dry and barren spots, but it loves the beds of streams and places where moisture is procurable. The palms scattered over the other parts of the plain, and depending solely upon rainwater, produce less fruit, and that too of an inferior quality. Verdure is not usually wholesome in Arabia, yet invalids leave the close atmosphere of Al-Madinah to seek health under the cool shades of Cuba. The gardens are divided by what might almost be called lanes, long narrow lines with tall reed fences on both sides. The graceful branches of the tamarisk pearled with manna and cottoned over with dew, and the broad leaves of the castor plant, glistening in the sun, protected us from the morning rays. The ground on both sides of the way was sunken, the earth being disposed in heaps at the foot of the fences, an arrangement which facilitates irrigation by giving a fall to the water, and in some cases affords a richer soil than the surface. This part of the Madinah plain, however, being higher than the rest, is less subject to the disease of salt and nitre. On the way, here and there, the earth crumbles and looks dark under the dew of the morning, but nowhere has it broken out into that glittering efflorescence which denotes the last stage of the attack. The fields and gardens are divided into small oblongs, separated from one another by little ridges of mould which form diminutive watercourses. Of the cereals there are luxuriant maize, wheat, and barley, but the latter two are in small quantities. Here and there batches of barthim, or Egyptian clover, glitter brightly in the sunbeams. The principal vegetables are badanjan, eggplant, the bamiyya, a kind of esculent hibiscus called bendi in India, and muluhiyya, Cohoris olitorius, a mucilaginous spinach common throughout this part of the East. These three are eaten by citizens of every rank. They are in fact the potatoes and the greens of Arabia. I remarked also onions and leeks in fair quantities, a few beds of carrots and beans, some feijoa, radishes, lift, turnips, gourds, cucumbers, and similar plants. Fruit trees abound. There are 5 descriptions of wines, the best of which is Al-Sharifi, a long white grape of a flavor somewhat resembling the produce of Tuscany. Footnote. The resemblance is probably produced by the similarity of treatment. At Al-Madinah, as in Italy, the wine is married to some tall tree, which, selfish as a husband, appropriates to itself the best of everything, sun, breeze, and rain. End footnote. Next to it, and very similar, is Al-Birni. The Hijazi is a round fruit, sweet but insipid, which is also the reproach of the Sawadi, or black grape. And lastly, the Raziki is a small white fruit with a diminutive stone. The Nebek, Lotte, or Jojobi is here a fine large tree with a dark green leaf, roundish and polished like the olive. It is armed with short, curved, and sharp thorn. Footnote. This thorn, the Rhamnus nabica, or Sisyphus spina Christi, is supposed to be that which crowned the Saviour's head. There are mimosas in Syria, but no tree save the fabled Tzakum could produce the terrible apparatus with which certain French painters of the modern school have attempted to heighten the terrors of the scene. End footnote. And bears a pale straw-colored berry, about the size of the gooseberry, with red streaks on the side next the sun. Little can be said in favor of the fruit, which has been compared successfully by disappointed lotus eaters. Footnote. For what reason I am entirely unable to guess, our dictionaries translate the word cedar, the literary name of the tree that bears the Nebek, lote tree. No wonder that believers in Homeric writ feel their anger aroused by so poor a realization of the beautiful myth. End footnote. By disappointed lotus eaters to a bad plum, an unripe cherry, and an insipid apple. It is, however, a favorite with the people of Al-Madinah, who have reckoned many varieties of the fruit: Hindi, Indian, Baladi, native, Tamri, date-like, and others. There are a few peaches, hard like the Egyptian, and almost tasteless, fit only for stewing, but greedily eaten in a half-ripe state. Large, coarse bananas, lime trees, a few watermelons, figs, and apples, but neither apricots nor pears. Footnote. The only pears in Al-Hayyaj, I believe, are to be found at Taif, to which place they were transplanted from Egypt. End footnote. There are 3 kinds of pomegranates. The best is the Shami, Syrian. It is red outside, very sweet, and costs 1 piastre. The Turkey is large and of white color. The Misri has a greenish rind and a somewhat sub-acid and harsh flavor. The latter are sold at 1/4 the price of the best. I never saw in the East, except at Mecca, finer fruits than the Shami. Almost thornless like those of Masca, they are delicately perfumed and as large as an infant's head. Al-madinah is celebrated, like Taif, for its rubruman, a thick pomegranate syrup, drunk with water during the hot weather, and estimated cooling and wholesome. After threading our way through the gardens, an operation requiring less time than to describe them, we saw, peeping through the groves, Cuba's simple minaret. Then we came in sight of a confused heap of huts and dwelling houses, chapels and towers with trees between, and foul lanes, heaps of rubbish, and barking dogs, the usual material of a Hayaji village. Having dismounted, we gave our animals in charge of a dozen infant Bedouin, the produce of the peasant gardeners, who shouted baksheesh the moment they saw us. To this they were urged by their mothers, and I willingly parted with a few paras for the purpose of establishing an intercourse with fellow creatures so fearfully and wonderfully resembling the tailless baboon. Their bodies, unlike those of Egyptian children, were slim. Footnote. Travelers always remark the curious pot-bellied children on the banks of the Nile. This conformation is admired by the Egyptians, who consider it a sign of strength and the promise of fine growth. End footnote. Slim and straight, but their ribs stood out with curious distinctness. The color of the skin was that oily lamp-black seen upon the face of an European sweep, and the elf locks thatching the coconut heads had been stained by the sun, wind, and rain to that reddish-brown hue which Hindu romances have appropriated to their Rakshas or demons. Each anatomy carried in his arms a stark-naked miniature of himself, fierce-looking babies with faces all eyes, and the strong little wretches were still able to extend the right hand and exert their lungs with direful clamor. Their mothers were fit progenitors for such progeny. Long, gaunt, with emaciated limbs, wall-sided, high-shouldered, and straight-backed, with bandless bosoms, spider-like arms, and splay feet. Their long elf locks, wrinkled faces, and high cheekbones, their lips darker than the epidermis, hollow staring eyes, sparkling as if to light up the extreme ugliness around, and voices screaming as though in a perennial rage, invested them with all the charm of Sycorax. These houris of Jannaham were habited in long night-gowns dyed blue to conceal want of washing, and the squalid children had about a yard of the same material wrapped round their waists for all toilette. This is not an overdrawn portrait of the farmer race of Arabs, the most despised by their fellow countrymen, and the most hard-favored, morally as well as physically, of all the breed. Before entering the Mosque of Al-Quba, footnote. I believe Quba to be about 3 miles south-southeast of Al-Madinah, but Allah Idrisi, Ibn Hawkai, and Ibn Jubayr all agree in saying 2 miles. Before entering the Mosque of Al-Quba, it will be necessary to call to mind some passages of its past history. When the apostle she-camel, Al-Kaswa, as she was approaching Al-Madinah after the flight from Mecca, knelt down here, he desired his companions to mount the animal. Abu Bakr and Omar did so. Footnote. Osman, the 4th companion, was absent at this time, not having returned from the first little flight to Abyssinia. End footnote. Still she sat upon the ground, but when Ali obeyed the order, she arose. The apostle bade him loose her halter, for she was directed by Allah, and the mosque walls were built upon the line over which she trod. It was the first place of public prayer in Al-Islam. Muhammad laid the first brick, and with an anza, or iron-shot javelin, marked out the direction of prayer. Footnote. Some believe that in this mosque the direction of prayer was altered from Jerusalem to Mecca, and they declare as will presently be seen, that the Archangel Gabriel himself pointed out the new line. M.C. de Perceval forgets his usual accuracy when he asserts Le miracle de la mosquée de Médine, qui fut d'abord placée au nord, fut transférée au midi, et la mosquée prête le nom de Masjid al-Qiblayn, mosquée de deux Qibla. In the first place, the mihrab is the invention of a later date, about 90 years. And secondly, the title of Al-Qiblatin is never now given to Mosque of Al-Madinah. End footnote. Marked out the direction of prayer, each of his successors followed his example. According to most historians, the land belonged to Abu Ayyub the Ansari, the apostles' host, for which reason the Beit Ayyub, his descendants, still perform the service of the mosque, keep the key, and share with the bawabs, or porters, the alms and fees here offered by the faithful. Others declared that the ground was the property of one Lainah, a woman who was in the habit of tethering her ass there. Footnote. This degrading report caused certain hypocrites to build a kind of rival chapel called the Mosque Zarar. It was burnt to the ground shortly after its erection, and all known of it is that it stood near Kuba. End footnote. The apostle used to visit it every Saturday. Footnote. Some say on Monday, probably because on that day Muhammad alighted at Kuba. But the present practice of Al-Islam, handed down from generation to generation, is to visit it on the Saturday. End footnote. Every Saturday on foot, and always made a point of praying the dawn prayer there on the 70th Ramazan. Footnote. There is on this day at Kuba a regular ziyarat or visitation. The people pray in the harem of Al-Madinah, after which they repair to the Kuba mosque and go through the ceremonies which in religious efficacy equal an umrah or lesser pilgrimage. In books I have read that the 15th of Ramazan is the proper day. End footnote. A number of traditions testify to its dignity. Of these, two are especially significant. The first assures all Muslims that a prayer at Kuba is equal to a lesser pilgrimage at Mecca in religious efficacy, and the second declares that such devotion is more acceptable to the deity than prostrations at the Beit al-Muqaddas, Jerusalem. Moreover, sundry miracles took place here, and a verset of the Quran descended from heaven. For which reasons the mosque was much respected by Omar, who, once finding it empty, swept it himself with a broom of thorns, and expressed his wonder at the lukewarmness of Moslem piety. It was originally a square building of a very small size. Osman enlarged it in the direction of the minaret, making it 66 cubits each way. It is no more mean and decayed as in Burkhart's time. The Sultan Abd al-Hamid, father of the Sultan Mahmud, erected a minaret of Turkish shape and a neat structure of cut stone, whose crenelles make it look more like a place of defense than of prayer. It has, however, no pretensions to grandeur. To the south, a small and narrow riwak porch, with unpretending columns, looks out northwards upon a little open area simply sanded over, and this is the whole building. The large mastabah, or stone bench, at the entrance of the mosque was crowded with sitting people. We therefore lost no time after ablution and the niyat, the intention, peculiar to this visitation, in ascending the steps, in pulling off our slippers, and in entering the sacred building. We stood upon the Musalla al-Nabi, the Prophet's place of prayer. Footnote. This is believed to be the spot where the Prophet performed his first ruk'ah, or prayer bow. End footnote. After Sheikh Nur and Hamid had forcibly cleared that auspicious spot of a devout Indian, and had spread a rug upon the dirty matting, we performed a two-bow prayer, in front of a pillar into which a diminutive marble mirhab, or niche, had been inserted by way of memento. Then came the dua, or supplication, which was as follows: O Allah, bless and preserve and increase and perpetuate and benefit, and be propitious to our Lord Muhammad and to his family and to his companions, and be thou their preserver. O Allah, this is the Mosque Quba and the place of the Prophet's prayers. O Allah, pardon our sins and veil our faults, and place not over us one who feareth not thee, and who pitieth not us, and pardon us, and the true believers, men and women, the quick of them and the dead, for verily thou, O Lord, art the hearer, the near to us, the answerer to our supplications. After which we recited the testification and the Fatiha, and we drew our palms as usual down our faces. We then moved away to the southeastern corner of the edifice and stood before a mihrab in the southern wall. It is called Takat al-Kashf, or niche of disclosure, by those who believe that as the Prophet was standing undecided about the direction of Mecca, the archangel Gabriel removed all obstructions to his vision. There again we went through the two-bow prayer, the supplication, the testification, and the Fatiha, under difficulties, for people mobbed us excessively. During our devotions I vainly attempted to decipher a Kufic inscription fixed in the wall above and on the right of the mihrab. My regret, however, at this failure was transitory, the character not being of an ancient date. Then we left the Riwaq, and despite the morning sun, which shone fiercely with a sickly heat, we went to the open area where stands the Mabrak al-Nakah, or the place of kneeling of the she-dromedary. Footnote. Mabrak is the locative noun from the triliteral root baraka, he blessed, or he, the camel, knelt upon the ground. Perhaps this philological connection may have determined Muhammad to consider the kneeling of the dromedary a sign that Allah had blessed the spot. End footnote. This, the exact spot where Al-Qaswa sat down, is covered with a diminutive dome of cut stone, supported by 4 stone pillars. The building is about 8 feet high, and a little less in length and in breadth. It has the appearance of being modern. On the floor, which was raised by steps above the level of the ground, lay, as usual, a bit of dirty matting, upon which we again went through the ceremonies above detailed. Then, issuing from the canopy into the sun, a little outside the Riwaq and close to the Mabrak, we prayed upon the Makan al-Ayat. Footnote. Ayat here means a verset of the Quran. Some authors apply the above quoted lines to the Prophet's mosque at Al-Madinah exclusively, others to both buildings. End footnote. We prayed upon the Makan al-Ayat, or the place of signs. Here was revealed to Muhammad a passage in the Quran, especially alluding to the purity of the place and the people of Quba, a temple founded in purity from its first day. And again, there live men who love to be cleansed, and verily Allah delights in the clean. The Prophet exclaimed in admiration, O ye sons of Amr, what have you done to deserve all this place and beneficence? When the people offered him an explanation of their personal cleanliness, which I do not care to repeat. The temple of Quba from that day took a fresh title, Masjid al-Taqwa, or the Mosque of Piety. Having finished our prayers and ceremonies at the Mosque of Piety, we fought our way through a crowd of importunate beggars, and, turning a few paces to the left, halted near a small chapel adjoining the southwest angle of the larger temple. We there stood at a grated window in the western wall, and recited a supplication, looking the while reverently at a dark dwarf archway, under which the Lady Fatima used to sit grinding grain in the handmill. The mosque in consequence bears the name of Sitna Fatima. A surly-looking khadim, or guardian, stood at the door demanding $1 in the most authoritative Arab tone. We therefore did not enter. At Al-Madinah and at Mecca, the traveller's hand must be perpetually in his pouch. No stranger in Paris or in London is more surely or more severely taken in. Already I began to fear that my £80 would not suffice for all the expenses of sightseeing, and the apprehension was justified by the sequel. My only friend was the boy Mohammed, who displayed a fiery economy that brought him into considerable disrepute with his countrymen. They saw with emotion that he was preaching parsimony to me solely that I might have more money to spend at Mecca under his auspices. This being palpably the case, I threw all the blame of penuriousness upon the young Machiavel's shoulders, and resolved, as he had taken charge of my finances at Al-madinah, so at Mecca to administer them myself. After praying at the window, to the great disgust of the Khadim, who openly asserted that we were low fellows, we passed through some lanes lined with beggars and Badawi's children, till we came to a third little mosque situated due south of the larger one. This is called the Masjid Arafat, and is erected upon a mound also called Tal Arafat, because on one occasion the Prophet, being unable to visit the holy mountain at the pilgrimage season, stood there, saw through the intervening space, and in spirit performed the ceremony. Here also we looked into a window instead of opening the door with a silver key, and the mesquite appearance of all within prevented my regretting the necessity of economy. In India or in Sind, every village would have a better mosque. Our last visit was to a fourth chapel, the Masjid Ali, so termed because the apostle's son-in-law had a house upon this spot. Footnote. Ibn Jubayr informs us that Abu Bakr, Aisha, and Omar had habitations at Kuba. End footnote. After praying there, and terribly hot the little hole was, we repaired to the last place of visitation at Kuba, a large deep well called the Bir al-Arith, in a garden to the west of the Mosque of Piety, with a little oratory adjoining it. A Persian wheel was going drowsily round, and the cool water fell into a tiny pool, whence it whirled and bubbled away in a childish mimicry of a river. The music sounded sweet in my ears. I stubbornly refused to do any more praying, though Sheikh Hamid, for form's sake, reiterated with parental emphasis how very wrong it was. And I sat down, as the Prophet himself did not disdain to do, with the resolution of enjoying on the brink of the well a few moments of unwonted kaif. The heat was overpowering, though it was only 9 o'clock. The sound of the stream was soothing, that water wheel was creaking a lullaby, and the limes and pomegranates, gently rustling, shed voluptuous fragrance through the morning air. I fell asleep, and, wondrous the contrast, dreamed that I was once more standing by the wall whereon hung the crucified vine, looking upon the valley of the Lian, with its glaucous seas and grey skies, and banks here and there white with snow. The Bir al-Aris. Footnote. Some authors mention a second Bir al-Aris, belonging in part to the Caliph Osman. According to Yakut, Aris is the Hebrew or Syriac word for peasant. He quotes the plural form Arisun and Ararisa. End footnote. The Bir al-Aris, so called after a Jew of Al-Madinah, is one which the apostle delighted to visit. He would sit upon its brink with his bare legs hanging over the side, and his companions used to imitate his example. This practice caused a sad disaster. In the 6th year of his caliphate, Osman, according to Abu Felda at Yakut, dropped from his finger the prophetic ring, which, engraved into 3 lines with Muhammad, Apostle of Allah, had served to seal the letters sent to neighboring kings, and had descended to the first 3 successors. Footnote. Others assert, with less probability, that the article in question was lost by one Ma'akah, a favorite of Osman. As that ill-fated caliph's troubles began at the time of this accident, the ring is generally compared to Solomon's. Our popular authors who assert that Muhammad himself lost the ring are greatly in error. End footnote. The precious article was not recovered after 3 days' search, and the well was thenceforward called Bir al-Khatim, of the seal ring. It is also called the Bir al-Taflat of saliva. Footnote. According to some authors, Muhammad drew a bucket of water, drank part of the contents, spat into the rest, and poured it back into the well, which instantly became sweet. Even Jubayr applies the epithet Bir al-Taflat peculiarly to the Aris well. Many other authors are not so exact. End footnote. It is also called the Bir al-Taflat or saliva, because the Prophet honored it by expectoration, as by the by he seems to have done to almost all the wells in Al-Madinah. The effect of the operation upon the Bir al-Aris, says the historians, was to sweeten the water, which before was salt. Their testimony, however, did not prevent my detecting a pronounced medicinal taste in the lukewarm draught drawn for me by Sheikh Hamid. In Muhammad's days, the total number of wells is recorded to have been 20. Most of them have long since disappeared, but there still remain 7 whose waters were drunk by the Prophet, and which, in consequence, the Zair is directed to visit. Footnote. The pious perform the lesser ablution upon the brink of the 7 wells, and drink of the remnant of the water in Tarabuk, or to secure the blessings of God. End footnote. They are known by the classical title of Sab'a Bar, or the 7 wells, and their names are included in this couplet. Aris and Gars, and Ruma and Buzat, and Busat with Bayruha and Een. Footnote. Some alter the 3rd, the 5th, and the 7th names to Bir al-Nabi, a well in the Kuba Gardens, Bir al-Khurbal, and Bir al-Fukayyir, where the Prophet, together with Salman the Persian and others of his companions, planted date trees. The Bir al-Aris has already been described. The Bir al-Gharas, Gharas, or Ghurs, so called, it is said, from the place where it was sunk, about half-mile northeast of the Kuba Mosque, is a large well with an abundance of water. Muhammad used to perform ablution on its brink, and directed Ali to wash his corpse with 7 skins full of the water. The Bir Rumah is a large well with a spring at the bottom, dug in the Wadi al-Akik, to the north of the Mosque al-Qiblatain. It is called Khalif Mazni, the old well of Mazni, in this tradition. The best of old wells is the old well of Mazni. And ancient it must be if the legends say true, that when Abu Karb besieged Al-Madinah, AD 495, he was relieved of sickness by drinking its produce. Some assert that it afforded the only sweet water in Al-Madinah when the Prophet arrived there. The town becoming crowded by an influx of visitors, this water was sold by its owner, a man of the Benu Khafar tribe, or, according to others, by one Mazni, a Jew. Osman at last bought it by paying upwards of 100 camels. The Bir Buzaat, or Bizaat, or Bisaat, is in the Nakhil or palm plantations, outside the Bab al-Shami or northwestern gate of Al-Madinah, on the right of the road leading to Uhud. Whoever washes in its waters 3 times shall be healed. The Bir Busat is near the Bakia cemetery, on the left of the road leading to Kuba. The Prophet used to bathe in the water, and he declared it healthy to the skin. The Bir Bayruha, under whose trees the Prophet was fond of sitting, lies outside the Bab Dar al-Ziyafa, leading to Mount Uhud. The Qamus gives the word Bayruha upon the measure of Failuha. Some authorities upon the subject of Ziyarat write Bayruha, Bir Ha, the well of Ha, and variously suppose Ha to be the name of a man, a woman, or a place. Yahut mentions other pronunciations, Bariha, Bariha, Bayriha, etc. The Bir Een is in a large garden east of Kuba. Little is said in books about this well, and the people of Al-Madinah do not know the name. End footnote. After my sleep, which was allowed to last until a pipe or 2 of Latakia had gone round the party, we remounted our animals. Returning towards Al-Madinah, my companions pointed out to me on the left of the village a garden called Al-Madinah. It contains a quarry of the yellow loam or bowl earth, called by the Arabs tafel, by the Persians gil-il-sarshui, and by the Indians metu. It is used as soap in many parts of the East, and mixed with oil it is supposed to cool the body and to render the skin fresh and supple. It is related that the Prophet cured a Badawi of the Benu Haris tribe of fever by washing him with a pot of tafel dissolved in water, and hence the earth of Al-Madinah derived its healing fame. As far as I could learn from the Madani, this clay is no longer valued by them, either medicinally or cosmetically. The only use they could mention was its being eaten by the fair sex when in the peculiar state described by chlorosis. End of chapter 19. Recording by Pentti Hirvonen in Finland.
Chapter 20, Part 1 of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 20, Part 1 of Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca by Richard Francis Burton. The Visitation of Hamza's Tomb, Part 1. On the morning of Sunday, the 23rd Zul-Qa'dah, 28th August, 1853, arrived from Al-Sham, or Damascus, the great caravan popularly called Hajj al-Shami, the Damascus pilgrimage, as the Egyptian Kafila is Al-Misri, or the Cairo pilgrimage. Footnote: Damascus derives its names, the Great Gate of Pilgrimage, and the Key of the Prophet's Tomb, from its being the gathering place of this caravan. End of footnote. It is the main stream which carries off all the small currents that, at this season of general movement, flow from Central Asia towards the great center of the Islamic world, and in 1853 it amounted to about 7,000 souls. The arrival was anxiously expected by the people for several reasons. In the first place, it brought with it a new curtain for the Prophet's Hujra, the old one being in a tattered condition. Secondly, it had charge of the annual stipends and pensions of the citizens. And thirdly, many families expected members returning under its escort to their homes. The popular anxiety was greatly increased by the disordered state of the country round about, and, moreover, the great caravan had been one day too late, generally arriving on the morning of the 22nd Zul-Qa'dah. Footnote: I reprint the following from the Illustrated News, in proof that the literati of England still have something to learn. On the 1st instant, the annual ceremony of the departure of the Sur Emini, with the imperial gifts for the Prophet's tomb at Mecca, took place in front of the palace at Constantinople. The Levant Herald states that the presents, which consist, beside the large money donation, of rich shawls and gold-woven stuffs, were brought out of the imperial apartments and packed in presence of the Sultan on 2 beautiful camels, which, after the delivery of the usual prayers, were then led in grand procession, accompanied by all the high officers of state, to the landing place at Kabatash, where the Suremini and camels were embarked on a government steamer and ferried over to Scutari. There the holy functionary will remain for some days, till the faithful of the capital and those who have come from the interior have joined him, when the caravan will start for Damascus. At this latter city the grand rendezvous takes place, and, that accomplished, the great caravan sets out for Mecca, under the Emir el-Hajj of the year. The imperial presents on this occasion cost more than £20,000. End of footnote. During the night 3 of Shaykh Hamid's brothers, who had entered as Muzawirs with the Hajj, came suddenly to the house. They leaped off their camels, and lost not a moment in going through the usual scene of kissing, embracing, and weeping bitterly for joy. I arose in the morning and looked out from the windows of the Majlis. The Bar al-Manakah, from a dusty waste dotted with a few Badri hair tents, had assumed all the various shapes of the colors of the kaleidoscope. The eye was bewildered by the shifting of innumerable details in all parts totally different from one another, thrown confusedly together in one small field, and, however jaded with sight-seeing, it dwelt with delight upon the variety, the vivacity, and the intense picturesqueness of the scene. In one night had sprung up a town of tents of every size, color, and shape, round, square, and oblong, open and closed, from the shawl-lined and gilt-topped pavilion of the Pasha, with all the luxurious appurtenances of the harem, to its neighbor the little dirty green routi of the tobacco-seller. They were pitched in admirable order, here ranged in a long line, where a street was required, there packed in dense masses, where thoroughfares were unnecessary. But how describe the utter confusion in the crowding, the bustling, and the vast variety of volume of sound? Huge white Syrian dromedaries, compared with which those of Al-Hijaz appeared mere pony camels, jingled large bells, and bearing shugdufs, litters, like miniature green tents, swaying and tossing upon their backs, gorgeous tucked ravan or litters carried between camels or mules with scarlet and brass trappings, Badawin bestriding naked-backed daluls (dromedaries), and clinging like apes to the hairy humps, Arnaut, Kurd, and Turkish irregular cavalry, fiercer looking in their mirth than Roman peasants in their rage, fainting Persian pilgrims, forcing their stubborn camels to kneel, or dismounted grumbling from jaded donkeys, Khawajis, sherbet-sellers, and ambulant tobacconists crying their goods, country people driving flocks of sheep and goats with infinite clamour through the lines of horses fiercely snorting and biting and kicking and rearing, townspeople seeking their friends, returned travellers exchanging affectionate salutes, devout Hajis jostling one another, running under the legs of camels, and tumbling over the dense ropes in their hurry to reach the harem, cannon roaring from the citadel, shopmen, water-carriers, and fruit-vendors fighting over their bargains, boys with loud screams bullying heretics, a well-mounted party of fine old Arab sheikhs of the Hamida clan, preceded by their valets, performing the arza or war dance, compared with which the Pyrenean bear's performance is grace itself, firing their duck guns upwards, or blowing the powder into the calves of those before them, brandishing their swords, leaping frantically the while, with their bright-coloured rags floating in the wind, tossing their long spears tufted with ostrich feathers high in the air, reckless where they fall, servants seeking their masters, and masters their tents, with vain cries of Ya Mohammed. Footnote: one might as sensibly cry out John in an English theatre. End of footnote. Grandees riding mules or stalking on foot, preceded by their crowd-beaters, shouting to clear the way, hear the loud shrieks of women and children, whose litters are bumping and rasping against one another, there the low moaning of some poor wretch that is seeking a shady corner to die in, and a thick dust which blurs the outlines like a London fog, with a flaming sun that draws sparkles of fire from the burnished weapons of the crowd, and the brass balls of tent and litter, and I doubt, gentle reader, that even the length, the jar, and the confusion of this description is adequate to its subject, or that any word-painting of mine can convey a just idea of the scene. This was the day appointed for our visiting the martyrs of Ohod. After praying the dawn prayers as directed at the harem, we mounted our donkeys, and, armed with pistols and knives, we set out from the city. Our party was large. Saad the demon had offered to accompany us, and the bustle around kept him in the best of humours. Omar Effendi was also there, quiet-looking and humble as usual, leading his ass as to avoid the trouble of dismounting every second minute. Footnote: respectable men in Al-Hijaz, when they meet friends, acquaintances, or superiors, consider it only polite to dismount from a donkey. End of footnote. I had the boy Mohammed and my slave, and Shaykh Hamid was attended by half a dozen relations. To avoid the crush of the Bahr al-Manakah, we made a detour westwards, over the bridge and down the course of the torrent bed Al-Sai. We then passed along the southern wall of the castle, traversed its eastern outwork, and issued from the Bab al-Shami. During the greater part of the time we were struggling through a living tide, and among dromedaries and chargers a donkey is by no means a pleasant monture. With some difficulty, but without any more serious accident than a fall or two, we found ourselves in the space beyond and northward of the city. This also was covered with travellers in tents, amongst which, on an eminence on the left of the road, rose suspicious the bright green pavilion of the Emir al-Hajj, the commandant of the caravan. The title of the Pasha who has the privilege of conducting the caravan. It is a lucrative as well as an honourable employment, for the Emir enjoys the droit d'aubaine, becoming heir to the personal property of all pilgrims who die in the holy cities or on the line of the march. And no Persian, even of the poorest, would think of undertaking a pilgrimage by this line of country without having at least £80 in ready money with him. The first person who bore the title of Emir al-Hajj was Abu Bakr, who, in the 9th year of the Hijrah, led 300 Moslems from Al-Madinah to the Mecca pilgrimage. On this occasion idolaters and infidels were for the first time expelled of the holy city. Hard by, half its height surrounded by a kanat or tent wall, stood the Syrian or Sultan's mahmil litter, all glittering with green and gilding and gold, and around it were pitched the handsome habitations of the principal officers and grandees of the pilgrimage. On the right hand lay extensive palm plantations, and on the left, strewed over the plain, were signs of wells and tanks, built to supply the Hajj with water. We passed two small buildings, one the Kubbat al-Sabak, or dome of the Presidents, where the Prophet's warrior friends used to display their horsemanship; the second the Makan, or burial place of Zaydna Zaki al-Din, one of Muhammad's multitudinous descendants. Then we fall into a plain, resembling that of Kuba, but less fertile. While we are jogging over it, a few words concerning Mount Ohod may not be misplaced. A popular distich says, "Verily there is healing to the eye that looks unto Ohod and the two Haras (ridges) near." Hara, from har, heat, is the generic name of lava, porous basalt, scoriae, greenstone, schiste, and others supposed to be of ingenious origin. It is also used to denote a ridge or hill of such formation. One Hara has already been mentioned in chapter 15. The second is on the road to Ohod. There is a third Hara, called Al-Wakin or Al-Zara, about 1 mile eastward of Al-Madinah. Here the Prophet wept, predicting that the last men of his faith would be foully slain. The prophecy was fulfilled in the days of Yazid, when the people of Al-Madinah filled their assembly with slippers and turbans to show that on account of his abominations they had cast off their allegiance as a garment. The accursed sent an aged sinner, Muslim bin Aqba al-Marai, who, though a cripple, defeated the Madani in a battle called the Affair of the Ridge, slaying of them 10,000 citizens, 1,700 learned and great men, 700 teachers of the Koran, and 97 Karashi nobles. This happened in the month of Zul-Hijjah, Anno Hegire 63. For 3 days the city was plundered, the streets ran blood, dogs ate human flesh in the mosque, and no fewer than 1,000 women were insulted. It was long before Al-Madinah recovered from this fatal blow, which old Muslim declared would open to him the gates of paradise. The occurrence is now forgotten at Al-Madinah, though it will live in history. The people know not the place, and even the books are doubtful whether this Hara be not upon the spot where the Kandak or moat was. And of this holy hill the Apostle declared, Ohod is a mountain which loves us and which we love, it is upon the gate of heaven. Meaning that on the day of resurrection it shall be so treated. Many, however, suppose Ohod to be one of the 4 hills of paradise. The other 3, according to Al-Tabrani, from Amr bin Auf, are Sinai, Lebanon, and Mount Warkan on the Meccan road. Others suppose Ohod to be one of the 6 mountains which afforded materials for the Kaaba. Also, it is said that when the Lord conversed with Moses on Sinai, the mountain burst into 6 pieces, 3 of which flew to Al-Madinah, Ohod, Warkan, and Ratva, and 3 to Mecca, Hira, now popularly called Jabal Nur, Sabir, the old name for Jabal Muna, and Saur. End of footnote. And Ayr is the place which hates us and which we hate. It is upon the gates of hell. Footnote. Ayr means a wild ass, whereas Ohod is derived from Ahad, one, so called because fated to be the place of victory to those who worship one God. The very names, say Moslem divines, make it abundantly evident that even as the men of Al-Madinah were 2 parties, friendly and hostile to the Prophet, so were these mountains. End of footnote. The former sheltered Muhammad in the time of danger, therefore on Resurrection Day it will be raised to paradise, whereas Jabil Ayr, its neighbor, having been so ill-judged as to refuse the Prophet water on one occasion while he thirsted, will be cast incontinently into Jahannam. Moslem divines, be it observed, ascribe to Muhammad miraculous authority over animals, vegetables, and minerals, as well as over men, angels, and jinnis. Hence the speaking wolf, the weeping post, the old stone, and the love and hate of these 2 mountains. It is probably one of the many remains of ancient paganism pulled down and afterwards used to build up the edifice of Al-Islam. According to the old Persians, the sphere has an active soul. Some sects of Hindus believe Mother Earth, upon whose bosom we little parasites crawl, to be a living being. This was a dogma also amongst the ancient Egyptians, who denoted it by a peculiar symbol, the globe with human legs. Hence the macrocosmos of the plagiaristic Greeks, the animal on large scale, whose diminutive was the microcosmos, man. Tota natura, repeats Malpighi, exists in minimis. Amongst the Romans, Tellus or Terra was a female deity, anthropomorphized according to their syncretic system, which furnished with strange gods their pantheon, but forgot to append the scroll explaining the inner sense of the symbol. And some modern philosophers, Kepler, Blackmore, and others, have not scrupled to own their belief in a doctrine which, as long as life is a mere word on man's tongue, can neither be proved nor disproved. The Mohammedans, as usual, exaggerate the dogma. A hadith related by Abu Hurayya casts on the Day of Judgment the sun and the moon into hell fire. Jabal Ohod owes its present reputation to a cave which sheltered the Apostle when pursued by his enemies, to certain springs of which he drank, and especially to its being the scene of a battle celebrated in Al-Islam. Footnote. This cave is a place of visitation, but I did not go there, as it is on the northern flank of the hill, and all assured me that it contained nothing worth seeing. Many ignore it altogether. Ohod, it is said, sent forth in the Prophet's day 360 springs, of which 10 or 12 now remain. End of footnote. On Saturday, the 11th Shawwal, in the 3rd year of the Hijrah, 26 January, A.D. 625, Muhammad with 700 men engaged 3,000 infidels under the command of Abu Sufyan, ran great personal danger, and lost his uncle Hamza, the Lord of Martyrs. On the topmost pinnacle, also, is the Kubat Harun, the dome erected over Aaron's remains. It is now, I was told, in a ruinous condition, and is placed upon the pinnacle of the 7 hills, in a position somewhat like that of certain buildings of St. Angelo in the Bay of Naples. Footnote. Meaning that the visitor must ascend several smaller eminences. The time occupied is from 8 to 9 hours, but I should not advise my successor to attempt it in the hot weather. End of footnote. Alluding to the toil of reaching it, The Madani quote a facetious rhyme inscribed upon the wall by one of their number who had wasted his breath: Malun im malun, man tala'a kubat harun. Anglis: The man must be a ruffian who climbs up to Aaron's dome. Devout Muslims visit Ohod every Thursday morning after the dawn devotions in the harem, pray for the martyrs, and, after going through the ceremonies, return to the harem in time for midday worship. On the 12th of Rajab, Zayis come out in large bodies from the city, encamp on the plain for 3 or 4 days, and pass the time in feasting, jollity, and devotion, as is usual at pilgrimages and at saints' festivals in general. After half an hour's ride we came to the Mustara, or resting place, so called because the Prophet sat there for a few minutes on his way to the battle of Ohod. It is a newly built square enclosed of dwarf whitewashed walls, within which devotees pray. On the outside fronting Al-Madinah is a seat like a chair of rough stones. Here I was placed by Muzawir, who recited an insignificant supplication to be repeated after him. At its end, with a Fatiha and accompaniments, we remounted our asses and resumed our way. Travelling onwards, we came in sight of the second Hara or ridge. It lies to the right and left of the road, and resembles lines of lava, but I had not an opportunity to examine it narrowly. Footnote: When engaged in such a holy errand as this, to have ridden away for the purpose of inspecting a line of black stone would have been certain to arouse the suspicions of an Arab. Either, he would argue, you recognize the place of some treasure described in your books, or you are a magician seeking a talisman. End of footnote. Then we reached the gardens of Ohod, which reflect in miniature those of Cuba, and presently we arrived at what explains the presence of verdure and vegetable life, a deep fiumara full of loose sand and large stones, denoting an impetuous stream. It flows along the southern base of Ohod, said to be a part of the plain of Al-Madinah, and it collects the drainage of the high lands lying to the south and southeast. The bed becomes impassable after rain, and sometimes the torrents overflow the neighboring gardens. By the direction of this fiumara, I judged that it must supply the Gabba or basin in the hills north of the plain. Good authorities, however, informed me that a large volume of water will not stand there, but flows down the beds that wind through the Ghats westward of Al-Madinah, and falls into the sea near the harbour of Wai. To the south of the fiumara is a village on an eminence, containing some large brick houses now in a ruinous state. These are the villas of opulent and religious citizens who visited the place for change of air, recreation, and worship at Hamza's tomb. Our donkeys presently sank fetlock deep in the loose sand of the torrent bed. Then reaching the northern side, and ascending a gentle slope, we found ourselves upon the battlefield. This spot, so celebrated in the annals of Al-Islam, is a shelving strip of land, close to the southern base of Mount Ohod. The army of the infidels advanced from the fiumara in crescent shape, with Abu Sufyan, the general, and his idols in the center. It is distant about 3 miles from Al-Madinah, in a northerly direction. All the visitor sees is hard gravelly ground, covered with little heaps of various colored granite, red sandstone, and bits of porphyry, to denote the different places where the martyrs fell and were buried. Footnote: They are said to be 70, but the heaps appear to me at least 3 times more numerous. End of footnote. Seen from this point, there is something appalling in the look of the holy mountain. Its seared and jagged flanks rise like masses of iron from the plain, and the crevice into which the Moslem host retired, when the disobedience of the archers and hastening to plunder enabled Khalid bin Walid to fall upon Muhammad's rear, is the only break in the grim wall. Reeking with heat, its surface produces not one green shrub or stunted tree, neither bird nor beast appeared upon its inhospitable sides, and the bright blue sky glaring above its bald and sullen brow made it look only the more repulsive. I was glad to turn away my eyes from it. End of chapter 20, part 1. Chapter 20, Part 2 of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 20, Part 2 of Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca by Richard Francis Burton. The Visitation of Hamza's Tomb, Part 2. On the left of the road, north of the Fimura, and leading to the mountains, stands Hamza's Mosque, which, like the Harem of Al-Madinah, is a mausoleum as well as a fane. It is a small, strongly built square of hewn stone, with a dome covering the solitary hypostyle of the south, and the usual minaret. The westward wing is a Zawiya or oratory, frequented by the celebrated Sufi and saint Mohammed al-Samman, the clarified butter seller, one of whose blood, the reader will remember, stood by my side in the person of Shaykh Hamid. Footnote: a Zawiya in northern Africa resembles the Takia of India, Persia, and Egypt, being a monastery for dervishes who reside there singly or in numbers. A mosque, and sometimes, according to the excellent practice of Al-Islam, a school, are attached to it. End of footnote. On the eastern side of the building a half wing projects, and a small door opens to the south, upon a mastaba or stone bench 5 or 6 feet high. This completes the square of the edifice. On the right of the road, opposite Hamza's Mosque, is a large erection, now in ruins, containing a deep hole leading to a well, with huge platforms for the accommodation of travellers. Beyond, towards the mountains, are the small edifices presently to be described. Some Turkish women were sitting veiled upon the shady platform opposite the Mater's Mosque. At a little distance their husbands, and the servants holding horses and asses, lay upon the ground, and a large crowd of Bedouin, boys, girls, and old women, had gathered around to beg, draw water, and sell dry dates. They were awaiting the guardian, who had not yet acknowledged the summons. After half an hour's vain patience, we determined to proceed with these ceremonies. Ascended by its steps the mastaba, subtending half the eastern wall, Shaykh Hamid placed me so as to front the tomb. There, standing in the burning sun, we repeated the following prayer: Peace be upon thee, O our Lord Hamza, O paternal uncle of Allah's Apostle, O paternal uncle of Allah's Prophet. Peace be upon thee, O paternal uncle of Mustafa. Peace be upon thee, O Prince of the Martyrs, O Prince of the Happy. Peace be upon thee, O Lion of Allah, O Lion of His Prophet. After which we asked Hamza and his companions to lend us their aid in obtaining for us and ours pardon, worldly prosperity, and future happiness. Scarcely had we finished, when, mounted on a high trotting dromedary, appeared the emissary of Mohammed Khalifa, descendant of Al-Abbas, who keeps the key of the mosque, and who receives the fees and donations of the devout. It was to be opened for the Turkish pilgrims. I waited to see the interior. The Arab drew forth from his pouch, with abundant solemnity, a bunch of curiously made keys, and sharply directed me to stand away from, and out of sight of, the door. When I obeyed, grumblingly, he began to rattle the locks and to snap the padlocks, opening them slowly, shaking them, and making as much noise as possible. The reason of the precaution, it sounded like poetry if not sense, is this: it is believed that the souls of martyrs, leaving the habitations of their senseless clay, are fond of sitting together in spiritual converse, and profane eye must not fall upon the scene. Footnote: some historians relate that 46 years after the Battle of Ohod, the tombs were laid bare by a torrent, when the corpses appeared in their winding sheets, as if buried the day before. Some had their hands upon their death wounds, from which fresh blood trickled when the pressure was forcibly removed. In opposition to this Moslem theory, we have that of the modern Greeks, namely, that if the body be not decomposed within a year, it shows that the soul is not where it should be. and a footnote. What grand pictures these imaginative Arabs say, conceive the majestic figures of the saints, for the soul with Mohammedans is like the old European spirit, is something immaterial in the shape of a body, with long grey beards, earnest faces, and solemn eyes, reposing beneath the palms, and discussing events now buried in the gloom of 1,000 years. I would fain be hard upon this superstition, but shame prevents. When in Nottingham, eggs may not be carried out after sunset; when Ireland hears banshees, or apparitional old women with streaming hair, and dressed in blue mantles; when Scotland sees a shroud about a person, showing his approaching death; when France has her loup-garou, revenants, and poule du vendredi saint, i.e., hens hatched on Good Friday, supposed to change colour every year, as long as the Holy Goat cures devotees at Trèves, Madonnas wink at Rimini, San Januario melts at Naples, and Adelorat and Estatiche make converts to hysteria at Rome, whilst the Virgin manifests herself to children on the Alps and in France, whilst Germany sends forth psychography, whilst Europe, the civilized, the enlightened, the sceptical, dotes over clairvoyance and table-turning, and whilst even hard-headed America believes in mediums, in snail telegraphs, and spirit rappings, I must hold the men of Al-Madinah to be as wise, and their superstition to be as respectable, as that of others. Footnote. In fairness, I must confess to believing in the reality of these phenomena, but not in their spiritual origin. End of footnote. But the realities of Hamza's mosque have little to recommend them. The building is like that of Cuba, only smaller, and the hypostyle is hung with oil lamps and ostrich eggs, the usual paltry furniture of an Arab mausoleum. On the walls are a few modern inscriptions and framed poetry, written in a calligraphic hand. Beneath the Rivak lies Hamza, under a mass of black basaltic stone, resembling that of Aden, only more porous and scoriaceous, convex at the top, like a heap of earth, without the kiswa, or cover of a saint's tomb, and railed round with wooden bars. Footnote. In the common tombs of martyrs, saints, and holy men, this covering is usually of green cloth, with long white letters sewn upon it. I forgot to ask whether it was temporarily absent from Hamza's grave. End of footnote. At his head, or westward, lies Abdullah bin Yaish, a name little known to fame, under a plain whitewashed tomb, also convex, and in the courtyard is a similar pile, erected over the remains of Shamas bin Osman, another obscure companion. Footnote. All these erections are new. In Burckhardt's time they were mere heaps of earth, with a few loose stones placed around them. I do not know what has become of the third martyr, said to have been interred near Hamza. Possibly some day he may reappear. Meanwhile the people of Al-Madinah are so wealthy in saints that they can well afford to lose sight of one. End of footnote. We then passed through a door in the northern part of the western wall, and saw a diminutive palm plantation and a well. After which we left the mosque, and I was under the fatal necessity of paying $1 for the honor of entering it. But the guardian promised that the chapter YS of Al-Ikhlas should be recited for my benefit, the latter 40 times, and if their efficacy be 1/20th part of what men say it is, the reader cannot quote against me a certain popular proverb concerning an order of men easily parted from their money. Issuing from the mosque, we advanced a few paces toward the mountain. On our left we passed by, at a respectful distance, for the Turkish Hajis cried out that their women were engaged in ablution, a large sari, or tank, built of cut stone with steps, and intended to detain the overflowing waters of the torrent. The next place we prayed at was a small square, enclosed with dwarf whitewashed walls, containing a few graves denoted by ovals of loose stones thinly spread upon the ground. This is primitive Arab simplicity. The Bedouins still mark the places of their dead with 4 stones planted at the head, the feet, and the sides. In the centre the earth is either heaped up musannam, i.e. like the hump of a camel, or more generally left musatta, level. I therefore suppose that the latter was the original shape of the Prophet's tomb. Within the enclosure certain martyrs of the Holy Army were buried. After praying there, we repaired to a small building still nearer to the foot of the mountain. It is the usual cupola springing from the 4 square walls, not in the best preservation. Here the Prophet prayed, and it is called the Kubat al-Sanya, dome of the front teeth, from the following circumstance. 5 infidels were bound by oath to slay Mohammed at the battle of Ohod. One of these, Kumayya, threw so many stones, and with such goodwill, that 2 rings of the Prophet's helmet were driven into his cheeks, and blood poured from his brow down his mustachios, which he wiped with a cloak to prevent the drops falling to the ground. Then Utbah bin Abi Waqqas hurled a stone at him, which, splitting his lower lip, knocked out one of his front teeth. On the left of the mihrab, inserted low in the wall, is a square stone, upon which Shaykh Hamid showed me the impression of a tooth. He kissed it with peculiar reverence, and so did I. But the boy Mohammed, being by me, objurgated, for I remarked in him a jaunty demeanour combined with neglectfulness of ceremonies, saluted it sulkily, muttering the while hints about the holiness of his birthplace exempting him from the trouble of stooping. Already he had appeared at the harem without his jubba, and with ungirt loins, in waistcoat and shirt sleeves. Moreover, he had conducted himself indecorously by nudging Shaykh Hamid's sides during divine service. Feeling that the youth's moral man was, like his physical, under my charge, and determined to arrest a course of conduct which must have ended in obtaining for me, the master, the reputation of a son of Belial, I insisted upon his joining us in the customary 2-bow prayers. And Sa'ad the demon, taking my side of the question with his usual alacrity, when a disturbance was in prospect, the youth found it necessary to yield. After this little scene, Shaykh Hamid pointed out a sprawling inscription blessing the companions of the Prophet. The unhappy Abu Bakr's name had been half effaced by some fanatic Shia, a circumstance which seemed to arouse all the evil in my companion's nature, and looking close at the wall I found a line of Persian verse to this effect: I am weary of my life, Umr, because it bears the name of Umar. Footnote: in the Persian characters the word Umr, life, and Umar, the name of the hated Caliph, are written in the same way, which explains the pun. End of footnote. We English wanderers are beginning to be shamed out of our vulgar habit of scribbling names and nonsense in noted spots. Yet the practice is both classical and oriental. The Greeks and Persians left their marks everywhere, as Egypt chose, and the paws of the Sphinx bear scratches which, being interpreted, are found to be the same manner of trash as that written upon the remains of Thebes in A.D. 1879, and Easterns appear never to enter a building with a white wall without inditing upon it platitudes in verse and prose. Influenced by these considerations, I drew forth a pencil and inscribed in the Kubat al-Sanya, Abdullah, the servant of Allah, Anno Hegrie, 1269. Issuing from the dome, we turned a few paces to the left, passed northwards, and thus blessed the martyrs of Ohod. Peace be upon ye, O martyrs! Peace be upon ye, O blessed, ye pious, ye pure, who fought upon Allah's path the good fight, who worshipped your Lord until he brought you to certainty. Footnote: that is to say, to the hour of death. End of footnote. Peace be upon you of whom Allah said, Verily repute not them slain on God's path, i.e. warring with infidels. Nay, rather they are alive, and there is no fear upon them, nor are they sorrowful. Peace be upon ye, O martyrs of Ohod, one and all, and the mercy of Allah and His blessings. Then again we moved a few paces forward and went through a similar ceremony, supposing ourselves to be in the cave that sheltered the Apostle. After which, returning towards the torrent bed by the way we came, we stood a small distance from the cupola called Kubat al-Masra. It resembles that of the front teeth, and notes, as its name proves, the place where the gallant Hamza fell by the spear of Washi the slave. Footnote: When Jubair bin Mut'im was marching to Uhud, according to the Rawzat al-Safa, in revenge for the death of his uncle Taima, he offered manumission to his slave Washi, who was noted for the use of the Abyssinian spear, if he slew Hamza. The slave set an ambush behind a rock, and when the hero had dispatched one Siba bin Abd al-Lais of Mecca, he threw a javelin which pierced his navel and came out of his back. The wounded man advanced towards his assassin, who escaped. Hamza then fell, and his friends coming up, found him dead. Washi waited till he saw an opportunity, drew the javelin from the body, and mutilated it, in order to present trophies to the ferocious Hinda, mother of Muawiyah, whose father Utbah had been slain by Hamza. The Amazon insisted upon seeing the corpse. Having presented her necklace and bracelets to Washi, she supplied their place with the nose, the ears, and other parts of the dead hero. After mangling the body in a disgusting manner, she ended by tearing open the stomach and biting the liver, whence she was called Akalat al-Akbat. When Muhammad saw the state of his father's brother, he was sadly moved. Presently, comforted by the inspirations brought by Gabriel, he cried, "It is written among the people of the seven heavens, Hamza, son of Muttalib, is the lion of Allah, and the lion of his Prophet," and ordered him to be shrouded and prayed over him, beginning, says the Jazb al-Kulub, with 70 repetitions of Allah Akbar. Ali had brought in his shield some water for Muhammad, from a maras or stone trough which stood near the scene of action, but the Prophet refused to drink it, and washed with it the blood from the face of him martyred by the side of the maras. It was of the Moslems slain at Uhud, according to Abu Dawood, that the Prophet declared that their souls should be carried into the crops of green birds, that they might drink the waters and taste the fruits of paradise, and nestle beneath the golden lamps that hang from the celestial ceiling. He also forbade, on this occasion, the still popular practice of mutilating an enemy's corpse. We faced towards it and finished the ceremonies of this ziyarat by a supplication, the testification, and the Fatiha. In the evening I went with my friends to the Harim. The minaret galleries were hung with lamps, and the inside of the temple was illuminated. It was crowded with Hajis, amongst whom were many women, a circumstance which struck me from its being unusual. The Prophet preferred women and young boys to pray privately, and in some parts of Al-Islam they are not allowed to join a congregation. At Al-Madinah, however, it is no longer, as in Burkitt's time, thought very indecorous in women to enter the mosque. Some pious pilgrims, who had duly paid for the privilege, were perched upon ladders, trimming wax candles of vast dimensions; others were laying up for themselves rewards in paradise, by performing the same office to the lamps. Many were going through the ceremonies of ziyarat, and not a few were sitting in different parts of the mosque apparently overwhelmed with emotion. The boys and the beggars were inspired with fresh energy, the Akwat were gruffer and surlier than I had ever seen them, and the young men about town walked and talked with a freer and easier demeanour than usual. My old friends the Persians, there were about 1,200 of them in the Hajj caravan, attracted my attention. The doorkeepers stopped them with curses as they were about to enter, and claimed from each the sum of 5 piastres, whilst other Moslems were allowed to enter the mosque free. Unhappy men, they had lost all the Shiraz swagger, their mustachios dropped pitiably, their eyes would not look anyone in the face, and not a head bore a cap struck upon it crookedly. Whenever an Ajami, whatever might be his rank, stood in the way of an Arab or a Turk, he was rudely thrust aside, with abuse muttered loud enough to be heard by all around. All eyes followed them as they went through the ceremonies of ziyarat, especially as they approached the tombs of Abu Bakr and Omar, which every man is bound to defile if he can, and the supposed place of Fatima's burial. Here they stood in parties, after praying before the Prophet's window. One read from a book the pathetic tale of the lady's life, sorrows, and mourning death, whilst the others listened to him with breathless attention. Sometimes their emotion was too strong to be repressed. "Ay, Fatima! Ay, Muslimah! Why, O Fatima! O thou injured one! Allahs, Allahs!" burst involuntarily from their lips, despite the danger of such exclamations. Tears trickled down their hairy cheeks, and their brawny bosoms heaved with sobs. A strange sight it was to see rugged fellows, mountaineers perhaps, or the fierce Iliads of the plains, sometimes weeping silently like children, sometimes shrieking like hysteric girls, and utterly careless to conceal a grief so coarse and grisly, at the same time so true and real, that I knew not how to behold it. Then the satanic scowls with which they passed by, or pretended to pray at, the hated Omar's tomb. With what curses their hearts are belying those mouths full of blessings! How they are internally canonizing Fairuz, the Persian slave who stabbed Omar in the mosque, and praying for his eternal happiness in the presence of the murdered man. Sticks and stones, however, and not unfrequently the knife and the sabre, have taught them the hard lesson of disciplining their feelings, and nothing but a furious contraction of the brow, a roll of the eye, intensely vicious, and a twitching of the muscles about the region of the mouth, denote the wild storm of wrath within. They generally, too, manage to discharge some part of their passion in words. "Hail, Omar, thou hog!" exclaims some fanatic Madani as he passes by the heretic, a demand more outraging than requiring a red-hot Black North Protestant to bless the Pope. "O Allah, hell him!" meekly responds the Persian, changing the benediction to a curse most intelligible to, and most delicious in, his fellows' ears. An evening hour in the steamy heart of the harem was equal to half a dozen afternoons, and I left it, resolved never to revisit it till the Hajj departed from Al-Madinah. It was only prudent not to see much of the Ajamis, and as I did so, somewhat ostentatiously, my companions discovered that the Sheikh Abdullah, having slain many of those heretics in some war or other, was avoiding them to escape retaliation. In proof of my generalistic qualities, the rolling down of the water jar upon the heads of the Maghribi pilgrims in the Golden Thread was quoted, and all offered to fight for me à l'outrance. I took care not to contradict the report. End of chapter 20, part 2.
Section 28 of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 21. The People of Al-Madinah. Al-Madinah contains but few families descended from the Prophet's auxiliaries. I heard only of 4 whose genealogy is undoubted. These were the Bayt al-Ansari, or descendants of Abu Ayyub, a most noble race, whose tree ramifies through a space of 1500 years. They keep the keys of the Kuba mosque, and are imams in the harem, but the family is no longer wealthy or powerful. Footnote: Ibn Jubayr relates that in his day a descendant of Belal, the original muezzin of the Prophet, practiced his ancestral profession at Al-Madinah. End of footnote. The Bayt Abu Jud, they supply the harem with imams and muezzins. I was told that there are now but 2 surviving members of this family, a boy and a girl. The Bayt al-Sha'ab, a numerous race. Some of the members travel professionally, others trade, and others are employed in the harem. The Bayt al-Karani, who are mostly engaged in commerce. There is also a race called al-Nakhawila, who according to some are descendants of the Ansar, while others derive it from the Yazid, the son of Muawiyah. The latter opinion is improbable, as the Caliph in question was a mortal foe to Ali's family, which is inordinately venerated by these people. Footnote: This word is said to be the plural of Nakhwali, one who cultivates the date tree, a gardener or farmer. No one could tell me whether these heretics had not a peculiar name for themselves. I hazard a conjecture that they may be identical with the Mutawali, also written Mutawila, Mutaalis, Metualis, etc., etc. the hardy, courageous, and hospitable mountaineers of Syria, and Coele-Syria proper. This race of sectarians, about 35,000 in number, holds to the imamship or supreme pontificate of Ali and his descendants. They differ, however, in doctrine from the Persians, believing in a transmigration of the soul, which, gradually purified, is at last orbed into a perfect star. They are scrupulous of caste, and will not allow a Jew or a Frank to touch a piece of their furniture, yet they erect guest-houses for infidels. In this they resemble the Shiahs, who are far more particular about ceremonial purity than the Sunnis. They use ablutions before each meal, and herein remind us of the Hindus. As far as I could ascertain, they abuse the Shaykhan, Abu Bakr and Omar. All my informants agreed upon this point, but none could tell me why they neglected to bedevil Osman, the third object of hatred to the Shiah persuasion. They are numerous and warlike, yet they are despised by the townspeople because they openly profess heresy, and are, moreover, of humble degree. They have their own priests and instructors, although subject to the orthodox Kazi, marry in their own sect, are confined to low offices such as slaughtering animals, sweeping, and gardening, and are not allowed to enter the harem during life, or to be carried to it after death. Their corpses are taken down an outer street called the Darb al-Janaza, Road of Biers, to their own cemetery near al-Bakia. They dress and speak Arabic like the townspeople, but the Arabs pretend to distinguish them by a peculiar look denoting their degradation. It is doubtless the mistake of effect for cause about all such tribes of the wandering foot and weary beast. A number of reports are current about the horrid customs of these people, and their community of women with the Persian pilgrims who passed through the town. The communist principles of Mazdak the Persian, 6th century, have given his nation a permanent bad fame in this particular among the Arabs. It need scarcely be said that such tales coming from the mouths of fanatic foes are not to be credited. I regret not having an opportunity to become intimate with any of the Nakhawila, from whom curious information might be elicited. Orthodox Moslems do not like to be questioned about such hateful subjects. When I attempted to learn something from one of my acquaintance, Sheikh Ullah al-Din, of a Kurd family, settled at Al-Madinah, a man who had travelled over the East, and who spoke 5 languages to perfection, he coldly replied that he had never consorted with these heretics. Sayyids and Sharifs, the descendants of the Prophet, here abound. In Arabia, the Sharif is the descendant of Hassan through his 2 sons, Zayd and Hassan al-Musanna. The Sayyid is the descendant of the Husayn through Zayn al-Abidin, the sole of 12 children who survived the fatal field of Kerbela. The former devotes himself to government and war, the latter to learning and religion. In Persia and India, the Sharif is the son of a Sayyid woman and a common Moslem. The Sayyid Najib al-Taraf, noble on one side, is the son of a Sayyid father and a common Moslemah. The Sayyid Najib al-Tarafain, noble on both sides, is one whose parents are both Sayyids. The Benu Hussein of Al-Madinah have their headquarters at Suwarikiya. The former place contains 6 or 7 families, the latter 93 or 94. Burckhardt alludes to this settlement when he says, "In the eastern desert, at 3 or 4 days' journey from Medina, lives a whole Bedouin tribe, called Beni Ali, who are all of this Persian creed. I travelled to Suwarkiya, and found it inhabited by Benu Hussein. The Benu Ali are Bedouins settled at the Awali, near the Kuba Mosque. They were originally slaves of the great house of Auf, and are still heretical in their opinions." Anciently they were much more numerous, and such was their power that for centuries they retained charge of the Prophet's tomb. They subsist principally upon their amlak, property in land, for which they have title deeds extending back to Muhammad's days, and awkaf, religious bequests. Popular rumour accuses them of frequent murders for the sake of succession. At Al-Madinah they live chiefly at the Hosh ibn Sa'ad, a settlement outside the town and south of the Darb al-Janaza. There is, however, no objection to their dwelling within the walls, and they are taken to the harem after death, if there be no evil report against the individual. Their burial place is the Bakia cemetery. The reason of this toleration is, that some are supposed to be Sunni or orthodox, and even the most heretical keep their Rafiz heresy a profound secret. Refusing, rejecting. Hence the origin of Rafizi, a rejecter, a heretic. Inna rafaznahum, verily we have rejected them. Abu Bakr, Omar, and Osman, exclaim the Persians, glorying in the opprobrious epithet. Most learned Arabs believe that they belong, like the Persians, to the sect of Ali. The truth, however, is so vaguely known that I could find out none of the peculiarities of their faith till I met a Shirazi friend at Bombay. The Benu Hussein are spare, dark men of Badawi appearance, and they dress in the old Arab style still affected by the Sharifs, a kufiyah, kerchief on the head, a banish, a long and wide-sleeved garment resembling our magician's gown, thrown over their white cotton kamis shirt. In public they always carry swords, even when others leave weapons at home. Sayyids in Al-Hijaz, as a general rule, do not denote their descent by the green turban. In fact, most of them wear a red cashmere shawl around the head, when able to afford the luxury. The green turban is an innovation in Al-Islam. In some countries it is confined to the Sayyids, in others it is worn as a mark of distinction by pilgrims. Khuda Bakhsh, the Indian, at Cairo, generally dressed in a tender green suit, like a mantis. There are about 200 families of Sayyid Alawiyah, descendants of Ali, by any of his wives but Fatima. They bear no distinctive mark in dress or appearance, and are either employed at the temple or engaged at trade. Of the Khalifiyah, or descendants of Abbas, there is, I am told, but one household, the Bait al-Khalifa, who act as imams in the harim, and have charge of the Hamza's tomb. Some declare that there are a few of the Siddiqiyah, or descendants from Abu Bakr. Others ignore them, and none could give me any information of the Benu Najjar. The rest of the population of Al-Madinah is a motley race composed of offshoots from every nation in Al-Islam. The sanctity of the city attracts strangers who, purposing to stay but a short time, become residents. After finding some employment, they marry, have families, die, and are buried there with an eye to the spiritual advantages of the place. I was much importuned to stay at Al-Madinah. The only known physician was one Shaykh Abdullah Sahib, an Indian, a learned man, but of so melancholic a temperament and so ascetic in his habits, that his knowledge was entirely lost to the public. Why dost thou not, said my friends, hire a shop somewhere near the Prophet's mosque? There thou wilt eat bread by thy skill, and thy soul will have the blessing of being on holy ground. Shaykh Nur also opined, after a short residence at Al-Madinah, that it was a Bara Janati Shahar, a very heavenly city, and little would have induced him to make it his home. The present ruling race at Al-Madinah, in consequence of political vicissitudes, is the Sufat, sons of Turkish fathers by Arab mothers. Plural of Sufta, a half-caste Turk. These half-castes are now numerous, and have managed to secure the highest and most lucrative offices. Besides Turks, there are families originally from the Maghrib, Takrouris, Egyptians in considerable numbers, settlers from Al-Yaman and other parts of Arabia, Syrians, Kurds, Afghans, Dagestanis from the Caucasus, and a few Jawis, Java Moslems. The Sindhis, I was told, reckon about 100 families, who are exceedingly despised for their cowardice and want of manliness, whilst the Baluch and the Afghan are respected. The Indians are not so numerous in proportion here as at Meccah. Still, Hindustani is by no means uncommonly heard in the streets. They preserve their peculiar costume, the women persisting in showing their faces, and in wearing tight, exceedingly tight pantaloons. This, together with other reasons, secures for them the contempt of the Arabs. At Al-Madinah they are generally small shopkeepers, especially druggists and sellers of kumash cloth, and they form a society of their own. The terrible cases of misery and starvation, which so commonly occur among the improvident Indians at Jeddah and Mecca, are here rare. The Hanafi school holds the first rank at Al-Madinah, as in most parts of Al-Islam, although many of the citizens and almost all the Badawin are Shafeis. The reader will have remarked with astonishment that at one of the fountain-heads of the faith there are several races of schismatics, the Benu Hussein, the Benu Ali, and the Nakhawila. At the town of Safra there are said to be a number of the Zuyud schismatics, who visit Al-Madinah and have settled in force at Mecca, and some declare that the Bayazi sect also exists. Plural of Zaydi. These are well-known schismatics of the Shia persuasion, who abound in southern Arabia. The Bayazi sect flourishes near Maskat, whose imam or prince, it is said, belongs to the heretical persuasion. It rejects Osman, and advocates the superiority of Omar over the other two caliphs. The citizens of Al-Madinah are a favoured race, although the city is not, like Mecca, the grand mart of the Moslem world, or the meeting place of nations. They pay no taxes, and reject the idea of a miri, or land cess, with extreme disdain. Are we, the children of the Prophet, they exclaim, to support or to be supported? The Wahhabis, not understanding the argument, taxed them, as was their wont, in specie and in materials, for which reason the very name of those Puritans is an abomination. As has before been shown, all the numerous attendants at the mosque are paid partly by the Sultan, partly by the Aukaf, the rents of houses and lands bequeathed to the shrine, and scattered over every part of the Moslem world. When a Madani is inclined to travel, he applies to the Mudir al-Harim, and receives from him a paper which entitles him to the receipt of a considerable sum at Constantinople. The ikram, honorarium, as it is called, varies with the rank of the recipient, the citizens being divided into these 4 orders, viz. First and highest, the Sadat, Sayyids, and Imams, who are entitled to 12 purses, or about £60. Sadat is the plural of Sayyid. This word, in the northern Hijaz, is applied indifferently to the posterity of Hassan and Hosein. Of these there are said to be 300 families. The Kanadan, who keep open house and receive poor strangers gratis. Their ikram amounts to 8 purses, and they number from 100 to 150 families. The Ahali, burghers, or Madani properly speaking, who have homes and families, and were born in Al-Madinah, they claim 6 purses. The plural of Al, an inhabitant of a particular place. The reader will excuse my troubling him with these terms, as they are almost all local in their application, and therefore are not explained in such restricted sense by lexicographers, the specification may not be useless to the Oriental student. The Mujawirin, strangers as Egyptians or Indians, settled at, though not born in Al-Madinah. Their honorarium is 4 purses. The Madani traveller, on arrival at Constantinople, reports his arrival to his consul, the Wakil al-Haramayn. This agent of the 2 holy places applies to the Nazir al-Aukaf, or intendant of bequests. The latter, after transmitting the demand to the different officers of the treasury, sends the money to the Wakil, who delivers it to the applicant. This gift is sometimes squandered in pleasure, more often profitably invested either in merchandise or in articles of home use, presents of dress and jewellery for the women, handsome arms, especially pistols and balas (yatagans), silk tassels, amber pipe pieces, slippers, and embroidered purses. The Turkish yatagan. It is a long dagger intended for thrusting rather than cutting, and has a curve which, methinks, has been wisely copied by the Duke of Orleans in the bayonet of the Chasseur de Vincennes. They are packed up in 1 or 2 large Saharas, and then commences the labour of returning home gratis. Besides the ikram, most of the Madani, when upon these begging trips, are received as guests by great men at Constantinople. The citizens whose turn it is not to travel await the Aukaf and Sadakat, bequests and alms, forwarded every year by the Damascus caravan; besides which, as has been before explained, the Harim supplies even those not officially employed in it with many perquisites. Without these advantages, Al-Madinah would soon be abandoned to cultivators and Badawin. Though commerce is here honourable, as everywhere in the East, business is slack, because the higher classes prefer the idleness of administering their landed estates, and being servants to the mosque. Omar Effendi's brothers, grandsons of the principal Mufti of Al-Madinah, were both shopkeepers, and were always exhorting him to do some useful work, rather than muddle his brains and waste his time on books. I heard of only 4 respectable houses: Al-Isawi, Al-Sha'ab, Abd al-Jawad, and a family from Al-Sharq, the eastern region. They all deal in grain, cloth, and provisions, and perhaps the richest have a capital of $20,000. Caravans in the cold weather are constantly passing between Al-Madinah and Egypt, but they are rather bodies of visitors to Constantinople than traders travelling for gain. Corn is brought from Jeddah by land, and imported into Yambu or via Al Rais, a port on the Red Sea, 1 day and a half's journey from Safra. There is an active provision trade with the neighbouring Badawin, and the Syrian Hajj supplies the citizens with apparel and articles of luxury, tobacco, dried fruits, sweetmeats, knives, and all that is included under the word notions. There are few storekeepers, and their dealings are petty, because articles of every kind are brought from Egypt, Syria, and Constantinople. As a general rule, labour is exceedingly expensive, and at the visitation time a man will demand 15 or 20 piastres from a stranger for such a trifling job as mending an umbrella. [Footnote: To a townsman, even during the dead season, the pay of a gardener would be 2 piastres, a carpenter 8 piastres per diem, and a common servant, a bawab or porter for instance, 25 piastres per mensem, or £3 per annum, besides board and dress. Considering the value of money in the country, these are very high rates. Handicraftsmen and artisans, carpenters, masons, locksmiths, potters, and others, are either slaves or foreigners, mostly Egyptians. [Footnote: Who alone sell milk, curds, or butter. The reason of their monopoly has been given in Chapter 8.] This proceeds partly from the pride of the people. They are taught from their childhood that the Madani is a favoured being, to be respected, however vile or schismatic, and that the vengeance of Allah will fall upon any one who ventures to abuse, much more to strike him. [Footnote: History informs us that the sanctity of their birthplace has not always preserved the people of Al-Madinah, but the memory of their misfortunes is soon washed away by the overwhelming pride of the race. They receive a stranger at the shop window with the haughtiness of pashas, and take pains to show him by words as well as by looks that they consider themselves as good gentlemen as the king, only not so rich. Added to this pride are indolence and the true Arab prejudice, which, even in the present day, prevents a Badawi from marrying the daughter of an artisan. Like Castilians, they consider labour humiliating to any but a slave. Nor is this, as a clever French author remarks, by any means an unreasonable idea, since Heaven, to punish man for disobedience, caused him to eat daily bread by the sweat of his brow. Besides, there is degradation, moral and physical, in handiwork compared with the freedom of the desert. The loom and the file do not conserve courtesy and chivalry like the sword and the spear. Man extends his tongue, to use an Arab phrase, when a cuff and not a stab is to be the consequence of an injurious expression. Even the ruffian becomes polite in California, where his brother ruffian carries his revolver, and those European nations who were the most polished, when every gentleman wore a rapier, have become the rudest, since civilization disarmed them. By the tariff quoted below it will be evident that Al-Madinah is not a cheap place. [Footnote: The market is under the charge of an Arab mutasib or bazaar master, who again is subject to the muhafiz or pasha governing the place. The following was the current price of provisions at Al-Madinah early in August 1853. During the visitation season everything is doubled. 1 pound mutton, 2 piastres. Beef is half price, but seldom eaten. There is no buffalo meat, and only Badawin will touch the camel. A fowl, 5 piastres. Eggs, in summer 8, in winter 4 for the piastre. 1 pound clarified butter, 4 piastres. When cheap it falls to 2½ Butter is made at home by those who eat it, and sometimes by the Egyptians for sale. 1 pound milk, 1 piastre. 1 pound cheese, 2 piastres. When cheap it is 1, when dear 3 piastres per pound. A wheaten loaf weighing 12 dirhams, 10 paras. There are loaves of 24 dirhams costing half a piastre. 1 pound dry biscuits imported, 3 piastres. 1 pound of vegetables, half a piastre. 1 mud dates varies according to quality from 4 piastres to 100. 1 pound grapes, 1½ piastres. A lime, 1 para. A pomegranate, from 20 paras to 1 piastre. A watermelon, from 3 to 6 piastres each. 1 pound peaches, 2 piastres. 1 pound coffee, 4 piastres. The Yamani is the only kind drunk here. 1 pound tea, 15 piastres. Black tea, imported from India. 1 pound European loaf sugar, 6 piastres. White Egyptian, 5 piastres. Brown Egyptian, 3 piastres. Brown Indian, for cooking in conserves, 3 piastres. 1 pound spermaceti candles, 7 piastres. Called wax, and imported from Egypt. 1 pound tallow candles, 3 piastres. 1 ardeb wheat, 295 piastres. 1 ardeb onions, 33 piastres. When cheap, 20, when dear, 40. 1 ardeb barley, 120 piastres, minimum 90, maximum 180. 1 ardeb rice, Indian, 302 piastres. It varies from 260 to 350 piastres, according to quality. Doura or maize is generally given to animals and is very cheap. Barsim, clover, a bundle of 3 wakiyas, 36 dirhams, costs 1 para. Adas or lentil is the same price as rice. 1 pound Latakia tobacco, 16 piastres. 1 pound Syrian tobacco, 8 piastres. 1 pound tumbak, Persian, 6 piastres. 1 pound olive oil, 6 piastres. When cheap, it is 4. A skin of water, half a piastre. Bag of charcoal, containing 100 wuka, 10 piastres. The best kind is made from an acacia, called samor. The para, Turkish, fada, Egyptian, or diwani, Hijazi word, is the 40th part of a piastre, or nearly the quarter of a farthing. The piastre is about 2 2/5 pence. Throughout Al-Hijaz there is no want of small change, as in Egypt, where the deficiency calls for the attention of the government. Yet the citizens, despite their being generally in debt, manage to live well. Their cookery, like that of Mecca, has borrowed something from Egypt, Turkey, Syria, Persia, and India. As all Orientals, they are exceedingly fond of clarified butter. Physiologists have remarked that fat and greasy food, containing a quantity of carbon, is peculiar to cold countries, whereas the inhabitants of the tropics delight in fruit, vegetables, and articles of diet which do not increase caloric. This must be taken cum grano. In Italy, Spain, and Greece, the general use of olive oil begins. In Africa and Asia, especially in the hottest parts, the people habitually eat enough clarified butter to satisfy an Eskimo. I have seen the boy Mohammed drink off nearly a tumblerful, although his friends warned him that it would make him as fat as an elephant. When a man cannot enjoy clarified butter in these countries, it is considered a sign that his stomach is out of order, and all my excuses of a melancholic temperament were required to be in full play to prevent the infliction of fried meat swimming in grease, or that guest dish, rice saturated with melted, perhaps I should say rancid, butter. In Persia, you jocosely say to a man, when he is threatened with a sudden inroad of guests, "Go and swamp the rice with rogan," clarified butter. The salmon of Al-Hijaz, however, is often fresh, being brought in by the Badawin. It has not, therefore, the foul flavour derived from the old and impregnated skin bag, which distinguishes the ghee of India. Among the Indians, ghee, placed in pots carefully stopped up and kept for years till a hard black mass only remains, is considered a panacea for diseases and wounds. The house of a Madani in good circumstances is comfortable, for the building is substantial and the attendants respectable. Black slave girls here perform the complicated duties of servant maids in England. They are taught to sew, to cook, and to wash, besides sweeping the house and drawing water for domestic use. Hazina, the charmer, a decided misnomer, costs from $40 to $50. If she be a mother, her value is less, but neat-handedness, propriety of demeanour, and skill in feminine accomplishments raise her to $100, or £25. A little black boy, perfect in all his points, and tolerably intelligent, costs about 1,000 piastres. Girls are dearer, and eunuchs fetch double that sum. The older the children become, the more their value diminishes, and no one would purchase, save under exceptional circumstances, an adult slave, because he is never parted with but for some incurable vice. The Abyssinian, mostly Galla girls, so much prized because their skins are always cool in the hottest weather, are here rare. They seldom sell for less than £20, and they often fetch £60. I never heard of a Jariya Baiza, a white slave girl, being in the market at Al-Madinah. In Circassia they fetch from £100 to £400 prime cost, and few men in Al-Hijaz could afford so expensive a luxury. The bazaar at Al-Madinah is poor, and as almost all the slaves are brought from Mecca by the jalabs, or drivers, after exporting the best to Egypt, the town receives only the refuse. Some of these slaves come from Abyssinia; the greater part are driven from the Galla country and exported at the harbours of the Somali coast, Berbera, Tajura, and Zaila. As many as 2,000 slaves from the former place, and 4,000 from the latter, are annually shipped off to Mocha, Jeddah, Suez, and Muscat. It is strange that the Imam of the latter place should voluntarily have made a treaty with us for the suppression of this vile trade, and yet should allow so extensive an importation to his dominions. The personal appearance of the Madani makes the stranger wonder how this mongrel population of settlers has acquired a peculiar and almost an Arab physiognomy. They are remarkably fair, the effect of a cold climate. Sometimes the cheeks are lighted up with red, and the hair is a dark chestnut. At Al-Madinah I was not stared at as a white man. The cheeks and different parts of the children's bodies are sometimes marked with mashali or tashri, not the 3 long stripes of the Meccans, but little scars, generally in 3s. [Footnote: More will be said concerning the origin of this strange custom when speaking of Mecca and the Meccans.] In some points they approach very near the true Arab type, that is to say, the Badawi of ancient and noble fame. The cheekbones are high and saillant, the eyes small, more round than long, piercing, fiery, deep set, and brown rather than black. The head is small, the ears well cut, the face long and oval, though not unfrequently disfigured by what is popularly called the lantern jaw. The forehead high, bony, broad, and slightly retreating, and the beard and mustachios scanty, consisting of 2 tufts upon the chin, with, generally speaking, little or no whisker. These are the points of resemblance between the city and the country Arab. The difference is equally remarkable. The temperament of the Madani is not purely nervous like that of the Badawi, but admits a large admixture of the bilious, and, though rarely, the lymphatic. The cheeks are fuller, the jaws project more than in the pure race, the lips are more fleshy, more sensual and ill-fitting, the features are broader, and the limbs are stouter and more bony. The beard is a little thicker, and the young Arabs of the towns are beginning to imitate the Turks in that abomination to their ancestors, shaving. Personal vanity, always a ruling passion among Orientals, and a hopeless wish to emulate the flowing beards of the Turks and the Persians, perhaps the only nations in the world who ought not to shave the chin, have overruled even the religious objections to such innovation. I was more frequently appealed to at Al-Madinah than anywhere else for some means of removing the opprobrium kusa, or scant-bearded man. They blacken the beard with gall nuts, henna, and other preparations, especially the Egyptian mixture, composed of sulphate of iron 1 part, ammonium of iron 1 part, and gall nuts 2 parts, infused in 8 parts of distilled water. It is a very bad dye. Much refinement of dress is now found at Al-Madinah, Constantinople, the Paris of the East, supplying it with the newest fashions. Respectable men wear either a banish or a juba; the latter, as at Mecca, is generally of some light and flashy colour, gamboge, yellow, tender green, or bright pink. This is the sign of a dressy man. If you have a single coat, it should be of some modest colour, as a dark violet; to appear always in the same tender green or bright pink would excite derision. But the Hijazis, poor and rich, always prefer these tulip tints. The proper badan, or long coat without sleeves, still worn in truly Arab countries, is here confined to the lowest classes. That ugliest of head dresses, the red Tunisian cap, called tarbush, is much used, only the Arabs have too much disregard for their eyes and faces to wear it, as the Turks do, without a turband. [Footnote: The word tarbush is a corruption from the Persian sarpush, head covering, head dress. The Anglo-Saxon further debases it to tarbush. The other name for the tarbush, fez, denotes the place where the best were made. Some Egyptians distinguish between the two, calling the large high crimson cap fez, the small one tarbush. It is with regret that one sees the most graceful headgear imaginable, the kufiya and the akal, prescribed except among the Sharifs and the Badawin. The women dress, like the men, handsomely. Indoors they wear, I am told, a sudayuriya, or bodice of calico and other stuffs like the koli of India, which supports the bosom without the evils of European stays. Over this is a saub, or white shirt, of the white stuff called halaili, or burunjuk, with enormous sleeves and flowing down to the feet. The sarwal, or pantaloons, are not wide, like the Egyptians, but rather tight, approaching to the Indian cut without its exaggeration. [Footnote: In India, as in Sind, a lady of fashion will sometimes be occupied a quarter of an hour in persuading her bloomers to pass over the region of the ankle. Abroad they throw over the head a silk or a cotton milaya, generally checkered white and blue. The burka, face veil, all over Hijaz is white, a decided improvement in point of cleanliness upon that of Egypt. Women of all ranks dye the soles of the feet and the palms of the hands black, and trace thin lines down the inside of the fingers, by first applying a plaster of henna and then a mixture called shadar, of gallnuts, alum, and lime. The hair, parted in the centre, is plaited into about 20 little twists, called jadila. [Footnote: In the plural, called jadail. It is a most becoming headdress when the hair is thick, and when, which I regret to say is rare in Arabia, the twists are undone for ablution once a day.] Of ornaments, as usual among Orientals, they have a vast variety, ranging from brass and spangles to gold and precious stones, and they delight in strong perfumes, musk, civet, ambergris, attar of rose, oil of jasmine, aloe wood, and extract of cinnamon. Both sexes wear Constantinople slippers. The women draw on kuf, inner slippers of bright yellow leather, serving for socks, and covering the ankle, with papush of the same material, sometimes lined with velvet and embroidered with a gold sprig under the hollow of the foot. In mourning the men show no difference of dress, like good Moslems, to whom such display of grief is forbidden. But the women, who cannot dissociate the heart and the toilette, evince their sorrow by wearing white clothes, and by doffing their ornaments. This is a modern custom. The accurate Burckhardt informs us that in his day the women of Al-Madinah did not wear mourning. The Madani generally appear abroad on foot. Few animals are kept here, on account, I suppose, of the expense of feeding them. The cavalry are mounted on poor Egyptian nags. The horses generally ridden by rich men are generally Nijdi, costing from $200 to $300. Camels are numerous, but those bred in Al-Hijaz are small, weak, and consequently little prized. Dromedaries of good breed, called Arar, the noble, and Namani from the place of that name, are to be had for any sum between $10 and $400. [Footnote: Plural of Hara, the free, the noble.] They are diminutive, but exceedingly swift, sure-footed, sagacious, thoroughbred, with eyes like the antelope's, and muzzles that would almost enter a tumbler. Mules are not found at Al-Madinah, although popular prejudice does not now forbid the people to mount them. Asses come from Egypt and Mecca. I am told that some good animals are to be found in the town, and that certain ignoble Badawi clans have a fine breed, but I never saw any. Of beasts intended for food, the sheep is the only common one in this part of Al-Hijaz. There are 3 distinct breeds. The larger animal comes from Nijd and the Aniza Badawin, who drive a flourishing trade. The smaller is a native of the country. Both are the common Arab species, of a tawny colour, with a long fat tail. Occasionally one meets with what at Aden is called the Berbera sheep, a totally different beast, white, with a black broad face, a dew-lap, and a short fat tail that looks as if it twisted up into a knot. It was doubtless introduced by the Persians. Cows are rare at Al-Madinah. Beef throughout the East is considered an unwholesome food, and the Badawi will not drink cow's milk, preferring that of the camel, the ewe, and the goat. The flesh of the latter animal is scarcely ever eaten in the city except by the poorest classes. Section 28. Section 29 of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 21, Part 2 of Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah, by Richard Francis Burton. The manners of the Madani are graver and somewhat more pompous than those of any Arabs with whom I have ever mixed. This they appear to have borrowed from their rulers, the Turks. But their austerity and ceremoniousness are skin deep. In intimacy or in anger, the garb of politeness is thrown off, and the screaming Arab voice, the voluble, copious, and emphatic abuse, and the mania for gesticulation, return in all their deformity. They are great talkers, as the following little trait shows. When a man is opposed to more than his match in disputing or bargaining, instead of patiently saying to himself, S'il crache, il est mort, he interrupts the adversary with a Sal ala Muhammad, bless the Prophet. Every good Moslem is obliged to obey such requisition by responding, Allahumma salli alai, O Allah bless him. But the Madani curtails the phrase to an, supposing it to be equivalent, and proceeds in his loquacity. Then perhaps the baffled opponent will shout out Wahid, i.e., attest the unity of the Deity, when instead of employing the usual religious phrases to assert that dogma, he will briefly ejaculate Al, and hurry on with the course of the conversation. As it may be supposed, these wars of words frequently end in violent quarrels, for, to do the Madani justice, they are always ready to fight. The desperate old feud between the Jua and the Bara, the town and the suburbs, has been put down with the greatest difficulty. The boys, indeed, still keep it up, turning out in bodies, and making determined onslaughts with sticks and stones. [Footnote: This appears to be, and to have been, a favourite weapon with the Arabs. At the battle of Ohod we read that the combatants amused themselves with throwing stones. On our road to Mecca the Badawi attacked a party of city Arabs, and the fight was determined with these harmless weapons. At Mecca the men as well as the boys used them with as much skill as the Somalis at Aden. As regards these feuds between different quarters of the Arab towns, the reader will bear in mind that such things can coexist with considerable amount of civilization. In my time the different villages in the Sorrentine plain were always at war. The Irish still fight in bodies at Birkenhead, and in the days of our fathers the gamins of London amused themselves every Sunday by pitched battles on Primrose Hill, and the fields about Marylebone and St. Pancras. It is not to be believed that in a town garrisoned by Turkish troops, full of travelled traders, and which supports itself by plundering Hajis, the primitive virtues of the Arab could exist. The Meccans, a dark people, say of the Madani that their hearts are black as their skins are white. Alluding especially to their revengefulness, and their habits of storing up an injury, and of forgetting old friendships or benefits when a trivial cause or quarrel arises. This is of course exaggerated, but it is not too much to assert that pride, pugnacity, a peculiar point of honour, and a vindictiveness of wonderful force and patience are the only characteristic traits of Arab character which the citizens of Al-Madinah habitually display. Here you meet with scant remains of the chivalry of the desert. A man will abuse his guest even though he will not dine without him, and will protect him bravely against an enemy. And words often pass lightly between individuals which suffice to cause a blood feud amongst Badawin. The outward appearance of decorum is conspicuous among the Madani. There are no places where Corinthians dwell, as at Mecca, Cairo, and Jeddah. Adultery, if detected, would be punished by lapidation according to the rigour of the Quranic law, and simple immorality by religious stripes, or, if of repeated occurrence, by expulsion from the city. The sentence is passed by the Kazi. In cases of murder he tries the criminal, and after finding him guilty, sends him to the Pasha, who orders a Kawas, or policeman, to strike off his head with a sword. Thieves are punished by mutilation of the hand. In fact, justice at Al-Madinah is administered in perfect conformity with the Shariat, or holy law. But scandals seldom occur, and the women, I am told, behave with great decency. Abroad they have the usual Moslem pleasures of marriage, lyings in, circumcision feasts, holy recitations, and funerals. At home they employ themselves with domestic matters, and especially in scolding Hasina and Za'afran. In this occupation they surpass even the notable English housekeeper of the middle orders of society, the latter being confined to nagging at her slavey, whereas the Arab lady is allowed an unbounded extent of vocabulary. At Sheikh Hamid's house, however, I cannot accuse the women of swearing into strong shudders the immortal gods who heard them. They abused the black girls with unction, but without any violent expletives. At Mecca, however, the old lady in whose house I was living would, when excited by the melancholy temperament of her eldest son and his irregular hours of eating, scold him in the grossest terms, not unfrequently ridiculous in the extreme. For instance, one of her assertions was that he, the son, was the offspring of an immoral mother, which assertion, one might suppose, reflected not indirectly upon herself. So in Egypt I have frequently heard a father, when reproving his boy, address him by "O dog, son of a dog," and "O spawn of an infidel, of a Jew, of a Christian." Amongst the men of Al-Madinah I remarked a considerable share of hypocrisy. Their mouths were as full of religious salutations, exclamations, and hackneyed quotations from the Koran, as of indecency and vile abuse, a point in which they resemble the Persians. As before observed, they preserve their reputation as the sons of a holy city by praying only in public. At Constantinople they are by no means remarkable for sobriety. Intoxicating liquors, especially araki, are made in Al-Madinah only by the Turks. The citizens seldom indulge in this way at home, as detection by smell is imminent among a people of water-bibbers. During the whole time of my stay I had to content myself with a single bottle of cognac, coloured and scented to resemble medicine. The Madani are, like the Meccans, a curious mixture of generosity and meanness, of profuseness and penuriousness. But the former quality is the result of ostentation, the latter is a characteristic of the Semitic race, long ago made familiar to Europe by the Jew. The citizens will run deeply in debt, expecting a good season of devotees to pay off their liabilities, or relying upon the next begging trip to Turkey. And such a proceeding, contrary to the custom of the Moslem world, is not condemned by public opinion. Above all their qualities, personal conceit is remarkable. They show it in their strut, in their looks, and almost in every word. I am such an one, the son of such an one, is a common expletive, especially in times of danger, and this spirit is not wholly to be condemned, as it certainly acts as an incentive to gallant actions. But it often excites them to vie with one another in expensive entertainments and similar vanities. The expression so offensive to English ears, Inshallah bukra, please God tomorrow, always said about what should be done today, is here common as in Egypt or in India. This procrastination belongs more or less to all Orientals, but Arabia especially abounds in the tawakkal al Allah ya Shaykh, place thy reliance upon Allah, O Shaykh, enjoined when a man should depend upon his own exertions. Upon the whole, however, though alive to the infirmities of the Madani character, I thought favourably of it, finding among this people more of the redeeming point, manliness, than in most Eastern nations with whom I am acquainted. The Arabs, like the Egyptians, all marry, yet, as usual, they are hard and facetious upon that ill-treated subject, matrimony. It has exercised the brain of their wits and sages, who have not failed to indite notable things concerning it. Saith Harikar al-Hakim, Domini Dual, to his nephew Nadan, Sir Witless, whom he would dissuade from taking to himself a wife, marriage is a joy for a month and a sorrow for a life, and the paying of settlements and the breaking of back, i.e., under the load of misery, and the listening to a woman's tongue. And again we have in verse, they say, marry. I replied, far be it from me to take to my bosom a sackful of snakes. I am free, why then become a slave? May Allah never bless womankind. And the following lines are generally quoted as affording a kind of bird's-eye view of female existence. From 10 years of age unto 20, a repose to the eyes of beholders. Footnote: a phrase corresponding with our beauté du diable. End of footnote. From 20 to 30, still fair and full of flesh. From 30 unto 40, a mother of many boys and girls. From 40 unto 50, an old woman of the deceitful. From 50 unto 60, slay her with a knife. From 60 unto 70, the curse of Allah upon them one and all. Another popular couplet makes a most unsupported assertion. They declare womankind to be heaven to man. I say, Allah, give me Jahannam, and not this heaven. Yet the fair sex has the laugh on its side, for these railers at Al-Madinah, as at other places, invariably marry. The marriage ceremony is tedious and expensive. It begins with a khitbah or betrothal. The father of the young man repairs to the parent or guardian of the girl, and at the end of his visit exclaims, the Fatiha, we beg of your kindness, your daughter for our son. Should the other be favourable to the proposal, his reply is, welcome and congratulation to you, but we must perform istikara, religious lot casting. Footnote: this means consulting the will of the deity by praying for a dream in sleep, by the rosary, by opening the Koran, and other such devices which bear blame if a negative be deemed necessary. It is a custom throughout the Moslem world, a relic doubtless of the Aslam or Kida, 7 divining arrows, of the pagan times. At Al-Madinah it is generally called Kira. End of footnote. And when consent is given, both pledge themselves to the agreement by reciting the Fatiha. Then commence negotiations about the mahr, or sum settled upon the bride. Footnote: among respectable citizens $400 would be considered a fair average sum. The expense of the ceremony would be about half. This amount of ready money, £150, not being always procurable, many of the Madani marry late in life. End of footnote. And after the smoothing of this difficulty follow feastings of friends and relatives, male and female. The marriage itself is called Aqd al-Nikah or Ziwaj. A walima or banquet is prepared by the father of the Aris (groom) at his own house, and the Kazi attends to perform the nuptial ceremony, the girl's consent being obtained through her wakil, any male relation, whom she commissions to act for her. Then with great pomp and circumstance the Aris visits his Arusa bride at her father's house, and finally, with a Zuffa or procession and sundry ceremonies at the Harim, she is brought to her new home. Arab funerals are as simple as their marriages are complicated. Neither Nadaba, Myriologist or hired keener, nor indeed any female, even a relation, is present at burials as in other parts of the Moslem world, and it is esteemed disgraceful for a man to weep aloud. [Footnote: Boys are allowed to be present, but they are not permitted to cry. Of their so misdemeaning themselves there is little danger. The Arab in these matters is a man from his cradle.] The Prophet, who doubtless had heard of those pagan mournings, where an effeminate and unlimited display of woe was often terminated by licentious excesses, like the Christians' half-heathen wakes, forbade aught beyond a decent demonstration of grief. And his strong good sense enabled him to see through the vanity of professional mourners. At Al-Madinah the corpse is interred shortly after decease. The bier is carried through the streets at a moderate pace by friends and relatives, these bringing up the rear. [Footnote: They are called the Azdika, in the singular Sadiq.] Every man who passes lends his shoulder for a minute, a mark of respect to the dead, and also considered a pious and prayerful act. Arrived at the Harim, they carry the corpse in visitation to the Prophet's window, and pray over it at Osman's niche. Finally, it is interred after the usual Moslem fashion in the cemetery Al-Bakia. Al-Madinah, though pillaged by the Wahhabis, still abounds in books. Near the Harim are two madrasa or colleges, the Mahmudiyah, so called from Sultan Mahmud, and that of Bashir Agha. Both have large stores of theological and other works. I also heard of extensive private collections, particularly of one belonging to the Najib al-Ashraf, or chief of the Sharifs, a certain Mohammed Jamal al-Lail, whose father is well known in India. Besides which, there is a large Wakf, or bequest of books, presented to the mosque, or entailed upon particular families. [Footnote: From what I saw at Al-Madinah, the people are not so unprejudiced on this point as the Cairenes, who think little of selling a book in Wakf. The subject of Wakf, however, is an extensive one, and does not wholly exclude the legality of sale. The celebrated Mohammed ibn Abdillah al-Sanusi has removed his collection, amounting, it is said, to 8,000 volumes, from Al-Madinah to his house in Jabal Kabais at Meccah. [Footnote: This sheikh is a Maliki Moslem from Algiers, celebrated as an alim (sage), especially in the mystic study of Al-Jafir. He is a wali or saint, but opinions differ as regards his kiramat (saints' miracles). Some disciples look upon him as the Mahdi, the forerunner of the Prophet; others consider him a clever impostor. His peculiar dogma is the superiority of live over dead saints, whose tombs are therefore not to be visited, a new doctrine in a Maliki. Abbas Pasha loved and respected him, and as he refused all presents, built him a new Zawiya (oratory) at Bulak, and when the Egyptian ruler's mother was at Al-Madinah, she called upon him 3 times, it is said, before he would receive her. His followers and disciples are scattered in numbers about Tripoli, and amongst other oases of the Fezzan, at Siwa, where they saved the Abbé Hamilton's life in A.D. 1843. The burial place of the Prophet, therefore, no longer lies open to the charge of utter ignorance brought against it by my predecessor. The people now praise their Olema for learning, and boast a superiority in respect of science over Meccah. Yet many students leave the place for Damascus and Cairo, where the Riwak al-Haramain, College of the Two Shrines, in the Azhar Mosque University, is always crowded, and though Omar Effendi boasted to me that his city was full of lore, he did not appear the less anxious to attend the lectures of Egyptian professors. But none of my informants claimed for Al-Madinah any facilities of studying other than the purely religious sciences. Philosophy, medicine, arithmetic, mathematics, and algebra cannot be learnt here. I was careful to inquire about the occult sciences, remembering that Paracelsus had travelled in Arabia, and that the Count Cagliostro, Giuseppe Balsamo, who claimed the Meccan Sharif as his father, asserted that about A.D. 1765 he had studied alchemy at Al-Madinah. The only trace I could find was a superficial knowledge of the magic mirror. But after denying the Madani the praise of varied learning, it must be owned that their quick observation and retentive memories have stored up for them an abundance of superficial knowledge, culled from conversations in the market and in the camp. I found it impossible here to display those feats which in Sind, South Persia, Eastern Arabia, and many parts of India, would be looked upon as miraculous. Most probably one of the company had witnessed the performance of some Italian conjurer at Constantinople or Alexandria, and retained a lively recollection of every manoeuvre. As linguists they are not equal to the Meccans, who surpass all Orientals excepting only the Armenians. The Madani seldom know Turkish, and more rarely still Persian and Indian. Those only who have studied in Egypt chaunt the Koran well. The citizens speak and pronounce their language purely. They are not equal to the people of the southern Hijaz. Still, their Arabic is refreshing after the horrors of Cairo and Maskat. [Footnote: The only abnormal sound amongst the consonants heard here, and in Al-Hijaz generally, is the pronouncing of K (Arabic), a hard G. For instance, Guran for Quran, a Koran, and Hagi or Haki, my right. This G, however, is pronounced deep in the throat, and does not resemble the corrupt Egyptian pronunciation of the Jim (J, Arabic), a letter which the Copts knew not, and which their modern descendants cannot articulate. In Al-Hijaz the only abnormal sounds among the vowels are O for U, as Khoch, a peach, and Arabic for Arabic, as Ohod for Uhud. The two short vowels Fath and Kasir are correctly pronounced, the former never becoming a short E, as in Egypt, El for Al and Yemen for Yaman, or a short I, as in Syria, Min for Man, Hu, etc. These vowels, however, are differently articulated in every part of the Arab world. So says St. Jerome of the Hebrew, Nec refert atrum Salem aut Salim nominetur, cum vocabilus in medio litteris peraru utantur Hebraei, et pro voluntate lectorum ac varietate regionum eadem verba diversis sonis atque accentibus proferantur. End of footnote. The classical Arabic, be it observed, in consequence of an extended empire, soon split up into various dialects, as the Latin under similar circumstances separated into the Neo-Roman patois of Italy, Sicily, Provence, and Languedoc. And though Niebuhr has been deservedly censured for comparing the Koranic language to Latin and the vulgar tongue to Italian, still there is a great difference between them, almost every word having undergone some alteration in addition to the manifold changes and simplifications of grammar and syntax. The traveller will hear in every part of Arabia that some distant tribe preserves the linguistic purity of its ancestors, uses final vowels with the noun, and rejects the addition of the pronoun, which apocope in the verb now renders necessary. [Footnote: E.g. Ant Zarabat, thou struckest for Zarabta. The final vowel, suffering apocope, would leave Zarabt equally applicable to the first person singular and the second person singular masculine. End of footnote. But I greatly doubt the existence of such a race of philologists. In Al-Hijaz, however, it is considered graceful in an old man, especially when conversing publicly, to lean towards classical Arabic. On the contrary, in a youth, this would be treated as pedantic affectation, and condemned in some such satiric quotation as, "There are two things colder than ice, a young old man and an old young man." End of Section 29.
Chapter 22, Part 1 of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 22, Part 1 of Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah by Richard Francis Burton. A Visit to the Saints' Cemetery. A splendid comet, blazing in the western sky, had aroused the apprehensions of the Madani. They all fell to predicting the usual disasters, war, famine, and pestilence, it being still an article of Moslem belief that the dead star foreshadows all manners of calamities. Men discussed the probability of Abd al-Majid's immediate decease, for here, as in Rome, when beggars die, there are no comets seen. The heavens themselves blaze forth the death of princes. And in every strange atmospheric appearance about the time of the Hajj, the Hijazis are accustomed to read tidings of the dreaded Ri al-Asfar. Footnote: The cholera. See Chapter 18. End of footnote. Whether the event is attributable to the Zuzubawa, the Lord of the Forelock, or whether it was a case of post hoc ergo propter hoc, I would not commit myself by deciding, but influenced by some cause or another, the Hawazim and the Hawamit, subfamilies of the Benu Harb, began to fight about this time with prodigious fury. These tribes are generally at feud, and the least provocation fans their smouldering wrath into a flame. The Hawamit number, it is said, between 3,000 and 4,000 fighting men, and the Hawazim not more than 700. The latter, however, are considered a race of desperadoes who pride themselves upon never retreating, and under their fiery sheikhs, Abbas and Abu Ali, they are a thorn in the side of their disproportionate foe. On the present occasion a Hamidah happened to strike the camel of a Hazimi which had trespassed. Footnote: the word Hawamit is plural of Hamidah, Hawazin of Hazimi. End of footnote. Upon which the Hazimi smote the Hamidah, and called him a rough name. The Hamidah instantly shot the Hazimi, the tribes were called out, and they fought with asperity for some days. During the whole of the afternoon of Thursday, the 30th of August, the sound of firing amongst the mountains was distinctly heard in the city. Through the streets parties of Badawin, sword and matchlock in hand, or merely carrying quarterstaffs on their shoulders, might be seen hurrying along, frantic at the chance of missing the fray. The townspeople cursed them privily, expressing a hope that the whole race of vermin might consume itself. And the pilgrims were in no small trepidation, fearing the desertion of their camel-men, and knowing what a blaze is kindled in this inflammable land by an ounce of gunpowder. I afterwards heard that the Badawin fought till night, and separated after losing on both sides 10 men. This quarrel put an end to any lingering possibility of my prosecuting my journey to Muscat. Footnote: anciently there was a caravan from Muscat to Al-Madinah. My friends could not tell me when the line had been given up, but all were agreed that for years they had not seen an Oman caravan, the pilgrims preferring to enter Al-Hijaz via Jeddah. End of footnote. As originally intended, I had on the way from Yambu to Al-Madinah privily made a friendship with one Mujrim of the Benu Harb. The Sinful, as his name, ancient and classical amongst the Arab, means, understood that I had some motive of secret interest to undertake the perilous journey. He could not promise at first to guide me, as his beat lay between Yambu, Al-Madinah, Meccah, and Jeddah, but he offered to make all inquiries about the route, and to bring me the result at noonday, a time when the household was asleep. He had almost consented at last to travel with me about the end of August, in which case I should have slipped out of Hamid's house and started like a Badawi towards the Indian Ocean. But when the war commenced, Mujrim, who doubtless wished to stand by his brethren the Hawazim, began to show signs of recusancy in putting off the day of departure to the end of September. At last, when pressed, he frankly told me that no traveller, nay, not a Badawi, could leave the city in that direction, even as far as historic Khaybar. Footnote: according to Abul Fayda, Khaybar is 6 stations northeast of Al-Madinah. It is 4 according to Al-Idrisi, but my informants assured me that camels go there easily, as the Tariq al-Khamisi says, in 3 days. I should place it 80 miles north-northeast of Al-Madinah, in Burkitt's map, and those copied from it, Khaybar is placed about 2 degrees distant from Al-Madinah, which I believe to be too far. End of footnote. Which information I afterwards ascertained to be correct. It was impossible to start alone, and when in despair I had recourse to Sheikh Hamid, he seemed to think me mad for wishing to wend northwards when all the world was hurrying towards the south. My disappointment was bitter at first, but consolation soon suggested itself. Under the most favourable circumstances, A Badawi trip from Al-Madinah to Muscat, 15 or 1600 miles, would require at least 10 months, whereas, under pain of losing my commission, [Footnote: The parliamentary limit of an officer's leave from India is 5 years. If he overstay that period, he forfeits his commission.] End of footnote. I was ordered to be at Bombay before the end of March. However, entering Arabia by Al-Hijaz, as has before been said, I was obliged to leave behind all my instruments except the watch and a pocket compass, so the benefit rendered to geography by my trip would have been scanty. Still remained to me the comfort of reflecting that possibly at Mecca some opportunity of crossing the peninsula might present itself. At any rate, I had the certainty of seeing the strange wild country of the Hijaz, and of being present at the ceremonies of the Holy City. I must request the reader to bear with a visitation once more. We shall conclude it with a ride to Al-Bakia. [Footnote: The name means the place of many roots. It is also called Bakia al-Gharqad, the place of many roots of the tree Rhamnus. Gharqad is translated in different ways. Some term it Lot, others the tree of the Jews. End of footnote. This venerable spot is frequented by the pious every day after the prayer at the Prophet's tomb, and especially on Fridays. Our party started one morning, on donkeys as usual, for my foot was not yet strong, along the Darb al-Janaza round the southern wall of the town. The locomotion was decidedly slow, principally in consequence of the tent ropes which the Hadjis had pinned down literally all over the plain, and falls were by no means unfrequent. At last we arrived at the end of the Darb, where I committed myself by mistaking the decaying place of those miserable schismatics, the Nakawila, for Al-Bakia, the glorious cemetery of the saints. Hamid corrected my blunder with tartness, to which I replied as tartly that in our country, Afghanistan, we burned the body of every heretic upon whom we could lay our hands. This truly Islamitic custom was heard with general applause, and as the little dispute ended, we stood at the open gate of Al-Bakia. Then having dismounted I sat down on a low dakka or stone bench within the walls, to obtain a general view, and to prepare for the most fatiguing of the visitations. There is a tradition that 70,000, or according to others 100,000 saints, all with faces like full moons, shall cleave on the last day the yawning bosom of Al-Bakia. [Footnote: The same is said of the Makbara Benu Salma or Salim, a cemetery to the west of Al-Madinah, below rising ground called Jabal Sulla. It has long ago been deserted. See chapter 14. End of footnote. About 10,000 of the Ashab, companions of the Prophet, and innumerable Sadat are here buried. Their graves are forgotten, because in the olden time tombstones were not placed over the last resting places of mankind. The first of flesh who shall rise is Muhammad, the second Abu Bakr, the third Omar, then the people of Al-Bakia, amongst whom is Osman, the fourth Caliph, and then the Encolle of the Jannat al-Ma'alla, the Meccan cemetery. The Hadith, whoever dies at the two Harims shall rise with the Sur on the day of judgment, has made these spots priceless in value, and even upon earth they might be made a mine of wealth. Like the catacombs at Rome, Al-Bakia is literally full of the odor of sanctity, and a single item of the great aggregate here would render any other Moslem town famous. It is a pity that this people refuses to exhume its relics. The first person buried in Al-Bakia was Osman bin Mazun, the first of the Muhajirs, who died at Al-Madinah. In the month of Sha'ban, Anno Hegire 3, the Prophet kissed the forehead of the corpse and ordered it to be interred within sight of his abode. [Footnote: In those days Al-Madinah had no walls, and was clear of houses on the east of the Harim. End of footnote. In those days the field was covered with the tree galkat, the vegetation was cut down, the ground was levelled, and Osman was placed in the centre of the new cemetery. With his own hands Muhammad planted 2 large upright stones at the head and the feet of his faithful follower. Footnote: These stones were removed by Al-Marwan, who determined that Osman's grave should not be distinguished from his fellows. For this act the lieutenant of Muawiyah was reproved and blamed by pious Moslems. End of footnote. And in process of time a dome covered the spot. Ibrahim, the Prophet's infant second son, was laid by Osman's side, after which Al-Baqiyah became a celebrated cemetery. The burial place of the saints is an irregular oblong surrounded by walls which are connected with the suburb at their south-west angle. The Darb al-Janaza separates it from the enceinte of the town, and the eastern desert road beginning from the Bab al-Juma bounds it on the north. Around it palm plantations seem to flourish. It is small, considering the extensive use made of it. All that die at Al-Madinah, strangers as well as natives, except only heretics and schismatics, expect to be interred in it. It must be choked with corpses, which it could never contain did not the Moslem style of burial greatly favour rapid decomposition, and it has all the inconveniences of intramural sepulture. The gate is small and ignoble, a mere doorway in the wall. Inside there are no flower pots, no tall trees, in fact none of the refinements which lightens the gloom of a Christian burial place. The buildings are simple, they might even be called mean. Almost all are the common Arab mosque, cleanly whitewashed, and looking quite new. The ancient monuments were levelled to the ground by Sa'd the Wahhabi and his Puritan followers, who waged pitiless warfare against what must have appeared to them magnificent mausolea, deeming as they did a loose heap of stones sufficient for a grave. In Burkard's time the whole place was a confused accumulation of heaps of earth, white pits, and rubbish, without a singular regular tombstone. The present erections owe their existence, I was told, to the liberality of the Sultans Abd al-Hamid and Mahmud. A poor pilgrim has lately started on his last journey, and his corpse, unattended by friends or mourners, is carried upon the shoulders of hired buriers into the cemetery. Suddenly they stay their rapid steps, and throw the body upon the ground. There is a lifelike pliability about it as it falls, and the tight cerements so define the outlines that the action makes me shudder. It looks almost as if the dead were conscious of what is about to occur. They have forgotten their tools. One man starts to fetch them, and 3 sit down to smoke. After a time a shallow grave is hastily scooped out. Footnote: It ought to be high enough for the tenant to sit upright when answering the interrogatory angels. End of footnote. The corpse is packed in it with such unseemly haste that earth touches it in all directions, cruel carelessness among Moslems, who believe this to torture the sentient frame. Footnote: Because of this superstition, in every part of Al-Islam some contrivance is made to prevent the earth pressing upon the body. End of footnote. One comfort suggests itself. The poor man, being a pilgrim, has died shahid, in martyrdom. Ere long his spirit shall leave Al-Baqiyah, and he on honey-dew shall feed, and drink the milk of paradise. I entered the holy cemetery right foot forwards, as if it were a mosque, and barefooted, to avoid suspicion of being a heretic. For though the citizens wear their shoes in the Baqiyah, they are much offended at seeing the Persians follow their example. We began by the general benediction. Footnote: This blessing is in Muhammad's words, as the beauty of the Arabic shows. Aisha relates that in the month Safar, Anno Hegire 11, one night the Prophet, who was beginning to suffer from the headache which caused his death, arose from his couch, and walked out into the darkness, whereupon she followed him in a fit of jealousy, thinking he might be about to visit some other wife. He went to Al-Bakia, delivered the above benediction, which others give somewhat differently, raised his hands 3 times, and turned to go home. Aisha hurried back, but she could not conceal her agitation from her husband, who asked her what she had done. Upon her confessing her suspicions, he sternly informed her that he had gone forth, by order of the Archangel Gabriel, to bless and to intercede for the people of Al-Bakia. Some authors relate a more facetious termination of the colloquy. M.C. de Perceval. Peace be upon ye, O people of Al-Bakia. Peace be upon ye, O admitted to the presence of the Most High. Receive ye what ye have been promised. Peace be upon ye, martyrs of Al-Bakia, one and all. We verily, if Allah please, are about to join you. O Allah, pardon us and them, and the mercy of God and His blessings. After which we recited the chapter Al-Ikhlas and the testification, then raised our hands, mumbled the Fatihah, passed our palms down our faces, and went on. Walking down a rough narrow path, which leads from the western to the eastern extremity of Al-Bakia, we entered the humble mausoleum of the Caliph Osman, Osman al-Mazlum, or the ill-treated, he is called by some Muslims. When he was slain, Limping Osman, as the Persians contemptuously call him, was slain by rebels, and therefore became a martyr according to the Sunnis. The Shi'as justify the murder, saying it was the act of an Ijma al-Muslimin, or the general consensus of al-Islam, which in their opinion ratifies an act of lynch law. His friends wished to bury him by the Prophet in the Hujra, and Aisha made no objection to the measure. But the people of Egypt became violent, swore that the corpse should neither be buried nor be prayed over, and only permitted it to be removed upon the threat of Habibah, one of the mothers of the Muslims and daughter of Abu Sufyan, to expose her countenance. During the night that followed his death, Osman was carried out by several of his friends to Al-Bakia, from which, however, they were driven away, and obliged to deposit their burden in a garden, eastward of and outside the Saints' Cemetery. It was called Hisn Kaukab, and was looked upon as an inauspicious place of sepulture, till Marwan included it in Al-Bakia. We stood before Osman's monument, repeating, Peace be upon thee, O our Lord Osman, son of Affan. This specifying the father Affan proves him to have been a Moslem. Abu Bakr's father, Kahafa, and Omar's Al-Khattab are not mentioned by name in the ceremonies of visitation. Peace be upon thee, O Caliph of Allah's Apostle. Peace be upon thee, O writer of Allah's Book. Peace be upon thee, in whose presence the angels are ashamed. The Christian reader must remember that the Moslems rank angelic nature, under certain conditions, below human nature. Peace be upon thee, O collector of the Quran. Peace be upon thee, O son-in-law of the Prophet. Peace be upon thee, O Lord of the two lights, the two daughters of Muhammad. Osman married 2 daughters of the Prophet, a circumstance which the Sunnis quote as honorable to him. The Shias, on the contrary, declare that he killed them both by ill treatment. Peace be upon thee, who fought the battle of the faith. Allah be satisfied with thee, and cause thee to be satisfied, and render heaven thy habitation. Peace be upon thee, and the mercy of Allah and His blessings, and praise be to Allah, Lord of the 3 worlds. This supplication concluded in the usual manner, after which we gave alms, and settled with 10 piasters the demands of the Khadim. These men are generally descendants of the saint whose tomb they own. They receive pensions from the mudir of the mosque, and retain all fees presented to them by visitors. Some families are respectably supported in this way. Who takes charge of the tomb. This double disbursing process had to be repeated at each station. Then, moving a few paces to the north, we faced eastwards and performed the visitation of Abu Sa'id al-Khazari, a Sahib or companion of the Prophet, whose sepulchre lies outside Al-Baqiya. The third place visited was a dome containing the tomb of Our Lady Halima, the Badawi wet nurse who took charge of Muhammad. This woman, according to some accounts, also saved Muhammad's life when an Arab Kahin or diviner, foreseeing that the child was destined to subvert the national faith, urged the bystanders to bury their swords in his bosom. The Sharifs of Mecca still entrust their children to the Badawin, that they may be hardened by the discipline of the desert, and the late Pasha of Egypt gave one of his sons in charge of the Anisa tribe, near Akbar. Burkhardt makes some sensible remarks about this custom, which cannot be too much praised. She is addressed thus: Peace be upon thee, O Halima, the auspicious. Al-Sadiyya, a double entendre. It means auspicious, and also alludes to Halima's tribe, the Benu Sa'd. Peace be upon thee, who performed thy trust in suckling the breast of mankind. Peace be upon thee, O wet nurse of Al-Mustafa, the Chosen. Peace be upon thee, O wet nurse of Al-Mujtaba, the Accepted. Both these words are titles of the Prophet. Al-Mustafa means the Chosen, Al-Mujtaba the Accepted. May Allah be satisfied with thee, and cause thee to be satisfied, and render heaven thy house and habitation. And verily we have come visiting thee, and by means of thee drawing near to Allah's Prophet, and through him to God, the Lord of the heavens and the earths. There being, according to the Moslems, many heavens and many earths. After which, fronting the north, we stood before a low enclosure containing ovals of loose stones, disposed side by side. These are the martyrs of Al-Baqiya, who received the crown of glory at the hands of Al-Muslim, the general of the arch-heretic Yazid. The Shafi'i school allows its disciples to curse Al-Yazid, the son of Muawiyah, whose cruelties to the descendants of the Prophet, and crimes and vices, have made him the Judas Iscariot of Al-Islam. I have heard Hanafi Muslims, especially Saids, revile him, but this is not strictly speaking correct. The Shi'as, of course, place no limits to their abuse of him. You first call a man Omar, then Shimr, the slayer of Al-Husayn, and lastly Yazid, beyond which insult does not extend. The prayer he recited differs so little from that addressed to the martyrs of Ohod that I will not transcribe it. The fifth station is near the center of the cemetery at the tomb of Ibrahim, who died, to the eternal regret of Al-Islam, some say 6 months old, others in his 2nd year. He was the son of Maria, the Coptic girl, sent as a present to Muhammad by Jari, the Muqawqas or governor of Alexandria. The Prophet with his own hand piled earth upon the grave, and sprinkled it with water, a ceremony then first performed, disposed small stones upon it, and pronounced the final salutation, for which reason many holy men were buried in this part of the cemetery, every one being ambitious to lie in ground which has been honored by the Apostle's hands. Then we visited Al-Nafi Mawla, son of Umar, generally called Imam Nafi al-Qari, or the Koran chanter, and near him the great doctor Imam Malik ibn Anas, a native of Al-Madinah, and one of the most dutiful of her sons. The 8th station is at the tomb of Uykal bin Ali Talib, brother of Ali. Ukail or Akil, as many write the name, died at Damascus during the Caliphate of Al-Muawiyah. Some say he was buried there, others that his corpse was transplanted to Al-Madinah and buried in a place where formerly his house, known as Dar Ukail, stood. End of footnote. Then we visited the spot where lie interred all the Prophet's wives, Khadijah, who lies at Mecca, alone excepted. Muhammad married 15 wives, of whom 9 survived him. After the mothers of the Moslems, we prayed at the tomb of Muhammad's daughters, said to be 10 in number. End of chapter 22, part 1. Chapter 22, Part 2 of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 22, Part 2 of Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca by Richard Francis Burton. A Visit to the Saints' Cemetery. In compliment probably to the Hajj, the beggars mustered strongly that morning at Al-Bakia. Along the walls and at the entrance of each building squatted ancient dames, all engaged in anxious contemplation of every approaching face, and in pointing to dirty cotton napkins spread upon the ground before them and studded with a few coins, gold, silver, or copper, according to the expectations of the proprietors. They raised their voices to demand largesse, some promised to recite Fatihas, and the most audacious seized visitors by the skirts of their garments. Fakis, ready to write Y.S. or anything else demanded of them, covered the little heaps and eminences of the cemetery, all begging lustily, and looking as though they would murder you when you told how beneficent is Allah, a polite form of declining to be charitable. At the doors of the tombs, old housewives, and some young ones also, struggled with you for your slippers as you doffed them, and not unfrequently the charge of the pair was divided between 2. Inside, when the boys were not loud enough or importunate enough for presents, they were urged on by the adults and seniors, the relatives of the Khadims and hangers-on. Unfortunately for me, Shaykh Hamid was renowned for taking charge of wealthy pilgrims. The result was that my purse was lightened of $3. I must add that although at least 50 female voices loudly promised that morning, for the sum of 10 paras each, to supplicate Allah in behalf of my lame foot, no perceptible good came of their efforts. Before leaving Al-Bakia, we went to the 11th station. Footnote: some are of opinion that the ceremonies of the ziyarat formerly did and still should begin here, but the order of visitation differs infinitely, and no 2 authors seem to agree. I was led by Shaykh Hamid, and indulged in no scruples. End of footnote. The Kubat al-Labisa, or Dome of Abbas, originally built by the Abbasid Caliphs in Anno Hegere 519. It is a larger and a handsomer building than its fellows, and it is situated on the right-hand side of the gate as you enter. The crowd of beggars at the door testifies to its importance. They were attracted by the Persians who assembled there in force to weep and to pray. Crossing the threshold with some difficulty, I walked round a mass of tombs which occupies the centre of the building, leaving but a narrow passage between it and the walls. It is railed round, and covered over with several kishwas of green cloth worked with white letters. It looked like a confused heap, but it might have appeared irregular to me by the reason of the mob around. The eastern portion contains the body of Al-Hassan, the son of Ali and grandson of the Prophet. Footnote: Burkert makes a series of mistakes upon this subject. Hassan Ali, whose trunk only lies buried here, in Al-Bakia, his head having been sent to Cairo, where it is preserved in the fine mosque called El-Hassaniya. The mosque Al-Hassanain, the 2 Hassans, is supposed to contain only the head of Al-Hussein, which, when the Crusaders took Ascalon, was brought from thence by Sultan Salih or Beybars, and conveyed to Cairo. As I have said before, the Persians in Egypt openly show their contempt of this tradition. It must be remembered that Al-Hasan died poisoned at Al-Madinah by his wife Jadda. Al-Hussein, on the other hand, was slain and decapitated at Kerbela. According to the Shias, Zayn al-Abidin obtained from Yazid, after a space of 40 days, his father's head, and carried it back to Kerbela, for which reason the event is known to the Persians as Chile-i Sarotan, the 40 days of separation between the head and the trunk. They vehemently deny that the body lies at Kerbela and the head at Cairo. Others again declare that Al-Hussein's head was sent by Yazid to Amir bin Alas, the governor of Al-Madinah, and was by him buried near Fatima's tomb. Nor are they wanting to declare that after Yazid's death the head was found in his treasury and was shrouded and buried at Damascus. Such is the uncertainty which hangs over the early history of Al-Islam. The Imam Zayn al-Abidin, son of Al-Hussein, and great-grandson to the Prophet, the Imam Muhammad al-Bakr, fifth Imam, son of Zayn al-Abidin, and his son, the Imam A'afar al-Sadiq, all four descendants of the Prophet, and buried in the same grave with Abbas ibn Abd al-Muttalib, uncle to Muhammad. It is almost needless to say that these names are subject to great controversy. Al-Musudi mentions that here was found an inscribed stone declaring it to be the tomb of the Lady Fatima, of Hassan her brother, of Ali bin Husayn, of Muhammad bin Ali, and of Ja'far bin Muhammad. Ibn Jubayr, describing al-Baqiyya, mentions only two in this tomb, Abbas and Hassan, the head of the latter, he says, in the direction of the former's feet. Others relate that in it, about the 9th century of the Hijrah, was found a wooden box covered with fresh-looking red felt cloth with bright brass nails, and they believe it to have contained the corpse of Ali, placed here by his own son Hassan. Standing opposite this mysterious tomb, we repeated, with difficulty by reason of the Persians weeping, the following supplication: Peace be upon ye, O family of the Prophet, O Lord Abbas, the free from impurity and uncleanness, and father's brother to the best of men, and thou too, O Lord Hassan, grandson of the Prophet, and thou also, O Lord Zayn al-Abidin. Footnote: the names of the 5th and 6th Imams, Muhammad al-Baqiyya and Ja'far al-Sadiq, were omitted by Hamid, as doubtful whether they are really buried here or not. Peace be upon ye, one and all, for verily God hath been pleased to deliver you from all guile, and to purify you with all purity. The mercy of Allah and His blessings be upon ye, and verily He is the praised, the mighty. After which, freeing ourselves from the hands of greedy boys, we turned round and faced the southern wall, close to which is a tomb attributed to the Lady Fatima. Footnote: Muslim historians seem to delight in the obscurity which hangs over the lady's last resting place, as if it were an honor even for the receptacle of her ashes to be concealed from the eyes of men. Some place her in the harem, relying upon this tradition. Fatima, feeling about to die, rose up joyfully, performed the greater ablution, dressed herself in pure garments, spread a mat upon the floor of her house near the Prophet's tomb, lay down fronting the Qibla, placed her hand under her cheek, and said to her attendant, I am pure, and in a pure dress. Now let no one uncover my body, but bury me where I lie. When Ali returned he found his wife dead, and complied with her last wishes. Omar bin Abd al-Aziz believed this tradition when he included the room in the mosque, and generally in Al-Islam Fatima is supposed to be buried in the harem. Those who suppose the Prophet's daughter to be buried in Al-Baqiyya rely upon a saying of the Imam Hassan, If men will not allow me to sleep beside my grandsire, place me in Al-Baqiyya. by my mother. They give the following account of his death and burial. His body was bathed and shrouded by Ali and Omar Salma. Others say that Asma bint Umais, the wife of Abu Bakr, was present with Fatima, who at her last hour complained of being carried out, as was the custom of those days, to burial like a man. Asma promised to make her a covered bier, like a bride's litter, of palm sticks, in shape like what she had seen in Abyssinia, whereupon Fatima smiled for the first time after her father's death, and exacted from her a promise to allow no one entrance as long as her corpse was in the house. Aisha, shortly afterwards knocking at the door, was refused admittance by Asma. The former complained of this to her father, and declared that her stepmother had been making a bride's litter to carry out the corpse. Abu Bakr went to the door, and when informed by his wife that all was the result of Fatima's orders, he returned home making no objection. The death of the Prophet's daughter was concealed by her own desire from high and low. She was buried at night, and no one accompanied her bier or prayed at her grave except Ali and a few relatives. The Shias found a charge of irreverence and disrespect against Abu Bakr for absence on this occasion. The third place, which claims Fatima's honored remains, is a small mosque in Al-Baqiya, south of the sepulchre of Abbas. It was called Bayt al-Huzn, house of mourning, because here the lady passed the end of her days, lamenting the loss of her father. The tomb appears to have formerly been shown there. Now visitors pray, and pray only twice, at the Harim and in the Kubbat al-Abbasiyya. End of footnote. I will not repeat the prayer, it being the same as recited in the Harim. Issuing from the hot and crowded dome, we recovered our slippers after much trouble, and found that our garments had suffered from the frantic gesticulations of the Persians. We then walked to the gate of Al-Baqiya, stood facing the cemetery upon an elevated piece of ground, and delivered the general benediction. O Allah, O Allah, O Allah! O full of mercy, O abounding in beneficence, Lord of length of days and prosperity and goodness! O Thou who when asked, grantest, and when prayed for aid, aidest! Have mercy upon the companions of Thy Prophet, of the Mujahirin and the Ansar. Have mercy upon them, one and all. Have mercy upon Abdallah bin Hantal, and so on, specifying their names, and make paradise their resting place, their habitation, their dwelling, and their abode. O Allah, accept our ziyarat, and supply our wants, and lighten our griefs, and restore us to our homes, and comfort our fears, and disappoint not our hopes, and pardon us, for on no other do we rely, and let us depart in Thy faith, and after the practice of Thy Prophet, and be Thou satisfied with us, O Allah. Forgive our past offences, and leave us not to our evil natures during the glance of an eye, or a lesser time, and pardon us, and pity us, and let us return to our houses and homes safe, it is spiritually and physically. Fortunate, abstaining from what is unlawful, re-established after our distresses, and belonging to the good, Thy servants upon whom is no fear, nor do they know distress. Repentance, O Lord, repentance, O merciful, repentance, O pitiful, repentance before death, and pardon after death. I beg pardon of Allah. Thanks be to Allah. Praise be to Allah. Amen, O Lord of the three worlds. After which, issuing from Al-Baqiya, footnote. The other celebrities in Al-Baqiya are Fatima bint Asad, mother of Ali. She was buried with great religious pomp. The Prophet shrouded her with his own garment to prevent hell from touching her, dug her grave, lay down in it, that it might never squeeze her or be narrow to her, assisted in carrying the bier, prayed over her, and proclaimed her certain of future felicity. Over her tomb was written, "The grave hath not closed upon one like Fatima, daughter of Assad." Historians relate that Muhammad lay down in only 4 graves: first, Khadija's, at Mecca; second, Qasim's, her son by him; third, that of Ruman, Aisha's mother; fourth, that of Abdullah al-Mazni, a friend and companion. Abd al-Rahman bin Auf was interred near Osman bin Mazun. Aisha offered to bury him in her house near the Prophet, but he replied that he did not wish to narrow her abode, and that he had promised to sleep by the side of his friend Mazun. I have already alluded to the belief that none has been able to occupy the spare place in the Hujra. Hufasa al-Sami, who was one of the Asab al-Hijratain, who had accompanied both flights, the greater and the lesser, here died of a wound received at Ohod, and was buried in Shawwal, Anno Hegire 3, 1 month after Osman bin Mazun. Abdullah bin Masud, who, according to others, is buried at Kufa. Sa'd ibn Zarara, interred near Osman bin Mazun. Sa'd bin Mas, who was buried by the Prophet. He died of a wound received during the Battle of the Mu'ad. Abd al-Rahman al-Awsat, son of Omar the Caliph. He was generally known as Abu Shama, the father of Fat. He sickened and died after receiving from his father the religious flogging, impudictiae causa. Abu Sufyan bin al-Haris, grandson of Abd al-Muttalib. He was buried near Abdullah bin Ja'far al-Tayyar, popularly known as the most generous of the Arabs, and near Ukail bin Abi Talib, the brother of Ali mentioned above. These are the principal names mentioned by popular authors. The curious reader will find in old histories a multitude of others whose graves are now utterly forgotten at Al-Madinah. End of footnote. We advanced northwards, leaving the city gate on the left hand, till we came to a small Kuba dome close to the road. It is visited as containing the tomb of the Prophet's paternal aunts, especially of Safiya, daughter of Abd al-Muttalib, sister of Hamza, and one of the many heroines of early al-Islam. Hurrying over our devotions here, for we were tired indeed, we applied to a Sakka for water, and entered a little coffee house near the gate of the town, after which we rode home. I have now described, at a wearying length I fear, the spots visited by every Zaire at Al-Madinah. The guide books mention altogether between 50 and 55 mosques and other holy places, most of which are now unknown even by name to the citizens. The most celebrated of these are the few following, which I describe from hearsay. About 3 miles to the northwest of the town, close to the Wadi al-Akik, lies the mosque called Al-Qiblatain, the 2 directions of prayer. Some give this title to the Masjid al-Taqwa at Kuba. Others assert that the Prophet, after visiting and eating at the house of an old woman named Mabshar, went to pray the midday prayer in the mosque of the Benu Salma. He had performed the prostration with his face toward Jerusalem, when suddenly warned by revelation, he turned southwards and concluded his orisons in that direction. Footnote. The story is related in another way. Whilst Muhammad was praying the Asr on afternoon prayer at the Harim, he turned his face toward Mecca. Some of the companions ran instantly to all the mosques, informing the people of the change. In many places they were not listened to, but the Benu Salma, who were at prayer instantly faced southwards. To commemorate their obedience, the mosque was called Al-Qiblatain. End of footnote. I am told it is a mean dome without inner walls, outer enclosures, or minaret. The Masjid Benu Zafar, some write the word Tifr, is also called Masjid al-Bagla, of the she-mule, because, according to Al-Matari, on the ridge of stone to the south of this mosque are the marks where the Prophet leaned his arm, and where the she-mule, Duldul, sent by the Muqawqas as a present with Maria the Coptic girl and Jafur the donkey, placed its hoofs. At the mosque was shown a slab upon which the Prophet sat hearing recitations from the Koran, and historians declare that by following his example many women have been blessed with offspring. Footnote: I cannot say whether this valuable stone be still at the Mosque Benu Tifr, but I perfectly remember that my friend Larking had a mutilated sphinx in his garden at Alexandria, which was found equally efficacious. End of footnote. This mosque is to the east of Al-Baqiyah. The Masjid al-Juma of Friday, or Al-Anika of the sand heaps, is in the valley near Kuba, where Muhammad prayed and preached on the first Friday after his flight from Mecca. The Masjid al-Fazik of date liquor is so called because when Abu Ayyub and others of the Ansar were sitting with cups in their hands, they heard that intoxicating draughts were for the future forbidden, upon which they poured the liquor upon the ground. Here the Prophet prayed 6 days, whilst he was engaged in wearing down the Benu Nazir Jews. The mosque derives its other name, Al-Shams, of the sun, because being erected on rising ground east of and near Kuba, it receives the first rays of morning light. To the eastward of the Masjid al-Fazik lies the Masjid al-Kurzaya, erected on a spot where the Prophet descended to attack the Jewish tribe of that name. Returning from the battle of the Mu'at, wayworn and tired with fighting, he here sat down to wash and comb his hair, when suddenly appeared to him the Archangel Gabriel in the figure of a horseman dressed in a corslet and covered with dust. The angels of Allah, said the preternatural visitor, are still in arms, O Prophet, and it is Allah's will that thy foot return to the stirrup. I go before thee to prepare a victory over the infidels, the sons of Quraza. The legend adds that the dust raised by the angelic host was seen in the streets of Al-Madinah, but that mortal eye fell not upon the horseman's form. The Prophet ordered his followers to sound the battle call, gave his flag to Ali, the Arab token of appointing a commander-in-chief, and for 25 days invested the habitations of the enemy. This hapless tribe was exterminated, the sentence of death being passed upon them by Sa'd ibn Ma'as, an Aussie whom they constituted their judge because he belonged to an allied tribe. 600 men were beheaded in the marketplace of Al-Madinah, their property was plundered, and their wives and children were reduced to slavery. Tantane religio potuit suadere malorum. The Masjid Mashrabat Ibrahim, or Mosque of the Garden of Ibrahim's mother, is a place where Maria the Copt had a garden, and became the mother of Ibrahim, the Prophet's second son. Footnote: Muhammad's eldest son was Qasim, who died in his infancy, and was buried at Mecca. Hence the Prophet's patronymic, Abu Qasim, the sire of Qasim. End of footnote. It is a small building in what is called the Awali, or highest part of the Al-Madinah plain, to the north of the Masjid Benu Qurayza, and near the eastern Hara or ridge. Footnote: Aisha used to relate that she was exceedingly jealous of the Coptic girl's beauty, and of the Prophet's love for her. Muhammad, seeing this, removed Maria from the house of Harizat bin al-Nunan, in which he had placed her, for the Awali of Al-Madinah, where the mosque now is. Oriental authors use this term Awali, high grounds, to denote the plains of the eastward and southward of the city, opposed to Al-Safila, the lower ground on the west and northwest. End of footnote. Northwards of Al-Baqiyah is, or was, a small building called the Masjid al-Ijaba, of granting, from the following circumstance. One day the Prophet stopped to perform his devotions at this place, which then belonged to the Benu Muawiyah of the tribe of Aus. He made a long dua or supplication, and then turning to his companions, exclaimed, I have asked of Allah 3 favours. 2 hath He vouchsafed for me, but the 3rd was refused. Those granted were that the Moslems might never be destroyed by famine or by deluge. The 3rd was that they might not perish by internecine strife. The Masjid al-Fath of Victory, vulgarly called the 4 Mosques, is situated in the Wadi al-Sa'i. (Footnote: I am very doubtful about this location of the Masjid al-Fath.) Which comes from the direction of Kuba, and about half a mile to the east of Al-Qiblatain. The largest is called the Masjid al-Fath, or Al-Asab, of the troops, and is alluded to in the Koran. Here it is said the Prophet prayed for 3 days during the battle of the Mu'ad, also called the affair Al-Asab, the last fought with the infidel Quraysh under Abu Sufyan. After 3 days of devotion, a cold and violent blast arose, with rain and sleet, and discomfited the foe. The Prophet's prayer having been granted, it is supposed by ardent Moslems that no petition put up at the Mosque Al-Asab is ever neglected by Allah. The former supplication is differently quoted by different authors. When Al-Shafi'i was in trouble and fear of Harun al-Rashid, by the virtue of his formula he escaped all danger. I would willingly offer so valuable a prophylactory to my readers, only it is of an unmanageable length. The doctors of Al-Islam also greatly differ about the spot where the Prophet stood on this occasion. Most of them support the claims of the Masjid al-Fath, the most elevated of the 4, to that distinction. Below, and to the south of the highest ground, is the Masjid Salman al-Farsi, the Persian, from whose brain emanated the bright idea of the Mu'ad. At the mature age of 250, some say 350, after spending his life in search of a religion from a Magus, fire worshipper. (Footnote: A Magus, a magician, one supposed to worship fire. The other rival sect of the time was the Sabaean, who adored the heavenly bodies. End of footnote.) Becoming successively a Jew and a Nazarene, he ended with being a Moslem and a companion of Mohammed. During his eventful career he had been 10 times sold into slavery. Below Salman's mosque is the Masjid Ali, and the smallest building of the south of the hill is called Masjid Abu Bakr. All these places owe their existence to Al-Walid the Caliph. They were repaired at times by his successors. The Masjid al-Raya of the Banner was originally built by Al-Walid upon a place where the Prophet pitched his tent during the war of the Mu'ad. Others call it Al-Zubab, after a hill upon which it stands. Al-Raya is separated from the Masjid al-Fath by a rising ground called Jabal Sulla or Jabal Sawab. (Footnote: The Mosque of Reward in Heaven. It is so called because during the war of the Mu'ad the Prophet used to live in a cave there, and afterwards he made it a frequent resort for prayer. End of footnote. The former being on the eastern, whilst the latter lies upon the western declivity of the hill. The position of this place is greatly admired as commanding the fairest view of the Harim. About a mile and a half southeast of Al-Bakia is a dome called Quwwat Islam, the strength of Al-Islam. Here the Apostle planted a dry palm stick, which grew up, blossomed, and bore fruit at once. Moreover, on one occasion, when the Moslems were unable to perform the pilgrimage, Muhammad here produced the appearance of a Kaaba, an Arafat, and all the appurtenances of the Hajj. I must warn my readers not to condemn the founder of Al-Islam for these puerile inventions. The Masjid Onain lies south of Hamza's tomb. It is on a hill called Jabal al-Rumat, the Shooter's Hill, and here during the Battle of Uhud stood the archers of Al-Islam. According to some, the Prince of Martyrs here received his death wound. Others placed that event at the Masjid al-Askar, or the Masjid al-Wadi. Footnote: Hamza's fall is now placed at the Kubat al-Mazra. End of footnote. Besides these 14, I find the names, and nothing but the names, of 40 mosques. The reader loses little by my unwillingness to offer him a detailed list of such appellations as Masjid Benu Abdallah Schnall, Masjid Benu Harisa, Masjid Benu Harim, Masjid al-Fash, Masjid al-Sukya, Masjid Benu Bayaza, Masjid Benu Hatma, cum multis aliis quae nunc prescribere longum est. End of chapter 22, part 2.
Chapter 23 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 23 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah by Richard Francis Burton. The Damascus Caravan. The Damascus caravan was to set out on the 27th of Dhul-Qa'dah, or the 1st of September. I had intended to stay at Al-Madinah till the last moment, and to accompany the Qafilat al-Tayyara, or the flying caravan, which usually leaves on the 2nd of Dhul-Hijjah, 2 days after that of Damascus. Footnote: The Tayyara, or flying caravan, is lightly laden and travels by forced marches. End of footnote. Suddenly arose the rumour that there would be no Tayyara, and that all pilgrims must proceed with the Damascus caravan or await the Rakab. This is a dromedary caravan, in which each person carries only his saddle bags. It usually descends by the road called Al-Khat, and makes Meccah on the 5th day. The Sharif Zayd, Sa'ad the robber's only friend, had paid him an unsuccessful visit. Shinderhands demanded back his Shaykhship in return for safe conduct through his country. Otherwise, he said, I will cut the throat of every hand that ventures into the passes. The Sharif Zayd returned to Al-Madinah on the 25th of Dhul-Qa'dah, or 30th of August. Early on the morning of the next day, Shaykh Hamid returned hurriedly from the bazaar, exclaiming, You must make ready at once, Effendi. There will be no Tayyara. All Hajis start tomorrow. Allah will make it easy to you. Have you your water skins in order? You are to travel down the Darb al-Sharqi, where you will not see water for 3 days. Poor Hamid looked horror-struck as he concluded this fearful announcement, which filled me with joy. Burckhardt had visited and described the Darb al-Sultani, the road along the coast, but no European has yet travelled down the Harun al-Rashid's and the Lady Zubaydah's celebrated route through the Najdi desert. Not a moment, however, was lost. We expected to start early the next morning. The boy Mohammed went forth and bought for 80 piastres a shukduf, which lasted us through the pilgrimage, and for 15 piastres a shibriya, or cot, to be occupied by Shaykh Nur, who did not relish sleeping on boxes. The youth was employed all day, with sleeves tucked up, and working like a porter, in covering the litter with matting and rugs, in mending broken parts, and in providing it with large pockets for provisions inside and outside, with pouches to contain the guglets of cooled water. Meanwhile, Shaykh Nur and I, having inspected the water skins, found that the rats had made considerable rents in 2 of them. There being no workmen procurable at this time for gold, I sat down to patch the damaged articles, whilst Nur was sent to lay in supplies for 14 days. The journey is calculated at 11 days, but provisions are apt to spoil, and the Badawi camel-men expect to be fed. Besides which, pilferers abound. By my companion's advice, I took wheat flour, rice, turmeric, onions, dates, unleavened bread of 2 kinds, cheese, limes, tobacco, sugar, tea, and coffee. Hamid himself started upon the most important part of our business. Faithful camel-men are required upon a road where robberies are frequent and stabbings occasional, and where there is no law to prevent desertion or to limit new and exorbitant demands. After a time he returned, accompanied by a boy and a Badawi, a short, thin, well-built old man, with regular features, a white beard, and a cool, clear eye. His limbs, as usual, were scarred with wounds. Mas'ud of the Rahla, a sub-family of the Hamida family of the Banu Harb, came in with a dignified demeanour, applied his dexter palm to ours. Footnote: This Musafaha, as it is called, is the Arab fashion of shaking hands. They apply the palms of the right hands flat to each other, without squeezing the fingers, and then raise the hand to the forehead. And a footnote. Sat down, declined a pipe, accepted coffee, and after drinking it, looked at us to show that he was ready for negotiation. We opened the proceedings with, "We want men, not camels," and the conversation proceeded in the purest Hijazi. Footnote. On this occasion I heard 3 new words: kharita, used to signify a single trip to Meccah, without return to Al-Madinah; ta'rifa, going out from Meccah to Mount Arafah; and tanzila, or the return from Mount Arafah to Meccah. And a footnote. After much discussion, we agreed, if compelled to travel by the Darb al-Sharqi, to pay $20 for 2 camels. Footnote. And part of an extra animal which was to carry water for the party. Had we travelled by the Darb al-Sultani, we should have paid $6.50 instead of 10 for each beast. And a footnote. And to advance arbun, or earnest money, to have that amount. Footnote. The system of advances as well as earnest money is common all over Arabia. In some places, Aden for instance, I have heard 2/3 the price of a cargo of coffee being required from the purchaser before the seller would undertake to furnish a single bale. And a footnote. The Shaykh bound himself to provide us with good animals, which moreover were to be changed in case of accidents. He was also to supply his beasts with water, and to accompany us to Arafat and back, but absolutely refusing to carry my large chest. He declared that the tent under the Shugduf was burden enough for 1 camel, and that the green box of drugs, the saddle bags, the provision sacks, surmounted by Noor's cot, were amply sufficient for the other. On our part, we bound ourselves to feed the Shaykh and his son, supplying them either with raw or cooked provender, and upon our return to Meccah from Mount Arafat, to pay the remaining hire with a discretionary present. Hamid then addressed me to flowery praises of the old Badawi, after which, turning to the latter, he exclaimed, "Thou wilt treat these friends well, O Mas'ud the Harbi." The ancient replied with a dignity that had no pomposity in it, "Even as Abu Shawarib, or the father of mustachios, behaveth to us, so will we behave to him." Footnote. Most men of the Shafi'i school clip their mustachios exceedingly short. Some clean shave the upper lip, the imperial, and the parts of the beard about the corners of the mouth, and the forepart of the cheeks. I neglected to do so, which soon won me the epithet recorded above, Abu Shawarib. Arabs are vastly given to nicknaming God's creatures. Their habit is the effect of acute observation and the want of variety in proper names. Sonnini appears not to like having been called the father of a nose. But there is nothing disrespectful in these personal allusions. In Arabia you must be the father of something, and it is better to be the father of a feature than a father of a cooking pot, or father of a strong smell, Abu Zart. And a footnote. He then arose, bade us be prepared when departure gun sounded, saluted us, and stalked out of the room, followed by his son, who, under pretext of dozing, had mentally made an inventory of every article in the room, ourselves especially included. When the Badawin disappeared, Shaykh Hamid shook his head, advising me to give them plenty to eat, and never to allow 24 hours to elapse without dipping hand in the same dish with them, in order that the party might always be malihin, on terms of salt. Footnote. Salt among the Hindus is considered the essence and preserver of the seas. It was therefore used in their offerings to the gods. The old idea in Europe was that salt is a body composed of various elements, into which it cannot be resolved by human means. Hence it became the type of an indissoluble tie between individuals. Homer calls salt sacred and divine, and whoever ate it with a stranger was supposed to become his friend. By the Greek authors, as by the Arabs, hospitality and salt are words expressing a kindred idea. When describing the Badawin of Al-Hijaz, I shall have occasion to notice their peculiar notions about the salt law. End of footnote. He concluded with copious lectures upon the villainy of the Badawin, and on their habit of drinking travellers' water. I was to place the skins on a camel in front and not behind, to hang them with their mouths carefully tied and turned upwards, contrary to the general practice; always to keep a good store of liquid, and at night to place it under the safeguard of the tent. In the afternoon, Umar Effendi and others dropped me to take leave. They found me in the midst of preparation, sewing sacks, fitting up a pipe, patching water bags and packing medicines. My fellow traveller had brought me some pencils and a penknife as forget-me-nots, for we were by no means sure of meeting again. [Footnote: The import of such articles show the march of progress in Al-Hijaz. During the last generation, schoolmasters used for pencil bits bar lead beaten to a point. End of footnote. He hinted, however, at another escape from the paternal abode, and proposed, if possible, to join the dromedary caravan. Shaykh Hamid said the same, but I saw by the expression of his face that his mother and wife would not give him leave from home so soon after his return. Towards evening time, the Barr al-Manakhah became a scene of exceeding confusion. The town of tents lay upon the ground. Camels were being laden and were roaring under the weight of litters and cots, boxes and baggage. Horses and mules galloped about. Men were rushing wildly in all directions on worldly errands, or hurrying to pay a farewell visit to the Prophet's tomb. Women and children sat screaming on the ground, or ran to and fro distracted, or called their vehicles to escape the danger of being crushed. Every now and then a random shot excited all into the belief that the departure gun had sounded. At times we heard a volley from the robbers' hills, which elicited a general groan. For the pilgrims were still, to use their own phrase, between fear and hope, and consequently still far from one of the two comforts. [Footnote: The two comforts are success and despair, the latter, according to the Arabs, being a more enviable state of feeling than doubt or hope deferred. End of footnote. Then would sound a loud Jinn, Jinn of the camel bells, as the stately animals paced away with some grandee's gilt and emblazoned litter, a sharp plaint of the dromedary, and the loud neighing of excited steeds. About an hour after sunset, all our preparations were concluded, save only the shukduf, at which the boy Mohammed still worked with untiring zeal. He wisely remembered that he had to spend in it the best portion of a week and a half. The evening was hot, and we therefore dined outside the house. I was told to repair to the Haram for the Ziyarat al-Wada', or the farewell visitations, but my decided objection to this step was that we were all to part. How soon, and when to meet again, we know not. My companion smiled consent, assuring me that the ceremony could be performed as well at a distance as in the temple. Then Shaykh Hamid made me pray a two-bow prayer, and afterwards, facing towards the Haram, to recite this supplication with raised hands: O Apostle of Allah, we beg thee to entreat Almighty Allah that He cut off no portion of the good resulting to us from this visit to thee and to thy Haram. May He cause us to return safely and prosperous to our birthplaces. Aid then us in the progeny He hath given us, and continue to us His benefits, and make us thankful for our daily bread. O Allah, let not this be the last of our visitation to thy Apostle's tomb. Yet if thou summon us before such blessing, verily in my death I bear witness as in my life. Here the forefinger of the right hand is extended, that the members of the body may take part with the tongue and the heart. That there is no God but Allah, one and without partner, and verily that our Lord Mohammed is His servant and His apostle. O Allah, grant us in this world weal, and in the future weal, and save us from the torments of hellfire. Praise to Thee, O Lord, Lord of glory, greater than man can describe, and peace be upon the apostle, and laud to Allah, the Lord of the three worlds. This concludes as usual with the testification and the Fatiha. Pious men on such occasions go to the Rawdah, where they strive, if possible, to shed a tear, a single drop being a sign of acceptance, give alms to the utmost of their ability, vow piety, repentance, and obedience, and retire overwhelmed with grief at separating themselves from their Prophet and Intercessor. It is customary too, before leaving Al-Madinah, to pass at least one night in vigils at the Haram, and for learned men to read through the Quran once before the tomb. Then began the uncomfortable process of paying off little bills. The Eastern creditor always, for diverse reasons, waits the last moment before he claims his debt. Shaykh Hamid had frequently hinted at his difficulties, the only means of escape from which, he said, was to rely upon Allah. He had treated me so hospitably that I could not take back any part of the $5 I lent to him in Suez. His three brothers received $1 or two each, and one or two of his cousins hinted to some effect that such a proceeding would meet with their approbation. The luggage was then carried down and disposed in packs upon the ground before the house, so as to be ready for loading at a moment's notice. Many flying parties of travellers had almost started on the high road, and late in the evening came a new report that the body of the caravan would march about midnight. We sat up till 2 a.m., when, having heard no gun and having seen no camels, we lay down to sleep through the sultry remnant of the hours of darkness. Thus, gentle reader, was spent my last night at Al-Madinah. I had reasons to congratulate myself upon having passed through the first danger. Meccah is so near the coast that, in case of detection, the traveller might escape in a few hours to Jeddah, where he would find an English vice-consul, protection from the Turkish authorities, and possibly a British cruiser in the harbour. But at Al-Madinah, discovery would entail more serious consequences. The next risk to run was the journey between the two cities, where it would be easy for the local officials quietly to dispose of a suspected person by giving $1 to a Badawi. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24, or Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah, by Richard Francis Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 24, or Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah, by Richard Francis Burton. From Al-Madinah to As-Suwayriqiyah. 4 roads lead from Al-Madinah to Meccah. The Darb al-Sultani, or Sultan's Highway, follows the line of coast. This general passage has been minutely described by my exact predecessor. The Tariq al-Ghabir, a mountain path, is avoided by the Mahmal and the great caravans on account of its rugged passes. Water abounds along the whole line, but there is not a single village, and the Subh Badawin, who own the soil, are inveterate plunderers. The route called Wadi al-Qura is a favourite with the dromedary caravans. On this road are 2 or 3 small settlements, regular wells, and free passage through the Banu Amr tribe. The Darb al-Sharqi, or Eastern Road, down which I travelled, owes its existence to the piety of Lady Zubaydah, wife of Harun al-Rashid. That munificent princess dug wells from Baghdad to Al-Madinah, and built, we are told, a wall to direct pilgrims over the shifting sands. Footnote: the distance from Baghdad to Al-Madinah is 180 parasangs, according to Abd al-Karim, Voyage de la Inde et la Mecque, translated by M. Langles, Paris, 1797. This book is a disappointment, as it describes everything except Al-Madinah and Meccah. These gaps are filled up by the translator with the erroneous descriptions of other authors, not eyewitnesses. End of footnote. There is a 5th road, or rather mountain path, concerning which I can give no information. At 8 a.m. on Wednesday, the 26th of Dhul-Qa'dah, or 31st of August, 1853, as we were sitting at the window of Hamid's house after our early meal, suddenly appeared in hottest haste Mas'ud, our camel shaykh. He was accompanied by his son, a bold boy about 14 years of age, who fought sturdily about the weight of each package as it was thrown over the camel's back, and his nephew, an ugly, pock-marked lad, too lazy even to quarrel. We were ordered to lose no time in loading. All started into activity, and at 9 a.m. I found myself standing opposite the Egyptian gate, surrounded by my friends, who had accompanied me thus far on foot, to take leave with due honour. After affectionate embraces and parting mementos, we mounted, the boy Mohammed and I in the litter, and Shaykh Nur in his cot. Then, in company with some Turks and Meccans, for Masud owned a string of 9 camels, we passed through the little gate near the castle, and shaped our course towards the north. On our right lay the palm groves which conceal this part of the city. Far to the left rose the domes of Hamza's mosques at the foot of Mount Uhud, and in front a band of road, crowded with motley groups, stretched over a barren stony plain. After an hour's slow march, bending gradually from north to northeast, we fell into the Najd highway, and came to a place of renown called Al-Ghadir, or the Basin. Footnote: here, it is believed, was fought the battle of Buaz. celebrated in the pagan days of Al-Madinah, AD 615. Our dictionaries translate Ghadir by pool or stagnant water. Here it is applied to places where water stands for a short time after the rain. End of footnote. This is a depression conducting the drainage of the plain towards the northern hills. The skirts of Uhud still limited the prospect to the left. On the right was the Bir Rashid, well of Rashid, and the little whitewashed dome of Ali al-Urayis, a descendant from Zayn al-Abidin. The tomb is still a place of visitation. There we halted and turned to take farewell of the holy city. All the pilgrims dismounted and gazed at the venerable minarets and the green dome, spots upon which their memories would forever dwell with a fond and yearning interest. Remounting at noon, we crossed the Fiumara, which runs, according to my camel sheikh, from north to south. We were therefore emerging from the Medina basin. The sky began to be clouded, and although the air was still full of Samum, cold draughts occasionally poured down from the hills. Arabs fear this bitter change of fierce extremes, extremes by change more fierce, and call that a dangerous climate which is cold in the hot season and hot in the cold. Travelling over a rough and stony path dotted with thorny acacias, we arrived about 2 p.m. at the bed of lava heard of by Burckhardt. Footnote: Travels in Arabia, Volume 2, page 217. The Swiss traveller was prevented by sickness from visiting it. The Jadb al-Qulub affords the following account of a celebrated eruption, beginning on the Salkh, or the last day, of Jumad al-Awwal, and ending on the evening of the 3rd of Jumad al-Akhir, AH 654. Terrible earthquakes, accompanied by a thundering noise, shook the town. From 14 to 18 were observed each night. On the 3rd of Jumad al-Akhir, after the Isha prayers, a fire burst out in the direction of Al-Hijaz eastward. It resembled a vast city, with a turreted and battlemental fort, in which men appeared drawing the flame about, as it were, whilst it roared, burned, and melted like a sea everything that came in its way. Presently red and bluish streams bursting from it ran close to Al-Madinah, and at the same time the city was fanned by a cooling zephyr from the same direction. Al-Kislani, an eyewitness, asserts that the brilliant light of the volcano made the face of the country as bright as day, and the interior of the Haram was as if the sun shone upon it, so that men worked and required naught of the sun and moon, the latter of which was also eclipsed. Several saw the light at Meccah, at Taima in Najd, 6 days' journey from Al-Madinah, and at Basra of Syria, reminding men of the Prophet's saying, "A fire shall burst forth from the direction of Al-Hijaz, its light shall make visible the necks of the camels at Basra." Historians relate that the length of the stream was 4 parasangs, from 14 to 16 miles, its breadth 4 miles, or 56 to the degree, and its depth about 9 feet. It flowed like a torrent with the waves of a sea. The rocks, melted by its heat, stood up as a wall, and for a time it prevented the passage of Badawin, who, coming from that direction, used to annoy the citizens. Jamal Matari, one of the historians of Al-Madinah, relates that the flames which destroyed the stones spared the trees, and he asserts that some men sent by the governor to inspect the fire felt no heat. Also that the feathers of an arrow shot into it were burned whilst the shaft remained whole. This he attributes to the sanctity of the trees within the Haram. On the contrary, Al-Kislani asserts the fire to have been so vehement that no one could approach within 2 arrow flights, and that it melted the outer half of a rock beyond the limits of the sanctuary, leaving the inner parts unscathed. The Qadi, the governor, and the citizens engaged in devotional exercises, and during the whole length of the Thursday and the Friday nights, all, even the women and children, with bare heads wept around the Prophet's tomb. Then the lava current turned northwards. I remarked on the way to Uhud signs of a lava field. This current ran, according to some, 3 entire months. Al-Kislani dates its beginning on Friday 6 Jumad al-Akhir, and its cessation on Sunday 27th Rajab. In this period of 52 days he includes, it is supposed, the length of its extreme heat. That same year, AH 654, is infamous in Al-Islam for other portents, such as the inundation of Baghdad by the Tigris, and the burning of the Prophet's mosque. In the next year first appeared the Tartars, who slew Al-Mu'tasim Billah the Caliph, massacred the Muslims during more than a month, destroyed their books, monuments, and tombs, and stabled their war steeds in the Mustansiriya college. End of footnote. The aspect of the country was volcanic, abounding in basalts and scoriae. More or less porous sand veiled the black bed, whose present dimensions by no means equal the descriptions of Arabian historians. I made diligent inquiries about the existence of active volcanoes in this part of Al-Hijaz, and heard of none. At 5 p.m., travelling towards the east, we entered the Bughaz, or pass. In this part of Al-Hijaz they have many names for a pass. Naqab, Saghra, and Mazik are those best known. Which follows the course of a wide Fumara, walled in by steep and barren hills, the portals of a region too wild even for Bedouin. The torrent bed narrowed where the turns were abrupt, and the drift of heavy stones, with a water mark from 6 to 7 feet high, showed that after rains a violent stream runs from east and southeast to west and northwest. The fertilizing fluid is close to the surface, evidenced by a spare growth of acacia, camel grass, and at some angles of the bed by the dome or Theban palm. This is the palm, capped with large fan-shaped leaves, described by every traveller in Egypt and the Nearer East. I remarked what was technically called hufra, holes dug for water in the sand, and the guide assured me that somewhere near there is a spring flowing from the rocks. After the long and sultry afternoon, beasts of burden began to sink in numbers. The fresh carcasses of asses, ponies, and camels dotted the wayside. Those that had been allowed to die were abandoned to the foul carrion birds, the rakham or vulture, and the yellow aqab, and all whose throats had been properly cut were surrounded by troops of Takruri pilgrims. These half-starved wretches cut steaks from the choice portions, and slung them over their shoulders till an opportunity of cooking might arrive. I never saw men more destitute. They carried wooden bowls, which they filled with water by begging. Their only weapon was a small knife, tied in a leathern sheath above the elbow, and their costume an old skull cap, strips of leather like sandals under the feet, and a long dirty shirt, or sometimes a mere rag covering the loins. Some were perfect savages, others had been fine-looking men, broad-shouldered, thin-flanked, and long-limbed. Many were lamed by fatigue and by thorns, and looking at most of them, I fancied death depicted in their forms and features. After 2 hours slow marching up the Fumara eastwards, we saw in front of us a wall of rock, and turning abruptly southwards, we left the bed and ascended rising ground. Already it was night. An hour, however, elapsed before we saw at a distance the twinkling fires, and heard the watch cries of our camp. It was pitched in a hollow under hills, in excellent order, the Pasha's pavilion surrounded by his soldiers and guards disposed in tents, with sentinels regularly posted, protecting the outskirts of the encampment. One of our men, whom we had sent forward, met us on the way, and led us to an open place where we unloaded the camels, raised our canvas home, lighted fires, and prepared, with supper, for a good night's rest. Living is simple on such marches. The pouches inside and outside the Shugduf contain provisions and water, with which you supply yourself when inclined. At certain hours of the day, ambulant vendors offer sherbet, lemonade, hot coffee, and water pipes admirably prepared. The charge of a cup of coffee is 1 piastre and a half. A pipe bearer will engage himself for about £1 per mensem. He is always a veteran smoker, and in these regions it is an axiom that the flavour of your pipe mainly depends upon the filler. For convenience, the Persian kalian is generally used. Chibuks may be smoked in the litter, but few care to do so during the Samum. The first thing, however, called for at the halting place is the pipe, and its delightfully soothing influence, followed by a cup of coffee and 40 winks upon the sand, will awaken an appetite not to be roused by other means. How could Waterton, the traveller, abuse a pipe? During the night halt, provisions are cooked. Rice or kishri, a mixture of pulse and rice, is eaten with chutney and lime pickle, varied occasionally by tough mutton and indigestible goat. We arrived at Jaj Sharifa at 8 p.m. after a march of about 22 miles. A day's journey in Arabia is generally reckoned at 24 or 25 Arab miles. Abul Fida leaves the distance of a marhala or manzil or station undetermined. Al-Idrisi reckons it at 30 miles, but speaks of short as well as long marches. The common literary measure of length are these: 3 qadam, a man's foot, equals 1 khatwa, or pace. 1,000 paces equals 1 mil, or mile. 3 miles equals 1 farsakh, or parasang, and 4 parasangs equals 1 barid, or post. The Burhan-i-Qatiyah gives the table thus: 24 finger breadths, or 6 breadths of the clenched hand, from 20 to 24 inches, equals 1 gaz, or yard. 1,000 yards equals 1 mile. 3 miles equals 1 parasang. Some call the 4,000 yards measure a qara, or the Indian cos, which however is sometimes less by 1,000 gaz. The only ideas of distance known to the Badawi of Al-Hijaz are the fanciful sa'at, or hours, and the uncertain manzil, or halt. The former varies from 2 to 3½ miles, and the latter from 15 to 25. End of footnote. This halting place is the rendezvous of caravans. It lies 50 degrees southeast of Al-Madinah, and belongs rather to Najd than to Al-Hijaz. At 3 a.m. on Thursday, September 1, we started up at the sound of the departure gun, struck the tent, loaded the camels, mounted, and found ourselves hurrying through a gloomy pass in the hills to secure a good place in the caravan. This is an object of some importance, as during the whole journey marching order must not be broken. We met with a host of minor accidents, camels falling, shukdufs bumping against each other, and plentiful abuse. Pertinaciously we hurried on till 6 a.m., at which hour we emerged from the Black Pass. The large crimson sun rose upon us, disclosing through purple mists a hollow of coarse yellow gravel based upon a hard whitish clay. About 5 miles broad by 12 long, it collects the water of the high grounds after rain, and distributes the surplus through an exit towards the northwest, a gap in the low undulating hills around. Entering it, we dismounted, prayed, broke our fast, and after half an hour's halt, proceeded to cross its breadth. The appearance of the caravan was most striking, as it threaded its slow way over the smooth surface of the khabt, or low plain. Footnote: Khabt is a low plain, midan or fayha or sath, a plain generally, and batha is a low sandy flat. End of footnote. To judge by the eye, the host was composed of at fewest 7,000 souls, on foot, on horseback, in litters, or bestriding the splendid camels of Syria. Footnote: In Burckhardt's day there were 5,000 souls and 15,000 camels. Captain Sadlier, who travelled during the war, 1819, found the number reduced to 500. The extent of this caravan has been enormously exaggerated in Europe. I have heard of 15,000 and even 20,000 men. I include in the 7,000 about 1,200 Persians. They are no longer placed, as Abdul Karim relates, in the rear of caravan or post of danger. End of footnote. There were 8 gradations of pilgrims. The lowest hobbled with heavy staves. Then came the riders of asses, of camels, and of mules. Respectable men, especially Arabs, were mounted on dromedaries, and the soldiers had horses. A led animal was saddled for every grandee, ready whenever he might wish to leave his litter. Women, children, and invalids of the poorer classes sat upon a haml musattah, rugs and cloths spread over the 2 large boxes which formed the camel's load. Footnote: Lane has accurately described this article. In the Hijaz it is sometimes made to resemble a little tent. End of footnote. Many occupied shibriyas, a few shukdufs, and only the wealthy and the noble rode in takhtrawan, or litters, carried by camels or mules. Footnote: The vehicle mainly regulates the expense, as it evidences a man's means. I have heard of a husband and wife leaving Alexandria with 3 months' provision and the sum of £5. They would mount a camel, lodge in public buildings when possible, probably be reduced to beggary, and possibly starve upon the road. On the other hand, the minimum expenditure for necessaries, not donations and luxuries, of a man who rides in a takhtrawan from Damascus and back would be about £1,200. End of footnote. The morning beams fell brightly upon the glancing arms which surrounded the stripped mahmal. Footnote: On the line of march, the mahmal, stripped of its embroidered cover, is carried on camel-back, a mere framewood. Even the gilt silver balls and crescents are exchanged for similar articles in brass. End of footnote. and upon the scarlet and gilt conveyances of the grandees. Not the least beauty of the spectacle was its wondrous variety of detail. No man was dressed like his neighbour, no camel was caparisoned, no horse was clothed in uniform, as it were. And nothing stranger than the contrast, a band of half-naked Takruri marching with the Pasha's equipage, and long-capped bearded Persians conversing with Tarbusht and shaven Turks. The plain even at an early hour reeked with vapours distilled by the fires of the Samum. About noon, however, the air became cloudy, and nothing of colour remained, save that milky white haze, dull but glaring withal, which is the prevailing day tint in these regions. At midday we reached a narrowing of the basin, where from both sides Irq, or low hills, stretched their last spurs into the plain, but after half a mile it again widened to upwards of 2 miles. At 2 p.m. Friday, September 2, we turned towards the southwest, ascended stony ground, and found ourselves 1 hour afterwards in a desolate rocky flat, distant about 24 miles of unusually winding road from our last station. Mahattat Ghurab, or the Raven Station. Footnote: Mahatta is a spot where luggage is taken down, i.e. a station. By some Hijazis it is used in the sense of a halting place, where you spend an hour or two. End of footnote. Lies 10 degrees southwest from Jah al-Sharifa, in the irregular masses of hill on the frontier of Al-Hijaz, where the highlands of Najd begin. After pitching the tent, we prepared to recruit our supply of water, for Masud warned me that his camels had not drunk for 90 hours, and that they would soon sink under the privation. The boy Mohammed, mounting a dromedary, set off with the Shaykh and many water bags, giving me an opportunity of writing out my journal. They did not return home until after nightfall, a delay caused by many adventures. The wells are in a Fiumara as usual, about 2 miles distant from the halting place, and the soldiers, regular as well as irregular, occupied the water and exacted hard coin in exchange for it. The men are not to blame. They would die of starvation but for this resource. The boy Mohammed had been engaged in several quarrels, but after snapping his pistol at a Persian pilgrim's head, he came forth triumphant with 2 skins of sweetish water, for which we paid 10 piastres. He was in his glory. There were many Meccans in the caravan, among them his elder brother and several friends. The Sharif Zayd had sent, he said, to ask why he did not travel with his compatriots. That evening he drank so copiously of clarified butter, and ate dates with mashed flour and other abominations, to such an extent that at night he prepared to give up the ghost. We passed a pleasant hour or two before sleeping. I began to like the old Shaykh Masud, who, seeing it, entertained me with his genealogy, his battles, and his family affairs. The rest of the party could not prevent expressing contempt when they heard me putting frequent questions about torrents, hills, Bedouin, and the directions of places.
Let the father of mustachios ask and learn, said the old man. He is friendly with the Bedouin, and knows better than you all.
Footnote: Khalik ma'al Badu is a favourite complimentary saying among these people, and it means that you are no greasy burgher. End of footnote. This reproof was intended to be bitter as the poet's satire. All fools have an itching to deride, and fain would be upon the laughing side. It called forth, however, another burst of merriment, for the jeerers remembered my nickname to have belonged to that pestilent heretic, Saud the Wahhabi. On Saturday, the 3rd of September, the hateful signal gun awoke us at 1 a.m. In Arab travel there is nothing more disagreeable than the Sariyah, or night march, and yet the people are inexorable about it. Choose early darkness, or Dilja, for your wayfarings, said the Prophet, as the calamities of the earth, serpents and wild beasts, appear not at night. I can scarcely find words to express the weary horrors of the long dark march, during which the hapless traveller, fuming if a European with disappointment in his hopes of seeing the country, is compelled to sit upon the back of a creeping camel. The day sleep, too, is a kind of lethargy, and it is all but impossible to preserve an appetite during the hours of heat. At 5:30 a.m., after drowsily stumbling through hours of outer gloom, we entered a spacious basin, at least 6 miles broad, and limited by a circlet of low hill. It was overgrown with camel grass and acacia or shittim trees, mere vegetable mummies. In many places the water had left a mark, and here and there the ground was pitted with mud flakes, the remains of recently dried pools. After an hour's rapid march we toiled over a rugged ridge, composed of broken and detached blocks of basalt and scoriae, fantastically piled together and dotted with thorny trees. Shaykh Masud passed the time in walking to and fro along his line of camels, addressing us with a "Khalikum Guddam" to the front of the litter as we ascended, and a "Khalikum Wara" to the rear during the descent. It was wonderful to see the animals stepping from block to block with the sagacity of mountaineers, assuring themselves of their forefeet before trusting all their weight to advance. Not a camel fell either here or on any other ridge. They moaned, however, piteously, for the sudden turns of the path puzzled them. The ascents were painful, the descents were still more so. The rocks were sharp, deep holes yawned between the blocks, and occasionally an acacia caught the Shugduf, almost overthrowing the hapless bearer by the suddenness and the tenacity of its clutch. This passage took place during daylight, but we had many at night, which I shall neither forget nor describe. Descending the ridge, we entered another hill-encircled basin of gravel and clay. In many places basalt in piles and crumbling strata of hornblende schiste, disposed edgeways, green within and without blackened by sun and rain, cropped out of the ground. At 10:30 we found ourselves in an acacia barren, one of the things which pilgrims dread. Here Shugdufs are bodily pulled off the camel's back and broken upon the hard ground. The animals drop upon their knees, the whole line is deranged, and every one, losing temper, attacks his Moslem brother. The road was flanked on the left by an iron wall of black basalt. Noon brought us to another ridge, whence we descended into a second wooden basin surrounded by hills. Here the air was filled with those pillars of sand so graphically described by Abyssinian Bruce. They scudded on the wings of the whirlwind over the plain, huge yellow shafts with lofty heads horizontally bent backwards in the form of clouds, and on more than one occasion camels were thrown down by them. It required little stretch of fancy to enter into the Arab superstition. These sand columns are supposed to be jinnis of the waste, which cannot be caught, a notion arising from the fitful movements of the electrical wind eddy that arises in them. And as they advance, the pious Moslem stretches out his finger, exclaiming, "Iron, O thou ill-omened one!" Footnote: even Europeans in popular parlance call them devils. End of footnote. During the forenoon we were troubled by the Samum, which, instead of promoting perspiration, chokes up and hardens the skin. The Arabs complain greatly of its violence on this line of road. Here I first remarked the difficulty with which the Bedouin bear thirst. Ya Latif, O merciful Lord, they exclaimed at times, and yet they behaved like men. Footnote: the Eastern Arabs allay the torments of thirst by a spoonful of clarified butter, carried on journeys in a leathern bottle. Even every European traveller has some recipe of his own. One chews a musket bullet or a small stone, a second smears his legs with butter, another eats a crust of dry bread, which exasperates the torments and afterwards brings relief. A fourth throws water over his face and hands or his legs and feet. A fifth smokes, and a sixth turns his dorsal region, raising his coat tail to the fire. I have always found that the only remedy is to be patient and not to talk. The more you drink, the more you require to drink, water or strong waters. But after the first 2 hours abstinence, you have mastered the overpowering feeling of thirst, and then to refrain is easy. End of footnote. I had ordered them to place the water camel in front, so as to exercise due supervision. Shaykh Masud and his son made only an occasional reference to the skins, but his nephew, a short, thin, pock-marked lad of 18, whose black skin and woolly head suggested the idea of a semi-African and ignoble origin, was always drinking, except when he climbed the camel's back and, dozing upon the damp load, forgot his thirst. In vain we ordered, we taunted, and we abused him. He would drink, he would sleep, but he would not work. At 1 p.m. we crossed the Fiumara, and an hour afterwards we pursued the course of a second. Mas'ud called this the Wadi al-Khunaq, and assured me that it runs from the east and the southeast in a north and northwest direction to the Madinah plain. Early in the afternoon we reached a diminutive flat on the Fiumara bank. Beyond it lies a mahjar or stony ground, black as usual in Al-Hijaz, and over its length lay the road, white with dust and with the sand deposited by the camels' feet. Having arrived before the Pasha, we did not know where to pitch, many opining that the caravan would traverse the mahjar and halt beyond it. We soon alighted, however, pitched the tent under a burning sun, and were imitated by the rest of the party. Mas'ud called the place Hijriya. According to my computation, it is 25 miles from Ghurab, and its direction is southeast 22°. Late in the afternoon, the boy Mohammed started with a dromedary to procure water from the higher part of the Fiumara. Here are some wells, still called Bir Harun after the great Caliph. The youth returned soon with 2 bags filled at an expense of 9 piastres. This being the 28th Al-Qa'dah, many pilgrims busied themselves rather fruitlessly with endeavours to sight the crescent moon. They failed, but we were consoled by seeing through a gap in the western hills a heavy cloud discharge its blessed load, and a cool night was the result. We loitered on Sunday, the 4th September, at Al-Hijriya, although the Shaykh forewarned us of a long march. But there is a kind of discipline in these great caravans. A gun sounds the order to strike the tents. We carried 2 small brass guns, which on the line of march were dismounted and placed upon camels. At the halt they were restored to their carriages. The Badawin think much of these harmless articles, to which I have seen a gunner apply a match thrice before he could induce a discharge. In a moral point of view, therefore, they are far more valuable than our 12-pounders. And the second bids you move off with all speed. There are short halts of half an hour each at dawn, noon, the afternoon, and sunset, for devotional purposes, and these are regulated by a canon or a culverin. At such times the Syrian and Persian servants, who are admirably expert in their calling, pitch their large green tents with gilt crescents for the dignitaries and their harems. The last resting place is known by the hurrying forward of these farrash or tent lascars, who are determined to be the first on the ground and at the well. A discharge of 3 guns denotes the station, and when the caravan moves by night, a single cannon sounds 3 or 4 halts at irregular intervals. The principal officers were the Emir Hajj, one Asghar Ali Pasha, a veteran of whom my companions spoke slightingly, because he had been the slave of a slave, probably the pipe bearer of some grandee who in his youth had been pipe bearer to some other grandee. Under him was a Wakil or lieutenant, who managed the executive. The Emir al-Surra, called simply al-Surra or the purse, had charge of the caravan treasure, and of remittances to the holy cities. And lastly there was a commander of the forces, Bashat al-Askar. His host consisted of about 1,000 irregular horsemen, Bash buzuks, half bandits, half soldiers, each habited and armed after his own fashion, exceedingly dirty, picturesque looking, brave, and, in such a country, of no use whatsoever. Leaving Al-Hijriya at 7 a.m., we passed over the grim stone field by a detestable footpath, and at 9 o'clock struck into a broad Fiumara, which runs from the east towards the northwest. Its sandy bed is overgrown with acacia, the senna plant, different species of euphorbia, the wild caparis, and the daum palm. Up this line we travelled the whole day. About 6 p.m. we came upon a basin at least 12 miles broad, which absorbs the water of the adjacent hills. Accustomed as I have been to mirage, a long thin line of salt efflorescence appearing at some distance on the plain below us, when the shades of evening invested the view, completely deceived me. Even the Arabs were divided in opinion, some thinking it was the effects of the rain which fell the day before, others were more acute. It is said that beasts are never deceived by the mirage, and this, as far as my experience goes, is correct. May not the reason be that most of them know the vicinity of water rather by smell than by sight? Upon the horizon beyond the plain rose dark fort-like masses of rock, which I mistook for buildings, the more readily as the Shaykh had warned me that we were approaching a populous place. At last, descending a long steep hill, we entered upon the level ground, and discovered our error by the crunching sound of the camels' feet upon large curling flakes of nitrous salt overlaying caked mud. Hereabouts the Arabs call these places Bahr Milh, or Sea of Salt; in other regions Bahr Bila Ma, or Waterless Sea. Those civilized birds, the kite and the crow, warned us that we were in the vicinity of man. It was not, however, before 11 p.m. that we entered the confines of Suwayrighiya. The fact was made patent to us by the stumbling and the falling of our dromedaries over the little ridges of dried clay disposed in squares upon the fields. There were other obstacles, such as garden walls, wells, and hovels, so that midnight had sped before our weary camels reached the resting place. A rumour that we were to halt here the next day made us think lightly of present troubles. It proved, however, to be false. During the last 4 days I attentively observed the general face of the country. This line is a succession of low plains and basins, here quasi-circular, there irregularly oblong, surrounded by rolling hills, and cut by Fiumaras which pass through the higher ground. The basins are divided by ridges and flats of basalt and greenstone, averaging from 100 to 200 feet in height. The general form is a huge prism; sometimes they are table-topped. From Al-Madinah to Suwayrighiya the low beds of sandy Fiumaras abound. From Suwayrighiya to Zarba their place is taken by the Ghadir, or hollows in which water stagnates; and beyond Zarba the traveller enters a region of water courses, tending west and south west. The versant is generally from the east and south east towards the west and north west. Water obtained by digging is good where rain is fresh in the Fiumaras, saltish so as to taste at first unnaturally sweet in the plains, and bitter in the basins and lowlands, where nitri effloresces and rain has had time to become tainted. The landward faces of the hills are disposed at a sloping angle, contrasting strongly with the perpendicularity of their seaward sides, and I found no inner range corresponding with, and parallel to, the maritime chain. Nowhere had I seen a land which earth's anatomy lies so barren, or one richer in volcanic and primary formations. Being but little read in geology, I submitted, after my return to Bombay, a few specimens collected on the way, to a learned friend, Dr. Carter, secretary to the Bombay branch of the Royal Asiatic Society. His name is a guarantee of accuracy. Especially towards the south, the hills were abrupt and highly vertical, with black and barren flanks ribbed with furrows and fissures, with wide and formidable precipices, and castellated summits like the work of man. The predominant formation was basalt, called the Arabs Hajar Jahannam, or Hellstone. Here and there it is porous and cellular, in some places compact and black, and in others coarse and gritty, of a tarry colour, and when fractured, shining with bright points. Hornblende is common at Al-Madinah and throughout this part of Al-Hijaz. It crops out of the ground edgeways, black and brittle. Greenstone, diorite, and actinolite are found, though not so abundantly as those above mentioned. The granites, called in Arabic Suwan, abound. The Arabic language has a copious terminology for the mineral as well as the botanical productions of the country. With little alteration it might be made to express all the requirements of our modern geology. Some are large grained, of a pink colour, and appear in blocks which, flaking off under the influence of the atmosphere, form ovoidal blocks and boulders piled in irregular heaps. Others are grey and compact enough to take a high polish when cut. The syenite is generally coarse. Although there is occasionally found a rich red variety of that stone, I did not see urite or uritic porphyry except in small pieces, and the same may be said of the petrosilex and the milky and waxy quartz. Note to the third edition. This country may have contained gold, but the superficial formation has long been exhausted. At Cairo I washed some sand brought from the eastern shore of the Red Sea, north of Al-Wijh, and found it worth my while. I had a plan of working for the diggings, but H.B.M.'s consul, Dr. Walm, opined that gold was becoming too plentiful, and would not assist me. This wise saying has since then been repeated to me by men who ought to have known better than Dr. Vaughan. End of footnote. In some parts, particularly between Yanbu and Al-Madinah, there is an abundance of tawny yellow gneiss, markedly stratified. The transition formations are represented by fine calcareous sandstone of bright ochre colour. It is used at Meccah to adorn the exteriors of houses, bands of this stone being here and there inserted into the courses of masonry. There is also a small admixture of the greenish sandstone which abounds at Aden. The secondary formation is represented by a fine limestone, in some places almost fit for the purpose of lithography, and a coarse gypsum, often of a tufaceous nature. For the superficial accumulations of the country, I may refer the reader to any description of the desert between Cairo and Suez. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 25 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah by Richard Francis Burton. The Bedouin of Al-Hijaz. The Arab may be divided into three races, a classification which agrees equally well with genesitic genealogy, the traditions of the country, and the observations of modern physiologists. Footnote. In Holy Writ, as the indigents are not alluded to, only the Nakian race being described, we find two divisions. 1. The children of Joktan, the great-grandson of Shem, the Mesopotamians settled in southern Arabia from Mesha or Musa or Mecca to Safar or Zafar, a mount of the east. Genesis 10:30. That is to say, they occupied the lands of Tahama to Mahra. 2. The children of Ishmael and his Egyptian wife. They peopled only the wilderness of Paran in the Sinaitic Peninsula and the parts adjacent. Dr. Alois Springer, in the Life of Muhammad, page 18, throws philosophic doubt upon the Ismailites' descent of Muhammad, who in personal appearance was a pure Caucasian without any mingling of Egyptian blood. And the Ishmaelitish origin of the whole Arab race is an utterly untenable theory. Years ago, our historian sensibly remarked that the name Saracen, used by Ptolemy and Pliny, in the more confined by Ammianus and Procopius in a larger sense, has been derived ridiculously from Sarah, the wife of Abraham. In Gibbon's observation, the erudite interpreter of the one primeval language, the acute bibliologist who metamorphoses the quail of the wilderness into a ruddy goose, detects insidiousness and a sprint of restless and rancorous hostility against revealed religion. He proceeds on these sound grounds to attack the accuracy, the honesty, and the learning of the mighty dead. This may be a Christian zeal, but it is not Christian charity. Of late years it has been the fashion for every aspirant to ecclesiastical honours to deal a blow at the ghost of Gibbon, and, as has before been remarked, Mr. Forster gratuitously attacked Burckhardt, whose manes had long rested in the goodwill of man. This contrasts offensively with Lord Lindsay's happy compliment to the memory of the honest Swiss, and the amiable eulogy quoted by Dr. Keith from the Quarterly, volume 23, and thus adopted as his own. It may seem folly to defend the historian of the decline and fall against the compiler of the historical geography of Arabia. But continental orientalists have expressed their wonder at the appearance of this 19th century of the Voice of Israel from Mount Sinai, and the Indian in Greece. They should be informed that all our Eastern students are not votaries of such obsolete vagaries. End of footnote. The first race, indigents or autochthones, are those sub-Caucasian tribes which may still be met with in the province of Mahra, and generally along the coast between Muscat and Hadramaut. Footnote. This is said without any theory. According to all historians of long inhabited lands, the Advanae, whether migratory tribes or visitors, fine indigents or Greek. End of footnote. The Mahra, the Jannaba, and the Gara especially show a low development, for which hardship and privation alone will not satisfactorily account. Footnote. They are described as having small heads with low brows and ill-formed noses, strongly contrasting with the Jewish feature, irregular lines, black skins, and frames for the most part frail and slender. For a physiological description of this race, I must refer my readers to the writings of Dr. Carter of Bombay, a medical officer of the Palinurus, which, when engaged on the survey of Eastern Arabia, with ample means of observation, he has not failed to remark the similarity between the lowest types of Badawi and the indigents of India, as represented by Vils and other jungle races. This, from a man of science who is not writing up a theory, may be considered strong evidence in favour of variety in the Arabian family. The fact has long been suspected, but few travellers have given their attention to the subject since the downfall of Sir William Jones's Indian origin theory. I am convinced that there is not in Arabia one Arab face, cast of features and expressions, as was formerly supposed to be the case, and I venture to recommend the subject for consideration to future observers. These are Arab al-Ariba, for whose inferiority Oriental fable accounts, as usual, by thaumaturgy. The principal advent of the Naukians, a great Chaldaean or Mesopotamian tribe, which entered Arabia about 2200 A.C., and by slow and gradual encroachments drove before them the ancient owners and seized the happier lands of the peninsula. The great Anza and the Najdi families are types of this race, which is purely Caucasian, and shows a highly nervous temperament, together with those signs of blood which distinguish even the lower animals, the horse and the camel, the greyhound and the goat of Arabia. These advent would correspond with the Arab al-Muta'arriba, or the Arabicized Arabs of the Eastern historians. Of this Mesopotamian race there are now many local varieties, the subjects of the four Abyssinian and Christian sovereigns who succeeded Yusuf, the Jewish lord of the pit, produced in Al-Yaman the modern Akhdam, or the Serviles. The Hujr of Al-Yaman and Oman are a mixed race whose origin is still unknown, and to quote no more cases, the Ibna mentioned in Ibn Ishaq were descended from the Persian soldiers of Anushirwan, who expelled the Abyssinian invader. The third family, an ancient and a noble race dating from 1900 A.C., and typified in history by Ishmael, still occupies the so-called Sinaitic peninsula. These Arabs, however, do not and never did extend beyond the limits of the mountains, where, still dwelling in the presence of their brethren, they retain all the wild customs and untamable spirit of their forefathers. They are distinguished from the pure stock by an admixture of Egyptian blood, and by preserving an ancient characteristics of the Nilotic family. That the Copts or ancient Egyptians were half-caste Arabs, a mixed people like the Abyssinians, the Gallas, the Somal, and the Kafirs, an Arab graft upon an African stock, appears highly probable. Hence the old Nilotic race has been represented as woolly-headed and of Negro feature. Thus Leo Africanus makes the Africans to be descendants of the Arabs. Hence the tradition that Egypt was peopled by Ethiopia, and has been gradually whitened by admixture of Persian and Median, Greek and Roman blood. Hence too the fancied connection of Ethiopia with Kush, Susiana, Khuzistan, or the lands about the Tigris. Thus learned Virgil, confounding the western with the eastern Ethiopians, alludes to Esque coloratus nilus devexus ad Indos. And Strabo maintains the people of Mauritania to be Indians who had come with Hercules. We cannot but remark in southern Arabia the footprints of the Hindu, whose superstitions, like the phoenix which flew from India to expire in Egypt, passed over to Arabia with Dupa Sokhatra or Sokotra, for a resting place on its way to the regions of the remotest west. As regards the difference between Japhetic and Semitic tongues, it may be remarked that though nothing can be more distinct than Sanskrit and Arabia, yet that Pahlavi and Hebrew, by Professor Bolin on Genesis, present some remarkable points of resemblance. I have attempted in a work on Sin to collect words common to both families, and further research convinces me that such vocables in the Arabic Tor and the Persian Torah and the Latin Taurus denote an ancient rapprochement, whose mysteries still invite the elucidation of modern science. The The Ismailites are sub-Caucasians and are denoted in history as the Arab al-Mustariba, or the institutious or half-caste Arab. Oriental ethnography, which, like most Western sciences, luxuriates in nomenclative distinction, recognizes a fourth race under the name of Arab Mustajama. These barbarized Arabs are now represented by such a population as that of Mecca. That Al-Aws and Khazraj, the Himyaritic tribes which emigrated to Al-Hijaz, mixed with the Malika, the Jurham, and the Qatra, are also races from Al-Yaman. And with the Hebrews, a northern branch of the Semitic family, we have ample historical evidence. And they know how immutable is race in the desert, will scarcely doubt that the Badawi of Al-Hijaz preserves in purity the blood transmitted to him by his ancestors. Footnote: the Sharif families affect marrying female slave, thereby showing the intense pride which finds no Arab noble enough for them. Others take to wife Badawi girls. Their blood therefore is by no means pure. The worst feature of their system is the forced celibacy of their daughters. They are never married to any but Sharif families, consequently they often die in spinsterhood. The effects of this custom are most pernicious, for though celibacy exists in the East, it is by no means synonymous with chastity. Here it springs from a morbid sense of honour, and arose, it is popularly said, from an affront taken by a Sharif against his daughter's husband. But all Arabs condemn the practice. End of footnote. I will not apologize for entering into details concerning the personnel of the Bedouin. A precise physical portrait of a race, it has justly been remarked, is the sole deficiency in the pages of Bruce and of Burckhardt. Footnote: I use the word Bedouin as popular abuse has fixed it. Every orientalist knows that the Bedouin is the plural form of Badawi, and ism and nisba, or adjective derived from Badu, a desert. Some words notoriously corrupt, says Gibbon, are fixed, and as it were naturalized in the vulgar tongue. The word Badawi is not insulting, like Turk applied to an Osmanli, or a fellah to the Egyptian, but you affront a wild man by mistaking his clan for a lower one. Ya Hitaimi, for instance, addressed to a Harb Badawi, makes him finger his dagger. End of footnote. The temperament of the Hijazi is not unfrequently the pure nervous, as the height of the forehead and the fine texture of the hair prove. Sometimes the bilious, and rarely sanguine, elements predominate. The lymphatic I never saw. He has large nervous centres, and well-formed spine and brain, a conformation favourable to longevity. Bartema well describes his colour as dark leonine, varies from the deepest Spanish to a chocolate hue, and its varieties are attributed by the people to blood. The skin is hard, dry, and soon wrinkled by exposure. The Zant house complexion is rare, though not unknown in cities, but the leucus does not exist. The crинal hair is frequently lightened by bleaching, and the pillar is browner than the crinal. The voice is strong and clear, but rather baritone than bass. In anger it becomes a shrill chattering, like the cry of a wild animal. The look of a chief is dignified and grave even to pensiveness. The respectable man's is self-sufficient and fierce. The lower orders look ferocious, stupid, and inquisitive. Yet there is not much difference in this point between men of the same tribe, who have similar pursuits which engender similar passions. Expression is the grand diversifier of appearance among civilized people. In the desert it knows few varieties. The Badawi cranium is small, oidal, long, high, narrow, and remarkable. In the occupant for the development of Gal's second propensity, the crown slopes upwards towards the region of firmness, which is elevated, whilst the sides are flat to a fault. The hair, exposed to the sun, wind, and rain, acquires a coarseness not natural to it. Footnote: this coarseness is not a little increased by a truly Bedouin habit of washing his locks with word in Arabic. It is not considered wholly impure, and is also used for the eyes, upon which its ammonia would act as a root stimulant. The only cosmetic is clarified butter, freely applied to the body as well as to the hair. End of footnote. Worn in Gurun. Footnote: Gurun properly means horns. The Sharifs generally wear their hair in haffa, long locks hanging down both sides of the neck, and shaved away about a finger's breadth round the forehead and behind the neck. Ragged elf locks hanging down to the breast, or shaved in the form of shusha, or a skull cap of hair. Nothing can be wilder than its appearance. The face is made to be a long oval, but want of flesh detracts from its regularity. The forehead is high, broad, and retreating. The upper portion is moderately developed, but nothing can be finer than the lower brow, and the frontal sinuses stand out, indicating bodily strength and activity of character. The temporal fossa are deep, the bones are salient, and the elevated zygomata, combined with the lantern jaw, often give a death's head appearance to the face. The eyebrows are long, bushy, and crooked, broken as it were at the angles where order is supposed to be, and bent in sign of thoughtfulness. Most popular writers following the page. This traveller describes the modern Mesopotamian and northern race, which, as its bushy beard, unusual feature in pure Arab blood, denotes, is mixed with Central Asian. In the north, as might be expected, the camels are hairy, whereas in Al-Hijaz, in the low parts of Al-Yaman, a whole animal does not give a handful fit of weaving. The Arabs attribute this, as we should, to heat, which causes the longer hairs to drop off. Describes the Arab as large, ardent, and black. The Badawi of the Hijaz, and indeed the race generally, has a small eye, round, restless, deep set, and fiery, denoting keen inspection, with an ardent temperament and an impassioned character. Its colour is dark brown to green brown, and the pupil is often speckled. The habit of pursing up the skin below the orbits and half closing the lids to exclude glare, plants the outer angles with premature crow's feet. Another peculiarity is the sudden way in which the eye opens, especially under excitement. This, combined with its fixity of glance, forms an expression now of lively fierceness, then of exceeding sternness, whilst the narrow space between the orbits impresses the countenance in repose with an intelligence not destitute of cunning. As general rule, however, the expression of the Badawi face is rather dignity than that of cunning, for which the Semitic race is celebrated, and there are lines about the mouth in variance with the stern or the fierce look of the brow. The ears are like those of Arab horses, small, well cut, casty, and elaborate, with many elevations and depressions. The nose is pronounced, generally aquiline, but sometimes straight, like those Greek statues which have been treated as prodigious exaggerations of the facial angle. For the most part, it is a well-made feature with delicate nostrils, below which the septum appears. In anger they swell and open like a blood mare's. I have, however, seen, in not a few instances, part and offensive pugs, deep furrows descend from the wings of the nose, showing an uncertain temper, now too grave, then too gay. The mouth is irregular, the lips are either boards, denoting rudeness and want of taste, or they form a mere line. In the latter case, there is an appearance of undue development in the upper portion of the countenance, especially when the jaws are ascetically thin, and the chin weakly retreats. The latter feature, however, is generally well and strongly made. The teeth, as usual among Orientals, are white, even, short, and broad, indications of strength. Some tribes trim their moustaches according to the Sunnah. The Shafi'is often shave them, and many allow them to hang Persian-like over their lips. The beard is represented by two tangled tufts upon the chin, where whiskers should be. The place is either bare or thinly covered with straggling pile. The Badawin of Al-Hijaz are short men, about the height of the Indians near Bombay, but weighing an average a stone more. As usual in this stage of society, stature varies little. You rarely see a giant, and scarcely ever a dwarf. Deformity is checked by the Spartan restraint upon population, and no weakly infant can live through a Badawi life. The figure, though spare, is square and well knit. Fullness of limb seldom appears but about spring, when milk abounds. I have seen 2 or 3 muscular figures, but never met a fat man. The neck is sinewy, the chest broad, the flank thin, and the stomach indrawn. The legs, though fleshless, are well made, especially when the knee and ankle are not bowed by too early riding. The shins do not bend cucumber-like to the front, as in the African race. Footnote: Magnum inter Arabes et Africanos descrimen efficit, Arabum parvula membra sicut nobilis aqui, Africanum tamen flacum, crassum longumque, itaque sens rectum tamen parum distenditur. Argumentatum validissimum estat indagandam Egyptorum originem, nilotica enim gens membrum habet Africanum. And a footnote. The arms are thin with muscles like whipcords, and the hands and feet are in point of size and delicacy a link between Europe and India. As in the Celt, the Arab thumb is remarkably long, extending almost to the first joint of the index, which with its easy rotation makes it a perfect prehensile instrument. Footnote: Whereas the Saxon thumb is thick, flat, and short, extending scarcely halfway to the middle joint of the index. And a footnote. The palm also is fleshless, small-boned, and elastic. With his small active figure it is not strange that the wildest Badawi gait should be pleasing. He neither unfits himself for walking, nor distorts his ankles by turning out his toes according to the farcical rule of fashion, and his shoulders are not dressed like a drill sergeant's to throw all the weight of the body upon the heels. Yet there is no slouch in his walk. It is light and springy, and errs only in one point, sometimes becoming a strut. Such is the Badawi, and such he has been for ages. The national type has been preserved by systematic intermarriage. The wild men do not refuse their daughters to a stranger, but the son-in-law should be forced to settle among them in this life, which has its charms for a while, ends in becoming wearisome. Here no evil results are anticipated from the union of first cousins, and the experience of ages and of mighty nations may be trusted. Every Badawi has a right to marry his father's brother's daughter before she is given to a stranger. Hence cousin or bint am in polite phrases signifies a wife. Footnote: A similar unwillingness to name the wife may be found in some parts of southern Europe, where probably jealousy or possibly Asiatic custom has given rise to it. Among the Maltese it appears in a truly ridiculous way. For example, di Islamia mogli con rispetto parlando, etc., says the husband, adding to the word spouse saving your presence, as if he were speaking of something offensive. End of footnote. Our physiologist adduced the sangre azul of Spain. Footnote. Dr. Howe, in the report on idiocy in Massachusetts in 1848, asserts that the law against the marriage of relations is made out as clearly as though it were imminent on table of stone. He proceeds to show that in 17 households where the parents were connected by blood, of 95 children, 1 was a dwarf, 1 was deaf, 12 scrofulous, and 44 idiots. Total 58 diseased. And a footnote. And that the case of the lower animals to prove that degeneracy inevitably follows breeding in. Footnote. Yet the celebrated Flying Childers and all his race were remarkably bred in. There is still, in my humble opinion, much mystery about the subject to be cleared up only by the studies of physiologists. And a footnote. Either they have theorized from insufficient facts, or civilization and artificial living exercise some peculiar influence, or Arabia is a solitary exception to the general rule. The fact which I have mentioned is patent to every Eastern traveller. After this long description, the reader will perceive with pleasure that we are approaching an interesting theme, the first question of mankind to the wanderer: what are the women like? Truth compels me to state that the women of Hijazi Bedouin are by no means comely. Although the Banu Amru boasts some pretty girls, yet they are far inferior to the high-bosomed beauties of Najd. And I warn all men that if they run to Al-Hijaz in search of a charming face, which appears in my sketch-book as a Badawi girl, they will be bitterly disappointed. The dress was Arab, but it was worn by a fairy of the West. The Hijazi woman's eyes are fierce, her features harsh, her face haggard. Like all people of the south, she soon fades in an old age. Her appearance is truly witch-like. Withered crones abound the camps, where old men are seldom seen. The sword and the sun are fatal to a green old age unconscious of decay. The manners of the Badawin are free and simple. Vulgarity and affectation, awkwardness and embarrassment are weeds of civilized growth, unknown to the people of the desert. Footnote: this sounds in English like an Irish bull. I translate Badu as the dictionaries do a desert. End of footnote. Yet their manners are sometimes dashed with strange ceremoniousness. When two friends meet, they either embrace or both extend the right hands, clapping the palm to palm. Their foreheads are either pressed together, or their heads are moved from side to side, whilst for minutes together mutual inquiries are made and answered. It is a breach of decorum, even when eating, to turn the back upon a person, and if a Badawi does it, he intends an insult. When a man prepares coffee, he drinks the first cup. The Sharbat Kajari of the Persians and the Sulaymani of Egypt render this precaution necessary. Footnote: the Sharbat Kajari is the Quetta of Persia, and derives its name from the present royal family. It is said to be a mixture of verdigris with milk. If so, it is a very clumsy engine of state policy. In Egypt and Mosul, Sulaymani, the common name of an Afghan, is used to signify poison, but I know not whether it be a merely euphuistic or confined to some species. The banks of the Nile are infamous for these arts, and Muhammad Ali Pasha imported it is said, professional poisoners from Europe. End of footnote. As a friend approaches the camp, it is done to strangers for fear of startling them. Those who catch sight of him shout out his name, and gallop up saluting with lances or firing matchlocks in the air. This is the known La'b al-Barud, or gunpowder play. Badawin are generally polite in language, but in anger temper is soon shown, and although life be the peril, the foulest epithets, dog, drunkard, liar, and infidel, are discharged like pistol shots by both disputants. The best character of the Badawi is a truly noble compound of determination, gentleness, and generosity. Usually they are a mixture of worldly cunning and great simplicity, sensitive to touchiness, good-tempered souls, solemn and dignified withal, fond of a jest, yet of a grave turn of mind, easily managed by a laugh and a soft word, and placable after a passion, though madly revengeful after injury. It has been sarcastically said of the Banu Harb that there is not a man que se ne va, vois-tu Gaulois, ne fut assez bon passant. The reader will inquire, like the critics of a certain modern humorist, how the fabric of society can be supported by such material. In the first place, it is a kind of society leonine, in which the fiercest, the strongest, and the craftiest obtain complete mastery over his fellows, and this gives a keystone to the arch. Secondly, there is the terrible blood feud, which even the most reckless fear for their posterity. And thirdly, though the revealed law of the Quran, being insufficient for the desert, is openly disregarded, the immemorial customs of the Qadi al-Arab, or the judge of the Arabs, form a system stringent in the extreme. Footnote: throughout the world the strictness of the lex scripta is an inverse ratio to that of custom. Whenever the former is lax, the latter is stringent, and vice versa. Thus in England, where law leaves men comparatively free, they are slaves to a grinding despotism of conventionalities, unknown in the land of tyrannical rule. This explains why many men accustomed to live under despotic governments feel fettered and enslaved in the so-called free countries. Hence also the reason why, notably in a republic, there is less private and practical liberty under a despotism. The Qadi al-Arab, or the judge of the Arabs, is in distinction to the Qadi al-Shar', or the Qadi of the Quran. The former is almost always some sharp-witted grey-beard with a minute knowledge of genealogy and precedents, a retentive memory, and an eloquent tongue. End of footnote. The valour of the Badawi is fitful and uncertain. Man is by nature an animal of prey, educated by the complicated relations of society, but readily relapsing into his old habits. Ravenous and sanguinary propensities grow apace in the desert, but for the same reason the recklessness of civilization is unknown here. Savages and semi-barbarians are always cautious, because they have nothing valuable but their lives and limbs. The civilized man, on the contrary, has 100 wants or hopes or aims, without which existence has for him no charms. Arab ideas of bravery do not prepossess us. Their romance, full of foolhardy feats and impossible exploits, might charm for a time, but would not become the standard works of a really fighting people. [Footnote: Thus the Arabs, being decidedly a parsimonious people, indulge in exaggerated praises and instances of liberality. Hatim al-Ta'i, whose generosity is unintelligible to Europeans, becomes the Arab model of the open hand. Generally, a high beau ideal is no proof of a people's practical preeminence, and when exaggeration enters into it and suits the public taste, a low standard of actuality may be fairly suspected. But to convince the Oriental mind you must dazzle it. Hence, in part, the superhuman courage of Antara, the liberality of Hatim, and the justice of Umar, and the purity of Layla in Majnun under circumstances more trying than aught chronicled in the Matilde or the newest American novel. Nor would a truly valorous race admire the cautious freebooters who safely fire down upon the caravans from their eyries. Arab wars, too, are a succession of skirmishes in which 500 men will retreat after losing a dozen of their number. In these partisans, fighting the first charge secures the victory, and the vanquished fly till covered by shades of the night. Then come cries and taunts of women, deep oaths, wild poetry, excitement, and reprisals, which will probably end in the fight of the former victor. When the peace is to be made, both parties count up their dead, and the usual blood money is paid for excess on either parties. Generally, however, the feud endures till all becoming weary of it. Some great man, as the Sharif of Meccah, is called upon to settle the terms of a treaty, which is nothing but an armistice. After a few months' peace, a glance or word will draw blood, for these hates are old growths, and the new dissensions easily shoot up from them. But contemptible though their battles be, the Badawin are not cowards. The habit of danger in raids and blood feuds, the continual uncertainty of existence, the desert, the chase, the hard life and exposure to the air, blunting the nervous system, the presence and the practice of weapons, horsemanship, sharp shooting, and martial exercise, habituate them to look death in the face like men, and powerful motives will make them heroes. The English, it is said, fight willingly for liberty, our neighbours for glory. The Spaniard fights, or rather fought, for religion and pun d'honour, and the Irishman fights for fun of fighting. Gain and revenge draw the Arab's sword, yet then he uses it fitfully enough, without the gay gallantry of the French or the persistent stay of the Anglo-Saxon. To become desperate, he must have the all-powerful stimulants of honour and fanaticism. Frenzied by the insults of his women, or by the fear of being branded a coward, he is capable of any mad deed. [Footnote: At the battle of Bissel, when Muhammad Ali of Egypt broke the 4000 guerrillas of Faisal's son of Saud the Wahhabi, whole lines of the Banu Asir tribe were found dead and tied by the legs with ropes. This system of colligation dates from the old times in Arabia, as the affair of the chains or that of Salasil proves. It is alluded to by the late Sir Henry Eliot in his Appendix to the Arabs in Sind, a work of remarkable sagacity and research. According to the Beglarnameh, it was the custom of the people of Hind and Sind, whenever they devote themselves to death, to bind themselves to each other by their mantles and waistbands. It seems to have been an ancient practice in the West as in the East. The Cimbri, to quote no other instances, were tied together with cords when attacked by Marius, tactic truly worthy of savages to prepare for victory by expecting a defeat. And the obstinacy produced by strong religious impressions gives a steadfastness to his spirit unknown to mere enthusiasm. The history of the Badawi tells this plainly. Some unobserving travellers, indeed, have mistaken his exceeding cautiousness for stark cowardice. The incongruity is easily read by one who understands the principles of Badawi warfare. With them, as amongst the Red Indians, one death dims a victory; and though reckless when their passions are thoroughly aroused, though heedless of danger when the voice of honour calls them, the Bedouin will not sacrifice themselves for light motives. Besides, there have been, as has been said, another and a potent incentive of cautiousness. Whenever peace is concluded, they must pay for victory. There are two things which tend to soften the ferocity of Badawi life. These are, in the first place, intercourse with citizens, who frequently visit and entrust their children to the people of the black tents; and secondly, the social position of women. The Rev. Charles Robertson, author of certain lectures on poetry addressed to working men, asserts that passion became love under the influence of Christianity, and that the idea of a Virgin Mother spread over the sex as sanctity unknown to the poetry or to the philosophy of Greece and Rome. [Footnote: Though differing in opinion upon one subject from the Rev. Mr. Robertson, the lamented author of this little work, I cannot refrain from expressing the highest admiration of those noble thoughts, those exalted views, and those polished sentiments, combining the delicacy of the present with the chivalry of the past age, appear in a style as smooth as woman and as strong as man. Would that it were in my power to pay a more adequate tribute to his memory. Passing over the objections of deified Eros and immortal Psyche, and of the Virgin Mother, symbol of moral purity, being common to every old and material faith, I believe that the noble tribes of savages display that principle. [Footnote: Even Juno, the most meaningless idolatries, became, according to Pausanias, a virgin once every year. And be it observed that Al Islam, the faith, not the practice, popularly decided to debase the social state of womankind, exalts it by holding up to view no fewer than two examples of perfection in the Prophet's household. Khadijah, his first wife, was a minor saint, and the Lady Fatima is supposed to have been spiritually unspotted by sin, and materially ever a virgin, even after giving birth to Hasan and Al Hussein. I believe that all the noble tribes of savages display the principle. Thus we might expect to find, wherever the fancy, the imagination, and the ideality are strong, some traces of sentiment innate in the human organization. It exists, says Mr. Catlin, amongst the North American Indians, and even the Gallas and the Somal of Africa are not wholly destitute of it. But when the barbarian becomes a semi-barbarian, as are the most polished Orientals, or as were the classical authors of Greece and Rome, the women fall from their proper place in society, become mere articles of luxury, and sink into the lowest moral condition. In the next stage, civilization, they rise again to be highly accomplished, and not a little frivolous. Mrs. Martineau, when travelling through Egypt, once visited a Haram, and there found, among many things, especially in ignorance of books and bookmaking, materials of a heartbroken wail over the degradation of her sex. The learned lady indulges too in sundry strong and unsavoury comparison between the Harim and certain haunts of vice in Europe. On the other hand, male travellers generally speak lovingly of the Harim. So Nini, no admirer of Egypt, expatiates on the generous virtues, the examples of magnanimity and affectionate attachment, the sentiments ardent yet gentle, forming a delightful unison with personal charms in the Harims of the Mamluks. As usual, the truth lies somewhere between the two extremes. Human nature all over the world differs but in degree. Everywhere women may be capricious, coy, and hard to please. In common conjunctures, in the hour of need, they will display devoted heroism. Any chronicler of the Afghan war will bear witness that warm hearts, noble sentiments, and an overflowing kindness to the poor, the weak, and the unhappy are found even in the Harim. Europe now knows that the Moslem husband provides separate apartments and a distinct establishment for each of his wives, unless, as sometimes happens, one be an old woman and the other a child. and confusing that envy, hatred, and malice often flourish in polygamy, the Moslem asks, is monogamy open to no objections? As far as my limited observation go, polyandry is the only state of society in which jealousy and quarrels about the sex are the exception and not the rule of life. In quality of doctor, I have seen little and heard much of the harem. It often resembles a European home composed of a man, his wife, and his mother. I have seen in the West many a happy fireside fitter to make Mr. Martineau's heart ache than any harem in Grand Cairo. Were it not evident that the spiritualizing of sexuality by sentiment, of propensity by imagination, is universal among the highest orders of mankind? C'est l'étoffe de la nature que l'imagination a brodée, says Voltaire. I should attribute the origin of love to the influence of the Arab's poetry and chivalry upon European ideas rather than to medieval Christianity. Certain fathers of the Church, it must be remembered, did not believe that women have souls. The Moslems, though, never went so far. End of chapter 25, part 1.
Chapter 25, Part 2 of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 25, Part 2 of Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca by Richard Francis Burton. The Badawin of Al-Hijaz. In nomad life, tribes often meet for a time, live together whilst pasturage lasts, and then separate perhaps for a generation. Under such circumstances, youths who hold with the Italian that perduto è tutto il tempo che in amor non si spende, will lose heart to maidens, whom possibly by the laws of the clan they may not marry, and the lighter love will fly her home. Footnote: there is no objection to intermarriage between equal clans, but the higher will not give their daughters to the lower in dignity. End of footnote. The fugitives must brave every danger, for revenge, at all times the Badawi's idol, now becomes the lodestar of his existence. But the Arab lover will dare all consequences. Men have died and the worms have eaten them, but not for love. May be true in the West. It is false in the East. This is attested in every tale where love and not ambition is the groundwork of the narrative. Footnote: for instance, a certain religious man was so deeply affected with the love of a king's daughter that he was brought to the brink of the grave, is a favorite inscriptive formula. Usually the hero sickens in consequence of the heroine's absence and continues to the hour of his death in the utmost grief and anxiety. He rarely kills himself, but sometimes when in love with a pretty infidel, he drinks wine and he burns the Koran. The hated rival is not a formidable person, but there are for good reasons great jealousy of female friends, and not a little fear of the beloved's kinsmen. Such are the material sentiments. The spiritual part is a thread of mysticism, upon which all the pearls of adventure and incident are strung. End of footnote. And nothing can be more tender, more pathetic than the use made of these separations and long absences by the old Arab poets. Whoever peruses the suspended poem of Labid will find thoughts at once so plaintive and so noble that even Dr. Carlyle's learned verse cannot wholly deface their charm. The warrior bard returns from afar. He looks upon the traces of hearth and home still furrowing the desert ground. In bitterness of spirit, he checks himself from calling aloud upon his lovers and his friends. He melts at the remembrance of their departure and long indulges in the absorbing theme. Then he strengthens himself by the thought of Nawara's inconstancy, how she left him and never thought of him again. He impatiently dwells upon the charms of the places which detain her, advocates flight from the changing lover and the false friend, and, in the exultation with which he feels his swift dromedary start under him upon her rapid course, he seems to seek and find some consolation for women's perfidy and forgetfulness. Yet he cannot abandon Nawara's name or memory. Again he dwells with yearning upon scenes of past felicity, and he boasts of his prowess, a fresh reproach to her, of his gentle birth, and of his hospitality. He ends with an encomium upon his clan, to which he attributes, as a noble Arab should, all the virtues of man. This is Goldsmith's deserted village in Al-Hijaz. But the Arab, with equal simplicity and pathos, has a fire, a force of language, and a depth of feeling which the Irishman, admirable as his verse is, could never rival. As the author of the Peninsular War well remarks, women in troubled times, throwing off their accustomed feebleness and frivolity, become helpmates meet for men. The same is true of pastoral life. Footnote: it is curious that these pastoral races, which supply poetry with namby-pamby colonnades, figure as the great tragedians of history. The Scythians, the Huns, the Arabs, and the Tartars were all shepherds. They first armed themselves with clubs to defend their flocks from wild beasts. Then they learned warfare and improved means of destruction by petty quarrels about pastures, and finally, united by the commanding genius of some skin-clad Caesar or Napoleon, they fell like avalanches upon those valleys of the world, Mesopotamia, India, and Egypt, whose enervate races offer them at once temptations to attack and certainty of success. End of footnote. Here, between the extremes of fierceness and sensibility, the weaker sex, remedying its great want, power, rises itself by courage, physical as well as moral. In the early days of Al-Islam, if history be credible, Arabia had a race of heroines. Within the last century, Galia, the wife of a Wahhabi chief, opposed Muhammad Ali himself in many a bloody field. A few years ago, when Ibn Asam, popularly called Ibn Rumi, chief of the Zubayd clan about Rabi', was treacherously slain by the Turkish general Kurdi Osman, his sister, a fair young girl, determined to revenge him. She fixed upon the Arafat day of pilgrimage for the accomplishment of her designs, disguised herself in male attire, drew her kerchief in the form lisam over the lower part of her face, and with lighted match awaited her enemy. The Turk, however, was not present, and the girl was arrested to win for herself a local reputation equal to the Maid of Salamanca. Thus it is that the Arab has learned to swear that great oath, by the honour of my women. The Badawin are not without a certain platonic affection, which they call hawa or ishq, uzri, pardonable love. Footnote: even amongst the Indians, as a race the least chivalrous of men, there is an oath which binds two persons of different sex in the tie of friendship, by making them brother and sister to each other. End of footnote. They draw the fine line between amant and amoureux. This is derided by the townspeople, little suspecting how much such a custom says in favour of the wild men. Arabs, like other Orientals, hold that, in such matters, man is saved, not by faith, but by want of faith. They have also a saying not unlike ours: she partly is to blame who has been tried, he comes too near who comes to be denied. The evil of this system is that they, like certain Southerns, pensando sempre al male, always suspect, which may be worldly wise, and also always show their suspicions, which is assuredly foolish. For thus they demoralize their women, who might be kept in the way of right by self-respect and by a sense of duty. From ancient periods of the Arab's history, we find him practising knight-errantry, the wildest form of chivalry. Footnote: Richardson derives our knight from knight, a tilter with spears, and caitiff from kataf, a snatcher or ravisher. End of footnote. The songs of Antar, says the author of The Crescent and the Cross, show little of the true chivalric spirit. What thinks the reader of sentiments like these? Footnote: I am not ignorant that the greater part of Antar is of modern and disputed origin. Still it accurately expresses Arab sentiment. End of footnote. This valiant man, remarks Antar, who was ever interested for the weaker sex, had defended the honour of women. We read in another place, "Mercy, my lord, is the noblest quality of the noble." Again, it is the most ignominious of deeds to take freeborn women prisoners. "Bear not malice, O Shibab," quoth the hero, "for of malice good never came." Is there no true greatness in this sentiment? Birth is the boast of the faineant. Noble is the youth who beareth every ill, who clotheth himself in mail during the noontide heat, and who wandereth through the outer darkness of night. And why does the night of nights love Ibla? Because she is blooming as the sun at dawn, with hair black as the midnight shades, with paradise in her eye, her bosom an enchantment, and a form waving like the tamarisk when the soft wind blows from the hills of Nijd. Yes, but his chest expands also with the thoughts of her faith, purity, and affection. It is her moral as well as her material excellence that makes her the hero's hope and hearing and sight. Briefly, in Antar 1 discern a love exalted high by all the glow of chivalry. And I lament to see so many intelligent travellers misjudging the Arab after a superficial experience of a few debased Syrians or Sinites. The true children of Antar, my Lord Lindsay, have not ceased to be gentlemen. In the days of ignorance it was the custom for Badawin, when tormented by the tender passion, which seems to have attacked them in the form of possession, for long years to sigh and wail and wonder, doing the most truculent deeds to melt the obdurate fair. When Arabia Islamized, the practice changed its element for proselytism. The fourth Caliph is fabled to have travelled far, redressing the injured, punishing the injurer, preaching to the infidel, and especially protecting women, the chief end and aim of knighthood. The Caliph Al-Mutasim heard in the assembly of his courtiers that a woman of Sayyid family had been taken prisoner by a Greek barbarian of Amoria. The man on one occasion struck her, when she cried, "Help me, O Mutasim," and the clown said derisively, "Wait till he cometh upon his pied steed." The chivalrous prince arose, sealed up the wine cup which he held in his hand, took oath to do his knightly devoir, and on the morrow started for Amoria with 70,000 men, each mounted on a piebald charger. Having taken the place, he entered it, exclaiming, "Labaiki, Labaiki, here am I at thy call." He struck off the caitiff's head, released the lady with his own hands, ordered the cupbearer to bring the sealed bowl, and drank from it, exclaiming, "Now indeed wine is good." To conclude this part of the subject with another far-famed instance, when Al-Mutanabi, the poet, prophet, and warrior of Hams, A.H. 354, started together with his son on their last journey, the father proposed to seek a place of safety for the night. "Art thou the Mutanabi," exclaimed his slave, "who wrote these lines? I am known to the knight, the wild and the steed, to the guest and the sword, to the paper and reed." Footnote: I wish that the clever orientalist who writes in the Saturday Review would not translate Al-Lail by Lenes Subnokte Susuri. The Arab bard alluded to no such effeminacies. End of footnote. The poet in reply lay down to sleep on Tigris' bank, in a place haunted by thieves, and, disdaining flight, lost his life during the hours of darkness. It is the existence of this chivalry among the children of Antar which makes the society of Badawin, damned saints perchance, and honourable villains, so delightful to the traveller who, like the late Haji Wali, Dr. Wallen, understands and is understood by them. nothing more naive than his lamentations at finding himself in the loathsome company of Persians or among Arab townspeople, whose filthy and cowardly minds he contrasts with the high and chivalrous spirit of the true sons of the desert. Your guide will protect you with the blade and spear, even against his kindred, and he expects you to do the same for him. You may give a man the lie, but you must lose no time in bearing your sword. If involved in dispute with overwhelming numbers, you address some elder. Dakhil ak, ya shaykh, I am thy protected, O sir, and he will espouse your quarrel with greater heat and energy, indeed, than if it were his own. Footnote: the subject of Dakhil has been thoroughly exhausted by Burckhardt and Layard. It only remains to be said that the Turks, through ignorance of the custom, have in some cases made themselves contemptible by claiming the protection of women. End of footnote. But why multiply instances? The language of love and war and all excitement is poetry, and here again the Badawi excels. Travellers complain that the wild men have ceased to sing. This is true if poet be limited to a few authors whose existence everywhere depends upon the accidents of patronage or political occurrences. A far stronger evidence of poetic feeling is afforded by the phraseology of the Arab and the highly imaginative turn of his commonest expressions. Destitute of the poetic taste, as we define it, he certainly is. As in the Milesian, wit and fancy, vivacity and passion, are too strong for reason and judgment, the reins which guide Apollo's car. Footnote: it is by no means intended to push this comparison of the Arabs with the Hibernians' poetry. The former has an intensity which prevents our feeling that there are too many flowers for the fruit. The latter is too often a mere blaze of words which dazzle and startle, but which, decomposed by reflection, are found to mean nothing. Witness: the diamond turrets of Shadukiam and the fragrant bowers of Amberabad. End of footnote. And although the Badawin no longer boast a Labid or a Maysuna, yet they are passionately fond of their ancient bards. Footnote: I am informed that the Benu Kattan still improvise, but I never heard them. The traveller in Arabia will always be told that some remote clan still produces mighty bards, and uses in conversation the terminal vowels of the classic tongue, but he will not believe these assertions till personally convinced of their truth. The Badawi dialect, however, though debased, is still, as of yore, purer than the language of the citizens. During the days when philology was a passion in the East, those Stevens and Johnsons of Semitic lore, Firuzabadi and Azamakhshari, wandered from tribe to tribe and from tent to tent, collecting words and elucidating disputed significations. Their grammatical expeditions are still remembered, and are favourite stories with scholars. End of footnote. A man skilful in reading Al-Mutanabi and the suspended poems would be received by them with the honours paid by civilization to the travelling millionaire. Footnote: I say skilful in reading because the Arabs, like the Spaniards, hate to hear their language mangled by mispronunciation. When Burckhardt, who spoke badly, began to read verse to the Badawin, they could not refrain from a movement of impatience, and used to snatch the book out of his hands. End of footnote. And their elders have a goodly store of ancient and modern war songs, legends, and love ditties which all enjoy. I cannot well explain the effect of Arab poetry to one who has not visited the desert. Footnote: the civilized poets of the Arab cities throw the charm of the desert over their verse, by images borrowed from its scenery, the dromedary, the mirage, and the well, as naturally as certain of our songsters, confessedly haters of the country, babble of flowing kine, shady groves, spring showers, and purling rills. End of footnote. Apart from the pomp of words and the music of the sound, there is a dreaminess of idea and a haze thrown over the object, infinitely attractive but indescribable. Footnote: some will object to this expression, Arabic being a harsh and guttural tongue, But the sound of language in the first place depends chiefly upon the articulator. Who thinks German rough in the mouth of a woman, with a suspicion of a lisp, or that English is the dialect of birds when spoken by an Italian? Secondly, there is a music far more spirit-stirring in harshness than in softness. The languages of Castile and of Tuscany are equally beautiful, yet who does not prefer the sound of the former? The gutturality of Arabia is less offensive than that of the highlands of Barbary. Professor Willis of Cambridge attributes the broad sounds and the guttural consonants of mountaineers and the people of elevated plains to the physical action of cold. Conceding this to be a partial cause, I would rather refer the phenomenon to the habit of loud speaking, acquired by the dwellers in tents and by those who live much in the open air. The Todas of the Nilgiri hills have given the soft Tamil all the harshness of Arabic, and he who hears them calling to each other from the neighbouring peaks can remark the process of broadening vowel and gutturalising consonant. On the other hand, the Galas and the Persians, also a mountain people, but inhabiting houses, speak comparatively soft tongues. The Cairenes actually omit some of the harshest sounds of Arabia, turning makas into maas and saka into saa. It is impossible to help remarking the bellowing of the Badawi when he first enters a dwelling place, and the softening of the sound when he has become accustomed to speak within walls. Moreover, it is to be observed there is a great difference of articulation, not pronunciation, among the several Badawi clans. The Benu Auf are recognized by their sharp, loud, and sudden speech, which the citizens compare to the barking of dogs. The Benu Amir, on the contrary, speak with a soft and drawling sound. The Hutaim, in addition to other peculiarities, add a pleonastic a to soften the termination of words, as atini hawajiya for hawaiji, give me my clothes. End of footnote. Description indeed would rob the song of indistinctness, its essence. To borrow a simile from a sister art, the Arab poet sets before the mental eye the dim grand outlines of picture, which must be filled up by the reader, guided only by a few glorious touches, powerfully standing out, and by the sentiment which the scene is intended to express; whereas we Europeans and moderns, by stippling and minute touches, produce a miniature on a large scale so objective as to exhaust rather than to arouse reflection. As the poet is a creator, the Arab's is poetry, the European's versical description. Footnote. The Germans have returned for inspiration to the old Eastern source. Ruckert was guided by Jalal al-Din to the fountains of Sufism, and even the French have of late made an inroad into Teutonic mysticism, successfully enough to have astonished Racine and horrified La Harpe. End of footnote. The language, like a faithful wife, following the mind and giving birth to its offspring, and free from that luggage of particles which clogs our modern tongues, leaves a mysterious vagueness between the relation of word to word, which materially assists the sentiment, not the sense of the poem. When verbs and nouns have each one many different significations, only the radical or general idea suggests itself. Footnote. This, however, does not prevent the language becoming optionally most precise in meaning, hence its high philosophical character. The word farce, for instance, means radically cutting, secondarily ordering or paying a debt, after which come numerous meanings foreign to the primal sense, such as a shield, part of a tinder box, an unfeathered arrow, and a particular kind of date. In theology it is limited to a single signification, namely, a divine command revealed in the Koran. Under these circumstances, the Arabic becomes, in grammar, logic, rhetoric, and mathematics, as perfect and precise as Greek. I have heard Europeans complain that it is unfit for mercantile transactions. Perhaps. End of footnote. Rich and varied synonyms, illustrating the finest shades of meaning, are artfully used, now scattered to startle us by distinctness, now to form as it were a star about which dimly seen satellites revolve, and to cut short a disquisition which might be prolonged indefinitely, There is in the Semitic dialect a copiousness of rhyme which leaves the poet almost unfettered to choose the desired expression. Footnote. As a general rule, there is a rhyme at the end of every second line, and the unison is a mere fringe, a long A, for instance, throughout the poem sufficing for the delicate ear of the Arab. In this they were imitated by the old Spaniards, who, neglecting the consonants, merely required the terminating vowels to be alike. We speak of the sort of harmonious simple flow which atones for the imperfect nature of the rhyme. But the fine organs of some races would be hurt by that ponderous unison which a people of blunter senses find necessary to produce an impression. The reader will feel this after perusing in Percy's Reliques, Rio Verde, and its translation. End of footnote. Hence it is that a stranger, speaking Arabic, becomes poetical as naturally as he would be witty in French and philosophic in German. Truly spake Mohammed al-Damiri, wisdom had alighted upon three things: the brain of the Franks, the hands of the Chinese, and the tongues of the Arabs. The name of Harami, brigand, is still honourable among the Hijazi Badawin. Slain in raid or foray, a man is said to die gandur, or a brave. He, on the other hand, who is lucky enough, as we should express it, to die in his bed, is called fatis, carrion, the coarse creve of the klepts. His weeping mother will exclaim, "Oh that my son had perished of a cut throat!" and her attendant crones will suggest, with deference, that such evil came of the will of Allah. It is told of the Lahaba, a sept of the Auf near Rabigh, that a girl will refuse even her cousin unless, in the absence of other opportunities, he plunders some article from the Hajj caravan in front of the Pasha's links. Detected 20 years ago, the delinquent would have been impaled. Now he escapes with a rib roasting. Fear of the blood feud and the certainty of a short road to future travellers prevent the Turks proceeding to extremes. They conceal their weakness by pretending that the Sultan hesitates to wage a war of extermination with the thieves of the Holy Land. It is easy to understand this respect for brigands. Whoso revolts against society requires an iron mind in an iron body, and this mankind instinctively admires, however misdirected be their energies. Thus, in all imaginative countries, the brigand is a hero. Even the assassin who shoots his victim from behind a hedge appeals to the fancy in Tipperary or on the Abruzzian hills. Romance invests his loneliness with grandeur. If he have a wife or a friend's wife, romance becomes doubly romantic, and a tithe of the superfluity robbed from the rich and bestowed upon the poor will win to Gasparoni the hearts of a people. The true Badawi style of plundering, with its numerous niceties of honour and gentlemanly manners, gives the robber a consciousness of moral rectitude. "Strip off that coat, O certain person, and that turban," exclaims the highwayman. "They are wanted by the daughter of my paternal uncle." Wife. You will, of course, if necessary, lend ready ear to an order thus politely attributed to the wants of the fair sex. If you will add a few obliging expressions to the bundle, and offer Latro a cup of coffee and a pipe, you will talk half your toilette back to your own person, and if you can quote a little poetry, you will part the best of friends, leaving perhaps only a pair of sandals behind you. But should you hesitate, Latro, lamenting the painful necessity, touches up your back with the heel of his spear. If this hint suffice not, he will make things plain by the lance's point, and when blood shows, the tiger part of humanity appears. Between Badawin, to be tamely plundered, especially of the mare, is a lasting disgrace. A man of family lays down his life rather than yield even to overpowering numbers. Footnote. In our knightly ages, the mare was ridden only by jugglers and charlatans. Did this custom arise from the hatred of, and contempt for, the habits of the Arabs, imported into Europe by the Crusaders? Certainly the popular Eastern idea of a Frank was formed in those days, and survives to these. End of footnote. This desperation has raised the courage of the Badawin to high repute amongst the settled Arabs, who talk of single braves capable, like the Homeric heroes, of overpowering 300 men. I omit general details about the often described Tsar or vendetta. The price of blood is $800 or £200, or rather that sum imperfectly expressed by livestock. All the Kamsa or Amam, blood relations of the slayer, assist to make up the required amount, rating each animal at 3 or 4 times its proper value. On such occasions violent scenes arise from the conflict of the Arabs' two pet passions, avarice and revenge. The avenger of blood longs to cut the foe's throat. On the other hand, how let slip an opportunity of enriching himself? His covetousness is intense, as are all his passions. He has always a project of buying a new dromedary, or of investing capital in some marvellous colt. The consequence is that he is insatiable. Still he receives blood money with a feeling of shame, and if it be offered to an old woman, the most revengeful variety of our species, be it remarked, she will dash it to the ground and clutch her knife and fiercely swear by Allah that she will not eat her son's blood. The Badawi considers himself a man only when mounted on horseback, lance in hand, bound for a foray or a fray, and carolling some such gaiety as a steed of matchless speed, a sword of metal keen, all else to noble minds is dross, all else on earth is mean. Even in his sports he affects those that imitate war. Preserving the instinctive qualities which lie dormant in civilization, he is an admirable sportsman. The children, men in miniature, begin with a rude system of gymnastics when they can walk. "My young ones play upon the backs of camels," was the reply made to me by a Jahaini Badawi when offered some Egyptian plaything. The men pass their time principally in hawking, shooting, and riding. The saker, I am told, is the only falcon in general use. They train it to pursue the gazelle, which greyhounds pull down when fatigued. Footnote: Baron von Hammer Purgstall, in the Faulkner Klee, calls this bird the saker falk. Hence the French and English names sacre and saker. The learned John Beckman, History of Inventions, Discoveries, and Origins, sub voce, derives falconry from India, where, as early as the time of Ctesias, hares and foxes were hunted by means of rapacious birds. I believe, however, that no trace of this sport is found in the writings of the Hindus. Beckman agrees with Giraldus against other literati that the ancient Greeks knew the art of hawking, and proves from Aristotle that in Thrace men trained falcons, but Aristotle alludes to the use of the bird as an owl is employed in Italy. The falcon is described as frightening, not catching the birds. Elian corroborates Aristotle's testimony. Pliny, however, distinctly asserts that the hawks strike their prey down. In Italy it was very common, says the learned Beckman, for Martial and Apuleius speak of it as a thing everywhere known. Hence the science spread over Europe and reached perfection at the principal courts in the 12th century. The Emperor Frederick II wrote De Arte Venandi cum Avibus, and the royal author was followed by a host of imitators in the vulgar tongue. Though I am not aware that the Hindus ever cultivated the art, Elian, it must be confessed, describes their style of training falcons exactly similar to that in use among the modern Persians, Scythians, and Arabs. The Emperor Frederick owes the capella or hood to the Badawi, and talks of the most expert falconers sent to him with various kinds of birds by some of the kings of Arabia. The origin of falconry is ascribed by Al-Masudi, on the authority of Adham bin Muriz, to the king Al-Haris bin Muawiyah, and in Dr. Sprenger's admirable translation the reader will find, pages 426 and 428, much information upon the subject. The Persians claimed the invention for their just king, Anushirawan, contemporary with Muhammad. Thence the sport passed into Turkey, where it is said the sultans maintained a body of 6,000 falconers, and Frederick Barbarossa in the 12th century brought falcons to Italy. we may fairly give the honor of the invention to Central Asia. End of footnote. I have heard much of their excellent marksmanship, but saw only moderate practice with the long matchlock rested and fired at standing objects. Double-barreled guns are rare amongst them. Footnote. Here called bandukiya biruhain, or the two-mouthed gun, the leathern cover is termed gushat. It is a bag with a long ringed tassel at the top of the barrel, and a strap by which it is slung to the owner's back. End of footnote. Their principal weapons are matchlocks and firelocks, pistols, javelins, spears, swords, and the dagger called jambiya. The sling and the bow have long been given up. The guns come from Egypt, Syria, and Turkey, for the Badawi cannot make, although he can repair, this arm. He particularly values a good old barrel 7 spans long, and would rather keep it than his coat. Consequently, a family often boasts of 4 or 5 guns, which descend from generation to generation. Their price varies from $2 to $60. The Badawin collect nitre in the country, make excellent charcoal, and import sulphur from Egypt and India. Their powder, however, is coarse and weak. For hares and birds they cut up into slugs a bar of lead hammered out to a convenient size, and they cast bullets in moulds. They are fond of ball practice, firing, as every sensible man does, at short distances, and striving at extreme precision. They are ever backing themselves with wagers, and will shoot for a sheep, the loser inviting his friends to a feast. On festivals they boil the head, and use it as mark and prize. Those who affect excellence are said to fire at a bullet hanging by a thread. Curious, however, to relate, the Badawin of Al-Hijaz have but just learned the art, general in Persia and Barbary, of shooting from horseback at speed. Pistols have been lately introduced into the Hijaz, and are not common amongst the Badawin. The citizens incline to this weapon, as it is derived from Constantinople. In the desert, a tolerable pair with flint locks may be worth $30, 10 times their price in England. The spears, called kanat or reeds, are made of male bamboos imported from India. Footnote. I described elsewhere the mirzak or javelin. End of footnote. They are at least 12 feet long, iron shod, with a tapering point, beneath which are 1 or 2 tufts of black ostrich feathers. Footnote. Ostriches are found in Al-Hijaz, where the Badawin shoot after coursing them. The young ones are caught and tamed, and the eggs may be bought in the Madinah bazaar. Throughout Arabia there is a belief that the ostrich throws stones at the hunter. The superstition may have arisen from the pebbles being flung up behind by the bird's large feet in his rapid flight, or it may be a mere foolery of fancy. Even in lands which have long given up animal worship, wherever a beast is conspicuous or terrible, it becomes the subject of some marvellous tale. So the bear in Persia imitates a mullah's dress, the wolf in France is a human being transformed, and the beaver of North America, also a metamorphosis, belts trees so as to fell them in the direction most suitable to his after purpose. End of footnote. Besides the mirzak, or javelin, they have a spear called shalfa, a bamboo or a palm stick garnished with a head about the breadth of a man's hand. No good swords are fabricated in Al-Hijaz. The Kalawiya and other desert clans have made some poor attempts at blades. They are brought from Persia, India, and Egypt, but I never saw anything of value. The daraka or shield also comes from India. It is the common Kutch article, supposed to be made of rhinoceros hide, and displaying as much brass knob and gold wash as possible. The Badawin still use in the remoter parts dira, or coats of mail, worn by horsemen over buff jackets. The dagger is made in Al-Yaman and other places. It has a vast variety of shapes, each of which, as usual, has its proper names. Generally they are but little curved, whereas the Gadaimi of Al-Yaman and Hazramaut is almost a semicircle, with tapering blade, wooden handle, and scabbard of the same material overlaid with brass. At the point of the scabbard is a round knob, and the weapon is so long that a man when walking cannot swing his right arm. In narrow places he must enter sideways, but it is the mode always to appear in dagger, and the weapon, like the French soldier's coupe choux, is really useful for such bloodless purposes as cutting wood and gathering grass. In price they vary from $1 to $30. The Badawin boast greatly of sword play, but it is apparently confined to delivering a tremendous slash and to jumping away from the return cut instead of parrying either with sword or shield. The citizens have learned the Turkish scimitar play, which in grotesqueness and general absurdity rivals the East Indian school. None of these Orientals knows the use of the point which characterises the highest school of swordsmanship. The Hijazi Badawin have no game of chance, and dare not, I am told, ferment the juice of the down palm, as proximity to Aden has taught the wild men of Al-Yaman. Footnote. Not that the Agrebi of Bir Hamid and other parts have much to learn of us in vice. The land of Al-Yaman is, I believe, the most demoralised country, and Sana'a the most depraved city in Arabia. The fair sex distinguishes itself by a peculiar laxity of conduct, which is looked upon with an indulgent eye, and the men drink and gamble, to say nothing of other peccadilloes, with perfect impunity. End of footnote. Their music is in a rude state. The principal instrument is the tabl, or kettle drum, which is of two kinds, one the smaller, used at festivals, the other a large copper tom-tom for martial purposes, covered with leather, and played upon, pulpit-like, with fist and not with stick. Besides which they have the one-string rubaba, or guitar, that monotonous but charming instrument of the desert. In another place I have described their dancing, which is an ignoble spectacle. The Badawin of Al-Hijaz have all the knowledge necessary for procuring and protecting the riches of savage life. They are perfect in the breeding, the training, and the selling of cattle. They know sufficient of astronomy to guide themselves by night, and are acquainted with the names of the principal stars. Their local memory is wonderful, and such is their instinct in the art of asar, or tracking, that it is popularly said of the Zubayd clan, which lives between Meccah and Al-Madinah, a man will lose a she-camel and know her 4-year-old colt by its foot. Always engaged in rough exercises and perilous journeys, they have learned a kind of farriery and a simple system of surgery. In cases of fracture they bind on splints with cloth bands, and the patient drinks camel's milk and clarified butter till he is cured. Cuts are carefully washed, sprinkled with meal gunpowder, and sewn up. They dress gunshot wounds with raw camel's flesh, and rely entirely upon nature and diet. When bitten by snakes or stung by scorpions, they scarify the wound with a razor, recite a charm, and apply to it a dressing of garlic. Footnote. In Al-Yaman it is believed that if a man eat 3 heads of garlic in good mountain salmon, or clarified butter, for 40 days, his blood will kill the snake that draws it. End of footnote. The wealthy have fees or ring stones brought from India, and used with the formula of prayer to extract the venom. Some few possess the tariyak, theriac of Al-Iraq, the great counter poison, internal as well as external, of the East. The poorer classes all wear the za'al, or hibas of Al-Yaman, 2 yarns of black sheep's wool tied round the leg, under the knee and above the ankle. When bitten, the sufferer tightens these cords above the injured part, which he immediately scarifies. Thus they act as tourniquets. These ligatures also cure cramps, and there is no other remedy. The Badawi knowledge of medicine is unusually limited in this part of Arabia, where even simples are not required by a people who rise with dawn, eat little, always breathe desert air, and at night make the camels their curfew. The great tonic is clarified butter, and the kai, or actual cautery, is used even for rheumatism. This counter irritant, together with the curious and artful phlebotomy, blood being taken, as by the Italians, from the toes, the fingers, and other parts of the body, are the Arab panaceas. They treat scald head with grease and sulphur. Ulcers, which here abound, without, however, assuming the fearful type of the Helcoma yemenense, are cauterized and stimulated by verdigris, the evil of which Fracastorius sang is combated by sudorifics, by unguents of oil and sulphur, and especially by the sand bath. The patient, buried up to the neck, remains in the sun fasting all day. In the evening he is allowed a little food. This rude course of packing lasts for about a month. It suits some constitutions, but others, especially Europeans, have tried the sand bath and died of fever. Mule's teeth, roasted and imperfectly pounded, remove cataract. Teeth are extracted by the farrier's pincers, and the worm which throughout the East is supposed to produce toothache falls by fumigation. And finally, after great fatigue, or when suffering from cold, the body is copiously greased with clarified butter and exposed to a blazing fire. Muhammad and his followers conquered only the more civilized Badawin, and there is even to this day little or no religion amongst the wild people, except those on the coast or in the vicinity of cities. The faith of the Badawi comes from Al-Islam, whose hold is weak, but his customs and institutions, the growth of his climate, his nature and his wants are still those of his ancestors, cherished ere Meccah had sent forth a prophet, and likely to survive the day when every vestige of the Kaaba shall have disappeared. Of this nature are the Hijazi's pagan oaths, his heathenish names, few being Moslem except Muhammad, his ordeal of licking red-hot iron, his sak or scarification, proof of manliness, his blood revenge, and his eating carrion, that is, the body of an animal killed without the usual formula, and his lending his wives to strangers. All this I hold to be remnants of some old creed, nor should I despair of finding among the Badawin bordering upon the great desert some lingering system of idolatry. The Badawin of Al-Hijaz call themselves Shafi'i, but what is put into the mouths of their brethren in the West applies equally well here. We pray not because we must drink the water of ablution. We give no alms because we ask them. We fast not the Ramazan month because we starve throughout the year, and we do no pilgrimage because the world is the house of Allah. Their blunders in religious matters supply the citizens with many droll stories, and it is to be observed that they do not, like the Greek pirates or the Italian bandits, preserve a religious element in their plunderings. They make no vows, and they carefully avoid offerings. The ceremonies of Badawi life are few and simple: circumcisions, marriages, and funerals. Of the former rite there are two forms: tahara, as usual in Al-Islam, and sak, an Arab invention, derived from the times of paganism. Footnote: Circumcisionis causa apud Arabos manifestissima, ulceratio enim endemica. Ablationem glandis aut praeputi, maxima cum facilitate insequitur. Mos autem quem vocant Arabes al salc scarificatio, virilitatem animumque ostendendi modus esse videtur. Exeunt amici paterque et juvenem sub dio sedentem circumstant. Capit tuc pugionem tonsor et prepucio, abciso, tetrahit pelem, ab umbilico incipiens aut parum infra, ventremque usque ad femora nudat. Juvenis autem dextra pugionem super tergum tonsoris vibrans magna clamat voce, caide sine timore. Vesi hesitet, tonsor aut si tremeat manus, pater etiam filium si dolore ululet statim occidit. Reconfecta surgit juvenis et gloria Deo intonans, ad tentoria tendit statim nefando oppressus dolore humi procumbit. Remedia sal et tumerica, cibus lac cameli, non nullos occidit ingens suppuratio, decem autem excoriatis, super sunt plerumque octo, hi pecten habent nullum, ventremque pallida tegit cutis. End of footnote. During Wahhabi rule, it was forbidden under pain of death but now the people have returned to it. The usual age for tahara is between 5 and 6. Among some classes, however, it is performed 10 years later. On such occasions, feastings and merrymakings take place, as at our christenings. Women being a marketable commodity in barbarism as in civilization, the youth in Al-Hijaz is not married till his father can afford to buy him a bride. There is little pomp or ceremony save firing of guns, dancing, singing, and eating mutton. The settlement is usually about 30 sound Spanish dollars, half paid down, and the other owed by the bridegroom to the father, the brothers, or the kindred of his spouse. Footnote: the Spanish dollar is most prized in Al-Hijaz. In Al-Yaman, the Maria Theresa. The Spanish government has refused to perpetuate its pillar dollar, which at one time was so great a favorite in the East. The traveler wonders how Maria Theresa still supply both shores of the Red Sea. The marvel is easily explained. The Austrians receive silver at Milan, and stamp it for a certain percentage. This coin was doubtless preferred by the Badawin for its superiority to the currency of the day. They make from it ornaments for their women and decorations for their weapons. The generic term for dollars is Real Franca. End of footnote. Some tribes will take animals in lieu of ready money. A man of wrath not contented with his bride puts her away at once. If peaceably inclined, by a short delay he avoids scandal. Divorces are very frequent among Badawin, and if the settlement money be duly paid, no evil comes of them. Footnote: Torale sicut est mos Judaicus et Persicus non inspiciunt, novae nupte tamen maritus mapam manu capit, mane autem puellae mater virginitatis signa viris mulieribusque domi ostendit oesque jubilare jubet quod calamitas domestica, filia intacta abiit, si non ostendiant mapam, meret domus prima enim Venus in Arabia, debet esse cruenta. Maritus autem humanior etiam si absit sanguis, cruore palumbino mapam tingit et gaudium fingens cognatis parentibusque ostendit. Paululum postia puelle non nulla causa dat divortium, hic urbis et ruris mos idem est. End of footnote. The funerals of the wild men resemble those of the citizens, only they are more simple, the dead being buried where they die. The corpse, after ablution, is shrouded in any rags procurable, and women and hired weepers not being permitted to attend, it is carried to the grave by men only. A hole is dug according to Moslem custom, dry wood, which everywhere abounds, is disposed to cover the corpse, and an oval of stone surrounding a mound of earth keeps out jackals and denotes the spot. These Badawin have not, like the wild Sindhis and Baluchis, favorite cemeteries, to which they transport their dead from afar. End of chapter 25, part 2. Recording by Shenna Ser, Fresno, California. Chapter 25, Part 3 of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 25, Part 3 of Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca by Richard Francis Burton. The traveler will find no difficulty in living amongst the Hijazi Badawin. Trust to their honor and you are safe, as was said of the Crow Indians, to their honesty and they will steal the hair off your head. But the wanderer must adopt the wild man's motto, omnia mea mecum porto. He must have good nerves, be capable of fatigue and hardship, possess some knowledge of drugs, shoot and ride well, speak Arabic and Turkish, know the customs by reading, and avoid offending against local prejudices by causing himself, for instance, to be called Tagaa. The payment of a small sum secures to him a Rafiq, and this friend, after once engaging in the task, will be faithful. Footnote. An explanation of this term will be found below. End of footnote. We have eaten salt together, Nanu Malihin, is still a bond of friendship. There are, however, some tribes who require to renew the bond every 24 hours, as otherwise, to use their own phrase, the salt is not in their stomachs. Caution must be exercised in choosing a companion who has not too many blood feuds. There is no objection to carrying a copper watch and a pocket compass, and the Koran could be fitted with secret pockets for notes and pencil. Strangers should especially avoid handsome weapons. These tempt the Bedouin's cupidity more than gold. The other extreme, defenselessness, is equally objectionable. It is needless to say that the traveller must never be seen writing anything but charms, and must on no account sketch in public. He should be careful in questioning, and rather lead up to information than ask directly. It offends some Badawin, besides denoting ignorance and curiosity, to be asked their names or those of their clans. A man may be living incognito, and the tribes distinguish themselves when they desire to do so by dress, personal appearance, voice, dialect, and accentuation, points of difference plain to the initiated. A few dollars suffice for the road, and if you would be respectable, a taste which I will not deprecate, some such presents as razors and tarbushes are required for the chiefs. The government of the Arabs may be called almost an autonomy. The tribes never obey their sheikhs, unless for personal considerations, and, as in civilized army, there generally is some sharp-witted and brazen-faced individual whose voice is louder than the general's. In their leonine society the sword is the greater administrator of law. Relations between the Badawi tribes of Al-Hijaz are of a threefold character. They are either Ashab, Kiman, or Akhwan. Ashab, or comrades, are those who are bound by oath to an alliance offensive and defensive. They intermarry, and are therefore closely connected. Kiman, or foes, are tribes between whom a blood feud, the cause and the effect of deadly enmity, exists. Footnote. It is the plural of Kaum, which means rising up in rebellion or enmity against, as well as the popular signification, a people. In some parts of Arabia it is used for a plundering party. End of footnote. Akhawat, or brotherhood, denotes the tie between the stranger and the Badawi, who asserts an immemorial and inalienable right to the soil upon which his forefathers fed their flocks. Trespass by a neighbour instantly causes war. Territorial increase is rarely attempted, for if of a whole clan but a single boy escape, he will one day assert his claim to the land, and be assisted by all the ashab, or allies of the slain. By paying to man, woman, or child a small sum, varying according to your means, from a few pence worth of trinkets to a couple of dollars, you share bread and salt with the tribe. You and your horse become dakhil, protected, and every one must afford you brother help. If traveller or trader attempt to pass through the land without paying al-akhawa, or al-rifka, as it is termed, he must expect to be plundered, and, resisting, to be slain. It is no dishonour to pay it, and he clearly is in the wrong who refuses to conform to custom. The Rafiq, under different names, exists throughout this part of the world. At Sinai he was called a Ghafir, a Rabia in eastern Arabia, amongst the Somal an Aban, and by the Galas a Mogasa. I have called the tax blackmail. It deserves a better name, being clearly the rudest form of those transit dues and octroi which are in no wise improved by progress. The Al-Bayt, or dwellers in the black tents, levy the tax from the Al-Hayt, or the people of walls, that is to say, townsmen and villagers who have forfeited right to be held Badawin. Footnote. Bayt, in the plural buyut, is used in this sense to denote the tents of the nomads. Bayt radically means a nighting place, thence a tent, a house, a lair, etc., etc. End of footnote. It is demanded from bastard Arabs, and from tribes who, like the Hutaim and the Kalawiyah, have been born basely or have become nidering. And these people are obliged to pay it at home as well as abroad. Then it becomes a sign of disgrace, and the pure clans, like the Benu Harb, will not give their damsels in marriage to brothers. Besides the Sakhawa tax and the pensions by the Porte to chiefs of clans, the wealth of the Badawi consists in his flocks and herds, his mare, and his weapons. Some clans are rich in horses, others are celebrated for camels, and not a few for sheep, asses, or greyhounds. The Ahamida tribe, as has been mentioned, possesses few animals. It subsists by plunder and by presents from pilgrims. The principal wants of the country are sulphur, lead, cloths of all kinds, sugar, spices, coffee, corn, and rice. Arms are valued by the men, and it is advisable to carry a stack of Birmingham jewellery for the purpose of conciliating womankind. In exchange, the Badawin give sheep, cattle, clarified butter, milk, wool, and hides, which they use for water bags, as the Egyptians and other Easterns do potteries. Footnote. Some tribes will not sell their sheep, keeping them for guests or feasts. End of footnote. But as there is now a fair store of dollars in the country, it is rarely necessary to barter. The Arab's dress marks his simplicity. It gives him a nationality, as, according to John Evelyn, prodigious breeches did to the Swiss. It is remarkably picturesque, and with sorrow we see it now confined to the wildest Badawin and a few Sharifs. To the practised eye, a Hijazi in tarbush and kaftan is ridiculous as a Basque or a Catalonian girl in a cashmere and a little cheap. The necessary dress of a man is his tobe, a blue calico shirt, reaching from neck to ankles, tight or loose-sleeved, opening at the chest in front, and rather narrow below, so that the wearer, when running, must either hold it up or tuck it into his belt. The latter article, called hakau, is a plaited leathern thong, twisted round the waist very tightly so as to support the back. The trousers and the futa, or loin cloth of cities, are looked upon as signs of effeminacy. In cold weather the chiefs wear over the shirt an aba or cloak. These garments are made in Najd and the eastern districts. They are of 4 colours, white, black, red, and brown striped. The best are of camel's hair, and may cost $15. The worst, of sheep's wool, are worth only 3. Both are cheap, as they last for years. The marama headcloth comes from Syria, which, with Najd, supplies also the kufiya or headkerchief. The ukal, fillets bound over the kerchief, are of many kinds. The Bishr tribe near Mecca make a kind of crown like the gloria round a saint's head, with bits of wood, in which are set pieces of mother of pearl. Footnote. So the word is pronounced at Mecca. The dictionaries give aakal, which in Eastern Arabia is corrupted to igal. End of footnote. Sandals, too, are of every description, from the simple sole of leather tied on with thongs to the handsome and elaborate chaussure of Mecca. The price varies from a piastre to $1, and the very poor walk barefooted. A leathern bandolier called majdal, passed over the left shoulder, and reaching to the right hip, supports a line of brass cylinders for cartridges. Footnote. Called tatarif, plural of tatrifa, a cartridge. End of footnote. The other cross belt, al-masdar, made of leather ornamented with brass rings, hangs down at the left side, and carries a kariza or hide case for bullets. And finally the hizam or waist belt holds the dagger and extra cartridge cases. A Badawi never appears in public unarmed. Women wear, like their masters, dark blue cotton tobes, but larger and looser. When abroad they cover the head with a yashmak of black stuff, or a poppy coloured burqa (nosegay) of the Egyptian shape. They wear no pantaloons, and they rarely affect slippers or sandals. The hair is twisted into majdul, little pigtails, and copiously anointed with clarified butter. The rich perfume the skin with rose and cinnamon scented oils, and adorn the hair with al-shai, absinthium, sweetest herb of the desert. Their ornaments are bracelets, collars, ear and nose rings of gold, silver, or silver gilt. The poorer classes have strings of silver coins hung round the neck. The true Badawi is an abstemious man, capable of living for 6 months on 10 ounces of food per diem. The milk of a single camel and a handful of dates, dry or fried in clarified butter, suffice for his wants. He despises the obese and all who require regular and plentiful meals, sleeps on a mat, and knows neither luxury nor comfort, freezing during 1/4 and frying for 3/4 of the year. But though he can endure hunger like all savages, he will gorge when an opportunity offers. I never saw the man who could refrain from water upon the line of march, and in this point they contrast disadvantageously with the hardy Wahhabis of the East and the rugged mountaineers of Jabal Shammar. They are still a creed of Fajih, and even the citizens far prefer a dish of locusts to the fasik, which act as anchovies, sardines, and herrings in Egypt. They light a fire at night, and as the insects fall dead, they quote this couplet to justify their being eaten: We are allowed 2 carrions and 2 bloods, the fish and locust, the liver and the spleen. The liver and the spleen are both supposed to be congealed blood. Niebuhr has exhausted the names and the description of the locust. In Al-Hijaz they have many local and fantastic terms. The smallest kind, for instance, is called Jarad Iblis, Satan's locust. Where they have no crops to lose, the people are thankful for a fall of locusts. In Al-Hijaz the flights are uncertain. During the last 5 years, Al-Madinah has seen but few. They are prepared for eating by boiling in salt water and drying 4 or 5 days in the sun. A wet locust to an Arab is a snail to a Briton. The head is plucked off, the stomach drawn, the wings and the prickly part of the legs are plucked, and the insect is ready for the table. Locusts are never eaten with sweet things, which would be nauseous. The dish is always hot, with salt and pepper, or onions fried in clarified butter, when it tastes nearly as well as a plate of stale shrimps. The favourite food on the line of march is meat cut into strips and sun-dried. This, with a bag of milk balls and a little coffee, must suffice for journey or campaign. This is the kurut of Sind and the kashk of Persia. The buttermilk, separated from the butter by a little water, is simmered over a slow fire, thickened with wheaten flour, about a handful to a gallon, well mixed so that no knots remain in it, and allowed to cool. The mixture is then put into a bag and strained, after which salt is sprinkled over it. The mass begins to harden after a few hours, when it is made up into balls and dried in the sun. The Badawi know neither fermented nor distilled liquors, although Ix yal kamar, fie upon thee drunkard, is a popular phrase, preserving the memory of another state of things. Some clans, though not all, smoke tobacco. It is generally the growth of the country called Hijazi or Kazimiya, a green weed very strong with a foul smell, and costing about 1 piastre per pound. The Badawin do not relish Persian tobacco, and cannot procure latakia. It is probably the pungency of the native growth offending the delicate organs of the desert men that caused nicotiana to be proscribed by the Wahhabis, who revived against its origin a senseless and obsolete calumny. The almost absolute independence of the Arabs, and of that noble race the North American Indians of a former generation, has produced a similarity between them worthy of note, because it may warn the anthropologist not always to detect in coincidence of costume identity of origin. Both have the same wild chivalry, the same fiery sense of honour, and the same boundless hospitality. Elopements from tribe to tribe, the blood feud, and the vendetta are common to the two. Both are grave and cautious in demeanour, and formal in manner, princes in rags or paint. The Arabs plunder pilgrims. The Indians, bands of trappers, both glory in forays, raids, and cattle lifting, and both rob according to certain rules. Both are alternately brave to desperation, and shy of danger. Both are remarkable for nervous and powerful eloquence, dry humour, satire, whimsical tales, frequent tropes, boasts and ruffling style, pithy proverbs, extempore songs, and languages wondrous in their complexity. Both recognizing no other occupation but war and the chase, despise artificers and the effeminate people of cities, as the gamecock spurns the vulgar roosters of the poultry yard. Footnote. The North American trappers adopted this natural prejudice. The free trapper called his more civilized confrère Mangour de Lord. End of footnote. The chivalry of the western worlds, like that of the eastern wilds, salutes the visitor by a charge of cavalry, by discharging guns, and by wheeling around him with shouts and yells. The brave stamps a red hand upon his mouth to show that he has drunk the blood of a foe. Of the Otaiba Harami it is similarly related, that after mortal combat he tastes the dead man's gore. Of these two chivalrous races of barbarians, the Badawi claims our preference on account of his treatment of women, his superior development of intellect, and the glorious page of history which he has filled. The tribes of Al-Hijaz are tediously numerous. It will be sufficient to enumerate the principal branches of the Badawi tree, without detailing the 100 little offshoots which it has put forth in the course of ages. Footnote. Burckhardt shrank from the intricate pedigree of the Meccan Sharifs. I have seen a work upon the subject in 4-folio volumes in point of matter equivalent to treble the number in Europe. The best known genealogical works are Al-Kalkashandi, originally in 75 books, extended to 100, the Umdat al-Tulab by Ibn Khaldun, the Tofat al-Arab fi Ansar al-Arab, a well-known volume by al-Siyuti, and lastly the Sirat al-Halabi in 6 volumes. Of the latter work there is an abridgment by Muhammad al-Banna al-Dimyati in 2 volumes, but both are rare and consequently expensive. End of footnote. Those ancient clans, the Abs and Adnan, have almost died out. The latter, it is said, still exists in the neighbourhood of Taif, and the Abs, I am informed, are to be found near Qusair, on the African coast, but not in Al-Hijaz. Of the Aus, Khazraj, and Nazir, details have been given in a previous chapter. The Benu Harb is now the ruling clan in the Holy Land. It is divided by genealogists into 2 great bodies, first the Benu Salim, and secondly the Masru, or roaming tribes. Footnote. I give the following details of the Harb upon the authority of my friend Omar Effendi, who is great in matters of genealogy. End of footnote. The Benu Salim, again, have 8 subdivisions, namely 1. Ahamida, Ahmadi. This clan owns for chief Sheikh Saad of the mountains. It is said to contain about 3,500 men. Its principal sub-clan is the Hadari. Footnote. The first word is the plural, the second the singular form of the word. End of footnote. 2. Hawazim, Hazimi. The rival tribe, 3,000 in number. It is again divided into Muzaini and Zahiri. 3. Sob, Sobhi, 3,500. Habitat near Al-Badr. 4. Salaima, Salimi, also called Aulad Salim. 5. Saadin, Saadini. 6. Mahamid, Mamadi, 8,000. 7. Rahalla, Rihaili, 1,000. 8. Timam, Tamimi. The Masru tree splits into 2 great branches, Benu Auf and Benu Amur. Footnote. In the singular, Aufi and Amri. End of footnote. The former is a large clan, extending from Wadi Nakia, near Nijd, to Rabigh and Al-Madinah. They have few horses, but many dromedaries, camels, and sheep, and are much feared by the people on account of their warlike and savage character. They separate into 10 subdivisions, namely 1. Silia, Sili, about 2,000 in number. 2. Sawaid, Saidi, 1,000. 3. Rukhasa, Rakhis. 4. Kasanin, Kasan. This subclan claims origin from the old Ghassan stock and is found in considerable numbers at Wadi Nakiya and other places near Al-Madinah. 5. Ruba'a, Rabai. 6. Kazara, Kuzairi. 7. Lahaba, Lahaibi, 1,500 in number. 8. Farada, Faradi. 9. Benu Ali, Alawi. 10. Zubaid, Zubaidi. Near Mecca, a numerous clan of fighting thieves. Also, under the Benu Amur, as the word is popularly pronounced, are 10 subfamilies. 1. Marabita, Murabti. They principally inhabit the land about Al-Fara, a collection of settlements 4 marches south of Al-Madinah, number about 10,000 men, and have droves of sheep and camels but few horses. 2. Husar, Hasir. 3. Benu Jabir, Jabiri. 4. Rabaika, Rubaiki. 5. Hisnan, Hasuni. 6. Bizan, Baizani. 7. Badarin, Badrani. 8. Biladia, Biladi. 9. Jaham. The singular and plural forms are the same. 10. Shatara, Shitairi. Footnote. To this Mr. Cole adds 7 other subdivisions, namely 1. Ahali al-Qura, the people of Qura, 5,000. 2. Radada, 800. 3. Hijla, 600. 4. Dubaya, 1,500. 5. Benu Kalb, 2,000. 6. Baizana, 800. 7. Benu Yaya, 800. And he makes a total of the Benu Harb about Al-Jadaidah amount to 35,000 men. I had no means of personally ascertaining the correctness of this information. End of footnote. The great Aniza race now, I was told, inhabits Khaybar, and it must not visit Al-Madinah without a Rafiq or protector. Properly speaking, there are no outcasts in Al-Hijaz as in Al-Yaman and the Somali country, but the Hitman, plural of Hutaim or Hitaim, inhabiting the seaboard about Yambu, are taxed by other Badawin as low and vile of origin. The unchastity of the women is connived at by the men, who, however, are brave and celebrated as marksmen. They make, eat, and sell cheese, for which reason that food is despised by the Harb, and the Kalawiya, plural of Kalawi, are equally despised. They are generally blacksmiths, have a fine breed of greyhounds, and give asses as a dowry, which secures for them the derision of their fellows. Mr. C. Cole, His British Majesty's Vice Consul at Jeddah, was kind enough to collect for me notices of the different tribes in central and southern Hijaz. His informants divide the great clan Juhayna, living about Yambu, and Yambu al-Nakal into 5 branches, namely 1. Benu Ibrahima, in number about 5,000. 2. Ishran, 700. 3. Benu Malik, 6,000. 4. Arwa, 5,000. 5. Kauna, 3,000. Thus giving a total of 19,700 men capable of carrying arms. Footnote. The reader will remember that nothing like exactitude in numbers can be expected from an Arab. Some rate the Benu Harb at 6,000, others equally well informed at 15,000, others again at 80,000. The reason for this is that, whilst one is speaking of the whole race, another may be limiting it to his own tribe and its immediate allies. End of footnote. The same gentleman, whose labours in Eastern Arabia during the coast survey of the Palinurus are well known to the Indian world, gives the following names of the tribes under allegiance to the Sharif of Mecca. 1. Sakif, Thaqif al-Yaman, 2,000. 2. Sakif al-Sham, 1,000. Footnote. Sham, which, properly speaking, means Damascus or Syria, in southern Arabia and eastern Africa, is universally applied to Al-Hijaz. End of footnote. 3. Benu Malik, 6,000. 4. Nasira, 3,000. 5. Benu Sa'ad, 4,000. 6. Huzai, Hudhai, 5,000. 7. Bakum, Begum, 5,000. 8. Aduda, 500. 9. Bashar, 1,000. 10. Sa'id, 1,500. 11. Zubayd, 4,000. 12. Aida, 1,000. The following is a list of the southern Hijazi tribes, kindly forwarded to me by the Abbé Hamilton after his return from a visit to the Sharif at Taif. 1. Gamid al-Badawi, of the nomads, 30,000. 2. Gamid al-Hazar, the settled, 40,000. 3. Zaran, 38,000. 4. Benu Malik, 30,000. 5. Nasira, 15,000. 6. Asir, 40,000. 7. Tamum. 8. Bilkarn, together 80,000. 9. Benu Amar, 10,000. 10. Utaiba, living north of Mecca, no number given. 11. Shuabim. 12. Daraish, 2,000. 13. Benu Sufyan, 15,000. 14. Al-Hulad, 3,000. It is evident that the numbers given by this traveller include the women, and probably the children of the tribes. Some exaggeration will also be suspected. The principal clans which practice the pagan salk or excoriation are, in Al-Hijaz, the Huzail and the Benu Sufyan, together with the following families in Al-Tahama: 1. Juhadillah. 2. Kabaka. 3. Benu Fam. 4. Benu Mahmud. 5. Saramu. 6. Majarish. 7. Benu Yazid. I now take leave of a subject which cannot but be most uninteresting to English readers. End of chapter 25, part 3. Recording by Shanna Sayre, Fresno, California. Chapter 26, part 1 of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 26, Part 1 of Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca by Richard Francis Burton. From Al-Suwayrkiyah to Mecca. We have now left the territory of Al-Madinah. Al-Suwayrkiyah, which belongs to the Sharif of Mecca, is about 28 miles distant from Hijriyah, and by dead reckoning 99 miles along the road from the Prophet's burial place. Its bearing from the last station was southwest 11 degrees. The town, consisting of about 100 houses, is built at the base and on the sides of a basaltic mass which rises abruptly from the hard clayey plain. The summit is converted into a rude fortress, without one no settlement can exist in Al-Hijaz, by a bulwark of uncut stone piled up so as to make a parapet. The lower part of the town is protected by a mud wall, with the usual semicircular towers. Inside there is a bazaar, well supplied with meat, principally mutton, by the neighbouring Badawin, and wheat, barley, and dates are grown near the town. There is little to describe in the narrow streets and the mud houses, which are essentially Arab. The fields around are divided into little square plots by earthen ridges and stone walls. Some of the palms are fine grown trees, and the wells appear numerous. The water is near the surface and plentiful, but it has a brackish taste, highly disagreeable after a few days' use, and the effects are the reverse of chalybeate. The town belongs to the Benu Hussein, a race of schismatics mentioned in the foregoing pages. They claim the allegiance of the Badawi tribes around, principally Mutair, and I was informed that their fealty to the Prince of Mecca is merely nominal. The morning after our arrival at Al-Suwayrkiyah witnessed a commotion in our little party. Hitherto they had kept together in fear of the road. Among the number was one Ali bin Yasin, a perfect old man of the sea. By profession he was a Zemzemi, or dispenser of water from the holy well, and he had a handsome palazzo at the foot of Abu Kubais in Mecca, which he periodically converted into a boarding house. Footnote: there are certain officers called Zemzemi who distribute the holy water. In the case of a respectable pilgrim they have a large jar of the shape described in chapter 4, marked with his names and titles, and sent every morning to his lodgings. If he be generous, one or more will be placed in the harim, that men may drink in his honor. The Zemzemi expects a present varying from $5 to $11. End of footnote. Though past 60, very decrepit, bent by age, white-bearded, and toothless, he still acted cicerone to pilgrims, and for that purpose travelled once every year to Al-Madinah. These trips had given him the cunning of a veteran voyager. He lived well and cheaply. His home-made shugduf, the model of comfort, was garnished with soft cushions and pillows, whilst from the pockets protruded select bottles of pickled limes and similar luxuries. He had his travelling shisha (water pipe), and at the halting place, disdaining the crowded, reeking tent, he had a contrivance for converting his vehicle into a habitation. Footnote. The shisha, smoked on the camel, is a tin canister divided into two compartments, the lower half for the water, the upper one for the tobacco. The cover is pierced with holes to feed the fire, and a short hookah snake projects from one side. End of footnote. He was a type of the Arab old man. He mumbled all day and 3/4 of the night, for he had dysonsomny. His nerves were so fine that if any one mounted his shugduf, the unfortunate was condemned to lie like a statue. Fidgety and prickishly neat, nothing annoyed him so much as a moment's delay, or an article out of place, a rag removed from his water gugglet, or a cooking pot imperfectly free from soot, and I judged his avarice by observing that he made a point of picking up and eating the grains scattered from our pomegranates, exclaiming that the heavenly seed, located there by Arab superstition, might be one of those so wantonly wasted. Ali bin Yasin, returning to his native city, had not been happy in his choice of a companion this time. The other occupant of the handsome shugduf was an ignoble-faced Egyptian from Al-Madinah. This ill-suited pair clave together for a while, but at Al-Suwarkiyah some dispute about a copper coin made them permanent foes. With threats and abuse such as none but an Egyptian could tamely hear, Ali kicked his quondam friend out of the vehicle, but terrified, after reflection, by the possibility that the man, now his enemy, might combine with 2 or 3 Syrians of our party to do him a harm, and frightened by a few black looks, the senior determined to fortify himself by a friend. Connected with the boy Mohammed's family, he easily obtained an introduction to me. He kissed my hand with great servility, declared that his servant had behaved disgracefully, and begged my protection together with an occasional attendance of my slave. This was readily granted in pity for the old man, who became immensely grateful. He offered at once to take Sheikh Nur into his shugduf. The Indian boy had already reduced to ruins the frail structure of his shibriya by lying upon it lengthways, whereas prudent travellers sit in it cross-legged and facing the camel. Moreover, he had been laughed to scorn by the Badawin, who, seeing him pull up his dromedary to mount and dismount, had questioned his sex, and determined him to be a woman of the Mian. Footnote. The Hindustani Sir, Badawin address it slightingly to Indians. Chapter 12. End of footnote. I could not rebuke them. The poor fellow's timidity was a ridiculous contrast to the Badawi style of mounting. A pull at the camel's head, the left foot placed on the neck, an agile spring, and a scramble into the saddle. Sheikh Nur, elated by the sight of old Ali's luxuries, promised himself some joyous hours, but next morning he owned with a sigh that he had purchased splendour at the extravagant price of happiness. The senior's tongue never rested throughout the livelong night. During our half halt at Al-Suwarkiyah, we determined to have a small feast. We bought some fresh dates, and we paid $1.50 for a sheep. Hungry travellers consider liver and fry a dish to set before a sheikh. On this occasion, however, our enjoyment was marred by the water. Even Sawyer's dinners would scarcely charm if washed down with cups of a certain mineral spring found at Epsom. We started at 10 a.m. Monday, 5th of September, in a southeasterly direction, and travelled over a flat, thinly dotted with desert vegetation. At 1 p.m. we passed a basaltic ridge, and then, entering a long depressed line of country, a kind of valley, paced down it 5 tedious hours. The Samum, as usual, was blowing hard, and it seemed to affect the travellers' tempers. In one place I saw a Turk, who could not speak a word of Arabic, violently disputing with an Arab who could not understand a word of Turkish. The pilgrim insisted upon adding to the camel's load a few dry sticks, such as are picked up for cooking. The camel man as perseveringly threw off the extra burden. They screamed with rage, hustled each other, and at last the Turk dealt the Arab a heavy blow. I afterwards heard that the pilgrim was mortally wounded that night, his stomach being ripped open with a dagger. On inquiring what had become of him, I was assured that he had been comfortably wrapped up in his shroud and placed in a half dug grave. This is the general practice in the case of the poor and solitary, whom illness or accident incapacitates from proceeding. It is impossible to contemplate such a fate without horror. The torturing thirst of a wound, the burning sun heating the brain to madness, and, worst of all, for they do not wait till death, the attacks of the jackal, the vulture, and the raven of the wild. Footnote: when Indians would say he was killed upon the spot, they used the picturesque phrase, he asked not for water. End of footnote. At 6 p.m., before the light of day had faded, we traversed the rough and troublesome ridge. Descending it, our course lay in a southerly direction along a road flanked on the left by low hills of red sandstone and bright porphyry. About an hour afterwards we came to a basalt field, through whose blocks we threaded our way painfully and slowly, for it was then dark. At 8 p.m. the camels began to stumble over the dwarf dikes of the wheat and barley fields, and presently we arrived at our halting place, a large village called Al-Sufayna. The plain was already dotted with tents and lights. We found the Baghdad caravan, whose route here falls into the Darb al-Sharki. It consists of a few Persians and Kurds, and collects the people of north eastern Arabia, Wahhabis and others. They are escorted by the Agile tribe and by the fierce mountaineers of Jabal Shammar. Scarcely was our tent pitched when the distant pattering of musketry and an ominous tapping of the kettle drum sent all my companions in different directions to inquire what was the cause of quarrel. The Baghdad Kafilah, though not more than 2,000 in number, men, women, and children, had been proving to the Damascus caravan that, being perfectly ready to fight, they were not going to yield any point of precedence. From that time the two bodies encamped in different places. I never saw a more pugnacious assembly. A look sufficed for a quarrel. Once a Wahhabi stood in front of us, and by pointing with his finger and other insulting gestures showed his hatred to the chibuk, in which I was peaceably indulging. It was impossible to refrain from chastising his insolence by a polite and smiling offer of the offending pipe. This made him draw his dagger without a thought, but it was sheathed again, for we all cocked our pistols, and these gentry prefer steel to lead. We had travelled about 17 miles, and the direction of Al-Sufayna from our last halting place was southeast 5 degrees. Though it was night when we encamped, Sheikh Mas'ud set out to water his moaning camels. They had not quenched their thirst for 3 days. He returned in a depressed state, having been bled by the soldiery at the well to the extent of 40 piastres, or about 8 shillings. After supper we spread our rugs and prepared to rest, and here I first remarked the coolness of the nights, proving at this season of the year a considerable altitude above the sea. As a general rule the atmosphere stagnated between sunrise and 10 a.m., when a light wind rose. During the forenoon the breeze strengthened, and it gradually diminished through the afternoon. Often about sunset there was a gale accompanied by dry storms of dust. At Al Sufayna, though there was no night breeze and little dew, A blanket was necessary, and the hours of darkness were invigorating enough to mitigate the effect of the sand and samum-ridden day. Before sleeping I was introduced to a namesake, one Sheikh Abdullah of Mecca. Having committed his shugduf to his son, a lad of 14, he had ridden forward on a dromedary and had suddenly fallen ill. His objects in meeting me were to ask for some medicine, and for a temporary seat in my shugduf. The latter I offered with pleasure, as the boy Mohammed was longing to mount a camel. The Shaykh's illness was nothing but weakness brought on by the hardships of the journey. He attributed it to the hot wind, and to the weight of a bag of dollars which he had attached to his waist belt. He was a man about 40, long, thin, pale, and of a purely nervous temperament, and a few questions elicited the fact that he had lately and suddenly given up his daily opium pill. I prepared one for him, placed him in my litter, and persuaded him to stow away his burden in some place where it would be less troublesome. He was my companion for 2 marches, at the end of which he found his own shugduf. I never met amongst the Arab citizens a better bred or a better informed man. At Constantinople he had learned a little French, Italian, and Greek, and from the properties of a shrub to the varieties of honey he was full of useful knowledge, and openable as a dictionary. Footnote: The Arabs are curious in and fond of honey. Mecca alone affords 8 or 9 different varieties. The best, and in Arab parlance the coldest, is the green kind, produced by bees that feed upon a thorny plant called siha. The white and red honeys rank next. The worst is the asal asmar, brown honey, which sells for something under a piastre per pound. The Abyssinian mead is unknown in Al Hijaz, but honey enters into a variety of dishes. End of footnote. We parted near Mecca, where I met him only once, and then accidentally, in the valley of Muna. At 5:30 a.m. on Tuesday, the 6th of September, we rose refreshed by the cool, comfortable night, and loaded the camels. I had an opportunity of inspecting Al Sufayna. It is a village of 50 or 60 mud-walled, flat-roofed houses, defended by the usual rampart. Around it lie ample date grounds and fields of wheat, barley, and maize. Its bazaar at this season of the year is well supplied; even fowls can be procured. We travelled towards the south-east, and entered a country destitute of the low ranges of hill which from Al-Madinah southwards had bounded the horizon. After a 2 miles' march our camels climbed up a precipitous ridge, and then descended into a broad gravel plain. From 10 to 11 a.m. our course lay southerly over a high table land, and we afterwards traversed for 5 hours and a half a plain which bore signs of standing water. This day's march was peculiarly Arabia. It was a desert peopled only with echoes, a place of death for what little there is to die in it, a wilderness where, to use my companion's phrase, there is nothing but he. Footnote: La siwa hu, that is, where there is none but Allah. End of footnote. Nature sculped, flayed, discovered all her skeleton to the gazer's eye. The horizon was a sea of mirage. Gigantic sand columns whirled over the plain, and on both sides of our road were huge piles of bare rock, standing detached upon the surface of sand and clay. Here they appeared in oval lumps, heaped up with a semblance of symmetry. There a single boulder stood, with its narrow foundation based upon a pedestal of low, dome-shapen rock. All were of a pink coarse-grained granite, which flakes off in large crusts under the influence of the atmosphere. I remarked one block which could not measure fewer than 30 feet in height. Through these scenes we travelled till about 4:30 p.m., when the gun suddenly roared a halt. There was not a trace of human habitation around us. A few parched shrubs and the granite heaps were the only objects diversifying the hard clayey plain. Sheikh Mas'ud correctly guessed the cause of our detention at the inhospitable halting place of the Mutayr, Badawin. "Cook your bread and boil your coffee," said the old man. "The camels will rest for a while, and the gun will sound at nightfall." We had passed over about 18 miles of ground, and our present direction was southwest 20 degrees of Al Sufayna. At 10:30 that evening we heard a signal for departure, and, as the moon was still young, we prepared for a hard night's work. We took a southwesterly course through what is called a wa'ar, rough ground covered with thicket. Darkness fell upon us like a pall. The camels tripped and stumbled, tossing their litters like cockboats in a short sea. At times the shugdufs were well nigh torn off their backs. When we came to a ridge worse than usual, old Mas'ud would seize my camel's halter, and, accompanied by his son and nephew bearing lights, encourage the animals with gesture and voice. It was a strange, wild scene. The black basaltic field was dotted with the huge and doubtful forms of spongy footed camels with silent tread, looming like phantoms in the midnight air. The hot wind moaned and whirled from the torches flakes and sheets of flame and fiery smoke, whilst ever and anon a swift travelling takht rawan, drawn by mules and surrounded by runners bearing gigantic mashals or cressets, threw a passing glow of red light upon the dark road and the dusky multitude. Footnote: This article, an iron cylinder with bands mounted on a long pole, corresponds with the European cresset of the 15th century. The Pasha's cressets are known by their smell, a little incense being mingled with the wood. By this means the Badawin discovered the dignitary's place. End of footnote. On this occasion the rule was every man for himself. Each pressed forward into the best path, thinking only of preceding his neighbour. The Syrians, amongst whom our little party had become entangled, proved most unpleasant companions. They often stopped the way, insisting upon their right to precedence. On one occasion a horseman had the audacity to untie the halter of my dromedary, and thus to cast us adrift, as it were, in order to make room for some excluded friend. I seized my sword, but Shaykh Abdullah stayed my hand, and addressed the intruder in terms sufficiently violent to make him slink away. Nor was this the only occasion on which my companion was successful with the Syrians. He would begin with the mild "Move a little, O my father," followed, if fruitless, by "Out of the way, O father of Syria," and if still ineffectual, advancing to a "Begone, O he." Footnote: Abu Sham, a familiar address in Al-Hijaz to Syrians. They are called abusers of the salt, from their treachery, and offspring of Shimr, the execrated murderer of the Imam Hossein, because he was a native of that country. Such is the detestation in which the Shia sect, especially the Persians, hold Syria and the Syrians, that I hardly ever met with a truly religious man who did not desire a general massacre of the polluted race. And history informs us that the plains of Syria have repeatedly been drenched with innocent blood shed by sectarian animosity. Yet Jalal al-Din, History of Jerusalem, says, "As to Damascus, all learned men fully agree that it is the most eminent of cities after Meccah and Al-Madinah." Hence its many titles: the Smile of the Prophet, the Great Gate of Pilgrimage, Sham Sharif, the Right Hand of the cities of Syria, etc. And many sayings of Mohammed in honour of Syria are recorded. He was fond of using such Syriac words as Bakhun, Bakhun to Ali and Kakhun, Kakhun to Hossein. I will not enter into the curious history of the latter word, which spread to Egypt and, slightly altered, passed through Latin mythology into French, English, German, Italian, and other modern European tongues. End of footnote. This ranged between civility and sternness. If without effect, it was supported by revilings to the abusers of the salt, the Yazid, the offspring of Shimr. Another remark which I made about my companion's conduct well illustrates the difference between the Eastern and the Western man. When traversing a dangerous place, Sheikh Abdullah, the European, attended to his camel with loud cries of "Hi, hi." Footnote: there is a regular language to camels. Ik, ik makes them kneel. Ya, ya urges them on. Hi, hi induces caution, and so on. End of footnote. Sheikh Abdullah, the Asiatic, commended himself to Allah by repeated ejaculations of Ya Satir, Ya Satar. Footnote: both these names of the Almighty are of kindred origin. The former is generally used when a woman is in danger of exposing her face by accident or an animal of falling. End of footnote. The morning of Wednesday, September 7th, broke as we entered a wide plain. In many places were signs of water. Lines of basalt here and there seamed the surface, and wide sheets of the tufaceous gypsum called by the Arabs sabkah shone like mirrors set in the russet framework of the flat. This substance is found in cakes, often a foot long by an inch in depth, curled by the sun's rays, and overlying clay into which water had sunk. After a harassing night, day came on with a sad feeling of oppression, greatly increased by the unnatural glare. In vain the sight, dejected to the ground, stooped for relief thence hot ascending streams, and keen reflection pained. We were disappointed in our expectations of water, which usually abounds near this station, as its name, Al-Gadir, denotes. At 10 a.m. we pitched the tent in the first convenient spot, and we lost no time in stretching our cramped limbs upon the bosom of Mother Earth. From the halting place of the Mutayr to Al-Gadir is a march of about 20 miles, and the direction southwest 21 degrees. Al-Gadir is an extensive plain, which probably presents the appearance of a lake after heavy rains. It is overgrown in parts with desert vegetation, and requires nothing but a regular supply of water to make it useful to man. On the east it is bounded by a wall of rock, at whose base are 3 wells, said to have been dug by the Caliph Harun. They are guarded by a burj or tower, which betrays symptoms of decay. In our anxiety to rest, we had strayed from the Damascus caravan amongst the mountaineers of Shamar. Our Sheikh Mas'ud manifestly did not like the company, for shortly after 3 p.m. he insisted upon our striking the tent and rejoining the Hajj, which lay encamped about 2 miles distant in the western part of the basin. We loaded, therefore, and half an hour before sunset found ourselves in more congenial society. To my great disappointment a stir was observable in the caravan. I at once understood that another night march was in store for us. At 6 p.m. we again mounted, and turned towards the eastern plain. A heavy shower was falling upon the western hills, whence came damp and dangerous blasts. Between 9 p.m. and the dawn of the next day we had a repetition of the last night's scenes, over a road so rugged and dangerous that I wondered how men could prefer to travel in the darkness. But the camels of Damascus were now worn out with fatigue. They could not endure the sun, and our time was too precious for a halt. My night was spent perched upon the front bar of my shugduf, encouraging the dromedary, and that we had not one fall excited my extreme astonishment. At 5 a.m., Thursday, 8th of September, we entered a wide plain thickly clothed with the usual thorny trees, in whose strong grasp many a shugduf lost its covering, and not a few were dragged with their screaming inmates to the ground. About 5 hours afterwards we crossed the high ridge, and saw below us the camp of the caravan, not more than 2 miles distant. As we approached it, a figure came running out to meet us. It was the boy Mohammed, who, heartily tired of riding a dromedary with his friend, and possibly hungry, hastened to inform my companion Abdullah that he would lead him to his shugduf and to his son. The sheikh, a little offended by the fact that for 2 days not a friend or an acquaintance had taken the trouble to see or to inquire about him, received Mohammed roughly. But the youth, guessing the grievance, explained it away by swearing that he and all the party had tried in vain to find us. These wore the semblance of truth. It is almost impossible to come upon any one who strays from his place in so large and motley a body. At 11 a.m. we had reached our station. It is about 24 miles from Al Gadir, and its direction is southeast 10 degrees. It is called Al Birkat, the tank, from a large and now ruinous cistern built of hewn stone by the Caliph Harun. Footnote: a birkat in this part of Arabia may be an artificial cistern or a natural basin. In the latter case it is smaller than a gadir. This road was a favorite with Harun al-Rashid, the pious tyrant who boasted that every year he performed either a pilgrimage or a crusade. The reader will find in the Herbelot an account of the celebrated visit of Harun to the holy cities. Nor less known in Oriental history is the pilgrimage of Zubaydah Khatun, wife of Harun and mother of Amin, by this route. End of footnote. The land belongs to the Utayba Badawin, the bravest and most ferocious tribe in Al-Hijaz, and the citizens denote their dread of these banditti by asserting that to increase their courage they drink their enemies' blood. Footnote: some believe this literally, others consider it a phrase expressive of bloodthirstiness. It is the only suspicion of cannibalism, if I may use the word, now attaching to Al-Hijaz. Possibly the disgusting act may occasionally have taken place after a stern fight of more than usual rancour. Who does not remember the account of the Turkish officer licking his blood after having sabred the corpse of a Russian spy? It is said that the Mutayr and the Utayba are not allowed to enter Mecca, even during the pilgrimage season. End of footnote. My companions shook their heads when questioned upon the subject, and prayed that we might not become too well acquainted with them, an ill-omened speech. The Pasha allowed us a rest of 5 hours at Al Birkat. We spent them in my tent, which was crowded with Sheikh Abdullah's friends. To requite me for this inconvenience, he prepared for me an excellent water pipe, a cup of coffee, which, untainted by cloves and by cinnamon, would have been delicious, and a dish of dry fruits. As we were now near the holy city, all the Meccans were busy canvassing for lodgers and offering their services to pilgrims. Quarrels too were of hourly occurrence. In our party was an Arnaut, a white bearded old man, so decrepit that he could scarcely stand, and yet so violent that no one could manage him but his African slave, a brazen-faced little wretch about 14 years of age. Words were bandied between this angry senior and Sheikh Mas'ud, when the latter insinuated sarcastically that if the former had teeth he would be more intelligible. The Arnaut in his rage seized a pole, raised it, and delivered a blow which missed the camel-man, but which brought the striker headlong to the ground. Mas'ud exclaimed with shrieks of rage, "Have we come to this, that every old woman Turk smites us?" Our party had the greatest trouble to quiet the quarrellers. The Arab listened to us when we threatened him with the Pasha, but the Arnaut, whose rage was like red-hot steel, would hear nothing but our repeated declarations that unless he behaved more like a pilgrim we should be compelled to leave him and his slave behind. At 4 p.m. we left Al Birkat and travelled eastwards over rolling ground thickly wooded. There was a network of footpaths through the thickets, and clouds obscured the moon. The consequence was inevitable loss of way. About 2 a.m. we began ascending hills in a southwesterly direction, and presently we fell into the bed of a large rock-girt fiumara which runs from east to west. The sands were overgrown with saline and salsolaceous plants. The colaquintada, which having no support spreads along the ground, Footnote: Colaquintada is here used, as in most parts of the East, medicinally. The pulp and the seeds of the ripe fruit are scooped out, and the rind is filled with milk, which is exposed to the night air and drunk in the morning. End of footnote. The senna, with its small green leaf, the razia stricta, Footnote. Used in Arabian medicine as a refrigerant and tonic, it abounds in Sind and Afghanistan, where, according to that most practical of botanists, the lamented Dr. Stokes, it is called ishwarg. End of footnote. and a large luxuriant variety of the Asclepias gigantea, cottoned over with mist and dew. Footnote: Here called Asher, according to Seetzen, it bears the long sought apple of Sodom. Yet, if truth be told, the soft green bag is as unlike an apple as can be imagined. Nor is the hard and brittle yellow rind of the ripe fruit a whit more resembling. The Arabs use the thick and acrid milk of the green bag with steel fillings as a tonic, and speak highly of its effects. They employ it also to intoxicate or narcotize monkeys and other animals which they wish to catch. It is esteemed in Hindu medicine. The Nubians and Indians use the filaments of the fruit as tinder. They become white and shining as floss silk. The Badawin also have applied it to a similar purpose. Our Egyptian travellers call it the silk tree, and in Northern Africa, where it abounds, Europeans make of it stuffing for the mattresses, which are expensive, and highly esteemed for their coolness and cleanliness. In Bengal a kind of gutta percha is made by boiling the juice. This weed, so common in the East, may one day become in the West an important article of commerce. At 6 a.m., September 9th, we left the Fiumara, and turning to the west, we arrived about an hour afterwards at the station. Al-Zariba, the valley, is an undulating plain amongst high granite hills. In many parts it was faintly green, water was close to the surface, and rain stood upon the ground. During the night we had travelled about 23 miles, and our present station was southeast, 56 degrees from our last. Having pitched the tent and eaten and slept, we prepared to perform the ceremony of Al-Iram, assuming the pilgrim garb, as Al-Zariba is the Mikat or the appointed place. Footnote: Al-Iram, literally meaning prohibition or making unlawful, equivalent to our mortification, is applied to the ceremony of the toilette and also to the dress itself. The vulgar pronounce the word Heram or Leram. It is opposed to Ilal, making lawful, or returning to laical life. The further from Mecca it is assumed, provided that it be during the 3 months of Hajj, the greater is the religious merit of the pilgrim. Consequently, some come from India and Egypt in the dangerous attire. Those coming from the north assume the pilgrim garb at or off the village of Rabigh. Between the noonday and the afternoon prayers a barber attended to shave our heads, cut our nails, and trim our moustaches. Then, having bathed and perfumed ourselves, the latter is a questionable point, we donned the attire, which is nothing but 2 new cotton cloths, each 6 feet long by 3 1/2 broad, white with narrow red stripes and fringes, in fact the costume called al-Ede in the baths at Cairo. These sheets are not positively necessary. Any clean cotton cloth not sewn in any part will serve equally well. Servants and attendants expect the master to present them with an Iram. One of these sheets, technically termed the Rida, is thrown over the back, and exposing the arm and shoulder, is knotted at the right side in the style Wisha. The Izar is wrapped round the loins from waist to knee, and knotted or tucked in at the middle, supports itself. Our heads were bare, and nothing was allowed upon the instep. Sandals are made at Mecca expressly for the pilgrimage. The poorer classes cut off the upper leathers of an old pair of shoes. It is said that some clans of Arabs still preserve this religious but most uncomfortable costume. It is doubtless of ancient date, and to this day, in the regions lying west of the Red Sea, it continues to be the common dress of the people. After the toilette, we were placed with our faces in the direction of Mecca, and ordered to say aloud, I vow this Iram of Hajj, the pilgrimage, and the Umrah, the little pilgrimage, to Allah Almighty. This niyat, as it is technically called, is preferably performed aloud. Some authorities, however, direct it to be meditated sotto voce. Having thus performed a 2-bow prayer, we repeated, without rising from the sitting position, these words: "O Allah, verily I purpose the Hajj and the Umrah, then enable me to accomplish the two, and accept them both of me, and make both blessed to me." Follow the talbiyat, or exclaiming: "Here I am, O Allah, here am I. No partner hast thou, here am I. Verily the praise and the grace are thine, and the empire. No partner hast thou, here am I." Footnote: Talbiyat is from the word labaika, here I am, in the cry Labaik Allahumma labaik, labaika, la sharika laka labaik, innal hamda wala niyamata laka wal mulk, la sharika laka labaik. Some add, "Here I am, and I honour thee, I the son of thy two slaves, beneficence and good are all between thy hands." A single talbiyah is a shart or positive condition, and its repetition is a sunnat or custom of the Prophet. The talbiyat is allowed in any language, but is preferred in Arabic. It has a few varieties. The form above given is the most common. End of footnote. And we were warned to repeat these words as often as possible, until the conclusion of the ceremonies. Then Sheikh Abdullah, who acted as director of our consciences, bade us be good pilgrims, avoiding quarrels, immorality, bad language, and light conversation. We must so reverence life that we should avoid killing game, causing an animal to fly, and even pointing it out for destruction. Nor should we scratch ourselves, save with the open palm, lest vermin be destroyed, or a hair uprooted by the nail. Footnote: The object of these ordinances is clearly to inculcate the strictest observance of the truths of God. Pilgrims, however, are allowed to slay, if necessary, the five noxious, namely, a crow, a kite, a scorpion, a rat, and a biting dog. End of footnote. We were to respect the sanctuary by sparing the trees, and not to pluck a single blade of grass. As regards personal considerations, we were to abstain from all oils, perfumes, and unguents, from washing the head with mallow or with lote leaves, from dyeing, shaving, cutting, or velicating a single pile or hair; and though we might take advantage of shade, and even form it with upraised hands, we must by no means cover our sconces. For each infraction of these ordinances we must sacrifice a sheep. And it is commonly said by Moslems that none but the Prophet could be perfect in the intricacies of pilgrimage. Footnote: The victim is sacrificed as a confession that the offender deems himself worthy of death. The offerer is not allowed to taste any portion of his offering. End of footnote. Old Ali began with an irregularity. He declared that age prevented his assuming the garb, but that, arrived at Meccah, he would clear himself by an offering. The wife and daughters of a Turkish pilgrim of our party assumed the ihram at the same time as ourselves. They appeared dressed in white garments, and they had exchanged the lisam, that coquettish fold of muslin which veils without concealing the lower part of the face, for a hideous mask, made of split, dried, and plaited palm leaves, with two bull's eyes for light. Footnote: The reason why this ugly must be worn is that a woman's veil during the pilgrimage ceremonies is not allowed to touch her face. End of footnote. I could not help laughing when these strange figures met my sight, and to judge from the shaking of their shoulders, they were not less susceptible to the merriment which they had caused. At 3 p.m. we left Al Zariba, travelling towards the southwest, and a wondrously picturesque scene met the eye. Crowds hurried along, habited in the pilgrim garb, whose whiteness contrasted strangely with their black skins, their newly shaven heads glistening in the sun, and their long black hair streaming in the wind. The rocks rang with shouts of Labaik, Labaik. At a pass we fell in with the Wahhabis, accompanying the Baghdad caravan, screaming "Here am I," and guided by a large loud kettle drum they followed in double file the camel of a standard bearer, whose green flag bore in huge white letters the formula of the Moslem creed. They were wild looking mountaineers, dark and fierce, with hair twisted into thin dalik or plaits. Each was armed with a long spear, a matchlock, or a dagger. They were seated upon coarse wooden saddles, without cushions or stirrups, a fine saddle cloth alone denoting a chief. The women emulated the men. They either guided their own dromedaries, or sitting in a pillion, they clung to their husbands. Veils they disdained, and their countenances certainly belonged not to a soft sex. These Wahhabis were by no means pleasant companions. Most of them were followed by spare dromedaries, either unladen or carrying water skins, fodder, fuel, and other necessaries for the march. The beasts delighted in dashing furiously through our file, which, being lashed together head and tail, was thrown each time into the greatest confusion; and whenever we were observed smoking, we were cursed aloud for infidels and idolaters. Looking back at Al Zariba, soon after our departure, I saw a heavy nimbus settle upon the hilltops, a sheet of rain being stretched between it and the plain. The low grumbling of thunder sounded joyfully in our ears. We hoped for a shower, but were disappointed by a dust storm which ended with a few heavy drops. There arose a report that the Badawin had attacked a party of Meccans with stones, and the news caused men to look exceeding grave. At 5 p.m. we entered the wide bed of the Fiumara, down which we were to travel all night. Here the country falls rapidly towards the sea. As the increasing heat of the air, the direction of the water courses, and the signs of violence in the torrent bed show. The Fiumara varies in breadth from 150 feet to 3/4 of a mile. Its course, I was told, is towards the southwest, and it enters the sea near Jeddah. The channel is a coarse sand, with here and there masses of sheet rock and patches of thin vegetation. At about 5:30 p.m. we entered a suspicious looking place. On the right was a stony buttress, along whose base the stream, when there is one, swings, and to this depression was a road limited by the rocks and thorn trees which filled the other half of the channel. The left side was a precipice, grim and barren, but not so abrupt as its brother. Opposite us the way seemed barred by piles of hills, crest rising above crest into the far blue distance. Day still smiled upon the upper peaks, but the lower slopes and the Fiumara bed were already curtained with grey sombre shade. A damp seemed to fall upon our spirits as we approached this valley perilous. I remarked that the voices of the women and children sank into silence, and the loud labbaik of the pilgrims were gradually stilled. Whilst still speculating upon the cause of this phenomenon, it became apparent. A small curl of the smoke, like a lady's ringlet, on the summit of the right hand precipice caught my eye, and simultaneous with the echoing crack of the matchlock, a high trotting dromedary in front of me rolled over upon the sands. A bullet had split its heart, throwing the rider a goodly somersault of 5 or 6 yards. End of chapter 26, part 1. Recording by Shena Ser, Fresno, California.
Chapter 26 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 26 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah by Richard Francis Burton. From As-Suwayriqiyah to Mecca, Part 2. Ensued terrible confusion. Women screamed, children cried, and men vociferated, each one striving with might and main to urge his animal out of the place of death. But the road being narrow, they only managed to jam the vehicles in a solid, immovable mass. At every matchlock shot a shudder ran through the huge body, as when the surgeon's scalpel touches some more sensitive nerve. The irregular horsemen, perfectly useless, galloped up and down over the stones, shouting to and ordering to another. The Pasha of the army had his red carpet spread at the foot of the left-hand precipice, and debated over his pipe with the officers what ought to be done. No good genius whispered, "Crown the heights." Then it was that the conduct of the Wahhabis found favor in my eyes. They came up, galloping their camels, torrents less rapid and less rash, with their elf-locks tossing in the wind, and their flaring matches casting a strange lurid light over their features. Taking up a position, one body began to fire upon the Utayba robbers, whilst 200 or 300, dismounting, swarmed up the hill under the guidance of the Sharif Zaid. I have remarked this nobleman at Al-Madinah as a model specimen of the pure Arab. Like all Sharifs, he is celebrated for bravery, and has killed many with his own hand. Footnote: the Sharifs are born and bred to fighting. The peculiar privileges of their caste favour their development of pugnacity. Thus the modern diya, or price of blood, being $800 for a common Muslim, the chiefs demand for one of their number double that sum, with a sword, a camel, a female slave, and other items, and if one of their slaves or servants be slain, a fourfold price. The rigorous way in which this custom is carried out gives the Sharif and his retainer great power among the Arabs. As a general rule, they're at the bottom of all mischief. It was the Sharif, Hussein bin Ali, who tore down and trampled upon the British flag at Mocha; a Sharif, Abdurrahman al-Waht, who murdered Captain Malan near Lahij. A page might be filled with names of distinguished ruffians. End of footnote. When urged at the Zariba to ride into Mecca, he swore that he would not leave the caravan till in sight of the walls, and, fortunately for the pilgrims, he kept his word. Presently the firing was heard far in our rear, the robbers having fled. The head of the column advanced, and the dense body of the pilgrims opened out. Our forced halt was now exchanged for a fight. It required much management to steer our desert craft clear of danger, but Shaykh Masud was equal to the occasion. That many were not was evident by the boxes and baggage that strewed the shingles. I had no means of ascertaining the number of men killed and wounded. Reports were contradictory and exaggeration unanimous. The robbers were said to be 150 in number. Their object was plunder, and they would eat the shot camels. But their principal ambition was to boast: we, the Utayba, on such and such a night, stopped the Sultan's Mahmal 1 whole hour in the pass. At the beginning of the skirmish I had primed my pistol, and sat with them ready for use. But soon seeing that there was nothing to be done, and wishing to make an impression, nowhere does a Bobadil now go down so well as in the East, I called aloud for my supper. Shaykh Nur, exanimate with fear, could not move. The boy Mohammed ejaculated only an "Oh, sir!" and the people around exclaimed in disgust, "By Allah, he eats!" Shaykh Abdullah the Meccan, being a man of spirit, was amused by the spectacle. "Are these Afghan manners, Effendim?" he inquired from the Shugduf behind me. "Yes," I replied aloud, "in my country we always dine before an attack of robbers, because that gentry is in the habit of sending men to bed supperless." The Shaykh laughed aloud, but those around him looked offended. I thought the bravado this time mal placed, but a little event which took place on my way to Jeddah proved that it was not quite a failure. As we advanced, our escort took care to fire every large Asclepius to disperse the shades which buried us. Again the scene became wondrous wild. Full many a waste I've wandered o'er, clomb many a crag, crossed many a shore, but my Halidom, a scene so rude, so wild as this, yet so sublime in barrenness, ne'er did my wandering footsteps press, where'er I chanced to roam. On either side were ribbed precipices, dark, angry, and towering above, till their summits mingled with the glooms of the night, and between them formidable looked the chasm, down which our host hurried with shouts and discharges of matchlocks. The torch smoke and the night fires of flaming Asclepius formed a canopy, sable above and livid red below. It hung over our heads like a sheet, and divided the cliffs into 2 equal parts. Here the fire flashed fiercely from a tall thorn that crackled and shot up showers of sparks into the air. There it died away in lurid gleams which lit up a truly Stygian scene. As usual, however, the picturesque had its inconveniences. There was no path. Rocks, stone banks, and trees obstructed our passage. The camel, now blind in darkness, then dazzled by a flood of light, stumbled frequently. in some places slipping down a steep descent, in others over a sheet of mud. There were furious quarrels and fierce language between camel-men and their hirers, and threats to fellow travellers. In fact, we were united in discord. I passed that night crying, "Ay, ay!" switching the camel, and fruitlessly endeavouring to fustigate Mas'ud's nephew, who resolutely slept under the water-bags. During the hours of darkness we made 4 or 5 halts, then we boiled coffee and smoked pipes, but man and beast were beginning to suffer from a deadly fatigue. Dawn, Saturday, September 10th, found us still travelling down the Fimara, which here is about 100 yards broad. The granite hills on both sides were less precipitous, and the borders of the torrent bed became natural quays of stiff clay, which showed a water mark of from 12 to 15 feet in height. In many parts the bed was muddy, and the moist places, as usual, caused accidents. I happened to be looking back at Shaykh Abdullah, who was then riding in old Ali bin Yasin's fine shugduf. Suddenly the camel's 4 legs disappeared from under him, his right side flattening the ground, and the 2 riders were pitched severally out of the smashed vehicle. Abdullah started up furious, and with great zest abused the Bedouin who were absent. "Feed these Arabs," he exclaimed, quoting a Turkish proverb, "and they will fire at heaven." But I observed that when Shaykh Masud came up, the citizen was only gruff. When we turned northward and sighted Al-Mazik, more generally known as Wadi Laymun, or the Valley of the Limes, on the right bank of the Fimara stood the Meccan Sharif's state pavilion, green and gold. It was surrounded by his attendants, and he had prepared to receive the Pasha of the caravan. We advanced half a mile and encamped temporarily in a hill-girt bulge of the Fimara bed. At 8 a.m. we had travelled about 24 miles from Az-Zariba, and the direction of our present station was southwest 50 degrees. Shaykh Masud allowed us only 4 hours' halt. He wished to precede the main body. After breaking our fast joyously upon limes, pomegranates, and fresh dates, we sallied forth to admire the beauties of the place. We are once more on classic ground, the ground of the ancient Arab poets. Desert is the village, waste the halting place and home. At Mina, Rijam and Ghul, wild beasts unheeded roam. On Rayyan hill the channel lines have left their naked trace, time-worn as primal writ that tints the mountain's flinty face. Footnote: in these lines of Labid, the Mina alluded to must not, we are warned by the Socialist, be confounded with Mina, or the vulgar tongue Muna, or the Valley of the Victims. Ghul and Rayyan are hills close to the Wadi Laymun. The passage made me suspect that inscriptions would be found among the rocks, and the scholiast informs us that men used to write upon rocks in order that their writing might remain. Dasi Muallaka de Labid, page 289. I neither saw nor heard of any. But some months afterwards I was delighted to hear from the Abbé Hamilton that he had discovered in one of the rock monuments a lithographed proof of the presence of Sesostris, or Ramses II. And this Wadi, celebrated for the purity of its air, had from remote ages been a favourite resort of the Meccans. Nothing can be more soothing to the brain than the dark green foliage of the limes and pomegranates, and from the base of the southern hill burst a bubbling stream whose chères, fraîches et dolci acque flow through the gardens, filling them with the most delicious of melodies, the gladdest sound which nature in these regions knows. Exactly at noon Masud seized the halter of the foremost camel, and we started down the Fimara. Troops of Badawi girls looked over the orchard walls laughingly, and children came out to offer us fresh fruit and sweet water. At 2 p.m., travelling southwest, we arrived at a point where the torrent bed turns to the right, and quitting it, we climbed with difficulty over a steep ridge of granite. Before 3 o'clock we entered a hill-girt plain, which my companions called Sola. In some places were clumps of trees, and scattered villages warned us that we were approaching a city. Far to the left rose the blue peaks of Taif, and the mountain road, a white thread upon the nearer heights, was pointed out to me. Here I first saw the tree, or rather shrub, which bears the balm of Gilead, erst so celebrated for its tonic and stomachic properties. Footnote: the balsam of Theophrastus and Dioscorides, a corruption of the Arabic Balisan or Basham, by which name the Bedouin know it. In the valley of the Jordan it was worth its weight in silver, and kings warred for what is now a weed. Cleopatra by a commission brought it to Egypt. It was grown at Heliopolis. The last tree died there, we are told by Niebuhr, in the early part of the 17th century, according to others in AD 1502, a circumstance the more curious as it was used by the Copts in chrism, and by Europe for anointing kings. From Egypt it was carried to Al-Hijaz, where it now grows wild on sandy and stony grounds, but I could not discover the date of its naturalization. Muslims generally believe it to have been presented to Solomon by Bilqis, or the Queen of Sheba. Bruce relates that it was produced at Muhammad's prayer from the blood of the Badr martyrs. The Gospel of Infancy, Book 1, Chapter 8, we read 9. Hence they, Joseph and Mary, went out to that sycamore, which is now called Matariya, the modern and Arabic name for Heliopolis. 10. And in Matariya the Lord Jesus caused a well to spring forth, in which Saint Mary washed his coat. 11. And a balsam is produced or grows in that country from the sweat which ran down there from the Lord Jesus. The sycamore is still shown, and the learned recognize in this ridiculous old legend the hero Sycaminion of pagan Egypt, under which Isis and Horus sat. Hence Sir J. Mondeville, an old writer, alludes reverently to the sovereign virtues of the balm. I believe its qualities to have been exaggerated, but have found it useful in dressing wounds. Burckhardt, Volume 2, page 124, alludes to, but appears not to have seen it. The best balsam is produced upon stony hills like Arafat and Mina. In hot weather incisions are made in the bark, and the soft gum which exudes is collected in bottles. The best kind is the consistence of honey and yellowish brown, like treacle. It is frequently adulterated with water, when, if my informant Shaykh Abdullah speak the truth, it becomes much lighter in weight. I have never heard of the vipers which Pliny mentions as abounding in these trees, and which Bruce declares were shown to him alive at Jeddah and at Yambu'. Dr. Carter found the balm under the name of Luban Duqa among the Gara tribe of eastern Arabia, and botanists have seen it at Aden. We may fairly question its being originally from the banks of Jordan. End of footnote. I told Shaykh Masud to break off a twig, which he did heedlessly. The act was witnessed by our party with a roar of laughter, and the astounded Shaykh was warned that he had become subject of an atoning sacrifice. Footnote: this being one of the Muharramat, or actions forbidden to a pilgrim. At all times, says the Muslim, there are three vile trades, viz. those of the Hariq al-Hajar, or the stone burner, the Qati' al-Shajar, the tree cutter, without reference to the Hawardin, N.B., and Bai' al-Bashar, manseller, or vulgar for Jallab. End of footnote. Of course, he denounced me as the instigator, and I could not fairly refuse assistance. The tree has of late years been carefully described by many botanists. I will only say that the bark resembled in colour a cherry stick pipe. The inside was a light yellow, and the juice made my fingers stick together. At 4 p.m. we came to a steep and rocky pass, up which we toiled with difficulty. The pass of the country was rising once more, and again presented the aspect of numerous small basins, divided and surrounded by hills. As we jogged on, we were passed by the cavalcade of no less personage than the Sharif of Meccah. Abdul Muttalib bin Ghalib is a dark, beardless old man with African features derived from his mother. He was plainly dressed in white garments and white muslin turban, which made him look jet black. Footnote: this attire was customary even in Al-Idrisi's time. End of footnote. He rode an ambling mule, and the only emblem of his dignity was the large green satin umbrella borne by an attendant on foot. Footnote: from India to Abyssinia, the umbrella is the sign of royalty. The Arabs of Mecca and Sana'a probably derived the custom from the Hindus. End of footnote. Scattered around him were about 40 matchlock men, mostly slaves. At long intervals their father came his 4 sons, Rida Bey, Abdullah, Ali, and Ahmad, the latter still a child. The 3 elder brothers rode splendid dromedaries at speed. They were young men of light complexion, with true Meccan cast of features, showily dressed in bright coloured silks, and armed to denote their rank with sword and gold-hilted dagger. Footnote: I purposely omit long descriptions of the Sharif, my fellow travellers, Messrs. Didier and Hamilton, being far more competent to lay the subject before the public. A few political remarks may not be deemed out of place. The present Sharif, despite his civilized training at Constantinople, is, and must be, a fanatic, bigoted man. He applied for the expulsion of the British vice-consul at Jeddah, on the grounds that an infidel should not hold position in the Holy Land. His pride and reserve have made him few friends, although the Meccans, with their enthusiastic nationality, extol his bravery to the skies, and praise him for conduct as well as for courage. His position at present is anomalous. Ahmed Pasha of Al-Hijaz rules politically as representative of the Sultan. The Sharif, who, like the Pope, claims temporal as well as spiritual dominion, attempts to command the authorities by force of bigotry. The Pasha heads the Turkish, now the ruling party. The Sharif has in his interest the Arabs and the Bedouin. Both thwart each other on all possible occasions. Quarrels are bitter and endless. There is no government, and the vessel of the state is in danger of being waterlogged in consequence of the squabbling between the two captains. When I was at Mecca, all were in a ferment, the Sharif having, it is said, insisted upon the Pasha leaving Taif. The position of the Turks in Al-Hijaz becomes every day more dangerous. Want of money presses upon them and reduces them to degrading measures. In February 1853, the Pasha hired a forced loan from the merchants, and but for Mr. Cole's spirit and firmness, the English portageurs would have been compelled to contribute their share. After a long and animated discussion, the Pasha yielded the point by imprisoning his recusant subjects, who insisted upon Indians paying like themselves. He waited in person with an apology upon Mr. Cole. Though established at Jeddah since 1838, the French and the English consuls, contented with the proxy, never required a return of visit from the governor. If the Turks frequently resort to such expedients for the payment of their troops, they will soon be swept from the land. On the other hand, the Sharif approaches a crisis. His salary, paid by the Sultan, may be roughly estimated at 15,000 per annum. If the Turks maintain their footing in Arabia, it will probably be found that an honourable retreat at Istanbul is better for the 31st descendant of the Prophet than a turbulent life of Mecca, or that a reduced allowance of £500 per annum would place him in a higher spiritual, though in a lower temporal position. Since the above was written, the Sharif Abd al-Muttalib has been deposed. The Arabs of Al-Hijaz united in revolt against the Sultan, but after a few skirmishes they were reduced to subjection by their old ruler, Sharif bin Un. End of footnote. We halted as evening approached, and strained our eyes, but all in vain, to catch sight of Mecca, which lies in a winding valley. By Shaykh Abdullah's direction, I recited, after the usual devotions, the following prayer. The reader is forewarned that it is difficult to preserve the flowers of Oriental rhetoric in a European tongue. O Allah, verily this is thy safeguard, Amn, and thy Haram. Into those entereth become safe, Amin. So deny or harrim my flesh and blood, my bones and skin to hellfire. O Allah, save me from thy wrath on the day when servants shall be raised from the dead. I conjure thee by this that thou art Allah, beside whom is none, thou only, and the merciful, the compassionate, and have mercy upon our Lord Muhammad, and upon the progeny of our Lord Muhammad, and upon his followers one and all. This was concluded with the Talbiyat and with an especial prayer for myself. Again we mounted, and night completed our disappointment. About 1 a.m. I was aroused by general excitement. Mecca! Mecca! cried some voices. The sanctuary! Oh, the sanctuary! exclaimed others, and all burst into loud Labbaik, not unfrequently broken by sobs. I looked out from my litter and saw by the light of the southern stars the dim outlines of a large city, a shade darker than the surrounding plain. We were passing over the last ridge by a cutting called Saniyat Qat'a, the winding place of the cut. Footnote: Saniyat means winding path, and Qudaa. Formerly Mecca had three gates: Bab al-Ma'la, northeast; Bab al-Umrah, or Bab Zahir on the Jeddah road west, and Bab Masfal on the Yaman road. These were still standing in the 12th century, but the walls were destroyed. It is better to enter Mecca by day and on foot, but this is not a matter of vital consequence in pilgrimage. End of footnote. The winding path is flanked on both sides by watchtowers, which command the Darb al-Ma'la, or road leading from north into Mecca. Thence we pass the Ma'bada, or the northern suburb, where the Sharif's palace is built. Footnote. It is a large whitewashed building with extensive wooden balconied windows, but no pretensions to architectural splendor. Around it trees grow, and amongst them I remarked a young cocoa. Al-Idrisi, A.D. 1554, calls the place Al-Marb'a. This may be a clerical error, for the present day all know it as the Ma'bada, or pronounced it Al-Mabda. The Nubian describes it as a stone castle 3 miles from town in a palm garden. The word Ma'bada, says Qutb ad-Din, means body of servants, and it is applied generally to this suburb because here was a body of a Bedouin in charge of the Masjid al-Ijaba, a mosque now not existing. End of footnote. After this, on the left hand came the deserted abode of Sharif bin Aun, now said to be a haunted house. Footnote. I cannot conceive what made the accurate Niebuhr fall into the strange error that apparitions are unknown in Arabia. Arabs fear to sleep alone, to enter the bath at night, to pass by cemeteries during dark, and to sit amongst ruins, simply for fear of apparitions. And Arabia, together with Persia, has supplied half the Western world with its ghost stories and tales of angels, demons, and fairies. To quote Milton, the land is struck with superstition as with a planet. End of footnote. Opposite to it lies the Jannat al-Ma'la, the holy cemetery of Mecca. Thence, turning to the right, we enter the Sulaymaniyah, or the Afghan quarter. Here the boy Muhammad, being an inhabitant of the Shamia, or the Syrian ward, thought proper to display some apprehension. The two are on bad terms. Children never meet without exchanging volleys of stones, and men fight furiously with quarter-staves. Sometimes, despite the terrors of religion, the knife and sabre are drawn, but their hostilities have their code. If a citizen be killed there is a subscription for blood money. An inhabitant of one quarter passing singly through another becomes a guest. Once beyond the walls, he is likely to be beaten to insensibility by his hospitable foes. At the Sulaymaniyah we turned off the main road into the byway, and ascended by narrow lanes to the rough heights of Jabal Hindi, upon which stands a small whitewashed and crenellated building called the fort. Thence descending, we threaded dark streets, in places crowded with rude cots and dusky figures, and finally at 2 a.m. we found ourselves at the door of the boy Muhammad's house. From Wadi Laymun to Mecca the distance, according to my calculation, was about 23 miles, the direction southeast 45 degrees. We arrived on the morning of Sunday, 7th of Dhul Hijjah, or the 11th of September, 1853, and had one day before the beginning of the pilgrimage to repose and visit the Haram. I conclude this chapter with a few remarks upon the watershed of Al-Hijaz. The country, in my humble opinion, has a compound slope southwards and westwards. I have, however, little but the conviction of the modern Arabs to support the assertion that this part of Arabia declines from the north. All declare that the course of water to be southerly, and believe the fountain of Arafat to pass underground from Baghdad. The slope, as geographers know, is still a disputed point. Ritter, Jomard, and some old Arab authors make the country rise towards the south, whilst Wallin and others express an opposite opinion. From the sea to Al-Musahhal it is a gentle rise. The watermarks of the few Maras show that Al-Madinah is considerably above the coast, though geographers may not be correct in claiming for Jabal Radwa a height of 6,000 feet, yet that elevation is not perhaps too great for the plateau upon which stands the Apostle's burial place. From Al-Madinah to Al-Suwayriqiyah is another gentle rise, and from the latter to Al-Zariba stagnating water denotes a level. I believe the report of a perennial lake on the eastern boundary of Al-Hijaz as little as the river placed by Ptolemy between Yambar and Mecca. No Badawi could tell me of this feature, which, had it existed, would have changed the whole conditions and history of the country. We know the Greeks' river to be a Fiumara, and the lake probably owes its existence to a similar cause. a heavy fall of rain. Beginning at the Zariba is a decided fall, which continues to the sea. The Arafat torrent sweeps from east to west with great force, and sometimes carrying away the habitations and injuring the sanctuary. Footnote. This is a synopsis of our marches, which, protracted on Burckhardt's map, gives an error of 10 miles. From Al-Madinah to Jaz Sharifa, southeast 50 degrees, is 22 miles. From Jaz Sharifa to Ghurab, southwest 10 degrees, 24 miles. From Ghurab to Al-Hijriya, southeast 22 degrees, 25 miles. From Al-Hijriya to Al-Suwayriqiyya, southwest 11 degrees, 28 miles. From Al-Suwayriqiyya to Al-Sufayna, southeast 5 degrees, 17 miles. From Al-Sufayna to Banu Mutair, southwest 20 degrees, 18 miles. From Banu Mutair to Al-Ghadir, southwest 21 degrees, 20 miles. From Al-Ghadir to Birkat, southeast 10 degrees, 24 miles. From Al-Birkat to Al-Zariba, southeast 56 degrees, 23 miles. From Al-Zariba to Wadi Laymun, southwest 50 degrees, 24 miles. From Wadi Laymun to Mecca, southeast 45 degrees, 23 miles. Total English miles, 248. End of footnote. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah by Richard Francis Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 27 of Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah by Richard Francis Burton. The First Visit to the House of Allah. The boy Mohammed left me in the street, and having at last persuaded the sleepy and tired Indian porter, by violent kicks and testy answers to 20 cautious queries, to swing open the huge gate of his fortress, he rushed upstairs to embrace his mother. After a minute I heard the Zaghrita, lulu, or shrill cry, which in these lands welcomes the wanderer home. The sound, so gladdening to the returner, sent a chill to the stranger's heart. Footnote. The Egyptian word is generally pronounced Zaghruta. The plural is Zagharit, corrupted into Ziralit. The classical Arabic term is Tahlil. The Persian call the cry Kil. It is peculiar to women, and is formed by raising the voice to its highest pitch, vibrating it at the same time by rolling the tongue, whose modulations express now joy, now grief. To my ear it always resembled the brain-piercing notes of a fife. Dr. Buchanan likens it to a serpent uttering human sounds. The unsavory comparison, however, may owe its origin to the circumstance that Dr. Buchanan heard it at the orgies of Jagannath. End of footnote. Presently the youth returned. His manner had changed from a boisterous and jaunty demeanour to one of grave and attentive courtesy. I had become his guest. He led me into the gloomy hall, seated me upon a large and carpeted matabba, or a platform, and told his Baramiyan and great sir, the Hindustani porter, to bring a light. Footnote. As an Indian is called Mian, or sir, an elderly Indian becomes Baramiyan, great or ancient sir. I shall have occasion to speak at a future period of these Indians at Meccah. End of footnote. Meanwhile, a certain shuffling of slippered feet above informed my ears that the Kabira, the mistress of the house, was intent on hospitable thoughts. Footnote. Sitt al-Kabira, or simply Al-Kabira, or the Great Lady, is the title given to the mistress of the house. End of footnote. When the camels were unloaded, appeared a dish of fine vermicelli, browned and powdered with loaf sugar. The boy Mohammed, I, and Shaykh Nur lost no time in exerting our right hands, and truly, after our hungry journey, we found the kunafa delicious. After the meal we procured cots from a neighbouring coffee house, and we lay down weary and anxious to snatch an hour or two of repose. At dawn we were expected to perform our Tawaf al-Qudum, or circumambulation of arrival, at the Haram. Scarcely had the first smile of morning beamed upon the rugged head of the eastern hill Abu Qubays, when we arose, bathed, and proceeded in our pilgrim garb to the sanctuary. Footnote. Abu Qubays bounds Mecca from the east. According to many Muslims, Adam and his wife and their son Seth lie buried in a cave here. Others place his tomb at Mina, the majority at Najaf. The early Christians had a tradition that our first parents were interred under Mount Calvary. The Jews placed their grave near Hebron. Habil or Abel is well known to be entombed at Damascus, and Kabil or Cain rests at last under the Jabal Shamsan, the highest wall of the Aden crater, where he and his progeny, tempted by Iblis, erected the first fire temple. It certainly deserves to be the sepulchre of the first murderer. The worship, however, was probably imported from India, where Agni, the fire god, was, as the Vedas prove, the object of man's earliest adoration. End of footnote. We entered the Bab al Ziyada, or the principal northern door, descended two long flights of steps, traversed the cloister, and stood in the sight of the Baytullah. There at last it lay, the bourne of my long and weary pilgrimage, realizing the plans and hopes of many and many a year. The miraged medium of fancy invested the huge catafalque and its gloomy pall with peculiar charms. There were no giant fragments of hoar antiquity as in Egypt, no remains of graceful and harmonious beauty as in Greece and Italy, no barbarous gorgeousness as in the buildings of India. Yet the view was strange, unique, and how few have looked upon the celebrated shrine! I may truly say that of all the worshippers who clung weeping to the curtain, or who pressed their beating hearts to the stone, none felt for the moment a deeper emotion than did the Haji from the far north. It was as if the poetical legends of the Arabs spoke truth, and that the waving wings of angels, not the sweet breeze of morning, were agitating and swelling the black covering of the shrine. But to confess humbling truth, theirs was the high feeling of religious enthusiasm, mine was the ecstasy of a gratified pride. Few Moslems contemplate for the first time the Kaaba without fear and awe. There is a popular jest against newcomers that they generally inquire the direction of prayer. This being the Qibla, or fronting place, Moslems pray all round it, a circumstance which of course cannot take place in any spot of Al Islam but the Haram. The boy Muhammad therefore left me for a few minutes to myself, but presently he warned me that it was time to begin. Advancing, we entered through the Bab Banu Shayba, the gate of the sons of Shayba, or old woman. Footnote. The popular legend of this gate is that when Abraham and his son were ordered to rebuild the Kaaba, they found the spot occupied by an old woman. She consented to remove the house on condition that the key of the new temple should be entrusted to her and to her descendants for ever and ever. The origin of this is that Banu Shayba means the sons of the old woman, as well as descendants of Shayba. And history tells us that Banu Shayba are derived from one Shayba bin Uthman bin Talha bin Shayba bin Talha bin Abd ad-Dar, who was sent by Muawiyah to make some alterations in the Kaaba. According to others, the Kaaba's key was committed to the charge of Uthman bin Talha by the Prophet. End of footnote. There we raised our hands, repeated the Labbaik, the Takbir, and the Tahleel, after which we uttered certain supplications and drew our hands down to our faces. Then we proceeded to the Shafi'is place of worship, the open pavement between the Maqam Ibrahim and the well Zemzem, where we performed the usual two-bow prayer in honor of the mosque. This was followed by a cup of holy water, and a present to the Saqqas or carriers, who for the consideration distributed in my name a large earthen vaseful to poor pilgrims. The word Zamzam has doubtful origin. Some derive it from zam, zam, or murmuring of its waters; others from zam, zam, or fill, fill, i.e. the bottle, Hagar's impatient exclamation when she saw the stream. Sale translates it into stay, stay, and says that Hajar called out in the Egyptian tongue to prevent her son wandering. The Hukama, or rationalists of Al Islam, who invariably connect their faith with the worship of Venus especially, and the heavenly bodies generally, derive Zamzam from the Persian, and make it signify the great luminary. Hence they say the Zamzam, as well as the Kaaba, denoting the Kuthite or Ammonian worship of sun and fire, deserves man's reverence. So the Persian poet Khaqqani addresses these two buildings: O Kaaba, thou traveller of the heavens! O Venus, thou fire of the world! Thus Wahid Muhammad, founder of the Wahidiyya sect, identifies the Qibla in the sun. Therefore he says the door fronts the east. By the names Yaman, right, Sham, left, Qubul, or east wind, fronting, and Dubur, or west wind, from the back, it is evident that worshippers fronted the rising sun. According to the Hukama, the original black stone represents Venus, which in the border of the heavens is a star of the planets, and symbolical of the generative power of nature, by whose passive energy the universe was warmed into life and motion. The Hindus accuse the Muslims of adoring the Baytullah. O Muslim, if thou worship the Kaaba, why reproach the worshippers of idols? Says Rayman Shar. And Musaylama, who, in his attempt to found a fresh faith, gained but the historic epithet of liar, allowed his followers to turn their faces in any direction, mentally ejaculating, I address myself to thee who hast neither side nor figure, a doctrine which might be sensible in the abstract, but certainly not material enough and pride flattering to win him many converts in Arabia. The produce of Zamzam is held in great esteem. It is used for drinking and religious ablution, but for no baser purposes, and the Meccans advise pilgrims always to break their fast with it. It is apt to cause diarrhea and boils, and I never saw a stranger drink it without a wry face. Sale is decidedly correct in his assertion. The flavour is a salt bitter, much resembling an infusion of teaspoonful of Epsom salts in a large tumbler of tepid water. Moreover, it's exceedingly heavy to the digestion. For this reason, Turks and other strangers prefer rainwater collected in cisterns and sold for 5 farthings a gugglet. It was a favourite amusement with me to watch them whilst they drank the holy water, and to taunt their scant and irreverent potations. The Strictures of Calcutta Review, No. 41, Article 1, based upon the taste of Zemzem, are unfounded. In these days a critic cannot be excused of such hasty judgments. At Calcutta or Bombay he would easily find a jar of Zemzem water, which he might taste for himself. Upon this passage, Mr. W. Muir, Life of Mahomet, Volume 1, page 258, remarks that the flavour of stale water bottled up for months would not be a criterion of the same water freshly drawn, but it might easily be analysed. The water is transmitted to distant regions in glazed earthen jars, covered with basketwork, and sealed by the Zemzemis. Religious men break their Lenten fast with it, apply it to their eyes to brighten vision, and imbibe a few drops at the hour of death, when Satan stands by holding a bowl of purest water, the price of the departing soul. Of course, modern superstition is not idle about the waters of Zemzem. The copious supply of the well is considered at Meccah miraculous. In distant countries it facilitates the pronunciation of Arabic to the student, and everywhere the nauseous draught is highly meritorious in a religious point of view. We then advance towards the eastern angle of the Kaaba, in which is inserted the black stone, and standing about 10 yards from it, repeated with upraised hands, There is no God but Allah alone, whose covenant is truth, and whose servant is victorious. There is no God but Allah without sharer. His is the kingdom, to him be praise, and he over all things is potent. After which we approached as close as we could to the stone, a crowd of pilgrims preventing our touching it at that time. We raised our hands to our ears in the first position of prayer, and then lowering them exclaimed, O Allah, I do this in Thy belief, and in verification of Thy book, and in pursuance of Thy Prophet's example. May Allah bless him and preserve. O Allah, I extend my hand to Thee, and great is my desire to Thee. O accept Thou my supplication, and diminish my obstacles, and pity my humiliation, and graciously grant me Thy pardon. After which we were still unable to reach the stone. We raised our hands to our ears, the palms facing the stone, as if touching it, recited the various religious formula, the Takbir, the Tahleel, and the Hamdulillah, blessed the Prophet, and kissed the fingertips of the right hand. The Prophet used to weep when he touched the black stone, and said that it was the place for the pouring forth of tears. According to most authors, the second Caliph also used to kiss it. For this reason, most Muslims, except for the Shafi'i school, must touch the stone with both hands, and apply their lips to it, or touch it with their fingers, which should be kissed, or rub the palms upon it, and afterwards draw them down the face. Under circumstances of difficulty, it is sufficient to stand before the stone, but the Prophet's sunnah or practice was to touch it. Lucian mentions adoration of the sun by kissing the hand. Then commenced the ceremony of Tawaf or circumambulation, our route being the Mataf, the low oval of polished granite immediately surrounding the Kaaba. [Footnote: The Muslim in circumambulation presents his left shoulder. The Hindu's pradakshina consists in walking round with the right side towards the fane or idol. Possibly the former may be a modification of the latter, which would appear to be the original form of the rite. Its conjectural significance is an imitation of the procession of the heavenly bodies, the motions of the spheres, and the dances of the angels. These are also imitated in the circular whirlings of the Darwishes. And the Shahristani informs us that the Arab philosophers believed this sevenfold circumambulation to be symbolical of the motion of the planets around the sun. It was adopted by the Greeks and Romans, whose Ambarvalia and Amborbalia appear to be Eastern superstitions introduced by Numa or by the priestly line of princes into their pantheism. And our procession round the parish preserved the form of the ancient rites, whose life is long since fled. Muslim moralists have not failed to draw spiritual food from this mass of materialism. To circuit the Baytullah, said Firro Khan, and to be free from the wickedness and crime and quarrels is the duty enjoined by religion. But to circuit the house of the Friend of Allah, i.e. the heart, to combat bodily propensities and to worship the angels is a business of the mystic path. Thus Sa'di in his sermons, which remind the Englishman of poor Yorick, he who travels the Kaaba on foot makes a circuit of the Kaaba, but he who travels the pilgrimage of the Kaaba in his heart is encircled by the Kaaba. And the greatest Muslim divines sanction this visible representation of an invisible and heavenly shrine by declaring that without a material medium it is impossible for man to worship the eternal Spirit. End of footnote. I repeat it after my Mutawif or Cicerone. Footnote: the Mutawif or Dalil is the guide at Mecca. End of footnote. In the name of Allah, and Allah is omnipotent, I purpose to circuit 7 circuits unto Almighty Allah, glorified and exalted. This is technically called the Niyat or the intention of Tawaf. Then we began the prayer. O Allah, I do this in Thy belief, and in verification of Thy book, and in faithfulness to Thy covenant, and in perseverance of the example of the Apostle Muhammad, may Allah bless him and preserve, till we reached the place Al-Multazam, between the corner of the black stone and the Kaaba door. Here we ejaculated, O Allah, Thou hast right, so pardon my transgressing them. Opposite the door we repeated, O Allah, verily the house is Thy house, and the sanctuary is Thy sanctuary, and the safeguard Thy safeguard, and this is the place of him who flies to Thee from hell fire. At the little building called Maqam Ibrahim we said, O Allah, verily this is the place of Abraham who took refuge with and fled to Thee from the fire. O deny my flesh and blood, my skin and bones to the eternal flames. As we paced slowly round the north or Iraqi corner of the Kaaba, we exclaimed, O Allah, verily I take refuge with Thee from polytheism and disobedience and hypocrisy and evil conversation and evil thoughts concerning family and property and progeny. When fronting the Mizab or the spout, we repeated the words, O Allah, verily I beg of Thee faith which shall not decline, and a certainty which shall not perish, and the good aid of Thy Prophet Muhammad, may Allah bless him and preserve. O Allah, shadow me in Thy shadow on that day when there is no shade but Thy shadow, and cause me to drink from the cup of Thine Apostle Muhammad, may Allah bless him and preserve, that pleasant draught after which there is no thirst to all eternity. O Lord of honour and glory! Turning the west corner, or Rukn al-Shami, we exclaimed, O Allah, make it an acceptable pilgrimage, and a forgiveness of sins, and a laudable endeavour, and a pleasant action in Thy sight, and a store which perisheth not, O Thou glorious, O Thou pardoner. This was repeated thrice, till we arrived at the Yamani or the south corner, where, the crowd being less importunate, we touched the wall with the right hand, after the example of the Prophet, and kissed the finger tips. Finally, between the south angle and that of the black stone, where our circuit would be completed, we said, O Allah, Verily, I take refuge with thee from infidelity, and I take refuge with thee from want, and from the tortures of the tomb, and from the troubles of life and death. I fly to thee from ignominy in this world and the next, and I implore thy pardon for the present and the future. O Lord, grant me in this life prosperity, and the next life prosperity, and save me from the punishment of fire. Thus finished a shalt, or single course around the house. Of these we performed the first three at the pace called harwala, very similar to the French pas gymnastique, or tarammul, that is to say, moving the shoulders as if walking in sand. The four latter are performed in ta'ammul, slowly and leisurely, the reverse of sa'i, or running. These 7 ashwar, of course, are called collectively 1 usbu'. The Muslim origin of this custom is too well known to require mention. After each tofa, or circuit, we, being unable to kiss or even touch the black stone fronted towards it, raised our hands to our ears, and exclaimed, In the name of Allah, and Allah is omnipotent, kissed our fingers, and resumed the ceremony of circumambulation as before, with Allah in thy belief, etc. At the conclusion of the Tawaf, it is deemed advisable to attempt to kiss the stone. For a time I stood looking in despair at the swarming crowd of Badawi and other pilgrims that besieged it. The boy Mohammed was equal to the occasion. During our circuit he had displayed a fiery zeal against heresy and schism, by foully abusing every Persian in his path, and the inopportune introduction of hard words in his prayers made the latter a strange patchwork, as Ave Maria Purissima, don't ye be letting the pig get the pot, Sanctissima, and so forth. He might, for instance, be repeating, And I take refuge with thee from ignominy in this world, and then, O thou rejected one, son of the rejected, would be interpolation addressed to some long-bearded Khorasani. And so he continued, till I wondered that none dared to turn and rend him. Footnote: in A.D. 1674, some wretch smeared the black stone with impurity, and every one who kissed it retired with a sullied beard. The Persians, says Burckhardt, were suspected of this sacrilege, and now their ill fame was spread far. At Alexandria they were described to me as people who defile the Kaaba. It is scarcely necessary to say that a Shia, as well as a Sunni, would look upon such an action with lively horror. The people of Meccah, however, like the Madani, have turned the circumstance to their own advantage, and make an occasional avanie. Thus 9 or 10 years ago, on the testimony of a boy who swore that he saw the inside of the Kaaba defiled by a Persian, they rose up, cruelly beat the schismatics, and carried them off to their peculiar quarter in the Shamiyah, forbidding their ingress to the Kaaba. Indeed, till Muhammad Ali's time, the Persians rarely ventured upon a pilgrimage, and even now that man is happy who gets over it without a beating. The defilement of the black stone was probably the work of some Jew or Greek who risked his life to gratify a furious bigotry. After vainly addressing the pilgrims, of whom nothing could be seen but a mosaic of Cupids and shoulder blades, the boy Mohammed collected about half a dozen stalwart Meccans, with whose assistance, by sheer strength, we wedged our way into the thin and light-legged crowd. The Bedouin turned round upon us like wild cats, but they had no daggers. The season being autumn, they had not swelled themselves with milk for 6 months. They had become such living mummies that I could have managed single-handedly half a dozen of them. After thus reaching the stone, despite popular indignation, testified by impatient shouts, we monopolized the use of it for at least 10 minutes. Whilst kissing it and rubbing hands and forehead upon it, I narrowly observed it, and came away persuaded that it is an aerolite. It is curious that almost all travellers agree upon one point, namely that the stone is volcanic. Ali Bey calls it mineralogically a block of volcanic basalt, whose circumference is sprinkled with little crystals, pointed and straw-like, with rooms of tile red feldspath upon a dark background, like velvet or charcoal, except one of its protuberances, which is reddish. Burckhardt thought it was a lava containing several small extraneous particles of a whitish and yellowish substance. Having kissed the stone, we fought our way through the crowd to the place called Al-Multazam. Here we pressed our stomachs, chests, and right cheeks to the Kaaba, raising our arms high above our heads and exclaiming, O Allah, O Lord of the ancient house, free my neck from hell fire, and preserve me from every ill deed, and make me contented with that daily bread which Thou hast given me, and bless me in all Thou hast granted. Then came the istighfar, or begging of pardon. I beg pardon of Allah the Most High, who there is no other God but He, the living, the eternal, and unto Him I repent myself. After which we bless the Prophet, and then ask for ourselves all that our souls most desired. Footnote: Prayer is granted at 14 places besides Al-Multazam. 1. The place of circumambulation. 2. Under the Mizab, or spout of the Kaaba. 3. Inside the Kaaba. 4. At the well of Zamzam. 5. Behind Abraham's place of prayer. 6 and 7. On Mount Safa and Marwa. 8. During the ceremony called Sa'i. 9. Upon Mount Arafat. 10. At Muzdalifah. 11. In Mina. 12. During the Devil's stoning. 13. On first seeing the Kaaba. 14. The Hatim, or Hijr. End of footnote. After embracing the Multazam, we repaired to the Shafi'i place of prayer near the Maqam Ibrahim, and there recited 2 prostrations technically called Sunnat al-Tawaf, or the Apostles' practice of circumambulation. The chapter repeated in the first was, Say thou, O infidels. In the second, Say thou, He is the one God. Footnote: the former is the 109th, the latter is the 112th chapter of the Quran. I have translated it in a previous volume. End of footnote. We then went to the door of the building in which is Zamzam. There I was condemned to another nauseous draught, and was deluged with 2 or 3 skinfuls of water dashed over my head in douche. This ablution causes sins to fall from the spirit like dust. Footnote: these superstitions, I must remark, belong only to the vulgar. End of footnote. During the potation we prayed, O Allah, verily I beg of Thee plentiful daily bread, and profitable learning, and the healing of every disease. Then we turned towards the black stone, stood far away opposite, because unable to touch it, ejaculated the Takbir, the Tahleel, and the Hamdallah, and thoroughly worn out with scorched feet and a burning head. Both extremities, it must be remembered, were bare, and various delays had detained us till 10 a.m. I left the mosque. Footnote: strictly speaking, we ought after this to have performed the ceremony called Say, or the running 7 times between Mount Safa and Marwa. Fatigue put this fresh trial completely out of the question. End of footnote. The boy Muhammad had miscalculated the amount of lodging in his mother's house. She, being a widow and a lone woman, had made over for the season all the apartments to her brother, a lean old Meccan of true ancient type, vulture-faced, tight-clawed, with a laugh like a hyena, and a mere shell of a body. He regarded me with no favouring eye when I insisted as a guest upon having some place of retirement, but he promised that, after our return from Arafat, a little storeroom should be cleared out for me. With that I was obliged to be content, and to pass that day in the common male drawing-room of the house, a vestibule on the ground floor, called in Egypt Takht al-Bush. Footnote: I have been diffuse in my description of this vestibule, as it is the general way of laying out a ground floor at Meccah. During the pilgrimage time, the lower hall is usually converted into a shop for the display of goods, especially when situated in a populous quarter. End of footnote. Entering, to the left was a large matabba, or a platform, and at the bottom a second of a smaller dimension and foully dirty. Behind this was a dark and unclean storeroom containing the Hajji's baggage. Opposite the matabba was a fire-pan for pipes and coffee, superintended by a family of lean Indians, and by the side a doorless passage led to a bathing-room and a staircase. I had scarcely composed myself upon the carpeted matabba when the remainder was suddenly invaded by the Turkish, or rather Slavo-Turk, pilgrims inhabiting the house, and a host of their visitors. They were large hairy men, with gruff voices and square figures. They did not take the least notice of me, although, feeling the intrusion, I stretched out my legs with a provoking nonchalance. Footnote: this is equivalent to throwing oneself upon the sofa in Europe. Only in the East it asserts a decided claim to superiority. The West would scarcely view it in that light. End of footnote. At last one of them addressed me in Turkish, to which I replied by shaking my head. His question being interpreted to me in Arabic, I drawled out, "My native land is the land of Khorasan." This provoked a stern and stony stare from the Turks, and an ugh, which said plainly enough, "Then you are a pestilent heretic." I surveyed them with a self-satisfied simper, stretched my legs a trifle further, and conversed with my water pipe. Presently, when they all departed for the time, the boy Mohammed raised by request my green box of medicines, and deposited it upon the Matabba, thus defining as it were a line of demarcation, and asserting my privilege to it before the Turks. Most of these men were of one party, headed by a colonel of Nizam, whom they called the Bey. My acquaintance with them began roughly enough, but afterwards, with some exceptions, who were gruff as an English butcher when accosted by a lean foreigner, they proved to be kind-hearted and not unsociable men. It often happens to the traveller, as the charming Mrs. Malaprop observes, to find intercourse all the better by beginning it with a little aversion. In the evening, accompanied by the boy Mohammed, and followed by Shaykh Nur, who carried a lantern and a praying rug, I again repaired to the navel of the world, this time aesthetically to enjoy the delights of the hour after the gaudy, babbling, and remorseful day. Footnote: Ibn Haykal begins his cosmography with Mecca, because the temple of the Lord is situated there, and the holy Kaaba is the navel of the earth, and Mecca is styled in sacred writ the parent city, or the mother of towns. Unfortunately, Ibn Haykal, like most other Muslim travellers and geographers, says no more about Mecca. End of footnote. The moon, now approaching the full, tipped the brow of Abu Qubays, and lit up the spectacle with a more solemn light. In the midst stood a huge bear-like erection, black as the wings which some spirit of ill o'er a sepulchre flings, except where the moonbeams streaked it like jets of silver falling upon the darkest marble. It formed the point of rest for the eye. The little pagoda-like buildings and the domes around it, with all their gilding and fretwork, vanished. One object, unique in appearance, stood in view, the temple of the one Allah, the God of Abraham, of Ismail, and their posterity. Sublime it was, and expressing by all the eloquence of fancy the grandeur of the one idea which vitalized Al-Islam, and the strength and steadfastness of its votaries. The oval pavement round the Kaaba was crowded with men, women, and children, mostly divided into parties, which followed the Mutawif, some walking stately, others running, whilst many stood in groups to prayer. What a scene of contrasts! Here stalked the Badawi woman in her long black robe like a nun's serge, and poppy-coloured face veil, pierced to show two fiercely flashing orbs. There an Indian woman, with her semi-Tartar features, nakedly hideous, and her thin legs encased in wrinkled tights, hurried round the fane. Every now and then a corpse, borne upon its wooden shell, circuited the shrine by means of four bearers, whom other Moslems, as it is the custom, occasionally relieved. A few fair-skinned Turks lounged about, looking cold and repulsive, as their wont is. In one place a fast Calcutta Kitmuggar stood, with turbaned houri and arms akimbo, contemplating the view jauntily, as those gentlemen's gentlemen will do. In other, some poor wretch with arms thrown on high, so that every part of his person might touch the Kaaba, was clinging to the curtain and sobbing as though his heart would break. From this spectacle my eyes turned towards Abu Qubays. The city extends in that direction halfway up the grim hill. The site might be compared at a humble distance to Bath. Some writers like it to Florence, but conceive a Florence without beauty. To the south lay Jabal Jiyad the Greater. Footnote: to distinguish it from the Jiyad above the cemetery Al-Ma'la, over which Khalid entered Mecca. Some topographers call the Jiyad upon which the fort is built the Lesser, and apply Greater to Jiyad Amir, the hill in north of Mecca. End of footnote. Also partly built over and crowned with a fort, which at a distance looks less useful than romantic. Footnote: the Meccans, however, do not fail to boast of its strength, and has stood some sieges. End of footnote. A flood of pale light was sparkling upon its stony surface. Below, the minarets became pillars of silver, and the cloisters, dimly streaked by oil lamps, bounded the views of the temple with horizontal lines of shade. Before nightfall the boy Mohammed rose to feed the mosque pigeons, for whom he had brought a pocketful of barley. He went to the place where these birds flock, the line of pavement leading from the isolated arch to the eastern cloisters. During the day women and children are to be seen sitting here, with small piles of grain upon little plated trays of basket work. For each they demand a copper piece, and religious pilgrims consider it their duty to provide the Reverend Blue Rocks with a plentiful meal. The Hindu Pandits assert that Shiva and his spouse, under the forms and names of Kapot Eshwara, Pigeon God, and Kapotsi, dwelt at Mecca. The dove was the device of the old Assyrian Empire, because it is supposed Semiramis was preserved by that bird. The Meccan pigeons, resembling those of Venice, are held sacred, probably in consequence of the wild traditions of the Arabs about Noah's dove. Some authors declare that in Muhammad's time, among the idols of the Meccan pantheon, was a pigeon carved in wood, and above it another, which Ali, mounting upon the Prophet's shoulder, pulled down. This might have been a Hindu, a Jewish, or Christian symbol. The Muslims connect the pigeon on two occasions with their faith: first, when that bird appeared to whisper in Muhammad's ear, and secondly, during the flight to Al-Madinah. Moreover, in many countries they are called Allah's proclaimers, because their movement when cooing resembles prostration. Almost everywhere that pigeon has entered into the history of religion, which probably induced Mr. Lascelles to incur the derision of our grandfathers by pronouncing it a holy bird. At Mecca they are called the doves of the Kaaba, and they never appear at table. They are remarkable for propriety when sitting upon the holy building. This may be a minor miracle. I would rather believe that there is some contrivance on the roof. My friend Mr. Bicknell remarks, this marvel, however, having of late years been suspended, may discern another omen of the approach of the long predicted period when unbelievers shall desecrate the sacred soil. Late in the evening I saw a negro in the state called malbus, religious frenzy, to all appearance a Takruri. He was a fine and powerful man, as the numbers required to hold him testified. He threw his arms wildly about, uttering shrill cries which sounded like le 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 le, and when held he swayed his body and waved his head from side to side like a chained and furious elephant, straining out the deepest groans. The Africans must appear unusually subject to this nervous state, which, seen by the ignorant and the imaginative, would at once suggest demoniacal possession. [Footnote: In the Mandal, or palm definition, a black slave is considered the best subject. European travellers have frequently remarked their nervous sensibility. In Abyssinia, the melodies called Buddha and Tigritiya appear to depend upon some obscure connection between a weak impressionable brain and the strong will of a feared and hated race, the blacksmiths. End of footnote. Either their organization is more impressionable, or more probably the hardships, privations, and fatigues endured whilst warily traversing inhospitable wilds and perilous seas have exalted their imaginations to a pitch bordering upon frenzy. Often they are seen prostrate on the pavement, or clinging to the curtain, or rubbing their foreheads upon the stones, weeping bitterly and pouring forth the wildest ejaculations. That night I stayed in the Haram till 2 a.m., wishing to see if it would empty. But the morrow was to witness the egress to Arafat. Many therefore passed the hours of darkness in the Haram. Numerous parties of pilgrims sat upon their rugs with lanterns in front of them, conversing, praying, and contemplating the Kaaba. The cloisters were full of merchants, who restored there to talk shop and to vend such holy goods as combs, toothsticks, and rosaries. Before 10 p.m. I found no opportunity of praying the usual 2 prostrations over the grave of Ismail. After waiting long and patiently, I at last was stepping into the vacant place, when another pilgrim rushed forward. The boy Muhammad, assisted by me, instantly seized him, and despite his cries and struggles taught him to wait. Till midnight we sat chatting with the different ciceroni who came up to offer their services. I could not help remarking their shabby and dirty clothes, and was informed that during pilgrimage, when splendour is liable to be spoiled, they wear out old dresses, and appear en dimanches for the Muharram fête, when most travellers have left the city. Presently my 2 companions, exhausted with fatigue, fell asleep. I went to the Kaaba with the intention of annexing a bit of the torn old kiswa or curtain, but too many eyes were looking on. At this season of the year the kiswa is much tattered at the base, partly by pilgrims' fingers, and partly by the strain of the cord which confines it when the wind is blowing. It is considered a mere peccadillo to purloin a bit of the venerable stuff, but as the officers of the temple make money by selling it, they certainly would visit detection with an unmerciful application of the quarterstaff. The piece in my possession was given to me by the boy Muhammad before I left Mecca. Waistcoats cut out of the kiswa still make the combatants invulnerable in battle. and are considered presents fit for princes. The Moslems generally try to secure a strip of this cloth as a mark for the Koran, or some such purpose. The opportunity, however, was favourable for a survey, and with a piece of tape, and a simple process of stepping and spanning, I managed to measure all the objects concerning which I was curious. At last sleep began to weigh heavily upon my eyelids. I woke my companions, and in the dizziness of slumber they walked with me through the tall narrow street from Bab al Ziyada to our home in the Shamiyah. The brilliant moonshine prevented our complaining, as other travellers had reason to do, of the darkness and the difficulty of Meccah's streets. The town too appeared safe. There were no watchmen, and yet people slept everywhere upon cots placed opposite their open doors. Arrived at the house, we made some brief preparations for snatching a few hours' sleep upon the Matabba, a place so stifling that nothing but utter exhaustion could induce lethargy here. End of chapter 27. Read to you by Ning.
Chapter 28 of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Chapter 28 of Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah by Richard Francis Burton. The ceremonies of the Yawm al-Tarwiyah, or the first day. At 10 a.m. on the 8th Zulhijjah, AH 1269, Monday, 12th September 1853, habited in our Ihram, or pilgrim garbs, we mounted the litter. Shaykh Masud had been standing at the door from dawn time, impatient to start before the Damascus and the Egyptian caravans made the road dangerous. Our delay arose from the tyrannical conduct of the boy Mohammed, who insisted upon leaving his little nephew behind. It was long before he yielded. I then placed the poor child, who was crying bitterly, in the litter between us, and at last we started. We followed the road by which the caravans entered Mecca. It was covered with white-robed pilgrims, some few wending their way on foot, others riding, and all men barefooted and bareheaded. Footnote: pilgrims who would win the heavenly reward promised to those who walk start at an early hour. End footnote. Most of the wealthier classes mounted asses. The scene was, as usual, one of strange contrasts. Badawin bestriding swift dromedaries, Turkish dignitaries on fine horses, the most picturesque beggars and the most uninteresting nizam. Not a little wrangling mingled with the loud bursts of Tabiat. Dead animals dotted the ground, and carcasses had been cast into a dry tank, the Birkat al-Shami, which caused every Badawi to hold his nose. Footnote: the true Badawi, when in the tainted atmosphere of towns, is always known by bits of cotton in his nostrils, or by his kerchief tightly drawn over his nose, a heavy frown marking extreme disgust. End footnote. Here, on the right of the road, the poorer pilgrims, who could not find houses, had erected huts and pitched their ragged tents. Traversing the suburb Al-Mabda, Ma'abada, in a valley between the two barren prolongations of Kaikaan and Kandama, we turned to the northeast, leaving on the left certain barracks of Turkish soldiery, and the negro militia here stationed, with the Sanyat Kuda in the background. Then, advancing about 3,000 paces over rising ground, we passed by the conical head of Jabal Nur, and entered the plain of many names. Footnote: Jabal Nur is anciently called Hira. It is still visited as the place of the Prophet's early lucubrations, and because here the first verse of the Koran descended. As I did not ascend the hill, I must refer readers for a description of it to Burckhardt, Volume 1, page 320. The plain of many names: Al-Abta, low ground; Al-Khaif, the declivity; Fina Makkah, the court of Mecca; Al-Muhasib, from Hasba, a shining white pebble, corrupted by our authors to Mishab, and Mossab. End footnote. It contained nothing but a few whitewashed walls surrounding places of prayer, and a number of stone cisterns, some well preserved, others in ruins. All, however, were dry, and water vendors crowded the roadside. Gravel and lumps of granite grew there like grass, and from under every large stone, as Sheikh Masud took a delight in showing, a small scorpion, with tail curled over its back, fled, Parthian-like, from the invaders of its home. At 11 a.m., ascending a mudaraj, or flight of stone steps, about 30 yards broad, we passed without difficulty, for we were in advance of the caravans, over the Akaba, or steeps, and the narrow hill-girt entrance to the low gravel basin in which Muna lies. Footnote: the spot where Qusay fought and where Muhammad made his covenant. End footnote. Muna, more classically called Mina, is a place of considerable sanctity. Footnote: if Ptolemy's Minoi be rightly located in this valley, the present name and derivation Muna, desire, because Adam here desired paradise of Allah, must be modern. Sale, following Pocock, makes Mina, from Mana, allude to the flowing of victims' blood. Possibly it may be the plural of Minyat, which in many Arabic dialects means a village. This basin was doubtless thickly populated in ancient times, and Muslim historians mention its 7 idols, representing the 7 planets. End footnote. Its 3 standing miracles are these: the pebbles thrown at the devil returned by angelic agency to whence they came; during the 3 days of drying meat, rapacious beasts and birds cannot prey there; and lastly, flies do not settle upon the articles of food exposed so abundantly in the bazaars. Footnote: according to Muhammad, the pebbles of the accepted are removed by angels. As, however, each man and woman must throw 49 or 70 stones, it is fair to suspect the intervention of something more material. Animals are frightened away by the bustling crowd, and flies are found in myriads. End footnote. During pilgrimage, houses are let for an exorbitant sum, and it becomes a world's fair of Moslem merchants. At all other seasons it is almost deserted, in consequence, says popular superstition, of the Rajm, or diabolical lapidation. Footnote: this demoniacal practice is still as firmly believed in Arabia as it formerly was in Europe. End footnote. Distant about 3 miles from Mecca, it is a long, narrow, straggling village, composed of mud and stone houses of 1 or 2 stories, built in the common Arab style. Traversing a narrow street, we passed on the left the Great Devil, which shall be described at a future time. After a quarter of an hour's halt, spent over pipes and coffee, we came to an open space, where stands the mosque Al-Kaif. Here, according to some Arabs, Adam lies, his head being at one end of one long wall and his feet at another, whilst the dome covers his omphalic region. Grand preparations for fireworks were being made in this square. I especially remarked a fire-ship, which savoured strongly of Stamboul. After passing through the town, we came to Batn al-Muhassir, the basin of the troubler, Satan, at the beginning of a descent leading to Musdalifah, the approacher, where the road falls into the valley of the Arafat torrent. Footnote: Batn al-Muhassir probably because here Satan appeared to tempt Adam, Abraham and Ishmael. The Qanun-e-Islam erroneously calls it the valley of Muhassua, and corrupts Mashar al-Haram into Muzar al-Haram, the holy shrine. End footnote. At noon we reached the Musdalifah, also called Mashar al-Haram, the place dedicated to religious ceremonies. Footnote: many, even since Sale corrected the error, have confounded this Mashar al-Haram with Masjid al-Haram of Mecca. According to Al-Fasi, quoted by Burckhardt, it is the name of a little eminence at the end of the Musdalifah valley, and anciently called Jabal Qusa. It is also, he says, applied to an elevated platform enclosing the mosque of Musdalifah. Ibn Jubayr makes Mash'ar al-Haram synonymous with Muzdalifa, to which he gives a third name, Jami. It is known in Al-Islam as the minaret without the mosque, opposed to Masjid Nimra, which is the mosque without the minaret. Halfway between Muna and Arafat, it is about 3 miles from both. There is something peculiarly striking in the distant appearance of the tall solitary tower rising abruptly from the desolate valley of gravel, flanked with buttresses of yellow rock. No wonder that the ancient Arabs loved to give the high-sounding name of this oratory to distant places in their giant Caliph empire. Here, as we halted to perform the midday prayer, we were overtaken by the Damascus caravan. It was a grand spectacle. The Mahmil, no longer naked as upon the line of march, flashed in the sun all green and gold. Around the moving host of white-robed pilgrims hovered a crowd of Badawin, male and female, all mounted on swift dromedaries, and many of them armed to the teeth. As their drapery floated in the wind, and their faces were veiled with the lisam, it was frequently difficult to distinguish the sex of the wild being, flogging its animal to speed. These people, as has been said, often resort to Arafat for blood revenge, in hopes of finding the victim unprepared. Nothing can be more sinful in Al-Islam than such deed. It is murder, made sicker by sacrilege. Yet the prevalence of the practice proves how feeble is the religion's hold upon the race. The women are as unscrupulous. I remarked many of them emulating the men in reckless riding, and striking with their sticks every animal in the way. Travelling eastward up the Arafat Fiumara, after about half an hour we came to a narrow pass called Al-Akshabain, or the two rugged hills. Burckhardt calls it Mazumain or Al-Mazik, the pass. Akashab may mean wooded or rugged, in which latter sense it is frequently applied to hills. Kai Khan and Abu Kabais at Mecca are called Al-Akshabain in some books. The left hill, in Ibn Jubayr's time, was celebrated as a meeting place for brigands. Here the spurs of the rock limited the road to about 100 paces, and it is generally a scene of great confusion. After this we arrived at Al-Bazan, the basin, a widening of the plain. Qutb al-Din makes another Bazan the southern limit of Mecca. And another half hour brought us to the Alamain, the two signs, whitewashed pillars, or rather thin, narrow walls, surmounted with pinnacles, which denote the precincts of the Arafat plain. Here, in full sight of the holy hill, standing boldly out from the deep blue sky, the host of pilgrims broke into loud labaiks. A little beyond, and to our right, was the simple enclosure called the Masjid Nimra. Burckhardt calls this building, which he confounds with the Jami Ibrahim, the Jami Nimra; others Namira, Nimra, Namra, and Namura. It was erected, he says, by Qaid Bey of Egypt, and had fallen into decay. It has now been repaired, and is generally considered neutral and not sanctuary ground between the Harim of Mecca and the Holy Hill. We then turned from our eastern course northwards, and began threading our way down the main street of the town of tents which clustered about the southern foot of Arafat. At last, about 3 p.m., we found a vacant space near the matbak, or kitchen, formerly belonging to a Sharif's palace, but now a ruin with a few shells of arches. Arafat is about 6 hours very slow march, or 12 miles, on the Taif road due east of Mecca. Mr. W. Muir, in his valuable Life of Muhammad, Volume 1, page 205, remarks upon this passage, that at an earlier point I made Muna 3 miles from Mecca, and Muzdalifa about 3 miles from Muna, and Arafat 3 miles from Muzdalifa, a total of 9, but the lesser estimate does not include the outskirts of Mecca on the breadth of the Arafat plain. The Calcutta Review, Article 1, September 1853, notably errs in making Arafat 18 miles east of Mecca. Ibn Jubayr reckons 5 miles from Mecca to Muzdalifa, and 5 from this to Arafat. We arrived there in shorter time, but our weary camels during the last third of the way frequently threw themselves upon the ground. Human beings suffered more. Between Muna and Arafat I saw no fewer than 5 men fall down and die upon the highway. Exhausted and moribund, they had dragged themselves out to give up the ghost where it departs to instant beatitude. Footnote: those who die on a pilgrimage become martyrs. End footnote. The spectacle showed how easy it is to die in these latitudes. Footnote: I cannot help believing that some unknown cause renders death easier to men in hot than in cold climates. Certain it is that in Europe rare are the quiet and painless death-beds so common in the East. End footnote. Each man suddenly staggered, fell as if shot, and, after a brief convulsion, lay still as marble. The corpses were carefully taken up, and carelessly buried that same evening, in a vacant space amongst the crowds encamped upon the Arafat plain. Footnote: we bury our dead to preserve them as it were. The Moslem tries to secure rapid decomposition, and makes the graveyard a dangerous as well as a disagreeable place. End footnote. The boy Mohammed, who had long chafed at my pertinacious claim to Darwishhood, resolved on this occasion to be grand. To swell the party he had invited Omar Effendi, whom we accidentally met in the streets of Mecca, to join us; but failing therein, he brought with him 2 cousins, fat youths of 16 and 17, and his mother's ground-floor servants. These were 4 Indians, an old man, his wife, a middle-aged woman of the most ordinary appearance, their son, a sharp boy who spoke excellent Arabic, and a family friend, a stout fellow about 30 years old. Footnote: Arabs observe that Indians, unless brought young into the country, never learn its language well. They have a word to express the vicious pronunciation of a slave or an Indian, barbarat al-hunut. This root barbara, Arabic, like the Greek barbaros, appears to be derived from the Sanskrit varvara, an outcast, a barbarian, a man with curly hair. End footnote. They were Punjabis, and the bachelor's history was instructive. He was gaining an honest livelihood in his own country, when suddenly one night Hazrat Ali, dressed in green and mounted upon his charger Duldul, Footnote: Ali's charger was named Mahmun, or, according to others, Zuljana, the Winged. Indians generally confound it with Duldul, Muhammad's mule. End footnote. At least so said the narrator, appeared, crying in a terrible voice, "How long wilt thou toil for this world, and be idle about the life to come?" From that moment, like an English murderer, he knew no peace. Conscience and Hazrat Ali haunted him. Footnote: these visions are common in history. Ali appeared to the Imam Shafi'i, saluted him, an omen of eternal felicity, placed a ring upon his finger as a sign that his fame should extend wide as the donors, and sent him to the Holy Land. Ibrahim bin Adam, the saint poet, hearing, when hunting, a voice exclaim, "Man, it is not for this that Allah made thee," answered, "It is Allah who speaks, his servant will obey." He changed clothes with an attendant, and wandered forth upon a pilgrimage, celebrated in Al-Islam. He performed it alone, and making 1,100 genuflections each mile, prolonged it to 12 years. The history of Colonel Gardner, and of many others amongst ourselves, prove that these visions are not confined to the Arabs. End footnote. Finding life unendurable at home, he sold everything, raised a sum of £20, and started for the Holy Land. He reached Jeddah with a few rupees in his pocket, and came to Mecca, where, everything being exorbitantly dear, and charity all but unknown, he might have starved, had he not been received by his old friend. The married pair and their son had been taken as house servants by the boy Mohammed's mother, who generously allowed them shelter and a pound of rice per diem to each, but not a farthing of pay. They were even expected to provide their own turmeric and onions. Yet these poor people were anxiously awaiting the opportunity to visit Al-Madinah, without which their pilgrimage would not, they believed, be complete. They would beg their way through the terrible desert and its Badawin, an old man, a boy, and a woman. What were their chances of returning to their homes? Such, I believe, is too often the history of those wretches whom a fit of religious enthusiasm, likest to insanity, hurries away to the Holy Land. I strongly recommend the subject to the consideration of our Indian Government as one that calls loudly for their interference. No Eastern ruler parts, as we do, with his subjects. All object to lose productive power. To an empire of opinion, this emigration is fraught with evils. It sends forth a horde of malcontents that ripen into bigots. It teaches foreign nations to despise our rule, and it unveils the present nakedness of once wealthy India. And we have both prevention and cure in our own hands. As no Moslem, except the Maliki, is bound to pilgrimage without a sum sufficient to support himself and his family, all who embark at the different ports of India should be obliged to prove their solvency before being provided with a permit. Arrived at Jeddah, they should present the certificate at the British Vice Consulate, where they would become entitled to assistance in case of necessity. The Vice Consul at Jeddah ought also to be instructed to assist our Indian pilgrims. Mr. Cole, when holding that appointment, informed me that, though men die of starvation in the streets, he was unable to relieve them. The highways of Mecca abound in pathetic Indian beggars, who affect lank bodies, shrinking frames, whining voices, and all this circumstance of misery, because it supports them in idleness. There are no fewer than 1,500 Indians at Mecca and Jeddah, besides 700 or 800 in Al-Yaman. Such a body requires a consul. [Footnote: There is a consul for Jeddah now, 1879, but till lately he was an unpaid. End footnote.] By the representation of a vice consul, when other powers send an officer of superior rank to Al-Hijaz, we voluntarily place ourselves in an inferior position. And although the Meccan Sharif might for a time object to establishing a Moslem agent at the Holy City with orders to report to the consul at Jeddah, his opposition would soon fall to the ground. With the Indians' assistance, the boy Mohammed removed the handsome Persian rugs with which he had covered the shugduf, pitched the tent, carpeted the ground, disposed a divan of silk and satin cushions round the interior, and strewed the centre with new chibuks and highly polished shishas. At the doorway was placed a large copper fire-pan, with coffee-pots singing a welcome to visitors. In front of us were the litters, and by divers similar arrangements our establishment was made to look fine. The youth also insisted upon my removing the rida, or upper cotton cloth, which had become way-soiled, and he supplied its place by a rich cashmere, left with him some years before by a son of the King of Delhi. Little thought I that this bravery of attire would lose me every word of the Arafat sermon next day. Arafat, anciently called Jabal Ilal (Arabic), the Mount of Wrestling in Prayer, and now Jabal al-Rahmah, the Mount of Mercy, is a mass of coarse granite split into large blocks, with a thin coat of withered thorns. About 1 mile in circumference, it rises abruptly to the height of 180 or 200 feet from the low gravelly plain, a dwarf wall at the southern base forming the line of demarcation. It is separated by Batn Arna (Arabic), a sandy vale, from the spurs of the Taif hills. [Footnote: This vale is not considered standing ground, because Satan once appeared to the Prophet as he was traversing it. End footnote. Nothing can be more picturesque than the view it affords of the azure peaks behind, and the vast encampment scattered over the barren yellow plain below. [Footnote: According to Kutb al-Din, the Arafat plain was once highly cultivated. Stone-lined cisterns abound, and ruins of buildings are frequent. At the eastern foot of the mountain was a broad canal, beginning at a spur of the Taif hills, and conveying water to Mecca. It is now destroyed beyond Arafat. The plain is cut with torrents, which at times sweep with desolating violence into the Holy City, and a thick desert vegetation shows that water is not deep below the surface. End footnote. On the north lay the regularly pitched camp of the guards that defend the unarmed pilgrims. To the eastward was the Sharif's encampment, with the bright mammils and the gilt knobs of the grandees' pavilions, whilst on the southern and western sides the tents of the Volga crowded the ground, disposed in dowar, or circles. After many calculations, I estimated the number to be not fewer than 50,000, of all ages and sexes; a sad falling off, it is true, but still considerable. Ali Bey (A.D. 1807) calculates 83,000 pilgrims; Burckhardt (1814) 70,000. I reduce it in 1853 to 50,000, and in A.D. 1854, owing to political causes, it fell to about 25,000. Of these at fewest 10,000 are Meccans, as every one who can leave the city does so at pilgrimage time. The Arabs have a superstition that the numbers at Arafat cannot be counted, and that if fewer than 600,000 mortals stand upon the hill to hear the sermon, the angels descend and complete the number. Even this year my Arab friends declared that 150,000 spirits were present in human shape. It may be observed that when the good old Bertrand de la Brocquère, Esquire Carver to Philip of Burgundy, declares that the yearly caravan from Damascus to Al-Madinah must always be composed of 700,000 persons, and that this number being incomplete, Allah sends some of his angels to make it up, he probably confounds the caravan with the Arafat multitude. The holy hill owes its name and honours to a well-known legend. The word is explained in many ways. One derivation has already been mentioned. Others assert that when Gabriel taught Abraham the ceremonies, he ended by saying, A'afata manasikak, hast thou learned thy pilgrim rites? To which the friend of Allah replied, Araftu, I have learned them. When our first parents forfeited heaven by eating wheat, which deprived them of their primeval purity, they were cast down upon earth. The serpent descended at Ispahan, the peacock at Kabul, Satan at Bilbays, others say Semnan and Seistan, Eve upon Arafat, and Adam at Ceylon. The latter, determining to seek his wife, began a journey, to which earth owes its present mottled appearance. Wherever our first father placed his foot, which was large, a town afterwards arose; between the strides will always be country. Wandering for many years, he came to the mountain of Mercy, where our common mother was continually calling upon his name, and their recognition gave the place the name of Arafat. Upon its summit, Adam, instructed by the archangel Gabriel, erected a madinah, or place of prayer, and between this spot and the Nimrah mosque the couple abode till death. Others declare that after recognition the first pair returned to India, whence for 44 years in succession they visited the sacred city at pilgrimage time. From the holy hill I walked down to look at the camp arrangements. The main street of tents and booths, huts and shops was bright with lanterns, and the bazaars were crowded with people and stocked with all manner of Eastern delicacies. Some anomalous spectacles met the eye. Many pilgrims, especially the soldiers, were in laical costume. In one place a half-drunken Arnaut stalked down the road, elbowing peaceful passengers and frowning fiercely in hopes of a quarrel. In another part a huge dimly lit tent, reeking hot and garnished with cane seats, contained knots of Egyptians, as their red tarbushes, white turbans, and black zabuts showed, noisily intoxicating themselves with forbidden hemp. There were frequent brawls and great confusion. Many men had lost their parties, and, mixed with loud labbaeks, rose the shouted names of women as well as of men. I was surprised at the disproportion of female nomenclature. The missing number of fair ones seemed to double that of the other sex, and at a practice so opposed to the customs of the Moslem world. At length the boy Mohammed enlightened me. Egyptian and other bold women, when unable to join the pilgrimage, will pay or persuade a friend to shout their names in hearing of the holy hill, with a view of ensuring a real presence at the desired spot next year. So the welkin rang with the indecent sounds of "O Fatima! O Zainab! O Kajran!" The latter name, Rattan, is servile. Respectable women are never publicly addressed by Moslems except as daughter, female pilgrim, after some male relation, O mother of Mohammed, O sister of Omar, or, tout bonnement, by a man's name. It would be ill-omened and dangerous were the true name known. So most women, when travelling, adopt an alias. Whoever knew an Afghan fair who was not Nurjan or Sahib Jan? Plunderers too were abroad. As we returned to the tent we found a crowd assembled near it. A woman had seized a thief as he was beginning operations, and had the courage to hold his beard till men ran to her assistance, and we were obliged to defend by force our position against a knot of grave-diggers, who would bury a little heap of bodies within a yard or two of our tent. One point struck me at once, the difference in point of cleanliness between an encampment of citizens and of Badawin. Poor Masud sat holding his nose in ineffable disgust, for which he was derided by the Meccans. I consoled him with quoting the celebrated song of Maysuna, the beautiful Badawi wife of the Caliph Muawiyah. Nothing can be more charming in its own Arabic than this little song. The Badawin never hear it without screams of joy. Oh, take these purple robes away, give back my cloak of camel's hair, and bear me from this towering pile to where the black tents flap in the air. The camels colt with faltering tread, the dog that bays at all but me, delight me more than ambling mules, than every art of minstrelsy. And any cousin, poor but free, might take me, fatted ass, from thee. The British reader will be shocked to hear that by the term fatted ass the intellectual lady alluded to her husband. The story is, that Muawiyah, overhearing the song, sent back the singer to her cousin and beloved wilds. Maysuna departed with her son Yazid, and did not return to Damascus till the fatted ass had joined his forefathers. Yazid inherited, with his mother's talents, all her contempt for his father. At least the following quatrain, addressed to Muawiyah, and generally known in Al-Islam, would appear to argue anything but reverence. I drank the water of the vine, that draught had power to rouse thy wrath, grim father. Now, indeed, 'tis joyous to carouse. I'll drink, be wroth, I reck not. Ah, dear to this heart of mine, it is to scoff a sire's command, to quaff forbidden wine. The old man, delighted, clapped my shoulder, and exclaimed, Verily, O father of mustachios, I will show thee the black tents of my tribe this year. At length night came, and we threw ourselves upon our rugs, but not to sleep. Close by, to our bane, was a prayerful old gentleman, who began his devotions at a late hour, and concluded them not before dawn. He reminded me of the undergraduate my neighbour at Trinity College, Oxford, who would spout Aeschylus at 2 a.m. Sometimes the chant would grow drowsy, and my ears would hear a dull retreating sound. Presently, as if in self-reproach, it would rise to a sharp treble, and proceed at a rate perfectly appalling. The coffee-houses, too, were by no means silent. Deep into the night I heard the clapping of hands accompanying merry Arab songs, and the loud shouts of laughter of the Egyptian hemp-drinkers. And the guards and protectors of the camp were not Charlies or night nurses. Chapter 29